Crossing through time, I took over a toy factory on the brink of bankruptcy. In a moment of hesitation, I unlocked a high-tech research and development system, leading to products being sold far and wide in the Middle East. In the Middle East, an American exclaimed, "The aircraft carrier just deployed has been attacked." The cry for sanctions echoed. We must impose sanctions. From that point forward, the Great Xia entered a phase of leapfrog development in technology. Years later, Wu Sichen would look back and reflect, "My success is entirely due to my own hard work." Chapter 1. The near-bankrupt toy factory. Wu Sichen stared at the contract. The paper still crisp and fresh, its corners exuding the scent of newly printed ink. Yet, the content resembled a curse inscribed in an ancient tome. With one hand clutching a pen and the other cradling his head, he resembled a hapless individual who had just tumbled from the washing board of fate. What a swift signature. He chuckled bitterly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the paper, as if trying to extract remorse from the words. Fragmented memories slowly coalesced in his mind. The original owner's experience unfolded like a tragic drama. After a decline in family fortune, he sought refuge with distant relatives, filled with hope of a resurgence, only to find himself plunged into a pit of 20 million in debt by a well-meaning offer of "I'll pave the way for you, and this is a surefire opportunity." This so-called opportunity was the dilapidated factory before him, known as Shaohuang Yuan Juchong, Little Yellow Duck Toy Factory. The entrance was rusted, and a cartoonish yellow duck on the sign was faded, grinning as if it knew everyone's misfortunes. More heart-wrenching was that after signing, his uncle vanished, leaving behind a message. "The factory is yours, nephew. Do well." The phone was unreachable, messages went unanswered, and even the neighbors claimed he had gone abroad. Perhaps the original owner was too honest or too naive. Under the weight of calamity, he succumbed to illness and, with a tightness in his chest, passed away. And thus, I arrived in this world. Others who traverse time are either noble heirs or business prodigies. Yet here I am, starting with a debt of 20 million. Wu Sichen lifted his gaze to the window, where the abandoned swing set in the factory creaked in the wind, lamenting his fate. Slumped in a rickety office chair, the back creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. The walls of the office were peeling and moldy, and disordered piles of discarded molds were stacked in the corners, with water stains from past flooding marking the floor. "You left me a mountain of debt, calling it an inheritance?" He inhaled deeply, uncertain whether to weep or laugh. Yet reason dictated that he must find a way forward. He was now the rightful owner of this body. The contract was indeed signed, and the debt was real. Whether it was a bottomless pit or not, he had to devise a way to climb out. He turned to a dusty model of the Huang Yijixiang Wu, yellow duck mascot. In the corner, its wings spread wide, smiling innocently. "What are you laughing at? Laughing at my misfortune?" Wu Sichen rolled his eyes. "Don't get too smug. Perhaps one day I'll transform you into a money tree." With that, he stood up, dusting off his clothes, and opened the window that a shaft of sunlight poured into the dilapidated office, illuminating the dust-laden desk and reflecting a mixture of confusion and determination in his eyes. "All right, let's start with this little yellow duck," he murmured, as if issuing himself a final ultimatum. 20 million. Just wait. I shall turn it around." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the high-tech R&D system, as long as the product garners attention. Inspiration points will be awarded, which will be used to unlock corresponding technologies." Wu Sichen. "Great. Indeed, a system essential for a time traveler." He perused the system's store interface. From drones to robotic dogs, sixth-generation fighter jets to space mother ships, nuclear fusion to antimatter energy, and from dimensional strikes to dimension traversal. It has it all, except for that string of question marks indicating inspiration points that seem to mock his lack of eligibility. "Once I have sufficient inspiration points, I will unlock everything and utilize it." System. "How many inspiration points do I currently possess?" 0. However, for the first time, you can unlock a technology that aligns with the current mainstream standards without any cost. Wu Sichen contemplated. Even if it met mainstream standards, if the materials or manufacturing processes were overly complicated, his factory could not produce it. It seemed the Middle East was in conflict. Drones should be in high demand, right? He recalled the recent airshow in Zhuhai. System. "Unlock the quadcopter for me." Ding. The technology multi-purpose quadcopter. Basic model has been unlocked for the host. Related structural diagrams, core algorithms, control programs, assembly processes, and precautions have been synchronized to the knowledge module. As the system's prompt echoed, Wu Sichen felt as if an entire library had been poured into his mind, pages of information unfurling. carbon fiber lightweight body structure, brushless motor power distribution diagrams, flight control system PID parameter curves, along with a daunting array of communication protocols and program codes that made his temples throb with heat. Is this knowledge transfer lacking a buffering mode? He steadied himself against the desk for a moment before the dizziness subsided. But soon, exhaustion was replaced by exhilaration. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with fervor. Although labeled as basic model, the parameters indicated by the system surpassed the standards of current mainstream civilian quadcopters in terms of stability, wind resistance, and a payload capacity of up to 5 kilograms. The IT featured open module interfaces and even included a simple obstacle avoidance algorithm and automatic return mechanism. In the civilian sector, this is a game changer. His mind raced with ideas. First, to create a prototype that as long as it could fly, carry, and be controlled. Even if merely a demonstration model, it could be used for financing and promotion. Even branding it as domestically developed and showcasing it on short video platforms would draw attention, for this truly represented genuine indigenous technology. Yet he glanced at the dilapidated factory, where even the furniture seemed on the verge of collapse. The equipment was outdated, the molds rusted, and there wasn't even a high-precision 3D printer available. The CNC in the processing workshop was stuck at a level from 5 years prior, unable to produce customized structural frameworks, let alone precise electronic control or embedded flight control systems. I have the technology, but the conditions are somewhat akin to antimatter difficulty that I recommend the host utilize the intelligent resource optimization suggestion function included in this system, which will automatically filter the available equipment in the factory, formulate the optimal plan, and estimate costs and timelines. That IT can do that? Then let's get started. In mere seconds, the system presented a factory resource reutilization optimization list in his mind, detailing the status assessment of currently available equipment, repair suggestions, alternative uses, and prioritizing urgency with a color-coded system. That he noted that several old injection molds left by the previous owner could be adapted for shell prototypes with a simple front-end structure change. The dusty small engraving machine in the warehouse corner could serve as a primary processing machine after repairs. And for the RD battery packs, the system even suggested he manually modify commonly available lithium battery packs, saving both time and money. Chapter 2. Stabilizing Hearts. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door as Tang Ruiyan and Zhang Shoshan entered. Tang Ruiyan, of petite stature, wore a pair of rectangular glasses and an ill-fitting professional suit, her eyes revealing the naivete of a university student. Upon entering, she curiously scrutinized Wu Sichen, wearing an expression that seemed to question, "You're not here for an internship, are you? Oh, are so young?" She spoke with a hint of surprise in her tone. "Are you the new factory manager?" Wu Sichen rubbed his temples, managing a wry smile as he nodded. "Are you also new here?" "Yes." She blinked, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "My aunt used to be the financial supervisor here. She mentioned there was an open position, so I came directly. Being an old employee, she got me in without an interview." She paused for a moment, awkwardly murmuring, "As soon as I arrived 2 days ago, my aunt resigned, and now she's nowhere to be found." That Wu Sichen regarded her with a fleeting sense of sympathy. He had endured the piercing blow of 20 million, while this young lady had seemingly submitted her resume to a graveyard. "So you decided to stay. What else can I do?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "I just graduated. There are pitfalls everywhere. I'll have to leap into one sooner or later. Although the accounts are a chaotic mess, they are not beyond redemption." Her tone, however, betrayed a hint of uncertainty that Wu Sichen found himself momentarily speechless. Was this what she termed as not beyond redemption? It was already buried beneath the earth. At that moment, Zhang Shoshan, who had been silent until now, cleared his throat and finally spoke. This middle-aged man, clad in faded work attire with calloused hands, was evidently a seasoned veteran who had toiled on the production line. He was not one for many words, yet when he did speak, it was as blunt as a hammer striking the forehead. "Director, the former director did not leave clear instructions before his departure. Now, you're the sole banner of this factory. The men under you have not received their wages for 3 months. They're all seething with anger. If it weren't for the glimmer of hope that remains, this factory would have dissolved long ago." Wu Sichen felt a tightening in his chest, a chill creeping down his spine as he struggled to maintain his composure. 3 months? Yes, Zhang Shoshan nodded. "And it's calculated per person, not per month. You must understand, we are not talking about just 1 or 2 salaries. It's 30 to 40 individuals, some of whom have worked here for 7 or 8 years and have formed attachments. There are those with elderly parents and young children at home. 3 months without pay is simply untenable, I understand. Wu Sicheng grimaced, finally grasping why this dilapidated factory earned the moniker Yellow Duck. It was not adorable. It was a heavy burden. Moreover, Tang Rian interjected, flipping through her folder. Several upstream suppliers have also called to demand payment. The materials cost approximately $3 million, with Lihao Plastics alone owing $120,000. They have already threatened legal action. Wu Sicheng felt as though the world was spinning around him. Faced with the looming interest from the bank loan of $20 million and the urgent demand for over $3 million in materials, coupled with the snowballing pressure of 3 months' wages, it felt akin to being bombarded by 3 rockets simultaneously. He silently lowered his gaze to the desk, as if he could see a fissure leading to hell through its surface. No wonder that uncle fled so swiftly. I would too, he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Director? Zhang Shoshan frowned slightly. We are not coercing you. We simply need to know if you can hold on. Wu Sicheng lifted his head, taking a deep breath. He understood that even if he were to declare, I cannot hold on, by the next morning, the factory entrance would transform into a debt collection rally, and the day after, the headlines would likely read, Young factory owner jumps from building 2 days after assuming office, leaving a note stating, I'm out of money. Director Zhang, you are aware of the current market conditions in the factory. Wu Sicheng sat behind the desk, which bore cracks from age, his tone somber yet resolute. I have not a single cent to my name, truly, but I refuse to sit idly by. I will attempt to secure another loan from the bank, using my parents' old house as collateral. Even if it isn't worth much, I will at least cover the workers' wages. He paused, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Zhang Shoshan. I understand that without money, the brothers will feel unsettled. I grasp that. Zhang Shoshan remained silent for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Director. The brothers will remember your kindness. Will not be too quick to thank me. Wu Sicheng rose and walked to the window, gazing at the gray factory yard outside. Director Zhang, I must ask you a frank question. Do you wish to continue working here? Zhang Shoshan did not respond immediately. His expression grew complex, a mix of steadiness and hesitation. He had been working in this factory for 15 years, rising from the assembly line to the position of workshop director, regarding this place as a second home. However now, Director, I'm not being nosy. He finally spoke, his voice slow as if it were an old gear grinding in emotion. The market for toy factories is not what it used to be. E-commerce platforms have turned prices into a bloodbath, and children's toys receive no policy support. Those who survive are either well-connected or have substantial backing. For a small factory like ours, if we cannot sell our products, it becomes a bottomless pit that can never be filled. He paused, lowering his tone further. To be honest, even if I am willing to stay, the factory may not endure this winter. Director, I suggest you prepare for the worst. Wu Sicheng nodded, his demeanor calm rather than angry. He recognized that Zhang Shoshan spoke the truth, yet he also detected a hint of not entirely giving up in his words. As long as you are willing to work, there remains hope. He turned to Zhang Shoshan. Here's the deal. I will raise your salary by 2,000 on top of your existing pay. It is not merely for your extra work. I want the brothers to know that someone is supporting them. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Shoshan's eyes, but he quickly replied in a hushed tone, Thank you. I do not seek your gratitude. Wu Sicheng returned to the desk, picking up a pen to jot down a few lines. Your immediate task is to help me gauge the sentiments of the workers. Who wishes to stay and who is resolute in leaving? Please compile a list. Once the wages are settled, I won't stop those who choose to leave. Let them depart cleanly. His pace remained steady. For those who wish to stay, I will provide a reasonable explanation, ensuring they are compensated for their labor. Zhang Shoshan nodded earnestly. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. Wu Sicheng then turned to the quietly standing Tang Ruiyan. Xiao Tang, please hold off the upstream material suppliers, including Li Hao, Philin, and Shunjin. Tang Ruiyan flipped through her folder, speaking softly. They have been pressing us for payments quite urgently. Just tell them we are organizing shipments, and payment will be made as soon as the goods are dispatched. His eyes remained composed. Every day we can delay is a day gained. Once I can liquidate the first batch of goods, we will have some negotiating power. Tang Ruiyan nodded, her expression shifting slightly, as if she were beginning to view this young factory owner in a new light. All right, I will do my best to negotiate. Do not merely try. Drag it out by all means necessary, even if it requires tears, until next month. Wu Sicheng replied with a hint of jest, though his tone conveyed a resolute determination to maneuver through this dire situation. They exchanged a glance before parting ways to attend to their respective tasks. Leaning against the creaky old chair in the office, Wu Sicheng exhaled deeply, a sense of reflection washing over him. Fortunately, the original owner had left behind a somewhat decent legacy, a modest old house. While the location was not particularly thriving, it was adjacent to a primary school district on the outskirts of the city, classified as the kind of area where having a property means it can always be sold. The market value was approximately $3 million. As long as he avoided unscrupulous financial institutions, securing a loan of 60 to 70% should not pose a problem. He promptly contacted several commercial banks. Initially, he faced numerous setbacks, but upon mentioning that it was a fully paid property with no mortgage record, clear ownership, and no disputes, and that he was willing to make a low-value mortgage, a credit manager arrived at his door almost instantly to discuss terms. In this day and age, who actively seeks to mortgage a property for a loan without using it for stock or cryptocurrency? You are conducting legitimate business. We are certainly welcoming. The enthusiastic client manager, surnamed Wang, beamed with warmth. Within 3 days, the mortgage approval process was expedited, with the evaluation price ultimately set at $3,500,000, but the mortgage limit, calculated at $2 million. The bank explicitly stated that to mitigate the risk of one-time large sums flowing into unclear channels, this loan would be disbursed in batches. The first advance of $500,000 would serve as operational emergency funds, while subsequent disbursements would require clear proof of intended use and payment plans. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Sicheng immediately transferred the $500,000 to the factory's wage account as soon as it was deposited. He personally submitted the payment request to Tang Ruiyan, clearly instructing, first, ensure that the 3 months' wages are fully covered, without exception. As Tang Ruiyan flipped through the accounts, she confirmed the amounts while exclaiming, "You're really giving it all. That's nearly 40,000 in one go." To retain people, the factory cannot merely exist as a hollow shell. Even if I were to truly multiply this some tenfold through cryptocurrency, one must consider fate, Wu Sicheng stated with a calm, yet resolute tone. It is not I who is owed, but the factory that owes them. Understood. Tang Ruiyan nodded, her tone devoid of the typical student demeanor, as she turned to manage the payroll distribution. That evening, the lights still illuminated the top floor of the factory's office building. Tang Ruiyan diligently made phone calls and sent messages, confirming the accounts of all active employees and processing the transfers one by one. The group chat erupted with excitement. Some sent voice messages of gratitude. Others shared tearful emojis, while a few boldly proclaimed, "I will continue working at Huanya Factory, come what may." Early the next day, Zhang Shoshan returned with a compiled list, standing at the office entrance, his demeanor significantly more relaxed than before. "Director, I've confirmed everything." He presented the list. A total of 20 brothers have decided to stay, mostly seasoned employees with over 6 years of service. A few have been with us since the very first production line, expressing their willingness to remain as long as the factory holds promise. Wu Sicheng accepted the list and scanned the familiar, yet unfamiliar names. Some he had met, while others he had yet to encounter. But the annotations and years of service revealed the deep-seated emotions and years of labor intertwined with the dilapidated factory. Are they all genuinely eager to stay? I have asked each one personally. Zhang Shoshan nodded. Some were hesitant, but ultimately expressed a desire to see if you, the director, can truly revive the factory. Whether it can be revived, I cannot say. Wu Sicheng gently placed the list on the desk, but I will strive with all my might to make it happen. Chapter 3. What? Drones? Old Zhang, gather the brothers. I have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shoshan's expression sharpened, and he sprang into action. He understood that this young director was neither a braggart nor a reckless dreamer. During his few days here, Wu Sicheng had undertaken surprising yet sensible actions, proceeding with methodical precision. Before long, over 20 veteran employees of the Shao Huanya toy factory had congregated before the production line in the aging workshop. Some leaned against equipment, while others sat cross-legged on packaging tables, their expressions a complex mixture of emotions. Tang Ruiyan stood nearby, clutching a ledger and a notebook, her curiosity tinged with vigilance. Wu Sicheng stepped into the workshop, surveying the crowd, his gaze traversing the familiar yet unfamiliar faces. He did not rush to speak, but took a few moments to regard each individual. "I know," he began, his tone measured and calm. "The current toy market is fiercely competitive, with meager profits. Large enterprises monopolize, while smaller factories struggle desperately, embroiled in a ruthless price war. If our factory continues to produce those cheap plastic toys and engage in price battles, It is merely a matter of time before we meet our demise. A low murmur of agreement rippled through the workshop, filled with remarks like indeed. Who doesn't know? And every sale is a loss. Then, Director, whatever you propose, we shall follow, shouted a middle-aged worker with dark skin, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Exactly. The moment you arrived, you even mortgaged your house to ensure we received our wages. We appreciate that. Another chimed in. We believe in you. The director is responsible. Their collective affirmations carried a long-lost sense of belonging, akin to a warm cup of tea in the frigid winter. Wu Sicheng nodded, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before continuing. We will not change our line of work. We will still produce toys, but ones that require a certain threshold, ones that cannot be easily replicated. He paused, surveying the crowd. We will begin with drones. The workshop erupted in disbelief. Huh? Drones? Wait, I'm not highly educated, but isn't that a bit far-fetched? Our factory couldn't even manage electric toy cars, and now we're aiming for skies? With our current capabilities? You're dreaming. Voices rose and fell, with some unable to suppress laughter, not in mockery, but in a sense of, are you serious? I understand your thoughts. Wu Sicheng stood firm, his voice clear. You think I've lost my mind, or am merely flailing about? But let me make this clear. I am not spinning fanciful tales, nor am I asking you to blindly leap with me. This week I will personally take the lead, starting from scratch, and together we will create our first quadcopter. All processes will be documented. Your role is to observe, learn, and inquire. No need to produce anything, just watch, ask questions, and learn earnestly. You may not believe in me, but I need you to trust your own eyes. As he concluded his declaration, the air seemed to thicken with anticipation. The employees exchanged glances, the laughter fading into a profound silence. Are we really going to do this? He can't be joking, can he? He intends to demonstrate it to us? This director, he might actually know what he's doing. Amidst the hushed discussions, Tang Ruoyan adjusted her glasses, murmuring softly, could he truly be a genius? Zhang Shoshan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wu Sicheng, a smile breaking across his face, a mix of expectation and a gambler's instinct before a pivotal hand. In the following week, the entire Shaohuang toy factory underwent a transformative revival, bidding farewell to the monotonous rhythm of plastic figurine assembly lines and plunging into a seemingly absurd yet methodically executed new venture. Quadcopter manufacturing. Wu Sicheng spent nearly every hour in the workshop, his garments perpetually stained with dust and grease, even resorting to nibbling on dry rations in the corner for sustenance. Initially, the employees participated with a sense of skepticism, merely observing what he was capable of, but soon the atmosphere shifted. He began with the simplest tasks, guiding the workers to modify the existing molds for the shell structure while explaining the fundamental requirements for weight, symmetry, and wind resistance in aircraft. Although the factory's old injection molding machines lacked precision, he and Tang Ruoyan made temporary adjustments to several mold parameters, utilizing lightweight composite material ratios, and astonishingly produced a batch of shells that met both strength and weight standards. This actually looks quite promising, remarked veteran worker Huang Chong, unable to contain his admiration. Once the shell was completed, Wu Sicheng personally demonstrated circuit layout, electronic speed control soldering, and power system assembly. He remained calm and methodical, documenting each step in a clear operational guide, complete with illustrations that even a middle school graduate could comprehend. However, the critical flight control module remained a no-go zone that no one dared to approach. This was precisely the concern weighing on everyone's minds. How could a factory like theirs, far from an aerospace agency, possess the capability to calibrate flight controls? Until the 7th day. That afternoon, as the team gathered in the testing area, they watched Wu Sicheng securely place the soldered quadcopter prototype on the launch platform. He inserted the battery, connected his self-designed flight control module, and retrieved a standard game controller, pressing the start button. The drone's 4 arms began to rotate smoothly, rising steadily into the air, swaying gently before stabilizing. Wu Sicheng then demonstrated its functions: ascent, descent, rotation, horizontal movement, and stable hovering. The movements were fluid, far from resembling a first-generation amateur product. Is this actually flying? It's not being pulled by strings. Is it? The director is using a game controller, not a professional remote? Everyone stood in stunned silence. In that moment, the workshop was hushed, the only sound being the hum of the motors, which resonated in each person's ears like the clinking of gold. Director, you are incredible, someone exclaimed, triggering a wave of genuine applause. Wu Sicheng smiled faintly. This is merely the first-generation prototype. Its functionality is still incomplete. In the next iteration, we will incorporate a real-time video transmission system for remote observation and even establish autonomous flight routes, he spoke, turning to Tang. Ruian, I have completed the manual. The processes, modules, and precautions are clearly outlined. You are responsible for coordinating with the warehouse to procure a batch of 5-megapixel cameras and universal displays, assembling them according to the manual. Understood, Tang Ruian replied, her spirit invigorated, her eyes shining like light bulbs. Zhang Shoshan stepped forward, cautiously inquiring, Director, will you personally guide us through the operations later? Wu Sicheng shook his head. I have taught you the core processes. The subsequent phase is for you to practice. Moving forward, each of you must be able to independently complete assembly, debugging, and maintenance. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Director, where are you going? Zhang Shoshan asked anxiously. Wu Sicheng glanced at the drone hovering steadily in the air and softly uttered, I need to go on a business trip to seek buyers. Have you already found a buyer? Not yet, Wu Sicheng chuckled, but I know they must be waiting for me. With that, he turned and walked toward the office, leaving the workers stunned, gazing at the drone soaring steadily above, as if glimpsing a different future. Chapter 4. Zhuhai Airshow, Capturing the Big Fish. At the Zhuhai Airshow, Wu Sicheng arrived with the first batch of quadcopters that he had personally helped produce. Some of them had been hastily fitted with cameras overnight to transmit video. Initially, he intended to apply for an internal exhibition booth, but upon hearing the name Little Yellow Duck Toy Factory, the other party promptly hung up the phone. Observing the air show, with the Su-27 and Su-30 performing various dynamic stunts, and most notably, the Longwood J-10, Wu Sicheng was entranced that he knew that in a few years, this place would become a grand showcase for Longhua, with the J-10C, J-20, and Y-20 leaving many in awe. However, at this moment, without a booth, all he could do was wait for his targets to appear and then launch his bait to the entrance of the Zhuhai Air Show. The atmosphere was bustling, with a long line of spectators winding outside the security check, seemingly without end. The flags of various exhibition groups fluttered in the wind, and thick guiding lines covered the ground, leading to various zones and pavilions that Wu Sicheng stood in a corner, away from the clamor. Beneath the scorching sun, his makeshift stall was almost invisible. The display rack was hastily constructed from discarded lightbox materials from the factory, adorned with a hand-drawn promotional poster bearing the bold title, New Generation. Aerial Photography Drone Test Flight Demonstration. Several small quadcopters, uniformly painted in bright yellow, were displayed with the factory's brand Little Yellow Duck affixed to their bodies. Standing behind the display, his white shirt was soaked through, his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and his cheeks slightly flushed from the sun. Ignoring the curious or puzzled glances of passersby, he focused intently on calibrating the equipment. Final test, he murmured, pressing the takeoff button. The quadcopters buzzed to life, ascending swiftly into the air like a flock of agile birds. The cameras they were equipped with began to transmit real-time footage, rapidly displaying aerial views of the airshow on the small screen. Neatly arranged fighter jets on the tarmac, crowds in the spectator area, a training aircraft taxiing in the distance, and the striking silhouette of the J-10 trailing flames as it took off down the runway. The image stabilized, and the signal remained smooth that Wu Sicheng quickly switched to the live broadcast interface, the title already prepared. Join the streamer for an aerial view of the airshow. The main screen showcased the drone's flight, while a secondary window displayed the high-altitude perspective transmitted by the camera, slightly shaky, yet incredibly vivid and immersive. Before long, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Wow, is this the airshow? Streamer, how did you get inside? This perspective is incredible. I thought you were selling toys. This is too professional. Streamer, did you make this yourself? Can I buy one? I want to order a batch. Wu Sicheng couldn't help but smile as he read the comments. Produced by the Little Yellow Duck Toy Factory, the most unconventional drone in all of Longhua. Yet it flies seriously, he joked, adjusting the flight angle to focus the camera on the Su-27, which was about to take off. Interested viewers can follow for updates. The Taobao purchase link is being prepared as the camera zoomed in. The J-10 accelerated down the runway, causing the comments to explode. Oh, it's the J-10. Brother, what official camera position is this? It's so clear. Streamer, is this thing for sale? I want to order in bulk. My company does agricultural protection, and this platform seems perfect. Aren't you a toy factory? Are you sure you're not a research institute? Watching the system notifications of increasing inspiration value, Wu Sicheng laughed and continued to control the drones. Even a toy factory can soar into the sky. In this era, it's all about who can fly steadily, far and effectively. Meanwhile, on the other side of the exhibition venue, Wu Sicheng noticed a group of distinctly dressed individuals. They wore white robes, draped in pristine headscarves, with luxurious fabrics and exquisite textures. The leader, a robust man in his 40s, adorned with numerous gemstone rings, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, sparkled subtly, as if silently proclaiming his status. A black gold woven headband crowned his head, making him stand out in the crowd, while several accompanying personnel in black suits with earpieces clearly indicated they were important figures from a wealthy Middle Eastern emirate. This must be the big buyer. Wu Sicheng reacted quickly, quietly ending the ongoing test flight livestream, switching the flight control frequency to a safe mode and intentionally lowering the drone to skim the open area of the venue, circling slowly around the Middle Eastern oil prince. The drone maneuvered gracefully around the prince, occasionally hovering in place, sometimes ascending rapidly before diving back down, its movements akin to a dance, the light reflecting off its metallic shell, resembling a silver eagle soaring through the air, drawing the admiration of numerous onlookers. Indeed, the prince took notice. He raised an eyebrow and whispered a few words to his aide. Shortly after, a dark-skinned man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached. With a pronounced Middle Eastern accent, his Chinese was halting yet earnest. "Hello. Our prince is very interested in your flying toy. May I ask, what are its capabilities? Could we allow the prince to try it?" A slight smile crept across Wu Sicheng's lips, a thunderclap resonating in his heart. The big fish has finally taken the bait. He nodded, of course. This drone is our factory's first-generation product, designed independently. It has a flight time of approximately 1 hour, a flight radius of 20 kilometers, and a maximum altitude of 6,000 meters. It supports real-time transmission of high-definition images and can carry small sensing devices or payloads, with a maximum load of 1 kilogram. If we sacrifice some flight time, the load capacity can be doubled. The aide listened intently, nodding and taking notes. Once he confirmed the information, he turned to report back. A few minutes later, a group of people resembling bodyguards approached Wu Sicheng for a brief security check. After verifying that there were no dangerous items, the prince himself finally stepped forward. He was tall and composed, exuding a calm demeanor despite saying little, possessing the steadiness of someone accustomed to high status. The communication was facilitated by the aide as a translator, while Wu Sicheng patiently demonstrated and personally taught him how to operate the controller. This is not an ordinary remote control. It is a game controller adapted for the flight control system. Intuitive, precise, and with rapid feedback, he explained as the prince, slightly intrigued, took the controller. After several test flights, he quickly grasped the controls. The quadcopter ascended, maneuvered sideways, and performed aerial rotations under his command, with the images synchronously relayed on the display, giving him the sensation of soaring through the venue, where everything within view was at his fingertips. Unbelievable. The prince's eyes widened, his emotions surging, nodding repeatedly. The assistant turned and smiled at Wu Sicheng, saying, "Our prince is exceedingly pleased." He remarked that your toy is not merely a toy, but a work of art. That he inquired, "How much for each unit?" Wu Sicheng's heart raced. His mind swiftly raced through the cost breakdown. Carbon fiber shell, flight control mainboard, motors, electronic speed controllers, batteries, remote control, display. Approximately around 1,000 yuan, including labor costs. The cost price is $10,000 per unit. He merely multiplied it by 10 and changed the unit, afraid to ask for too much and scare away this golden opportunity. After whispering a few words to the prince, the assistant turned back with a radiant smile. "Our prince said we cannot let you incur a loss. $20,000 per unit. He wishes to purchase 100 units first to test fly." A thunderous sound echoed in Wu Sicheng's mind. 20,000? 100 units. That amounts to $2 million. He feigned calmness outwardly, but internally, it felt as though fireworks had exploded, already calculating exchange rates, payment methods, and delivery timelines. "We will await your good news. Here is my contact information." The assistant handed over a sleek black and gold business card, his tone placid yet imbued with an undeniable trust and anticipation. "Please send me your account details later. We will make a half deposit up front, and as long as the product performs as the sample, we will pay the remaining amount." All right, all right, all right. Wu Sicheng repeated the word thrice, beads of sweat forming at his temples, yet he dared not wipe them away. His throat felt parched, as if he had just emerged from a desert. "This drone," he said, striving to maintain his composure as he carefully lifted the demonstration model. "Consider it a gift for you. Thank you for your trust." The Middle Eastern prince did not reach out, but signaled his attendants with his gaze to retrieve it. He merely nodded, said nothing more, and turned it apart. His robe swayed, casting a faint yet sharp white line under the sunlight, reminiscent of the clean and profound winds of the desert, carrying an innate calmness and distance. Befitting his status, Wu Sichen stood frozen, grasping the drone's remote control. His ears buzzed, and the air felt dense with tension, each breath seeming to pass through a layer of water. Only when the figures disappeared into the throng did he exhale, as if deflating. His palms were already soaked, his fingers tingling from gripping too tightly. He slowly raised his gaze to the massive sign of Zhuhai Airshow standing nearby, momentarily lost in a daze. It was an unprecedented sense of reality. His drone had truly found its way here, securing an order from foreign royalty through an unconventional live broadcast and a twist of fate. The only thought echoing in his mind was, the oil tycoons are indeed wealthy. Chapter 5. Accelerating Production. Hello, Ruyan, it's me. A Middle Eastern client just placed an order on the spot for $200,000, requesting 100 quadcopters. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. How much did you say? Are you suffering from heat stroke? A drone costing no more than 1,000 yuan, and they offered 20,000 in dollars. I am not joking. I am trembling. The deposit will be sent over shortly, and the samples must be delivered within a week. We will sign for 200 units, and there may be additional orders to follow. Tang Ruyan sprang to her feet, colliding with the water cup on the table, which toppled over, spilling tea everywhere. Yet, she paid no heed to the mess, hastily removing her headphones and swiftly donning them again, her other hand already opening her computer. I will contact Zhang Shoshan immediately to have him adjust the production line. We also need to ensure battery supply is aligned. Should we optimize the existing molds? Optimize everything. Wu Xichen's voice came through the receiver, still tinged with a sense of unreality. We are not merely riding the wave. We are genuinely fulfilling an order. She quickly opened her frequently contacted list, dialing multiple numbers simultaneously. While on calls, she typed away at the screen, within mere minutes rallying quotes from 3 battery manufacturers and 2 key chip suppliers. The sales managers, who had previously been negotiating prices with her, upon hearing the keywords deposit received, sample delivery, foreign trade certification, paused, momentarily in shock before promptly responding. Sister Ruyan, we will prioritize production. Just provide us with a list. The sound of her fingers striking the keyboard was as dense as raindrops, while her WeChat notifications buzzed incessantly. The desk was now piled high with transfer documents, procurement flowcharts, and production schedules. Minutes later, Zhang Shoshan also received the news. The usually composed workshop director was uncharacteristically excited, taking several sips of tea to calm himself. $200,000? Sichen, you did brilliantly. Hearing the call in the workers' canteen, he spilled tea on himself, gasping from the heat, but he remained stunned for a full 2 seconds before reacting. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp as he hurriedly picked up the intercom, running while pressing the button. All key personnel in the afternoon shift, cease your current tasks and immediately gather at line 3. His footsteps echoed on the concrete floor, splashing some sweat as he dashed down the stairs towards the main control room, calling out to several technical staff who were dozing. In the break area, Xiao Lu, Old Feng, Master Huang, get up. We have overtime. This is not a drill, but a real order. A $200,000 drone deal. The workers, who had been yawning, leapt up, their faces reflecting the exhilaration of receiving a year-end bonus at the start of the year. Upon reaching the control room, Zhang Shoshan swiftly pulled off the dust cover from the mechanical arm control panel, skipping the startup procedure altogether and manually. Entering the activation command, bypassing self-check. Old pals, we are going all out this time. The backup mechanical arms began to hum, and the green lights on the control panel lit up one by one. The entire line 3 was awakened, resembling a slumbering iron beast that had just opened its eyes. Beside the control panel, Xiao Song, responsible for algorithm calibration, murmured while updating parameters. If we truly execute this order splendidly, we will prosper. It is not a matter of if, but when. Zhang Shoshan pressed the confirm button forcefully. This time we are not creating prototypes. We are sending our products abroad. Prioritize the release of battery, mainboard, and motor component inventories. The technical team must complete safety redundancy checks for existing models by midnight tonight, and the quality team must finalize the new factory standards draft by 9 a.m. tomorrow. The 3 quickly activated a remote meeting, assigning tasks overnight, The technical team was to retrieve core parameters of existing models for mass production level safety. Testing, the quality control team was to re-establish inspection standards. The procurement department was to contact suppliers and devise a shipping plan. Within an hour, the factory initiated emergency night shift operations. The workshop was ablaze with light, the sound of machinery roaring continuously, and the assembly line was operating at full speed. Some workers who had originally taken leave returned voluntarily upon seeing the news in the WeChat group that I just left for 2 days. I'm not taking leave anymore. I'm coming back to work. My sister said she will prepare late-night snacks for me tonight. Forget about her. I can work all night. I have never seen Brother Jean so excited. If I don't return to help with such a big order, I would not be human. The corridor lights outside the control room switched from yellow to white, symbolizing full power activation. In the background of the circuit dispatch center, the main power supply loading rate surged to 95, and the factory entered a rare full-load operating state. A young worker rushed into the factory, putting on his work clothes while shouting, "I heard this batch is for export." An experienced technician, while tightening components, guided a newcomer. These machines are not toys. They represent our nation's dignity on the international stage. A girl who had just started a week ago accidentally dropped her welding gun. Zhang Shoshan approached without reprimanding her, gently taking it. "It's fine, take your time. This is our first substantial order for domestically produced machines." 2 members of the debugging team wrote countdown for remaining units on a small blackboard, erasing a number with each completed assembly. Simultaneously, Wu Sichen instructed Tang Ruian to issue an urgent internal notice. Effective immediately, all workers would receive a raise of 500 yuan, and upon completion of the delivery, each person would receive an additional month's bonus. The notice had scarcely been affixed to the bulletin board for 10 minutes when the entire factory erupted in excitement. The employees, who had been mechanically engaged in their tasks along the assembly line, suddenly paused as if they had received some extraordinary news, exchanging incredulous glances. That is it true? A month's bonus? A female worker, her dust cap perched atop her head, looked up uncertainly at her colleagues, her eyes brimming with disbelief. "Just look at the bulletin board. It bears Ruian's signature, along with the official seal." An older worker promptly extended his phone, displaying a screenshot of the announcement in bold red letters. "Has the boss lost his mind? I've only been on the job for 2 months. If he's gone mad, I'm more than willing to join him. Come on, everyone, let's go," boomed a plump technician, his voice resonating through the workshop like boiling water. "Bring over those uncalibrated sensors. I'm not clocking out tonight. I'll reorganize the schematics overnight. If it means earning an extra month's salary, I'll gladly forego sleep and down 3 bottles of energy drink." Xiaolan from the assembly area tossed her lunchbox aside, declaring, "I'm skipping this meal. The only flavor I taste now is sweetness. Who has coffee? Bring me 2 cans. I intend to work like a machine all night long." Under the bright lights, the pace on the assembly line noticeably quickened. The conveyor belt surged with the adrenaline of productivity as components swiftly came together in the workers' hands, undergoing assembly, calibration, and packaging. Trucks laden with finished drone bodies glided along the conveyor, continuously dispatched to the inspection area to the rear of the factory. The welding team illuminated the backup work area, with bright arcs of electricity bursting forth in waves of blue light, resembling a war without. Gunpowder that ignited the night, in just 2 hours. Production efficiency soared by 27, and the initial material allocation for orders reached an impressive 85. The inspection area established 2 alternating shifts to ensure uninterrupted production capacity around the clock. And no one complained of fatigue, nor did anyone dawdle. The rhythmic sounds of wrenches clanging, the hum of screwdrivers, and the sharp tearing of packing tape intermingled, creating a passionate industrial symphony. Chapter 6: The Astonishment of Qi Lingyun inside the Zhuhai Air Show. The sweltering heat mingled with the thunderous roar of engines and the cacophony of the crowd, mirroring the restlessness and speculation regarding the future forms of warfare on this land. Amidst the throngs, a man dressed in casual attire, yet standing tall and straight, navigated discreetly through the masses. His face bore a resolute expression, and his cropped hair hinted at military green trimming, while a fierce intensity emanated from his brow, a testament to his battlefield experiences. He was Qi Lingyun, the commander of an infantry battalion within a combined arms brigade of the Central Theater Command of the Army. At this moment, utilizing his leave, he had come alone to the air show under the guise of technical visit. Yet he bore a significant responsibility to seek innovative ideas for the soon-to-be-formed strongest Blue Army brigade of the entire Xia. from organizational structure to tactics. From reconnaissance to surprise attacks, this unit was destined to be both the touchstone and whetstone for the Red Army, necessitating a departure from traditional patterns and an embrace of the warfare logic that would prevail over the next 30 years. Currently, he was preoccupied with a crucial issue: the innovation of weaponry. Although high-end equipment was not absent, suitable models for actual combat that could be deployed on a small scale were exceedingly rare. As he pondered deeply, a faint engine hum brushed past his ears. Following the sound, he noticed a small circle formed by the crowd, not far away. A silver-gray quadcopter was deftly maneuvering through the air, rising, flipping, and hovering in place, while a young man skillfully controlled it, executing various complex maneuvers with fluidity and remarkable responsiveness. Chi Ling-yun's eyes brightened, and images flooded his mind. In the first scene, a diminutive drone stealthily traversed the ground, silently approaching an enemy light tank. With a crisp snap, its magnetic attachment device adhered to the armor, followed by an explosion engulfing the area in flames. In the second scene, under the cloak of night, enemy troops lay concealed among the bushes, while a small drone equipped with infrared scanning capabilities descended from above. Upon identifying the heat source, it released specialized anti-infantry cluster munitions, tearing through the defensive line with a resounding blast. The third scene depicted a concealed artillery position 10 kilometers away, where friendly forces struggled to accurately locate the firing source. A reconnaissance drone equipped with video transmission capabilities ascended, quietly hovering above the fire blind zone. Under laser guidance, the long-range artillery promptly fired with precision, eliminating the threat. These vivid images ignited a surge of excitement within him. He directly pushed through the crowd, approaching the young man controlling the drone, and in a firm, yet measured voice inquired, "May I ask, how does this drone perform?" Wu Sichen turned upon hearing the voice, meeting the gaze of the upright stranger, and replied with a smile, "Performance? This model is our factory's first-generation quadcopter. It has an endurance of approximately 1 hour, a maximum flight range of 20 kilometers, and can ascend to 6,000 meters. The image transmission is stable, with real-time visuals accessible to standard operational command terminals, and it can carry a payload of 1 kilogram. If some endurance is sacrificed, the payload can be increased to over 2 kilograms. Upon hearing these specifications, Chi Ling-yun's eyes widened. As a seasoned veteran, he had a keen understanding of equipment capabilities. He recognized instantly that this was no ordinary consumer-grade toy. Particularly noteworthy were the 6,000-meter flight altitude and 1 kilogram payload capacity, which indicated that this drone possessed fundamental tactical application value. His gaze intensified as he looked up at the agile drone still soaring above, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he asked, "Can accommodate military-grade encrypted communication modules?" Wu Sichen regarded him and raised an eyebrow slightly. As long as the protocols align, the flight control system supports modular integration. If you have standard interface documentation, I can attempt the adaptation. What is the price? Chi Ling-yun's gaze was piercing, laced with a hint of inquiry. The stability, imaging capabilities, and payload potential of this drone suggested a level of technological sophistication that was far from trivial, even for a civilian model. Wu Sichen, sensing the understated yet commanding aura of the man before him, cautiously replied, "Approximately 10,000 yuan?" Chi Ling-yun raised an eyebrow, incredulously exclaiming, "So inexpensive?" He was genuinely astonished. A drone capable of ascending to 6,000 meters, with a flight radius of 20 kilometers, real-time image transmission, and payload capabilities for deployment, all for just 10,000 yuan? It could either indicate a clearance sale from military stock or a breakthrough in technology. His mind rapidly calculated. A 99A main battle tank costs, at a minimum, several million yuan. Having grown accustomed to the high prices of various military equipment, he found it impossible to draw comparisons with this drone. However, the critical distinction lay not in the drone's superiority over tanks, but rather in its ability to perform tasks that tanks could not. More importantly, while a tank could only target a single objective, a swarm of drones could simultaneously engage multiple targets, offering maneuverability, low investment, and near-zero training costs. Such technology would not wage conventional battles, but rather a war of cost-effectiveness. With an annual equipment renewal budget of approximately 10 to 20 million yuan for their battalion. If this drone could indeed be standardized as a foundational tactical asset, it could revolutionize their entire approach to reconnaissance, munitions deployment, and electromagnetic interference, transforming the battalion's operational dynamics. "I am here for national defense procurement," Chi Lingyun stated plainly, his expression growing more solemn. He intended to purchase an initial batch for research and training, with the prospect of larger orders if all went well. "Could you offer a national defense price?" His words, though not forceful, resonated with conviction. Wu Sicheng paused momentarily, realizing the significance of this man before him, but was taken aback to learn that he represented a national order. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 5,000. "I cannot go any lower. The oil tycoons just paid 20,000 in dollars, no less. The disparity in profit margins is too significant." Chi Lingyun chuckled softly, shaking his head, yet he refrained from further bargaining, instead harboring newfound respect for the young man. "Do you have a prototype?" He then produced a business card with a military green cover. "Please provide me with several units to take back for analysis by our technicians. I will follow up on the subsequent matters." Wu Sicheng nodded and bent down to open a silver-gray hardshell suitcase. Neatly organized within were 5 completed drone prototypes. He retrieved one and handed it to Chi Lingyun, stating, "Fresh from the factory, this box is for you as a sample." Chi Lingyun examined the drone's casing material, seam treatment, propeller power components, and modular structure of the flight control module. Although it did not match the precision of military-grade systems, it was sufficiently robust and lightweight, ensuring ease of maintenance. "Excellent," Chi Lingyun affirmed with determination. He then pulled out his phone with decisiveness. "Please provide your payment code. I will first prepay a deposit for 100 units, calculated at 10%. Once the prototype evaluations are satisfactory, we can proceed with the final payment and formal processes." At that moment, he was no longer merely a soldier attending an exhibition. He had transformed into a decision-making commander. He scrutinized the young man, the product in his hands, the factory behind it, and the potential for future mass production, all weighing heavily in his mind, as this pivotal decision was now in his hands. Typically, military procurement processes necessitate multiple layers of approval, involving bidding procedures, testing, certification, acceptance, and several phases of integration. However, Chi Lingyun understood that the operational value of this quadcopter was evident, and before it garnered the attention of higher-ups, he needed to seize this opportunity. If he hesitated, another unit might take the lead, not only losing the tactical advantage, but also relegating himself to a passive role. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. Wu Sicheng, without hesitation, retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code, exuding a youthful yet unwavering sense of trust. "Absolutely. I trust the integrity of our soldiers." The sound of the payment notification resonated between them. Chi Lingyun scanned the code, confirmed the transaction, and stowed his phone away. He said little, merely extending his right hand with a penetrating gaze, solemnly reaching out to Wu Sicheng. Amidst the din and illumination of the exhibition hall, they clasped hands firmly. There were no elaborate formalities, no bureaucratic phrases, only a pure, direct, and sincere exchange of trust. Wu Sicheng felt that the hand he held bore a weighty strength, not merely as a buyer's influence, but rather the indomitable steel will forge through the crucible of battle and the defense of borders. Chapter 7. Practical verification with 5 drone prototypes provided by Wu Sicheng in hand. Chi Lingyun briskly navigated through the security checkpoint outside the exhibition hall, scarcely glancing back. Chi Lingyun had no desire to continue observing the airshow. After all, this exhibition presented no epic-making innovations. A battalion could not possibly be equipped with J-10 fighter jets, nor could it afford to maintain such aircraft. What he sought was practicality, cost-effectiveness, and tools that could spare his soldiers from shedding a single drop of blood in future combat. And now he had found it. He glanced down at the reinforced military transport case in his hands, within which lay 5 quadcopters, quietly resting and glinting with a cold sheen under the sun's reflection. These were not mere toy samples from the airshow, but rather the tactical seeds of revolution he had personally brought back. Each drone represented the potential for a small unit of soldiers to possess aerial reconnaissance capabilities, enabling precise strikes without exposing themselves to risk. It meant that frontline artillery could operate without blind fire, that tank formations could clear minefields in advance, and even suppress enemy command systems. A torrent of tactical concepts surged through his mind as he drafted at least 5 battalion-level operational models incorporating drone tactics. The drone units would advance their firepower, coordinating with mortar teams to establish an integrated air-ground strike network. They would provide a god's-eye view of the battlefield in complex terrains at night. They would leverage thermal imaging to execute lethal strikes on enemy fire points, and even bind with tactical terminals for real-time command and control, achieving distributed micro-air-ground combat units. These ideas had once been mere fantasies, but now he possessed genuine tools. As the vehicle entered the barracks main gate, sunlight cascaded over the gleaming emblem on his chest. And Chi Ling-yun's mood settled with the engine cessation. In front of the guard post, a fully armed sentinel stood at attention, saluting. "Comrade Battalion Commander, greetings." "Yes. Thank you for your service," he responded calmly, his expression maintaining its characteristic sternness, but deep within his gaze lay an unprecedented, almost ravenous resolve. Upon returning to the barracks office, Chi Ling-yun promptly summoned the political commissar, an older comrade known for his steadiness, who, while not one to advocate reckless actions, would never impede progress. He lowered his voice and recounted the insights gleaned from the Zhuhai air show, emphasizing the drone's performance and the gradually coalescing tactical concepts in his mind. "Commissar, I'm not trying to steal the limelight, but consider this. How much does a drone actually cost? It can assist artillery with precise guidance, support reconnaissance, deploy, and even disrupt enemy command rhythms." The commissar, hands clasped and expression serious, nodded slightly after listening. "I will not interfere with matters of war. If you propose tactical innovation, I trust in your ability to execute it well." He paused, his gaze steady as water. "While it is uncommon to procure equipment from private enterprises, it is not without precedent. As long as we ensure the safety of the equipment, controllable sources, and complete confidentiality, without straying into unscrupulous dealings, I support such innovation." A flicker of gratitude passed through Chi Ling-yun's eyes as he promptly rose and strode toward the door. "Then I will initiate the first phase of emergency training exercises now." "Emergency?" The commissar raised an eyebrow. "Yes, let's bypass the approval process for now. I need to validate the tactical effectiveness before submitting a formal request." Within 10 minutes, he summoned the deputy battalion commander and issued a decisive command. "Notify the entire battalion. We will conduct an emergency offensive and defensive drill tonight." The deputy battalion commander hesitated. "Commander, this isn't a military district training day, nor have we received any orders for emergency training." Chi Ling-yun simply stated, "We do not wait for orders. We set a benchmark for the headquarters." He then called upon the squad leader of Company 1, personally handing over the 5 quadcopters provided by Wu Sichen, succinctly explaining the operational procedures and tactical concepts. "Your squad is the Air-Ground Integration Experimental Group, tasked with defense tonight. Do whatever it takes to survive. The drones are not merely your eyes, but also your ears, hands, and blades. No further questions. You are only permitted to win." Though the squad leader was taken aback, seeing the earnest determination on the battalion commander's face, he complied with solemnity. As night fell, all soldiers within the barracks assumed this was merely a routine training exercise. However, aside from Chi Ling-yun and a core group from Company 1, no one knew this was a practical test aimed at addressing tactical disparities. The offensive and defensive drill plan was rapidly finalized. With the operational area designated in the southern hilly terrain, a complex landscape of undulating mountains and dense forests, serving as a natural battlefield for simulating infiltration and counterinfiltration. Chi Ling-yun personally assigned Company 1 as the Blue Force defending side, discreetly distributing the 5 drones and providing specific tactical principles. Never initiate an attack. Maximize the drone's reconnaissance and fire guidance capabilities, and prioritize neutralizing command systems and communication nodes. The remaining 8 companies, unaware of the true situation, were organized as the Red Attacking Force, undertaking 3 successive offensives aimed at annihilating the Blue Forces and dislodging their stronghold. The first round commenced with a probing attack. Companies 2 and 7 formed the vanguard of the Red Forces, tasked with rapid infiltration and initial suppression under the cover of darkness. They opted to avoid conventional routes, maneuvering through a small path in the southeast to stealthily approach the second trench on the outskirts of the hills. Just as they were about to execute their flanking maneuver, a faint red light flickered in the night, accompanied by a high-frequency buzzing sound that shattered the stillness. The Red Force squad was detected, and their positions were locked. The next moment, ground alerts flashed. Tactical glasses displayed a warning of simulated explosions. Before the soldiers could react, the judgment system had already declared, "Red Vanguard Force, all casualties." A stunned silence enveloped the scene. What happened? We did not communicate, nor were we detected by reconnaissance. How did they know our position? We crawled in stealthily. No answers were found. The drone's optical and infrared dual-mode scanning systems had silently recorded all movements. The second round unfolded as a strong encirclement attack. Companies 3, 5, and 8 formed the second wave of assault units, employing long-range maneuvers from 10 kilometers away as their tactical core, aiming to complete point infiltration and establish a 3-line encirclement before the blue forces could respond. They devised an exceptionally meticulous deployment plan, establishing a temporary command point within an abandoned camouflage garage, preparing for a collective tactical meeting while completely avoiding visible areas and shutting down high-frequency signals, achieving near perfection. However, just as the squad leader unfolded the map and pointed at the screen to discuss the next steps, a red laser flashed fleetingly through the trees. Immediately, the simulated alert system sounded. Red command point under attack. Tactical systems incapacitated. Entire squad lost coordination. Exercise failed. How did that happen? They were all bewildered. In reality, at that moment, a drone was quietly hovering 700 meters above, utilizing its high-definition camera and thermal capture algorithms to lock onto the cluster of soldiers huddled together. There was no need to approach. Simply relaying the coordinates allowed the artillery simulation system to execute a long-range clearance. We didn't even activate our communications. How could they be tracking us from 10 kilometers away? This is unreasonable. An enemy without countermeasures was nothing more than a sitting target. The third round commenced with a night raid breakthrough. The remaining 6 companies, nearly incensed, decided to execute a nighttime assault, with the darkness itself becoming a tactical weapon. This time, they learned from past mistakes. They forcibly shut down all electronic signal sources, removed heat-producing devices, and moved in alignment with the forest, camouflaging their body heat with dirt, ensuring every preparation was flawless. They divided into 3 groups, advancing simultaneously from the northwest, northeast, and directly south, launching their assault at the appointed time, even splitting into multiple routes to create false movements. However, just as they entered the blue forces ambush zone, the familiar low humming of drones filled the air. Meanwhile, ground alerts continued to pop up. Enemy reconnaissance has locked coordinates, simulated fire coverage imminent. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, 3 convergence points resonated with simulated explosion alerts, red lights flashing incessantly, as the damage assessment system swiftly calculated the combat losses. The Dongxian squad found themselves under heavy fire, while the commander of the Sichen squad was declared deceased. The Zhongshan assault team reported remaining operational capacity below 30, marking a failure of the mission. How did they anticipate our route? We left no signals. How were we all targeted? It was as if they had previewed our operational plans. This was no mere exercise. It was a rout. The entire battalion was in an uproar. In the rear of the Blue Army's defensive zone, Qi Lingyun stood quietly atop the temporary command vehicle, gazing through the night vision window towards the training area, his expression calm yet profound. Behind him on the screen, a row of soldiers sat on the ground reviewing tactical replays, their fingers pointing at the video transmitted by their drones, marking the enemy's attack patterns and terrain layouts frame by frame. Chapter 8. After-action review within the temporary command post of the Blue Army. The air was thick with the remnants of a night battle's fervor. As the tactical drill concluded, data streamed into the control console from reconnaissance systems, artillery feedback, and damage assessment terminals. Qi Lingyun stood at the forefront, fixated on the final result displayed on the tactical screen. The attacking force was annihilated, while the Blue Army suffered 0 losses. He remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze slicing through each data module like a blade. The drone operation videos, infrared tracking trajectories, ballistic fittings, and command chain reaction delays rapidly coalesced into a vivid tableau in his mind. Then, he slowly took a seat, opened the terminal, and exported all combat records, simultaneously typing commands in a low voice. Organize all data and replays, marking every critical node. Tomorrow morning, the entire battalion must attend the tactical analysis meeting. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. However, just as he exited the command post towards the dormitory, a group of disgruntled soldiers had already gathered outside. 8 company commanders, their faces flushed with indignation, confronted him at the door, brimming with aggression. "Commander, this is utterly unfair. The third company commander exclaimed. As we attacked a single platoon, it felt as though we collided with a brigade. This is no drill, it was an ambush. Indeed, we were almost upon you with our night assault, yet we saw no sign of resistance before being completely wiped out. The fifth company commander gritted his teeth. Are you certain you didn't borrow an attack helicopter from the Air Force for support? Don't even mention helicopters. Your artillery struck my command post from 10 kilometers away. Without planting spies, no one would believe it. The deputy commander of the second company exclaimed, astonished. I experienced the same. We advanced in 4 separate routes, yet each was meticulously targeted. I thought you had secretly obtained our attack route map. The voices of the group intertwined, charged with tension, but Chi Lingyun listened quietly, his expression unperturbed. Once all had spoken, he calmly remarked, You wish to know the reason, correct? Turning to the first company commander, he inquired, Did you bring it? Yes, commander. The company commander replied sharply, signaling to several soldiers who immediately brought forth a military equipment box, opening it with a sharp snap. Inside lay 5 compact quadcopters, their gray-silver paint gleaming, equipped with tactical attachment points and composite material propellers. The atmosphere fell silent instantly. This was the first company's trump card. Chi Lingyun scanned the crowd, then synchronized the combat records to the large screen. Observe what these drones were doing throughout the exercise. Footage began to play. In the night sky, infrared imagery clearly captured the heat signatures of the stealth teams. The camouflage command post location was detected and marked for return. Communications were intercepted, and during the simulated exercise, drone-directed jamming equipment suppressed intercom frequencies. The attack routes were analyzed and determined 20 minutes in advance, leading the command group to deploy firepower diversion points. Tactical scenes unfolded frame by frame. Every precise strike was underpinned by real-time intelligence and decision support provided by the drones. The expressions of the onlookers grew grave. You should be grateful there were only 5 drones, Chi Lingyun stated, his voice low yet resonant. Had each soldier been equipped with one, even with all 8 companies attacking together, the outcome would not have been much different. Several company commanders instinctively swallowed hard, gazing at the sleek machines in silence. Is this still the army? The third company commander murmured. You've effectively integrated the Air Force into the ranks at the squad level. It's remarkable to expect victory against such odds. The deputy commander of the 7th company chuckled ruefully. Exactly. We thought this exercise was a fair contest. But you didn't even hint at using such advanced equipment. Chi Lingyun regarded the flushed faces of the seasoned veterans before him, his tone softening slightly. Exercises are not games. They're not designed to provide you with a balanced experience. War will not inform you in advance of the enemy's drone capabilities. Our tactical experiment today was meant to instill a crucial truth. Technological disparity is not merely an advantage. It is a matter of life and death. His gaze swept over the assembly, his voice deepening. From now on, it is not about whether you believe in the utility of drones. It is about learning how not to perish under the gaze of the eyes in the sky. A long silence ensued. The soldiers exchanging glances infused with a mix of resentment, shock, respect, and an unmistakable yearning. They were hardened veterans, seasoned in the trenches, who had experienced the grit of combat and witnessed death. Yet today, for the first time in an exercise, they recognized that the weight of the era was not due to insufficient training or inadequate equipment, but rather the complete upheaval of an entire generation's tactical mindset by these diminutive machines. Finally, the second company commander spoke up, his voice low yet resolute, as if resigning to fate, while simultaneously making a request. Commander, is it possible for us to also acquire this equipment? As soon as he finished speaking, the other company commanders chimed in almost in unison. Yes, Commander, even if it lacks martial ethics, it is undeniably effective. We are not adverse to hardship, but to enter the battlefield without these tools is to court death. I would know how to win in another engagement. It's not merely a tactical issue. Chi Lingyun quietly observed these usually obstinate and resilient leaders, their voices lowered and softened, no longer contesting defeat, but merely discussing how to secure victory. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly approached the box, retrieving an unused backup drone and cradling it gently in his palm, as if presenting the weapon of the future. What you seek is not merely a drone, he said calmly. What you truly desire is the confidence that comes from an unassailable position, the assurance of precision in your strikes, and the technological barriers that ensure the survival of your soldiers. The crowd fell silent, collectively holding their breath. Qi Lingyun surveyed the room, a subtle smile gracing his lips, one not of ease, but of profound satisfaction and anticipation. Of course, it is possible, he declared, his voice low yet resonant, like a stone dropped into a still pond. In our next confrontation exercise with the brother units, we will ensure that every soldier is equipped with drones. At that time, it will not be a matter of whether we win or lose, but how we achieve a cleaner victory. As his words echoed, the assembly responded in unison, yes. That night, the battalion returned to a tranquil silence, the distant lights of the guard tower flickering in the night, while only the command building remained illuminated by a steadfast incandescent bulb. Qi Lingyun sat at his desk, the insignia on his uniform glimmering in the light. Spread before him was a comprehensive training map, with images transmitted from the drones laid out alongside infrared capture analyses and the Blue Army's defensive response curves. He did not take notes, but instead kept his eyes fixed on the data, page after page, making comparisons. He understood that today, a small-scale exercise had transcended the mere realm of tactical trials. This was merely a demonstration of 5 drones. 5 drones had inflicted an insurmountable tactical gap upon all 8 companies of the battalion. 5 drones could deconstruct command chains, recalibrate firepower distributions, and entirely reorder enemy and ally recognition priorities. What if there were 50 drones? What if there were 100? Each class is equipped with a terminal, a visual transmission system, and a firepower delivery module. This arrangement is akin to providing each soldier with their own aerial eyes and ammunition bay. A terrifying yet awe-inspiring thought crossed his mind: swarm tactics. Low-altitude maneuvering, automatic obstacle avoidance, camouflage recognition, and autonomous navigation. It resembled a legion of silent, yet lethal steel locusts capable of tearing through an entire front line. What if this concept continued to evolve? Could it be possible to mount a microjet system on the existing quadcopter drones? Would they possess capabilities for breaking the sound barrier, infrared stealth, and radar deception? Furthermore, could they integrate modules for miniaturized radar, electronic jamming, visual transmission relaying, and command decoding, thereby forming a battlefield-level low-altitude early warning platform? These drones need not be large or extravagant. They could be grounded within the infantry's tactical framework, becoming the operational nerve endings of the frontline combined battalions. One drone represents a node, while 100 form a vast information warfare network. He could envision a future where warfare transcends traditional unit confrontations. Instead, hundreds of miniature tactical networks would collide on the battlefield. The entity that possesses airspace intelligence and precise strike capabilities, and who can seize the information high ground first, would dominate the overall situation. This is digital, three-dimensional warfare. He softly uttered the term, his voice imbued with a fervor born from the trenches. At that moment, the office door creaked open. It was the political commissar, clad in a military coat, who entered, his gaze falling upon the desk still illuminated by its light. Old Qi, he began softly, standing by the desk and surveying the drone operational maps and scattered drafts. Are you planning to make drones the standard equipment for our infantry? Qi Lingyun remained silent. He slowly retrieved a blank sheet from the drawer and, with a pen poised in hand, inscribed with precision the title, Draft Report on Incorporating Quadcopters into the Tactical System of Combined Battalions. With the final stroke, he set the pen down, drawing a deep breath. He understood this was more than a mere application. It marked the inception of a tactical transformation for a new era. The sharpness of his pen cut through the silence of outdated strategies, heralding the dawn of future warfare. Chapter 9. Has the boss violated a heavenly precept? When Qi Lingyun personally delivered the operational records, tactical replay, and the document boldly titled Draft Report on Incorporating Quadcopters into the Tactical System of Combined Battalions, he did not anticipate an immediate response. After all, military systems adhere strictly to regulations and processes. Even if he were to report in person, it would still require layers of review and validation. However, surprisingly, this time the response was unusually swift. Within 10 days, orders were issued. The essence of the command was clear: utilize the infantry brigade of the Central Theater Command as the pilot unit for integrating drone tactics, establishing a new generation of combined battalion models, and exploring innovative organizational patterns for flexible network formations. Moreover, Qi Lingyun's battalion was temporarily reassigned, relocating en masse to Zurich. This site is the most critical training base in the entire military, serving as a window for integration with a Blue Army Brigade and a frontline position for validating new tactics at a strategic level. They would be incorporated into the Blue Army Brigade sequence at Zurich, tasked with the real-world trial of new combat methods against the Red Army, effectively becoming a true testing ground. On the day the order was issued, the troops immediately commenced loading preparations and equipment adjustments. Just before the unit was set to depart, Yun received a special military cargo list from the outskirts of the Magic City. Zenda, Vu Sichen. Contents: 100 quadcopter drones, first-generation improved models, filling an entire truck. As the truck's compartment opened, dozens of gray-black military standard boxes were neatly stacked, each adorned with a numbered label, arranged like a missile system within an armory. For confidentiality reasons, there were no extraneous manufacturer logos. Standing before the military vehicle, Yun gazed at these boxes representing the future of weapon systems, his heart swelling with pride. He had never so clearly perceived the tangible manifestation of his personal vision transforming into the cogs of the national machinery at this moment. This was not merely a tactical experiment. It was an infantry battalion being thrust into the very vortex of Army structural reform. Drones were no longer just a technological pilot project, but had become the core of new combat power within the combined battalion system. This was an honor for a soldier and a pivotal leap in a military career. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the Magic City, the old factory of the Little Yellow Duck Toy Factory was brightly lit. The modified drone production line had just ceased operations, and Wu Sichen sat in the conference room, reviewing back-end data reports and live broadcast records. A smile could not help but spread across his lips. The Zhuhai Airshow had concluded successfully, yielding substantial results. Contracts with oil tycoons had been finalized, the first batch of goods was ready for export, and foreign exchange had been received. Military channels had been opened, allowing for direct supply of equipment to the front lines. The live-stream presentations of Zhuhai Flight Control had gone viral, gaining over 100,000 followers in just 5 days, with online pre-orders overwhelming the warehouse overnight. The influx of inspiration surged, causing the system page to light up like a waterfall of progress bars. It was akin to Emperor Qin's Shi Huang, discovering electricity and winning big. Wu Sichen closed his notebook and exhaled deeply. With the revenue from the quadcopters, he could finally unleash his ambitions. Yet, before he could embark on his grand endeavors, a group of impeccably dressed individuals arrived at the Little Yellow Duck Toy Factory. The two leaders entered the factory area. One was a strikingly tall and imposing young man, his gaze sharp and purposeful. The other, an elderly gentleman with graying hair but steady steps, dressed simply yet exuding an air of dignified authority from his long tenure in high positions. As the guard attempted to approach for a routine inquiry, the young man produced a dark red document with golden lettering and casually declared, "National Security Office." The mere utterance of those 4 words rendered the guard momentarily frozen, his previously bolstered demeanor deflating entirely as he hastily retreated to his post. Anxiety creeping in. Had the boss violated a heavenly precept? The 2 men slowly surveyed the factory, while the accompanying personnel remained silent, stationed at a distance on guard. The elderly gentleman scanned the clean and orderly production line, noticing the sealed equipment boxes in the corner and the drone testing platform in trial operation. Shaking his head gently and murmuring, "Incredible, a small private enterprise can produce such technology." At that moment, factory staff rushed upstairs and knocked on the conference room door. "Boss, people from the state have arrived." Wu Sichen paused, then stood up, rapidly running through a mental checklist of his recent actions. Had he committed any offenses? Were taxes paid? Had he misspoken during the live stream? A series of questions raced through his mind as he hurriedly straightened his collar and descended to greet them. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he saw the elderly gentleman standing at the center, calm yet with a profound gaze. He quickly approached, clasping his hands and greeting, "Hello. Hello. I hear you're looking for me?" The gentleman nodded and smiled. "I am from the Daxia Science and Technology Bureau. My surname is Song. You may call me Elder Song, and this is Su Yuling, who is here for my protection." As he spoke, he entered the reception room and took a seat. Wu Sichen promptly offered tea, acutely aware that their visit was likely not a casual one. Besides the young man and the elder, the others stood at the entrance, seemingly on guard. Inside the office, the elder remarked, "I hear that a drone you develop has caught the attention of our army?" "Yes, Elder Song, it's this model." Wu Sichen replied without hesitation, nodding as he retrieved a display sample from the corner and placed it on the table. As the drone was unveiled, Su Yuling instinctively stepped forward, alert, while Elder Song leaned slightly forward, adjusting his glasses for a closer inspection. The drone's exterior lacked the aesthetic of military-grade armor. Instead, it appeared plain, even crude, with traces of industrial adhesive still visible on its carbon fiber shell. However, its layout is intricate, with clear modular interfaces, particularly the flight control core located at the belly of the machine, which is encased in a sturdy protective shell. Lao Song glanced over and casually remarked that the materials were unremarkable and the craftsmanship crude, not meeting military standards, nor even that of hobbyist models. Wu Sicheng felt a tightening in his chest, but refrained from immediate rebuttal. The next statement, however, brought a twist. Yet the core flight control is not simple. Lao Song asserted, his gaze sharp. The primary issue with this machine is not the shell, nor the battery, nor the modules, but rather how to ensure it can stably hover in winds exceeding level 8, accurately relay information, and complete adaptive path navigation. This relies on the flight control. Does it not? Wu Sicheng finally smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Lao Song, you possess remarkable insight. The shell is secondary. Products derived from cost-cutting cannot be finely honed. But the flight control is the aspect we have devoted the most effort to. Without this, it would merely be a piece of electronic waste that cannot fly. Lao Song's smile faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, how is this flight control developed? Wu Sicheng replied, from a single mind. Lao Song pets, Zhao. Wu Sicheng clarified, not entirely. Some I wrote, and some were inspired from dreams. Lao Song scrutinized Wu Sicheng, as if peering through his face to uncover deeper truths. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled softly. Interesting. Chapter 10. An opportunity for collaboration. He set down his teacup, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I understand this request may seem presumptuous, but from the perspective of national security, we must take this step. He paused, lowering his voice. Due to the regulations of the National Military Equipment Review System, we require you to submit the source code and architectural logic of the Flight Control Core for a comprehensive audit by the Confidentiality Department. This is not a matter of distrust towards you or your company, but an ironclad rule. Any equipment entering the military system that involves autonomous control, communication interfaces, or positioning algorithms must be archived and audited. Upon hearing this, Wu Sicheng raised an eyebrow slightly. This request was not entirely unexpected, yet it was indeed a critical point. The flight control is the soul of the entire drone. Even if the shell were replaced 10 times or the battery interface changed 5 generations. As long as the control system remains in hand, the entire production chain still belongs to him. Observing his contemplation, Lao Song continued, of course. The state will not take your resources without compensation. In exchange, we will not interfere with any of your business collaborations in the private market, nor will we require you to cease external sales. Moreover, in your subsequent projects, we can grant you certain special permissions, such as a green channel for research procurement, access to collaborative testing platforms in military districts, and even policy retention. At this point, he cast a glance at Wu Sicheng, his expression as calm as ever, yet imbued with a sense of inquiry and anticipation. Wu Sicheng remained silent for several seconds, inwardly rejoicing. This flight control core was not the result of months of arduous work, nor the sleepless nights of his team. It was a direct provision from the system. To be precise, he had merely unlocked it. The rest had surged forth from his mind like a fountain of inspiration. In simpler terms, he had seized a fortunate opportunity, receiving a set of code from the system without cost, and in return, obtaining a green card for national military networks. He mused internally, what else was there to consider? This was a surefire chance bestowed by fate. Externally, however, he maintained the composure and poise of a young tech entrepreneur, responding decisively, I agree. As his words settled, the layer of vigilance in Lao Song's expression diminished slightly, and Su Yuling, who stood nearby, also relaxed her formerly furrowed brow. Excellent, Lao Song nodded slightly. Wu Sicheng then retrieved an encrypted metal USB drive from his drawer, presenting it with both hands, the core algorithms, master control architecture, embedded system code, and sensor pre-processing modules are all contained here, along with a complete set of API documentation and demonstration platform. Su Yuling accepted it, inserted it into a portable secure terminal. and after verifying the encrypted signature and data integrity, nodded in affirmation. Lao Song produced a specially crafted business card from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. It was a deep red card embossed with a national emblem, featuring a background of chip circuitry. Inscribed with the title of the Daxia Technology Bureau and signed, Song Xiujie, Director. You are a clever individual, Lao Song remarked slowly. Perhaps many years from now, you will come to understand that today's decision will position you correctly 20 years ahead of time. Yet, I hope you remember, you are not merely creating a machine. You are laying the groundwork for an extension of military spirit. Wu Sicheng solemnly accepted the business card without a word, merely bowing slightly in respect. The confidentiality agreement will be issued separately. Lao Song's voice was steady and deliberate, akin to the pronouncement of a decree, yet also resembling the articulation of a future contract. Codename, Ye Link Vink. Your flight control system will be included in the National Strategic Support Technology Catalog, with identity records kept confidential, yet priority access will be granted. Wu Sicheng nodded gently, a flicker of seriousness crossing his eyes. This was not merely an acknowledgement of technology. It also integrated him into the invisible network of national core projects, redefining his position. Lao Song continued subsequently. A designated defense procurement unit will liaise with you for the bulk procurement and deployment of drones. Meanwhile, all production lines, personnel, and delivery processes related to the flight control and peripheral modules will fall under the joint review system of the National Security Bureau and Military-Industrial Confidentiality. You will no longer be a mere private enterprise, but a strategic collaborative unit. At this juncture, he paused momentarily, scanning Wu Sicheng's calm, yet fervent expression. Of course, related confidentiality, traceability, and security reviews will become more stringent. No objections. Without hesitation, Wu Sicheng stood, his demeanor earnest as he straightened his back. Of course not. What the nation requires, we will strive to fulfill. Though the Shaohuang factory is small, we will dedicate ourselves to ensuring the quality and timely completion of every task in service of the country. His declaration was resolute and unwavering, devoid of any hint of compromise. Lao Song nodded slightly, a sign of tacit approval from elder to junior, from the state to the civilian elite. He slowly rose, the subtle yet palpable aura of authority returning, as if a steadfast mountain loomed before them. This concludes today's matters. His brief statement resonated like a hammer striking an anvil. The door swung open, and the aides waiting outside, wordlessly yet efficiently, positioned themselves on either side of Lao Song and Su Yuling, their formation natural yet precise, akin to a freshly forged steel plate flowing smoothly. As the footsteps receded, the factory returned to silence. Watching the departing vehicles, Wu Sicheng glanced down at the national emblem business card, a subtle yet meaningful smile gracing his lips. Not long after Lao Song's departure, it seemed as if a signal had been quietly dispatched. The following morning, before Wu Sicheng could finish a cup of hot tea, a business vehicle bearing military plates halted at the factory entrance. A middle-aged man, dressed casually yet striding with purpose, promptly presented his identity and directly unfurled a draft contract in the conference room. 10,000 drones, priced at 7,000 each, to sign a framework agreement with staggered deliveries. Wu Sicheng gazed at the contract, its white background adorned with red ink, his fingertips gently tracing the edge of the paper, his heartbeat quickening. This was not merely an order. It was the formal recognition of the Shaohuang factory's identity within the national military procurement system. He understood that from this day forth, his once marginal factory had been swept into the torrents of a grand era. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed his name with gravity. Within 3 hours of signing the contract, the order information coursed through the system to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology's Military Product Coordination Platform, subsequently relayed to several supporting enterprises and logistics systems. The entire supply chain, akin to an activated tactical chain, commenced rapid operations. Henceforth, the Shaohuang toy factory would irrevocably transcend a realm of toy manufacturing, embarking on a fast track of high intensity, high precision, and high confidentiality in the integration of military and civilian sectors. The workshop resounded with the relentless clang of welding, while the testing area operated at full capacity. What initially began as a modest team of merely dozens now found themselves stretched thin. Expanding recruitment had become an urgent necessity. Without hesitation, Wu Sicheng decisively resolved to triple the workforce across the entire factory, adding over 10 new positions including operators, quality inspectors, engineering assistants, and flight control testing teams. Simultaneously, he established a dedicated group for military projects, mandating around-the-clock shifts under a closed management system. At this moment, the earliest core members who had endured hardships alongside Wu Sicheng were ready for promotion. Upon entering the workshop, he observed Zhang Shoshan diligently stationed at the first assembly line, wearing protective goggles and personally inspecting the firmness of a component's connection. Despite the cacophony surrounding him, he remained as focused and composed as ever. Wu Sicheng approached him from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old Zhang, as of today, you're no longer the workshop director." Zhang Shoshan turned in surprise. "Why? What have I done wrong?" Wu Sicheng smiled. "You are far too capable. The title of director does not suit you. You are now the deputy factory manager, taking full control of our military production line. I need a brother who understands both people and machines, someone who can maintain order." Zhang Shoshan stood there, momentarily taken aback. Then he abruptly removed his goggles and grinned widely. "After decades in the workshop, I never imagined I would transition from producing yellow duck shells to manufacturing equipment for the military." Wu Sicheng extended his hand. When Zhang Shoshan grasped it, his palm was rough yet strong. "You can focus on research and coordination. With me here, the factory will not falter," he spoke with resolve. Chapter 11. The shock of the Daxia Technology Bureau. Meanwhile, Song Xiujie, upon returning with the core source code for flight control, entrusted it to a highly confidential computer research institute for a thorough safety review of the code's logic. The documents were classified as top secret, with information transfer meticulously encrypted and physically isolated, restricted to circulation within the core permissions of Jinghu Institute. Concurrently, the institute's network access was temporarily downgraded to preclude any possibility of data leakage. Even the ability to print this source code was artificially frozen, allowing only for a read-only, line-by-line examination on screens. Once these arrangements were made, Song Xiujie refrained from dwelling on the matter further. He recognized the significance of the situation, yet understood that his position precluded him from managing every detail personally. As a director, his role was to orchestrate the overall trajectory and rhythm of Daxia's technological advancement. Each technological avenue, microelectronics, new energy, high-altitude communication, intelligent manufacturing, held the potential to influence the fates of millions, and every investment required careful consideration of strategic directions 5 years ahead. His duty was to be a planner and connector, rather than a hands-on engineer writing code. Amidst his busy schedule, taking the time to visit Wu Sicheng and his factory was a matter of great importance. Regarding the flight control core, while he recognized its undeniable value, he surmised that it was merely a domain previously neglected by those lacking the intellect to explore it. However, Qi Haobua, the director of Jinghu Institute tasked with the review, was left in a state of sheer unease. Seated before the main control machine, his eyes bloodshot, he found himself fixated on the scrolling lines of flight control core code, akin to esoteric incantations, ensnaring him to his seat. He had not moved for 3 consecutive hours. Behind him, several senior engineers, PhD candidates, and the deputy director held their breath, their expressions grave. Initially, they approached the code with a task-oriented mindset. Yet, as their interpretations deepened, astonishment morphed into an eerie apprehension, culminating in a profound sense of unease and shock. The code's logic was meticulously structured, yet the modules resembled a biological neural network, exhibiting a form of adaptability. Remarkably concise, yet astonishingly efficient, Qi Haobua began to suspect that it represented a non-human architecture inadequately articulated in human language. Even more unsettling was the hidden redundancy compensating program activated solely under extreme conditions, which seemed far beyond the capabilities of typical flight control software. It embodied a mechanism for inverse learning capable of autonomously switching control models in response to unstable flight attitudes, even reconstructing its own decision-making pathways. "This is not merely a program," Qi Haobua murmured. "It resembles a nascent consciousness." "Director, we have detected the behavior simulation module embedded in the operational logs. It can proactively learn through trial and error during simulations, almost as if it is training itself," a young engineer stammered. "What did you say?" Qi Haobua turned abruptly. "It's as if there exists an invisible flight instructor continually teaching it how to fly better, and it retains this knowledge, improves, and evolves. Silence enveloped the research institute. How is this possible? Chi Haobo whispered hoarsely, pressing his palm firmly against the desk, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He scrolled through the core code of the behavior simulation module, revealing that it transcended ordinary simulation logic. It represented an early prototype of a dynamic evolution system, grounded in perceptual feedback, referencing environmental variables, and weighing stability and redundancy in its assessments. It could derive pain from failure and avoid similar mistakes in the future. It could even select specific operational paths rather than merely executing commands. Isn't this a precursor to artificial intelligence? The deputy director quietly interjected. No, Chi Haobo shook his head, his eyes bloodshot. It is not simulating intelligence. It is genuinely constructing its own behavioral framework through flight control. Our previous flight control cores taught drones how to survive. This one teaches drones how to truly live. Once these words escaped, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Every individual present was struck as if by a thunderclap, rendered immobile. The following morning, Chi Haobo burst into Song Xiujia's office, disheveled and bleary-eyed, his white lab coat still draped over his shoulder, clearly having not slept the previous night. Director, where did you acquire this source code for the flight control core? It couldn't have come from our people through secret channels. Possibly obtained from Yingjiang, could it? As Song Xiujia perused documents, he raised an eyebrow at this inquiry, yet maintained a calm demeanor. Well, what if I said a toy factory manager provided it to me? What would you think? Chi Haobo's mouth fell slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated a military secret laboratory, a scientist from the Thousand Talents plan returning from abroad, or a long-term undercover agent. But a toy factory manager? How is that possible? He nearly blurted, "Do you realize what this entails?" To put it bluntly, if this code were made public, it could directly win this year's Turing Award. This was no exaggeration, nor a slip of the tongue born of excitement. It was Chi Haobo's most composed assessment as a top expert in systemic architecture regarding the computational mechanisms, modular thinking, and adaptive logic contained within this flight control code. Song Xiujia set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and regarded Chi Haobo for a moment before slowly nodding. Initially, he had thought this program was merely a brilliant stroke of insight from an engineer, a serendipitous creation. However, upon hearing Chi Haobo's mention of the Turing Award, his hand trembled slightly. He had previously underestimated the effort, believing that assembling a group of people dedicated to research would yield results. Now, from Chi Haobo's perspective, he understood the extraordinary nature of this flight control core. What he entrusted to me is such a precious asset. Chi Haobo pressed on, his voice quickening with an underlying anxiety. Director Song, please don't jest. Tell me, is it from Yingjiang? If they have mastered this flight control system, it could redefine the technological gap in Daxia's drone sector. Song Xiujia chuckled softly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Do not worry. It is from our own people. Who is it? Chi Haobo was nearly pressed against the table, wearing an expression that conveyed an urgent need for answers. This achievement could easily warrant a national top science and technology award. Even the title of an academician would be fitting. Song Xiujia fixed his gaze upon him, reiterating in a measured tone, I've already mentioned, he is merely the director of a toy factory. A brief silence enveloped the office. Chi Haobo's pupils constricted momentarily, as if he had heard a phrase that belonged to a bygone era. The stark contrast between the toy factory director and the consciousness-level flight control core shattered his long-held perceptions cultivated through years of scientific research. Are you serious? His voice was dry, as if he sought to confirm the validity of an absurd myth. Song Xiujia merely nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon outside the window, as though pondering the hidden past of that young man. Chapter 12, Practical Drill, the Heavy Tank Regiment versus the new synthetic battalion in the Zhurai Theater. Fierce winds swept across the yellow sands, and the cracked surface revealed faint tracks of tank treads. The clarion call for the Ruifeng exercise resounded in the morning light. This was not merely a red versus blue confrontation, but a real-world validation determining the trajectory of future formations. The blue forces, led by Qi Lingyun, marked the debut of the new synthetic battalion as a primary combat unit. Unlike traditional formations, this battalion dismantled the barriers between military branches, integrating armored troops, light infantry, drone systems, electronic warfare units, and temporary command modules into a cohesive entity, equipped with reconnaissance, strike, interference, and guidance capabilities. On the red side, the commanding officer was General Zheng Kuan, who personally led the elite 1st Heavy Tank Regiment, a spearhead unit renowned for its aggressive tactics and unwavering resolve. Under the command of Colonel Zhuang Yongge, this regiment was celebrated for its formidable breakthrough capabilities, having consistently excelled in previous exercises. The regiment comprised 3 tank battalions, 1 mechanized infantry battalion, and various support companies including artillery, communications, engineering, maintenance, and medical units, forming a quintessential heavy assault structure. With a total strength of approximately 800 personnel, it was equipped with 99 main battle tanks of the Type 96 and Type 99 models, alongside 15 armored personnel carriers and several towed artillery pieces, creating an imposing steel assault array. Each tank battalion was fully structured, with a unified command overseeing 3 tank companies and logistical, maintenance, and communication support platoons. The tank companies were configured in a standard 3-platoon arrangement, each platoon comprising 3 to 4 tanks, resulting in a combat lineup of 33 main battle tanks and over 160 personnel. The reason the entire regiment did not fully transition to the Type 99 main battle tank was due to the Daxiao military's commitment to a strategic approach of exploring one generation of equipment while researching another, developing one, and producing yet another. In the aftermath of the founding war, Daxiao had rapidly armed the nascent regime through mass production of the Type 59 tanks and J-6 fighter jets, swiftly establishing a robust initial combat sequence. However, this strategy of prioritizing production over research led to significant challenges in subsequent upgrades, lack of standardization, and an outdated support system. Learning from these lessons, the Daxiao military-industrial complex resolved to maintain development capacity while ensuring the combat effectiveness of existing equipment, thus avoiding the pitfalls of an all-or-nothing approach to equipment limitations. Consequently, even though the Type 99 had officially entered service, it was not immediately adopted en masse to replace the Type 96. Rather, a phased deployment strategy was employed. The initial allocation of Type 99 tanks to the 1st Heavy Tank Regiment was due to its designation as an elite unit under the Field Army. For any high-intensity exercises, overseas joint training, or pre-deployment tasks, such units were prioritized. The Field Army led by Zheng Kuan regularly simulated campaign-level strike missions, with a standard objective of breaching enemy main defenses to create gaps for subsequent forces to advance. Under such a strategic definition, the 1st Heavy Tank Regiment was assigned the mission of being the penetrative vanguard, equipped with new equipment, staffed with capable personnel, and engaged in intensive practical training to establish a robust and versatile heavy armored system. The regiment had a widely known motto, if not the main attack: do not leave the camp. Once out of the camp, leave no enemy behind. This spirit endowed the regiment with a formidable reputation and combat effectiveness in confrontations both within and outside the brigade. 20 years prior, such a well-equipped, firepower-rich, and tightly coordinated heavy tank regiment would undoubtedly be considered the cream of the crop, whether in mobile maneuvers, fire assaults, or defensive operations. Its tactical configuration epitomized the pinnacle of military operational standards of that era. If one were to turn back the clock to the Korean Peninsula in 1950, the American Army, despite its mature tactics and advanced equipment, would find its deep defenses crumbling against a heavy tank regiment, boasting nearly 100 tanks and robust logistical and artillery support. However, the logic of the battlefield has transformed. The traditional tactics of heavy armored assaults, characterized by artillery-led advances and steel crushing, have begun to seem cumbersome and outdated in the new tactical environment, especially when facing multidimensional combat systems involving unmanned reconnaissance, distributed strikes, electronic interference, and rapid coordination. The reliance on heavy formations and frontline pushes has started to lose its advantage. Information has become a form of combat power, and speed is equated with survival. As swarms of drones traverse radar blind spots and the air-ground perception systems undergo reconstruction, the mass and response delays of heavy armored formations become prime targets for enemy engagement. Firepower no longer relies on sheer density, but is achieved through precise calculations and intelligent interactions. This implies that even the strongest tank battalion, devoid of information support and battlefield transparency, may be detected and neutralized before it can assume formation. The erstwhile kings of the battlefield are gradually being marginalized by the emerging logic of modern warfare. Inside the command room of the directing department, the lights shone brightly, and tactical sand tables intermingled with virtual screens. Brigadier Zheng Kun, clad in a crisp uniform, appeared relaxed yet commanding. He had come with Colonel Zhuang Yonga to personally meet the two adversaries in this exercise, Blue Army Brigade Commander Chu Ningyi and another key figure, Qi Lingyun. "Old Chu," Zheng Kun said with a hearty laugh, his words laced with sharpness. "I hope you won't say I'm bullying you. It's all part of the script that the directing department has arranged for me to employ an entire regiment against your battalion. From a traditional perspective on troop ratios, a full regiment engaging a typical battalion indeed seemed an imbalanced confrontation. After all, Zhuang Yonga brought forth the armored spearhead of the field army, a well-equipped and resolute heavy tank regiment. Yet, all present were aware that Qi Lingyun was no ordinary opponent. He commanded not a traditional infantry battalion, but rather a pilot synthetic unit reformed under the Daxia military's modernization efforts. On the surface, this battalion may appear to be a conventional unit. However, in essence, it resembled a concentrated version of a small synthetic regiment, tasked with validating the new era of combat systems. Its structure was compact yet efficient, with all combat and support modules optimally configured within a limited framework. Two infantry companies served as the core for advancement, possessing dual combat capabilities in urban warfare and field maneuvers. The tank company was equipped with main battle tanks and modular armored vehicles, responsible for frontal assaults and deep incursions. The fire support company acted as an aerial strike extension, incorporating mortars, multi-barrel rockets, and guided missiles, capable of both precision strikes and area fire coverage. The anti-tank platoon deployed the latest Hong Shun medium-range missiles, equipped with long-range anti-armor and bunker-busting strike capabilities, serving as a blade capable of piercing through the steel tide of heavy forces. Most notably, the integration of reconnaissance drone units with electronic warfare teams was a distinctive feature. Each drone group not only served to detect enemy movements, but could also carry electronic jamming and decoy modules, generating informational obscurity on the battlefield and guiding enemy misjudgments. The electronic warfare unit is tasked with soft destruction through means such as signal disruption and communication deception, fundamentally severing the enemy's battlefield perception chain. To disseminate battlefield awareness down to the grassroots level, the entire battalion has also, for the first time, delegated quadcopters down to the squad level. Each squad is equipped with miniature reconnaissance drones, possessing thermal imaging, low-light night vision, and basic signal relay capabilities, which are easy to operate and can be swiftly deployed after soldiers are trained. More importantly, these drones can connect to the battalion command system, forming a multi-node, interconnected tactical network. Each squad has its own eyes and can relay intelligence back to the command post instantly, compressing the traditional intelligence aggregation path and achieving second-level responses. Despite being merely 500 strong, the entire unit has constructed a complete closed loop encompassing strike, reconnaissance, command, interference, and logistics, demonstrating high flexibility and information dominance capability, and has been hailed as a semi-autonomous combat node force. Junin Li Smaigen Li, his gaze piercing, "Do not rejoice too soon. I am well aware of the history of your regiment. My battalion is a newly reorganized composite model from the Central Theater Command. You call it battalion? Then its structure and combat capability should at least be calculated as a regiment. Do not truly lose. When the time comes, you will have nowhere to hide your face. Who loses and who wins is still too early to tell." Zheng Kun raised an eyebrow, looking at Qi Lingyun. "But I'm quite eager to witness just how far this future model battalion can go." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each returned to their respective posts. The wind and sand had not abated, and the night descended. Under the vast expanse of Zhu Rai, a genuine contest between the old heavy armor and the new swarm tactics was quietly brewing. The scenario of this exercise is not complex. Both sides encounter each other in a neutral plane, with no pre-established defensive lines, engaging in direct tactical confrontation. This simulates a sudden encounter on a real battlefield, testing the adaptability of heavy armored clusters against composite swarm warfare. A competition of different generations, different logics, and different perspectives on warfare is about to begin. Chapter 13. The exercise commences as the exercise officially commenced, Red Army Brigade Commander Zhang Kuan stood atop the high ground command platform, observing the attack, arrows unfurling on the map. He did not personally command the front lines, but entrusted everything to his capable subordinate, Regiment Commander Zhuang Yongge. Zhuang Yongge is a typical land combat general, known for his robust tactics and adeptness at organizing advances under high-intensity fire, centered around the regiment. The 1st Tank Battalion and the 2nd Tank Battalion unfolded from the left and right flanks, respectively, forming a pincer encirclement, planning to advance and encircle the Blue Army's main position at the midpoint of the battlefield. The 3rd Tank Battalion, stationed in the center, served as the vanguard and reserve, personally led by the deputy commander, always ready to engage in tactical breakthroughs or fill gaps. Meanwhile, the Mechanized Infantry Battalion, acting as supporting forces, was distributed across the 3 lines, advancing in a combined arms mode alongside the armored columns to ensure that the armored troops would not fall into single-point ambushes or swarm assaults in complex terrain. The artillery company was not deployed in conventional positions at the rear, but was instead pushed forward to sloped areas, forming a tiered fire support chain through successive leaps to establish a forward firepower shield during the advance of the Red Army Armor Cluster. The communication and engineering companies coordinated to establish rear nodes, with relay links and tactical routes advancing in tandem, ensuring smooth command and obstacle clearance throughout the assault process. Every 3 kilometers, the communication company set up a temporary signal relay station to maintain the coherence of the regiment's command system. The medical company and the cooking unit constructed a mobile logistics tail, equipped with wheeled armored ambulances and modular supply vehicles, closely following the pace of advancement to respond to potential casualties and supply consumption. The maintenance unit was interspersed between the 3 battalions, ready to conduct battlefield repairs the moment any tanks sustained damage, ensuring the overall pace of the assault was not impeded. Zhuang Yongge stood atop a vehicle, gazing at the advance route with confidence. The 3 battalions form a cone, with infantry and artillery coordination, as long as the Blue Army adheres to traditional tactics. This configuration will dominate. Zhang Kuan smiled. As long as it is not an aerial strike mixed with a surprise assault, a group of ground units, no matter how flashy, is ultimately futile. We have firepower, armor, and experience. This exercise is almost certain to be a success. On the other side, the Blue Army. How do you plan to arrange your layout for this exercise? Chuningi asked with a smile, his tone seemingly playful, yet his gaze was exceedingly earnest. Qi Lingyun smiled slightly, surveying the operational sand table where the blue-red situation map was auto-refreshing. On the surface, it appears that we lack air support. He paused, lightly tapping a corner of the screen with his finger, but they would never expect that our true air power lies within these 100 quadcopters. Chuningi raised an eyebrow. You intend to deploy all of them? Such audacity? Of course not. Qi Lingyun pressed a button on the control panel, and the screen immediately displayed 3 subgraphs. We have categorized the drone capabilities into 3 groups, designated as Rotation Monitoring Group, Interference Deception Group, and Strike Suppression Group. Each group operates independently, with distinct tactical objectives. Let us start with the monitoring group. Chuningi moved a chair closer, clearly intrigued by this deployment. The Rotation Monitoring Group serves as our eyes. 50 reconnaissance drones create a low-altitude, 3-dimensional surveillance network. They alternate flight heights and routes every 10 minutes. Qi Lingyun spoke steadily, his words clear and powerful. This way, we not only evade Red Army radar locking, but also continually refresh the battlefield situation. Our frontline command post will receive real-time images, allowing us to adjust deployments and maintain full domain control at all times. And the Interference Deception Group? It sounds more like the work of an electronic warfare unit. Junindi instinquito hawen. Exactly. Qi Lingyun nodded. This batch of drones is equipped with high-frequency jamming modules and external heat source simulators. Once the enemy activates their radar or radio detection, we can immediately unleash electronic noise to disrupt their command chain. More crucially, we can produce mimicked signals. Mimicked? Chuningi was taken aback. Are you saying you will create false targets? Precisely. We can simulate a wave of armored units and even fabricate signal labels of Red Army combat units. Qi Lingyun smirked coldly. As long as they take the bait, we can redirect their firepower towards empty dunes. Your tactics are quite insidious. Chuningi could not help but laugh. I suspect the strike group is your trump card. Hidden away? They are the daggers. Qi Lingyun's tone turned somber. This group of drones is outfitted with miniature precision strike modules, armed with shock and small fuel munitions, as well as electromagnetic warheads, specifically for decapitation missions. The targets? The Red Army Battalion Command Post, Artillery Fire Control Center, and the rear supply nodes of the main battle tank group. Qi Lingyun's gaze was sharp. Once we lock onto the enemy's command rhythm breakpoints, we will eliminate their central command in the shortest time, akin to severing a snake's nerve. Your strategy, to put it plainly, is to avoid a head-on clash. We cannot win in a direct confrontation. The Blue Army only has a composite battalion, while the Red Army has a fully organized regiment. Qi Lingyun candidly stated, to achieve victory, we must control the rhythm. Glancing at the ground forces, silently awaiting orders on the sand table. What about the artillery and tanks? All are positioned discreetly at the rear. Qi Lingyun pulled up a layered map. We utilized dunes and forest belts to construct a staggered artillery formation, refraining from initiating fire, waiting for the precise coordinates guided by drones to strike decisively. So the front line relies on infantry? Qi Lingyun squinted. Are you planning to use them as bait? Not bait. Qi Lingyun shook his head. It is guerrilla warfare. Each infantry squad is deployed in the enemy's radar blind spots, equipped with anti-tank missiles and swarm drones to conduct point-to-point strikes, delaying the enemy's advance. Qi Lingyun gently applauded, smiling, not seeking destruction, merely to create chaos. You're letting the Red Army wallow in the mud. The moment they falter, they will expose a gap. Qi Lingyun glanced at the lower right corner of the main control panel, and we are orchestrating this chaotic rhythm. Suddenly, Qi Lingyun's smile faded. What about the central control system? With so many drones, how do you ensure the information flow remains uninterrupted? We have merged the communication and drone units, establishing a battlefield perception control center. Qi Lingyun gestured, employing multi-channel frequency hopping communication combined with jamming recovery algorithms. Even if the communication is severed, a short-chain self-healing loop can be automatically established. He paused for a moment, adding at the same time, we will connect to the exercise adjudication system. Once the actions of the Red Army are deemed effective attacks, we will immediately adjust our deployment based on the feedback, achieving an integrated cycle of judgment and responsive strikes. Qi Lingyun gazed at the sand table and softly remarked, do not compete for frontline firepower, but control the overall situation. Do not break the frontal enemy, but disrupt the central heart. This is not a confrontation. This is a rehearsal. A glimmer shone in his eyes, envisioning the future exercises of systematic warfare. Chapter 14. Precision strikes inside the battalion command tent. The main control terminal of the Blue Army displayed a network of dynamic red dots on a deep blue grid. The target is approaching. The deputy battalion commander, Lin Yao, reported in a hushed tone that the night vision infrared thermal imaging indicated at least one heavy armored regiment, suspected of a pincer maneuver, advancing slowly, likely attempting to evade our radar surveillance. Qi Lingyun rested his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the two trajectories gradually encircling the Blue Army's front. They believe they can only be seen during the day? He scoffed, cold light flickering in his eyes, a typical old-school mindset. Commander, should we immediately call the rear firepower group to stand by? Lin Yao inquired eagerly. Not yet. Qi Lingyun shook his head, gesturing in the air to bring up the aerial reconnaissance map, instructing the monitoring group to activate slow-frame tracking mode, locking onto the two pincers from start to finish. Understood. Lin Yao quickly operated the controls, and soon, two columns of dynamic marking trajectories appeared on the right side of the main screen, clearly displaying the details of the Red Army's gradual advance. Do they think that by choosing night, avoiding the main route, and flanking us, they can circumvent our defenses? Qi Lingyun stood up and walked towards the tactical sand table. Unfortunately, every inch of heat and every mechanical vibration beneath their feet has already entered our cloud database. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the advancing paths of the Red Army's flanks. Interference and deception group, activate the miss signal. The communications officer immediately reported. The interference group is in position, synchronizing the simulated signal modeling. I do not want them to realize they have been exposed. Qi Lingyun turned to Lin Yao, creating a false signal of Blue Army artillery positions to mislead them into believing our main force was deployed in the Northwest Hills, slowing their advance. Understood. We'll lead them into our trap. Lin Yao grinned. Qi Lingyun's tone was calm, yet carried an oppressive weight. Then, when they think we have truly retreated. Let them experience a real counterattack. What about the firepower group? How should they allocate their resources? Another tactical officer asked. The first round of artillery should not seek coverage. Only precision. Strike the front and the back, severing the two endpoints of their pincer advance. Chi Lingyun stated coolly. Once those two ends are cut off, the remaining heavy armor group will be like a toothless beast. What about the suppression group? Should they follow up? Lin Yao pressed on. 10 seconds after the artillery fires, the suppression group will enter the designated airspace. Chi Lingyun pointed out two curved flight paths, with a straightforward objective to confirm residual targets and carry out strikes on command vehicles, signal relays, and ammunition vehicles, leaving them no chance to regroup. At that moment, a technician from the drone team reported, "Commander, the interference and deception module has entered the preheating state, and it is expected to release false signals in 15 seconds. Fire!" Chi Lingyun ordered succinctly, sending the Red Army's command channel into confusion. Understood. In an instant, the red units on the tactical map began to exhibit unstable states. A cold light flashed in Chi Lingyun's eyes. They must be using infrared binoculars to observe our seemingly empty hills, he mused softly. Lin Yao chuckled. They are probably waiting for us to turn and retreat, hoping to encircle us from both front and back. Let them have their wish. Chi Lingyun's gaze turned icy. But the trap they are encircling is ours. In the distance, quadcopters silently glided through the night sky, resembling hawks beneath the darkened canopy, patiently awaiting the signal to engage in battle. Meanwhile, on the Red Army side, Zhuang Yonga sat calmly in his tactical vehicle, his expression composed. The 1st Battalion will encircle from the left forest belt, and the 2nd Battalion will penetrate through the dry riverbed from the right. Expected to reach the closing point in 30 minutes. The aide asked in a low voice, "Is it confirmed that the Blue Army has retreated?" With no large-scale signals detected. "It's highly likely," Zhuang Yonga replied coolly. "This battle aims to catch them off guard." Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, for tactical drones carrying miniature electromagnetic projectiles had already entered the designated attack corridor. On the Blue Army's main control screen, Chi Lingyun calmly remarked, "Prepare yourselves." Inside the command vehicle, the dim light illuminated Chi Lingyun's composed profile, with only the constantly fluctuating markers on the main control screen creating a slight tremor. "Ready," Lin Yao reported in a lowered voice. "Coordinates are locked. Artillery positions are set, awaiting orders." Chi Lingyun did not respond immediately, but slowly rose, his gaze reflecting the dual-winged pincer formation of the Red Army. He softly declared, "Let them hear what a thunderous strike sounds like." As his words fell, the communications soldier pressed the execution button, and a dazzling marker erupted in the center of the tactical map. Dozens of artillery pieces roared simultaneously. The night was instantly torn apart by fiery scars as shells streaked across the sky, accurately landing on both ends of the Red Army's advance line. "Hit!" The forward observer excitedly reported. "The enemy's right-wing armored units have been precisely covered, and the left-wing infantry vehicles are engulfed in flames. The explosion's shockwave has ignited the ammunition boxes." Lin Yao swiftly brought up satellite imagery. 3 rounds of strikes have been confirmed. The pincers have been severed. The artillery positions are beginning to relocate, another tactical officer reported, leaving the original firing positions within 3 minutes. "Excellent." Chi Lingyun smiled slightly, just as Lin Yao suddenly added, "The Red Army is beginning to counterattack. We detected the enemy artillery frequency activating, and they are preparing a retaliatory strike. They're running out of time." Chi Lingyun's expression turned sharp. "Suppression group, are you in position?" Approaching the target airspace, the commander responded, just as a roar filled the sky. A dozen quadcopters equipped with miniature warheads dove down like night hawks, skimming low through the valley into the Red Army's artillery positions. "Intercept! Hurry!" The Red Army artillery commander barely shouted when a tremendous explosion blew off the hatch of the operation cabin behind him. Boom! A suicide drone struck the ammunition supply vehicle, taking 3 yet-to-launch artillery pieces into the air with a blast. Suppression completed. The control room reported the enemy artillery has lost combat capability. Chi Lingyun nodded. "Next group." Simultaneously, another batch of drones equipped with electronic interference modules silently entered the Red Army's command and communication zone. "They are attempting to request reinforcements," Lin Yao warned. "Let them neither hear nor speak." Chi Lingyun raised his hand, signaling the interference group to initiate chain-cutting mode. The interference module has been deployed. Red Army communications have been severed. The interference team responded. Meanwhile, 3 miniature drones glided like phantoms over the treetops, heading straight for the remaining assembly area of the Red Army soldiers, each carrying one explosive, delivering precision strikes that anticipated the enemy's evasive maneuvers in the ravines. The enemy squad is collapsing. Signs of collective, uncontrolled retreat are emerging, the observer stated softly, as if reporting an inevitable outcome. The entire Blue Army Command Center fell silent for several seconds, with only the red dots on the tactical map extinguishing one by one. "We have 0 casualties." Lin Yao finally spoke. "The 2 advancing battalions of the enemy have been annihilated, leaving only the central axis and regimental headquarters." Qi Lingyun adjusted his sleeve, stating calmly, "Begin to reel them in." Chapter 15. The Awakened Red Army inside the command vehicle of the Red Army Regiment. The atmosphere was so heavy that it felt as if the air had solidified. The red markers on the main control screen extinguished one after another, resembling ash from incense blown away by the wind. Zhuang Yonga stood at the operations table, his palm pressed firmly against the surface, knuckles turning white, his complexion as pale as paper. The right pincer is unresponsive. The left pincer has also lost contact. The artillery positions seem to have been taken out from the air. "We cannot reach any forward units." The communication officer's voice trembled, nearly shouting in desperation. "How is this possible?" Zhuang Yonga abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "How could they be so aware of my strategies?" The adjutant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips cracked. "Could it be a leak from reconnaissance? Or perhaps we have been exposed to the enemy's sight from the very beginning." I established a signal barrier. All communication routes circumvented the main road, and we operated under the cover of darkness. How could they possibly? Suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound pierced the air above them. The lights flickered momentarily, and the electronic screens within the carriage began to flicker erratically, the data in disarray, as a series of piercing high-frequency noises erupted from the terminals. "Report. Our communications have been disrupted." The voice of the electronic soldier was nearly a shout. Zhuang Yonga's temples throbbed, and he growled through gritted teeth. Did they anticipate this too? At this moment, Zhang Kun, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally spoke. A veteran invited by Zhuang Yonga. His expression was equally grim. As he spoke, Zhang Kun raised a hand to adjust his old military cap, a rare hint of despondency in his eyes. "We have encountered a significant setback this time." Zhuang Yonga slowly turned to him. "Zhanga, this is not a conventional army." Zhang Kun's tone was grave. "The enemy possesses systematic air support, not from the Air Force, but from integrated ground-based units. They employ modern combined warfare concepts, where information dominates and firepower is coordinated. The moment they detect you, they will obliterate you." Zhuang Yonga felt a tightness in his throat and swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Were we prey from the very start?" Qian Kun nodded, a bitter smile almost gracing his lips. "Do you recall those drones silently hovering in the airspace when we first entered? We thought they were merely part of the exercise scenario. In truth, they were their eyes. Our movements, marching routes, deployment structure, even artillery formations have all been meticulously marked. They were simply waiting for this moment." Zhuang Yonga fell silent for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Is there truly no countermeasure? No room for maneuver at all?" Yet Zhang Kun merely shook his head, his tone remarkably steady. "Do you still not understand? We are not merely outmatched in weaponry. We are defeated within the entire system. Their operations are a closed loop, reconnaissance, strike, interference, suppression, feedback, all part of an integrated chain. You wish to react? But the moment you act, before the artillery can even be raised, communications are disrupted and orders cannot be transmitted. At that time, their strike teams are already in the air." The communicator interjected urgently. "Commander, what should we do now? Should we retreat?" "Retreat?" Zhang Kun chuckled bitterly. "What will you retreat with? How many drones do they have? Our electromagnetic spectrum has long been exposed. The moment you move, the next round of clearing will target you." Zhuang Yonga closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, as if suppressing all his anger and humiliation. "So, integrated air-ground operations have already reached the battalion level?" He murmured, "We are still deploying defenses based on traditional battalion-level thinking, while the enemy has uprooted us with a battalion-level war." He clenched his fists tightly. "If I had brought a direct air defense battalion this time, perhaps, just perhaps, it could have held out a bit." Zhang Kun, however, shook his head. "You want air defense? They do not rely on aircraft. Rather, they depend on low altitude, slow-speed drones with intelligent flight paths and variable frequency control. Traditional air defense radars cannot lock onto them. What you need is not just a couple of missiles, but a comprehensive resistance mechanism against information warfare. This is not a situation where merely addressing weaknesses can secure victory. Zheng Kuan regarded him, acknowledging that this was a systematically overwhelming defeat. Zhuang Yonga slowly returned to his seat, his voice barely audible. It is time for reform. Zheng Kuan's tone was calm yet resolute. If we do not change, we will continue to suffer defeat after defeat. The wind and sand battered against the carriage, as though sounding a funeral dirge for impending failure. Zhuang Yonga stood within the command vehicle, silent for a long time, his gaze gradually hardening with a stubborn determination. Is communication still down? He asked. The communicator gritted his teeth and nodded. The interference is intensifying. We are essentially in complete silence across all frequencies. Well then, Zhuang Yonga suddenly revealed a cold smile, his voice low yet powerful. Since we cannot be heard, we shall run to relay the message. He turned to face everyone, raising his voice dramatically. Communicator, everyone disperse. Run to inform the 3rd Heavy Armor Battalion to dismount. The adjutant exclaimed in astonishment. Commander, dismount? We are the Heavy Armored Battalion. Do you think those tanks can still move a few kilometers? Zhuang Yonga interrupted angrily. Anyone still sitting in those dozen-ton steel cans is merely a target for the enemy. He gestured fiercely. Everyone dismount. Take sufficient light weapons. We have no air superiority, no air defense, and no reinforcements, but we are still alive. Inform everyone that even if we know we are going to lose, we must charge like wolves and take a fierce bite out of them. We must not allow them to win so easily. Zheng Kuan looked up at him, slowly nodding, a newfound respect in his eyes. Now, that resembles a true soldier. Zhuang Yonga gritted his teeth, murmuring, we do not fight for victory, but to be true to ourselves. Let the Blue Army understand that they cannot win against us with 0 casualties. Dream on. Meanwhile, at the Blue Army Command Center, the drone unit reported. The Red Army troops have dismounted and are dispersing westward into the forest. The tanks have ceased movement, seemingly abandoned altogether. Qi Lingyun gazed at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. Are they relying on infantry for infiltration? Lin Yao commented while reviewing the imagery. They resemble a group of crazed guerrillas. Not crazed, but reclaiming their humanity. Qi Lingyun replied calmly. They know they have lost, but they also understand how to die with dignity. He paused. Keep the drones flying. Do not let your guard down. They are not looking to win or lose. They may take a bite out of us. Understood. The tactical officer nodded. We will continue executing the Discover and Strike protocol, locking onto all heat sources, whether clustered or singular. In the airspace, drones quietly passed by, their optical sensors locking onto each hidden Red Army soldier concealed in the forest and valleys. The moment they move, artillery will mark their coordinates with precision or execute silent, swift, and accurate strikes, as if death itself were glancing their way casually. In the forest, soldiers of the 3rd Heavy Armored Battalion hid behind fallen trees, beneath rocks, and in the grass, gasping for breath as they awaited the opportune moment. The commander has said, do not falter. The team leader whispered to the soldiers beside him. Even if it is the last bullet, do not waste it. Are we going to fight to the death? A new recruit's voice trembled. Do you think we still have a choice? The veteran shoved the last piece of compressed biscuit into his mouth, muttering under his breath, my grandfather fought against mountain encirclements. Today, it is our turn. In the distance, a low-flying drone whizzed past, and suddenly, one soldier stood up, shouldering an RPG and firing at it. Boom! It hit, but also revealed their location. Within 10 seconds, a shell accurately struck, creating a deep crater in the grassy slope. Run! They have locked our coordinates. Someone shouted angrily as they fled into the dense forest. Several scattering in haste, no longer speaking. This was not a conventional war. It resembled a desperate counterattack, knowing full well they would die. Inside the Blue Army command room, the lighting remained stable, but emotions among the personnel fluctuated dramatically. The enemy has launched sporadic counterattacks but has been suppressed. Lin Yao lowered his voice to report while watching the screen. On our side, there are currently no casualties. A brief silence followed. Qi Lingyun did not respond immediately. He stood before the main control screen, his gaze fixed on the gradually extinguishing red heat sources, like a traveler watching the sunset, his expression heavy. It appears we have won. Lin Yao ventured cautiously. Yet Qi Lingyun slowly shook his head, his voice low and somber. They are not fighting. They are writing their conclusion in blood. He turned to face them, his eyes devoid of victor's joy, instead filled with an unspoken respect and concern. This is not an ordinary tactical error, nor a haphazardly staged exercise. He spoke softly. This is a group of individuals using their own means to convey that they are not mere symbols that can be easily swept aside. The adjutant cleared his throat. However, the results are in. The enemy has completely collapsed. We have indeed won. Win? Qi Lingyun chuckled lightly. Yes, we have won, but it is a hollow victory. His tone suddenly turned icy as he scanned the entire room. The opposing side lacked air superiority, had no anti-air defenses, and even the channels for effective information were non-existent. In contrast, we employed a systematic integrated land and air combat platform. We dominated the skies while they were confined to the ground. We possessed the overall situational awareness, whereas they relied solely on their legs to relay information. This was hardly an equitable contest. Lin Yao fell silent for a moment before softly uttering, "But isn't this what war is? Who on the battlefield would truly speak of fairness?" Qi Lingyun nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, there has never been fairness in real combat." He paused, emphasizing each word with gravitas. However, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Today we are the eagle, the sovereign of firepower and information. Yet if we stagnate at this moment, failing to innovate our tactics, update our equipment, or transform our mindset, it will be us who face the consequences of a diminished strike tomorrow. The despair then will be the true despair. A brief silence enveloped the command center, the air seemingly frozen by his words. Lin Yao murmured, "Perhaps their defeat was not merely about losing to us, but rather to awaken us." Qi Lingyun gazed out the window at the descending night, where only a few remnants of light lingered on the horizon. Above, the last quadcopter hovered slowly, like a silent crow patrolling the darkness. The battlefield fell into silence. Lin Yao whispered, "Yet the spirit still burns." Qi Lingyun sighed. "That is the final roar of an outdated system, a group of soldiers cast aside by technology, still yearning to seize the future. They achieved dignity amidst defeat, while we, in our victory, received a true warning." In the distance, the drone glided quietly over the mountains, and in the infrared view, no trace of the enemy remained. The exercise was terminated with the conclusion, blue victory. Yet beneath this conclusion lay a deeper confrontation lurking, a silent war continuing between technology and spirit, old methods and new trends. Qi Lingyun spoke softly, "It is over. But this is not the end." Lin Yao regarded him seriously and asked, "Then what comes next?" Qi Lingyun pondered for a moment before turning to the holographic battle map. "Next, we must rewrite the tactical outline. We must not only aim to win, but also ensure that every soldier in the next battle has the opportunity to triumph." Chapter 16. Post-war analysis. The wind before dawn stirred the sand particles, sweeping across the edge of the foxhole. A Red Army soldier, covered in dust, were the marks of blood and sweat on his face. He lay prone against the wall of the trench, breathing heavily yet fixated on the distant treetops. With a deliberate motion, he slowly chambered the last bullet into his weapon, his movements careful yet resolute. The buzzing sound drew nearer, whispering like the breath of death in the air. He looked up to see the quadcopter skimming the treetops, its optical sensors coldly locking onto his position, indifferent as a predator from another era. His earpiece was long dead, with no response to his calls. His comrades had vanished, leaving him alone like a speck of dust. Forsaken by fate on the fringes of this battlefield. "Am I the only one left?" he murmured, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. "All right then, I will give you something to remember." Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, sprang to his feet, raised his now heated automatic rifle, and pulled the trigger at the oncoming drone. The gunfire erupted across the wilderness like a belated declaration, echoing through the valley for several seconds. Bullets, accompanied by flames, chased after the swiftly rotating drone, spent casings clattering to the ground, the final few empty clicks echoing long. The drone's exterior was grazed by several bullets, producing sparks, yet it continued to hover intact, adjusting its angle to release a small explosive. Bang! The explosion erupted at the edge of the foxhole, dust billowing, and then all fell silent. After the battle, at the assembly area, the dust had yet to settle completely. Both the red and blue forces stood in formation, but but the atmosphere was considerably lighter than before the exercise. The Red Army soldiers, grimy and disheveled, bore the charred marks of fire and mud on their uniforms, gazing enviously at the Blue Army's neat drone formations. Brother, look how compact that one is. Compact? The thing can explode, take photos, and jam signals. Our battle felt like trying to catch an eagle on the plateau. We only heard the wind, never touched a feather. Hey, my belt even blew apart. Do you think I could touch a feather? TCH, those Blue Army guys. They wiped us out so quickly, we didn't even have time to report our losses. As the Red soldiers conversed, the meeting between the two brigadiers unfolded outside the command vehicle. Zheng Kuan adjusted his military cap, humming as he walked, his face reflecting both reluctance and a hint of mockery. You old Chu, what happened to a land exercise, and why did you bring in an aerial assault? Zheng Kuan glared at the smiling Chuningi. Are you trying to bully me? Chuningi feigned innocence, raising his hand in an I am wrong gesture. I am wronged. Brother Zheng, if you carefully read the report, you'll see we indeed had no air force, only army units. Army? Zheng Kuan raised an eyebrow. Are those buzzing little hives flying above also army units? And what about those Firebird drones that can self-destruct with pinpoint accuracy? Are they army too? Chuningi cleared his throat. They were indeed introduced by the Army Equipment Composite Battalion led by Qi Lingyun. Oh, Zheng Kuan smirked. So army equipment, huh? Junin the not that? Properly issued army gear. You can verify it. Army issued. Zheng Kuan mulled over the phrase, then suddenly grinned widely, his eyes gleaming. Then I want some too. Chuningi was taken aback. You want some too? Yes. Zheng Kuan patted his chest. Since your army has eyes in the sky and firepower below the clouds, how can our heavy armored brigade fall behind? You little rascal, aren't you being a sore loser? Chuningi laughed in reproach. You can have Qi Lingyun. Can't I have an entire air-ground coordinated assault unit? Zheng Kuan leaned closer, whispering, don't think I haven't noticed. Qi is a bold one. He even dares to use suicide drone modules, bolder than you. Chuningi shrugged. He is bold. I can't stop him. You can't stop him? I can certainly have a chat with him. Zheng Kuan grinned, his tone laden with meaning. Next time we exercise, let's see who strips whom. Chunin the Juka. Are you that desperate after losing? Barely clothed, but learning sincerely. Zheng Kuan shrugged. Exercises are meant to expose issues. I'm impressed by your approach. He clapped Chuningi on his shoulder. But next time, let us ensure it's a level playing field. No problem. Chuningi replied with a smile. By then, our drones will also be upgraded. Oh, you dare to make threats? Zheng Kuan raised an eyebrow, grinning. Next time, I'll make sure you 1T dare to send anything up into the sky. Chuningi remained unfazed, raising a finger at him. Then I'll be waiting to see how you shoot them all down. Just as the two engaged in playful banter, a calm yet firm voice emerged from behind Chuningi. Actually, it's not just about the integration of land and air. Zheng Kuan was taken aback, shifting his gaze to see a young officer in a tactical cap, impeccably dressed, approaching with a subtle air of confidence. Oh, you must be Qi Lingyun. You performed admirably in this exercise. Qi Lingyun politely nodded, his expression serene. Thank you for the compliment, Brigadier. However, I would like to emphasize that the integration of land and air is merely superficial. At a deeper level, it is a transformation of information integration capabilities. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kuan's eyes flickered with interest. Oh, please elaborate. Qi Lingyun paused for a moment, surveying the Blue Army's drone formation, then pointed to the comprehensive tactical chain on the exercise map. The construction of the modern army must meet the requirements of the 5 operational capabilities. 5 operational capabilities? Zheng Kuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chuningi, who smiled silently, seemingly accustomed to Qi Lingyun's rhythm. Please continue, Zheng Kuan said earnestly. Qi Lingyun's expression grew slightly serious, and his voice was resolute. First, the ability to command autonomously. A battalion must possess the capacity to fully coordinate all units within its command and independently accomplish operational tasks. In this exercise, my central control team operated without reliance on higher command communication, instead engaging in independent situational awareness and tactical adaptation. The battalion commander acts independently? Zheng Kuan nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Second, the capability for joint firepower. Qi Lingyun raised his hand, forming a gesture for cross-command. Infantry, tanks, artillery, drones, including special forces. must establish a synergistic firepower system that is not merely concurrent, but seamlessly integrated along the firepower chain. Third, the ability for information fusion. He paused, stating that reconnaissance, perception, targeting, and striking must be unified, compressing the time delay to the level of minutes or even seconds, leaving no room for the enemy to breathe or for delays in orders. Zhang Kuan furrowed his brow slightly. These requirements are quite demanding. Which unit can achieve them all? The Blue Army Combined Battalion managed to accomplish a significant portion in this exercise. He interjected suddenly, and that was with limited resources. Fourth, the capability for mobile operations. Qi Lingyun continued, asserting that all units within the battalion must accomplish rapid maneuvering, cross-country advances, and nighttime transitions in complex terrain. We are still exploring this aspect, and it was not fully realized in this exercise. And the final point? Qiang Kun Inkarith, raising his gaze. The capacity for battlefield self-sustainment. Qi Lingyun's eyes sharpened, stating that without rear support, the troops must be capable of continuous operations for 72 hours, including field fuel supply, minor combat damage repair, and rapid ammunition distribution at the front line. This is not a task for a battalion. It should be managed at the theater level, Zhang Kuan exclaimed. However, Qi Lingyun looked at him firmly, asserting, future warfare will see battalions bearing the core of combat. The brigade level is merely a platform. The true victors will be every capable, daring and swift combined battalion. Zhang Kuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and smiled. What a bold combined battalion. No wonder you could dismantle my 2 battalions to the point where even command was severed. He chuckled and patted Qi Lingyun on the shoulder. He intends to submit a report on this operational capability framework to headquarters tomorrow, applying for a new round of restructuring trials. Are you really going to write a report? Zhang Kuan looked at Qi Lingyun with skepticism. It's already written, Qi Lingyun replied softly. This exercise serves as the best evidence. Zhang Kuan gazed at the young battalion commander before him, filled with envy, and after a long pause, a smile broke across his face, his voice low yet sincere. All right, young man, I concede. Once I return, I will also request from the commander to reorganize a battalion capable of fighting tough battles, as you suggested. Qi Lingyun smiled as well, his expression understated yet radiating a sense of solid contentment. He understood that the significance of this exercise was not merely that the Blue Army won, but that the Red Army genuinely grasped what modern warfare entails. Zhang Kuan was not one to accept defeat easily. His desire to change indicated that he truly comprehended the situation. At that moment of their brief conversation, discussions regarding the transformation of the entire Army's land combat system began to circulate within higher command networks. Several temporary analysis reports had been swiftly compiled and uploaded, pushed through the dedicated channel of the Daxia Military Reform Group. The outdated heavy brigades of the old era were exposed without concealment on this battlefield governed by technology and systems. The formations, once proud of their firepower density, now resembled cumbersome armored behemoths, sluggish and inefficient in the face of agile, intelligent systems. The issues were not isolated, but rather indicative of an entire aging framework. Infantry, artillery, air defense, and engineering units belonged to different structures, necessitating phone calls, personnel dispatches, or even hand-drawn maps to navigate when confronted with sudden situations, rendering synchronized decision-making during actual combat nearly impossible. Communication systems were equally fragile, reliant on radio frequencies without data links, making them susceptible to interference, while battlefield information flow lagged severely, akin to a blind man navigating a dark path. Moreover, in terms of target acquisition, the deficiencies were alarming. There were no tactical-level imagery intelligence or portable electro-optical systems, solely depending on sentinels using binoculars to identify targets one by one. Regarding air defense, they fundamentally relied on brigade-level umbrella support, with their own units possessing almost no capability for low-altitude interception. In instances like this, when the adversary deployed swarms of drones, there was virtually no room for retaliation. These myriad problems were thoroughly exposed during the exercise. It was precisely because of these shocking failures that Zhang Kuan and many other Red Army commanders genuinely recognized. Without reform, the outcome would not merely be defeat, but annihilation. The essence of the exercise was never merely about winning or losing. It aimed to enable the troops, within the context of real combat, to recognize their true weaknesses, thereby fostering a willingness to cast aside pride, learn, adapt, and keep pace with the times. Zheng Kuan's transformation was merely the beginning. Subsequently, more commanders, officers, and soldiers would begin to rethink the nature of warfare and what the future army should resemble at Jurai. Chapter 17. New weapons in the Imperial Graveyard. In the Imperial Graveyard of the Middle East, a recent shipment of new weapons arrived, consisting of dozens of boxes of drones. The senders were a group of individuals wearing scarves, conveying the intention to test them against the Eagle's forces to assess their efficacy. That night, the drones were distributed among various guerrilla factions. The night was dark as ink, and the wind carried sand, making it difficult to open one's eyes. In a dilapidated ruin at the edge of the Imperial Graveyard, a slender young man was crouched down, adjusting equipment. His name was Asham, 26 years old, who had once worked as a miner until his parents were killed in a bombing. From that day forth, he became a member of the guerrilla fighters. "These goods are truly exceptional," he murmured, his fingers tracing the black symbols on the boxes. With a neat stack of drones stored behind sandbags. Beside him were 3 comrades he had temporarily assembled, all wrapped in headscarves, busily binding modified Russian fragmentation grenades and old plastic explosives. "Asham, have you confirmed the target?" the elder Talib inquired softly. "Confirmed," Asham replied, pulling out a tablet from his backpack, displaying the civilian reconnaissance points he had secretly hidden days prior. The Eagle's temporary camp was just beyond that dry riverbed. The sentry presence was minimal, and the tents were numerous. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the drone took off quietly into the night, its rotor sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible in the wind. Asham knelt among the rubble, sitting upright, his eyes fixated on the tablet screen. The cold light illuminated his face, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. "Wind speed normal, signal stable," he murmured, slightly applying pressure with his left hand to support the tablet, while using his right hand to make minor adjustments to the control stick, ensuring the drone flew close to the terrain to avoid detection by night sentries. The night vision image gradually became clearer, revealing a segment of the American temporary camp, immersed in the relaxed state of the deep night. 2 soldiers leaned against folding chairs outside a tent, seemingly exchanging small talk and cigarettes. On the other side, 3 others lay behind sandbags, their weapons close at hand, their vigilance nearly non-existent. "It's you," Asham whispered, as if pronouncing a sentence. He gently nudged the control stick, and the drone slowly ascended, rising from 5 meters to 8, adjusting to hover directly above. The crosshair of the sight settled steadily on one of the soldiers' chests, and the sound of his heartbeat seemed to resonate through the screen. "Let us start with you." He hesitated not a moment longer, his fingertip tapping the lower right corner of the screen. The shot was fired. The image shook momentarily, followed by an explosion of light, accompanied by dirt, screams, and echoes of the blast, instantly engulfing the scene. The tablet's image refocused, revealing that a corner of the tent had been torn apart by flames, and the 2 who had been sitting were nowhere to be seen. Someone behind the sandbags scrambled to their feet, scanning the area with their weapon. Asham's expression remained unchanged as he softly uttered 2 words, "Hit." On the second night, the darkness was more profound than the previous evening, the air still suffused with the lingering heat of recent explosions. Talib crouched behind a dilapidated telescope, whispering. In the western valley, 3 Humvees and 2 Bradleys are parked closely together, unprotected, with their fuel tanks facing outward. Asham nodded, opening the second drone case, revealing their newly modified close-range bombs. Each drone equipped with a timed detonator designed to explode within 5 seconds upon contact with the fuel tanks. "This time, we want T-drop bombs," he declared, tightening the fuse with deliberate precision. "We'll strike at their heart." He maneuvered the first drone into the air, which glided gracefully over the sand dunes, delving into the depths of the night. The screen shook momentarily before stabilizing, revealing a Bradley armored vehicle, its once vibrant gray-green camouflage faded, quietly stationed at the valley's edge. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1, ignition. In the next instant, the entire vehicle erupted in a fiery orange blast, metallic shards scattering, illuminating half the night sky. "Again," he said, his expression impassive, calling forth the second drone. This time, the target was a Humvee. The drone approached rapidly from a low altitude, and as the fuse touched the fuel tank, a flash of red light erupted, flames soaring once more. They launched drone after drone, like reapers of death patrolling the night, each low pass, each brush with steel, heralding an unforeseen demise. When a fifth armored vehicle detonated, the entire American military camp was thrown into chaos, alarms blaring as soldiers scattered in search of the assailants, unable to detect their presence. Talib gazed at the distant plume of smoke, clicking his tongue. The eagle has felt the sting this time. Asham lowered his gaze, retracting the tablet, and stated flatly, "No matter how hard the iron clawed, it fears the fire that pierces its heart." On the third night, the wind howled across the dunes, causing the cloaked figures to shiver at the edges of their garments. The distant camp lights grew sparse, the perimeter defenses noticeably strengthened, and patrols moved back and forth. That was the supply depot of the Eagle, overflowing with ammunition, fuel, and medical supplies, the lifeblood of logistics. A detonation here would plunge the front line into utter disarray. Talib lowered his voice, eyeing the stacked wooden crates and barrels beneath the metal roof. They've begun to be vigilant. He continued, "The radar vehicles are on the move. We need to elevate our flight altitude tonight." "Rest assured," Asham replied lightly, as if accustomed to such shifts. He donned control goggles, tapping the screen lightly, and four modified drones ascended almost simultaneously, akin to eagles breaking free from their bindings, silently gliding from the position. Ascending to 20 meters, the signal stabilized. The screen trembled gently under the night's cloak. Asham held his breath, subtly adjusting the flight path. The metal depot became distinctly visible in the infrared view, radiating intense heat signatures. That section of the roof, he indicated at the edge of the screen, is the main storage area, housing the most ammunition. He did not issue individual attack commands, but directly input a synchronized dive directive. The four drones simultaneously folded their wings and dove into the night, shadows plummeting like a spear. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, detonation. In the next instant, four flames erupted simultaneously atop the depot, the explosion ringing like a series of thunderclaps in the night sky. The screen shook violently as the fire rapidly expanded into a colossal mushroom cloud. Following that were the chain reactions of ammunition boxes igniting, bursting forth like fireworks in the lens. Talib stared at the ascending flames, murmuring, "That is a true supply avalanche." "Success." Asham retracted the controller, his tone calm and resolute, just as he had been throughout these 3 nights, neither boastful nor hesitant. Similar attacks rapidly spread across the Imperial graveyard. It was not a single location nor a single night, but a relentless series of assaults from the southeastern desert to the western ruins, from ammunition convoys to outpost tents. Even helicopters that had just landed for 5 minutes were not spared. The quadcopters descended silently from the night sky, bringing fire and debris. Damage reports flooded into the Eagle-S command system like falling snowflakes. The 3rd Combat Group lost 3 Humvees. The Northwest Assembly Point S ammunition depot was attacked. The frontline patrol team suffered an unidentified explosion, suspected to be an aerial assault. By dawn, the Eagle-S Command Center's operational map was dotted with countless red warning markers, senior officers working late into the night, their eyes heavy with fatigue. Why? Despite controlling the airspace, can we not intercept these infernal machines? One American officer bellowed. Meanwhile, the enlisted soldiers were in a state of constant anxiety, too fearful to sleep in tents at night, many requesting to huddle in armored vehicles instead. "Sleeping in a tent is akin to resting in a coffin," someone whispered. Ultimately, the American forces had to urgently deploy high-powered electromagnetic jamming equipment, covering the entire area to somewhat suppress this crisis of aerial nuisances. Meanwhile, upon learning of the dazzling battlefield successes of these drones, a prominent figure in the Middle East sat on the sofa, unable to contain his delight. "Very good, very good. For the next batch, double the order." Chapter 18. Surging orders and capacity crisis regarding the results of domestic exercises and the real battle reports from the Middle East. Wu Sichen was unaware, having no time, even a glance at the news. However, the flurry of urgent orders arriving made him beam with joy. The domestic military has placed an order for another 10,000 units, his assistant reported excitedly. And, from the Middle East, the latest fax requests an additional 5,000 units. The technical department added. Wu Sichen sat behind his desk, flipping through the order list while glancing at the production schedule projected on the wall. His smile nearly stretching to his ears. "When will this all be scheduled for?" "According to current capacity, it is already fully booked for the next 6 months." The production director replied, his tone tense. "Plus The automation equipment is not yet fully operational, and we may need to outsource part of it to other factories. No problem. Wu Sichen closed the document with a decisive wave of his hand. Let us go all out, add equipment as needed, and outsource where necessary. As long as we can deliver quality and quantity, profits will be ample. At that moment, Tang Ruian from the finance office knocked and entered, holding a stack of bills. Mr. Wu, the final payments for the upstream component purchases and several bank loans are due, and once this wave of fund arrives, our accounts will finally be in the black. Should we settle everything in one go? Wu Sichen paused for a moment, then broke into a relaxed smile. Yes, let's pay them all off. He hesitated, suddenly recalling something, and pointed at the folder in her hand. Oh, and please handle the house we mortgaged to the bank and redeem it. Tang Ruian smiled gently and nodded. Sure, I'll take care of it right away. Within the factory, machinery roared day and night, brightly lit, conveyor belts whirred at high speed, and forklifts darted back and forth. Workers in the workshop were drenched in sweat, their faces radiating genuine determination. Deputy Factory Manager Zhang Shoshan hastily entered the office, clutching a stack of temporary worker schedules. Mr. Wu, it's not enough. We really lack manpower, he said, frowning. We are already on a 3-shift system, with machines running nonstop. But if this continues, both workers and machines will soon face issues. 2 veteran workers in the optical welding section have already complained of back pain. Wu Sichen closed his notebook and nodded. Are you suggesting we hire more? Absolutely. Zhang Shoshan replied firmly. If we don't increase the workforce, we one team meet the orders, and both people and machines will break down. Moreover, the factory space is becoming tight, especially on the assembly line side, where materials are piling into the aisles. Wu Sichen pondered for a few seconds, then stood up. All right, you take charge of hiring. It doesn't matter the job type. Anyone who can be trained is welcome. He paused, adding, and make sure to offer decent pay to attract good talent. Zhang Shoshan nodded in agreement and turned to leave when Wu Sichen called him back. Wait. Wu Sichen slammed the table. The workers have been pushing so hard these days. We need to give them some tangible encouragement. Let us proceed with a bonus of 1,000 yuan for each individual, along with a 500 yuan increase in monthly salary. You shall post the notice this afternoon. Zhang Shoshan was taken aback, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Really? Indeed, Wu Sichen replied with a grin. I do not merely express appreciation to them verbally. I wish to ensure that they feel their worth in their pockets. Zhang Shoshan laughed heartily in agreement. Understood. Once the others departed, Wu Sichen rubbed his temples. Standing by the window, gazing at the nearby expanse of land still in its untamed state, leaning against the back of his office chair, he tapped the desk, his brow furrowing. With orders pouring in, he sensed that the current production capacity could scarcely endure. It was not the equipment that was strained, but rather the invisible gears of personnel, processes, and organizational structure that were tightening. In truth, the core of this entire system relied on the flight control technology they possessed. If they could separate this component and allow other manufacturers to handle the assembly, they could focus on the flight control and algorithm integration, thereby alleviating much of the pressure. We are the brain, they are the body, he murmured to himself. He rose, pacing a couple steps in the office, his gaze settling on the workshop outside, bustling with activity day and night. Suddenly, he halted, pressing the intercom. Please summon Yu Yunyao. Yu Yunyao, the newly hired assistant, soon knocked on the office door. Mr. Wu, you called for me? Standing at the threshold, she wore a light blue shirt and dark gray trousers, her attire neat and tidy. Her youthful and attractive visage tinged with a hint of nervousness. Come in and have a seat. Wu Sichen gestured toward the chair opposite him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I am considering outsourcing part of our production, specifically the plastic casing, motors, and assembly processes, to established companies in the market. We will retain the production of the flight control core and final testing. Yu Yunyao nodded rapidly. Is this due to cost considerations or production capacity? Both. Wu Sichen replied with a smile. Additionally, we are significantly short-staffed here, and I'm not inclined to temporarily expand our team by 1,000 personnel and train them over the next 6 months. Understood. Yu Yunyao swiftly took notes. In that case, please assist me in contacting several types of manufacturers. Wu Sichen's tone was calm, yet rhythmically insistent. The first category should focus on plastic injection molding and lightweight alloy components. The second should specialize in small motors and lithium battery components. And the third should include both established and emerging toy manufacturers. As Yu Yunyao poised her pen on her notebook, she paused slightly upon hearing the last category. Looking up with uncertainty. Toy manufacturers? We are currently handling military contracts. Can we rely on toy manufacturers? Your words suggest a lack of respect, Wu Sicheng chuckled, though the furrow in his brow remained. Do not assume that all toy manufacturers merely produce children's plastic airplanes. Research companies like Audi Double Diamond and Hasbro, who engage in OEM. Their production lines, scheduling, and automated mold systems often surpass many military-to-civilian transition firms in efficiency, particularly in their swift actions and flexible response mechanisms. He paused, his tone imbued with significance. Moreover, understand this. What we seek now is scalable production capability, not merely a label of pure lineage. The best manufacturers are those who can deliver quickly, steadily, and consistently. Yu Yunyao nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of surprise and admiration in her eyes. Recently graduated, her understanding of the industrial supply chain was still confined to textbooks and internships. Yet Wu Sicheng's remarks evidently stemmed from hard-earned experience. I understand. She promptly adjusted her approach, delineating 3 target groups in her notebook and assigning numbers to each for subsequent batch contact. Wu Sicheng observed her actions with satisfaction, nodding in approval. He continued, when making contact, refrain from beating around the bush or being overly courteous. Simply inform them that I have a substantial opportunity available. Those who wish to partake must act swiftly. Let us negotiate contracts for the first batch. If they perform well, there will be further substantial orders awaiting. Understood. Yu Yunyao tucked away her notebook and rose efficiently. I will prepare the materials and list immediately. Her footsteps as she exited the office were noticeably quicker than when she entered, as if ignited by a newfound motivation. Wu Sicheng reclined back in his chair, watching her retreating figure with a slight smirk. This assistant, though recently hired, had quickly impressed him with her execution and comprehension skills, surpassing many seasoned individuals he had encountered. More importantly, she did not ask unnecessary questions, feign understanding, or shy away from responsibilities. He picked up the water cup on his desk, taking a sip, while his mind raced ahead. The restructuring of the production line must be prioritized immediately. The existing factory was already operating at maximum capacity. Further overtime could lead to safety incidents. At this juncture, outsourcing was the only viable solution for rapid replication and expansion. If the flight control core was the soul, then the drone body was its shell. The shell could be standardized, scaled, and mass-produced, but the soul must remain firmly in their hands. He had already devised a plan. These partnering manufacturers would be tasked with producing the shell according to the provided blueprints, while his own team would handle the core integration, testing, calibration, and final packaging for shipment. Although this model appeared straightforward, the true challenge lay in finding sufficiently reliable partners. Toy manufacturers emerged as the most cost-effective option he had identified. These companies were accustomed to OEM work, skilled in their craft, with short supply cycles and quality control that remained manageable within certain parameters. More critically, they were extremely eager for orders. Wu Sicheng understood that by securing control over the flight control core and harnessing the production capacity of these top-tier artisans in China, he would effectively step into the upper echelons of the entire industry chain. At that point, it would not be he who awaited clients. Rather, they would queue to seek him out. This encapsulates the logic of industry. Those who can define standards wield the power to dictate the rhythm. Chapter 19. The excited toy manufacturers. The Yiwu business district is renowned for its keen instincts, and this occasion proved no exception. Even before Yu Yunyao ended her call, several heads of large toy manufacturing firms had cleared their schedules, hastily arranging a meeting time. Wu Sicheng had initially not intended to attend personally, but upon recognizing the potential and capacity these factories possessed, he ultimately resolved to take the lead. After all, to kindle a great fire, one must ignite the spark oneself. In a 5-star hotel's exclusive suite, typically reserved for foreign dignitaries and select political and business elites, preparations were made in advance for a drone production collaboration meeting, with security stationed at the entrance. The dozen or so factory heads seated at the table each oversaw facilities in Yiwu spanning thousands of square meters and dozens of production lines. Should they decide to strike, the backlog of foreign trade orders would overwhelm the ports. Amidst the fragrant tea and neatly arranged fruit platters, the atmosphere felt grounded and purposeful, devoid of ostentation. Wu Sicheng held his tea, surveying the room before breaking the silence with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I too hail from a background in toys. The popular items you produce, I could identify at a glance during trade shows. One individual's eyes lit up at this remark. Mr. Wu, where did you previously work? In the bustling metropolis, he replied, and several exchanged knowing glances, nodding in mutual recognition. Although the toy industry is vast, those who have clawed their way up from the grassroots are familiar with this terrain. Wu Sichen smiled faintly. We all understand that the toy business has become increasingly challenging in recent years. It has become fiercely competitive. A factory head with graying whiskers sighed, saying, our channels are being squeezed by platforms, foreign orders are being slashed, and we must compete with mold renewals. Now, not losing money is considered a win. Indeed, last year I could sell a small car model for 8 yuan. Now, e-commerce has pressured me down to 89 yuan, which barely covers my electricity bill. Another chimed in with a rueful smile. One individual raised his hands in resignation. I've already laid off 2 batches of workers this year. I do not wish to close the factory, but we are relying on our previous reserves to hold on. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but chuckle. You are certainly not the only one struggling. As the atmosphere lightened, the conversation began to flow more freely. At this juncture, Wu Sichen gradually set down his teacup, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Today, I come not to speak of ideals, but to bring you a glimmer of realistic hope. As for profits, Wu Sichen gently raised his hand to indicate a single order, assuring that it guarantees at least double your profits. As his words fell, a moment of silence enveloped the room, followed by subdued laughter. Boss Wu, surely you jest. Intoxicated by spirits to make such claims? Ha ha. Do not deceive us old-timers. An order promising such profits must either be a trap or an act of charity. Indeed, in this market climate, where can one find such pristine business? Their laughter bore no mockery, but rather a tone of cautious inquiry. Wu Sichen nodded toward Yu Yunyao, who immediately understood. She leaned over to retrieve a compact, sleek 4-axis drone from a nearby metallic briefcase, its silver-gray shell glinting softly under the lights. With practiced ease, she inserted the battery and connected the remote signal, completing the task in under half a minute. With a gentle push of the control stick, the drone swiftly ascended, hovering mid-air, deftly maneuvering around the room, sometimes gliding along the ceiling or hovering steadily above a factory manager's head, even elegantly circling a fruit platter. The room fell into a hushed silence, as numerous pairs of eyes fixated on the drone, astonishment mirrored in their gazes. The precision of control, the anti-shake capability, its lightweight structure, and the shell material is certainly not ordinary ABS. Observe that diving and rebounding maneuver. It must have a gyroscopic stabilization module. Those with expertise grew increasingly silent, while even the less technically inclined factory owners discerned that this device was far superior to the mere toys available on the market for a mere 100 yuan. One factory manager, seated at the edge, cautiously inquired, Boss Wu, are you suggesting that I manufacture this model? Precisely, Wu Sichen replied, his demeanor calm yet resolute. The flight control system is proprietary, and the control logic remains with us. You will handle the shell, motors, propellers, camera module, battery, and structural assembly. As he spoke, he distributed printed technical documents and manufacturing manuals. All standards, materials, and parameters are clearly outlined here. This is not a guessing game. You are to follow these specifications. The attendees eagerly had their accompanying technical supervisors peruse the materials, whispers of discussion rising and falling throughout the room. Look at this camera module. It requires a 90-degree rotating servo. Not many factories can fulfill that. Yet they did not require us to adjust the logic. It is purely hardware. And if the craftsmanship can be upheld, it is feasible. The propeller demands a weight variance of merely 0.3 grams, a task that ordinary ABS injection molding factories cannot manage. A few technical supervisors huddled together, some sketching their mold designs on tablets, while others began calculating whether their existing inventory could be swiftly adapted for this production line. Minutes passed, and the situation began to diverge. Several well-established factory owners, equipped with updated machinery, wore smiles, acknowledging that while the standards were high, they were achievable. It's demanding, but we can manage it. We recently upgraded to 5-axis CNC machines and are now ready for high-requirement, high-profit projects. However, some factory heads appear troubled. Boss Wu, to be frank, these requirements are rather high. Our mold precision falls short, but if you're willing to lower the quotation slightly, we could still attempt to scale up. We do not mind earning less. We genuinely wish to take on this project, but your stringent specifications are a bit overwhelming. Their tone lowered, laced with tentative inquiry and even a hint of supplication. Wu Sicheng listened without anger or amusement, rising slowly and speaking with utmost clarity. "That'll not do." He surveyed the room, his voice steady yet resonant. "I state this clearly to avoid future awkwardness in our collaboration. We must adhere strictly to the standards. If you deliver well, you shall not lose out on profits. If not, I will take nothing and all goods will be returned." A palpable silence settled in the room. Those who had entertained thoughts of leveraging scraps for small orders now completely abandoned such notions. Wu was serious about this order. He was not here to test the waters, but to engage in something substantial. With the rules established, it was either to proceed or withdraw. No one attempted to haggle further. The atmosphere shifted from cordiality to intense focus. Wu Sicheng smiled gently at the gathering, shifting the conversation. "I do not fear your earnings. I only fear your pace. As long as you adhere to my standards, I assure you that the profit will indeed be double. It may even double again in the future." The attendees felt a stirring in their hearts, a newfound resolve igniting within their eyes. They understood that this was not merely a fleeting opportunity, but a ticket to reshaping the industry chain. Those who established a stronghold first could secure the lifeblood for the next 3 to 5 years. Observing the atmosphere reach a critical point, Wu finally set down his teacup and, with an unperturbed tone, revealed the pivotal figure. "The initial demand for this order is 20,000 units. The room fell silent for a heartbeat, as if even the air held its breath. 20,000? One owner blurted, still clutching his drink. Wu nodded. 20,000 units. Excluding the flight control system, just the assembly portion of this order exceeds 20 million. After a pause, he continued, "And this is merely the beginning. I do not deal in illusions or make empty promises. If you deliver the products according to the standards, the money will indeed be real." As his words settled, several factory heads instinctively retrieved their phones, swiftly opening calculators to tally raw materials, labor, packaging, tax, and mold depreciation. Within 2 minutes, several pairs of eyes began to gleam with excitement. "We can truly profit," murmured a veteran factory head, swallowing hard. "The net profit could be substantial," another exclaimed, struggling to contain his enthusiasm. "This dwarfs our efforts on Christmas orders by 100-fold. A third owner thumped his leg, wishing to rush back to the factory. "I just invested heavily in a mold factory, thinking it a loss, but this will more than compensate." The atmosphere instantly ignited with fervor. Meanwhile, Yu Yunyao silently recorded each company's representative's reactions and technical capabilities, categorizing them based on compatibility and enthusiasm. Wu Sicheng glanced at her, saying nothing more, before rising to address the assembly. "Come, everyone, it is rare to gather like this. Let us toast." The servers had already filled the tall glasses. "To this endeavor. My future comrades, let us drink to honor." As glasses clinked and the aroma of wine filled the air, the once cautious negotiation transformed into a spirited gathering. "Boss Wu, I will take charge of this batch of injection molding, starting at 500 units per day, and doubling thereafter will pose no issue. We can produce the camera module. We have successfully collaborated with several clients from Japan and South Korea, so it is entirely feasible." Factory heads clamored to claim orders, eager to sign contracts, place purchase orders, and commence production. It was a competition of capacity and speed, a race for market share and entry qualifications. "I will not bargain. I seek only a position. Arrive late, and there will be no soup left to savor." As the words escaped the factory heads, the ambience of the room transformed from tentative curiosity to a fervent excitement. The sound of glasses clashing reverberated, and even the servers struggled to keep pace with the lively atmosphere. Seated at the main table, Wu Sicheng smiled slightly, raising his glass and surveying the crowd. A glint of certainty flickered in his eyes. These individuals, though astute in their daily dealings, would be swifter, fiercer, and more precise when real profits were at stake. They were not factory owners living on ideals, but rather a collective that had built their empires with calculated precision. They feared empty promises, but had no fear of hard work. They dreaded delayed payments, but were unafraid of overtime efforts. As long as he can secure tangible profits and present clear orders, they will willingly work through the night to reopen molds, adjust personnel, and allocate resources. Swiftly mobilizing an entire production line to collaborate seamlessly. Wu Sicheng excels at showcasing the enticing prospects to these individuals. General Wu, our injection molding section is fully covered. There is no need to share with others. As for the motors, we already have one production line manufacturing model aircraft components, and we can ramp up production by merely switching molds. Give me a week for the camera modules, and I'll bring 2 people from Shenzhen to start a new line, with samples ready in 3 days and bulk production in 5. The wine flows freely, and negotiations have transformed into a race. Who says drinking hinders business? While imbibing, they eagerly vie for the portion they desire, seizing every opportunity without hesitation. After a round of drinks, anyone who speaks up, offers quicker delivery times, or can provide samples ahead of schedule will secure a larger share in subsequent allocations. Yu Yunyang diligently assists Wu Sicheng in tracking the distribution, swiftly annotating each factory's capacity, supply capabilities, and support levels, as if preparing for battle, all while maintaining perfect order. Soon, 80% of the market share is successfully captured by several large toy manufacturers, already established as frontline exporters in the South, equipped with advanced machinery and ample workforce, ready to commence work overnight upon receiving orders. The remaining 20% is divided among several small and medium-sized factories, and although the quantity is modest, no one leaves empty-handed. Some secure merely a few hundred assembly orders, but immediately call cousins from out-of-town factories to mobilize workers for overnight sample testing. Do not underestimate this 20%. A small factory owner chuckles, as being included is an opportunity. There will be plenty of orders to follow. Wu Sicheng listens to their spirited discussions without interruption, feeling a sense of relaxation. He knows he has established the rhythm of this game. The eagerness of his counterparts indicates that what he offers is genuinely valuable. That night, the gathering continues, vibrant and lively. The combination of alcohol and profit transforms these previously unfamiliar factory owners into the embryonic form of a burgeoning industry. Within this private room, a nationwide network for small drone production is swiftly taking shape. Chapter 20. Expansion of the park with the complete outsourcing of drone assembly. The once crowded workshop, filled with the din of high-temperature machinery, has become significantly quieter. The storage area is no longer filled with assembly components, production lines are not operating around the clock, and workers have slowed down from the relentless pace, as if the entire factory has suddenly shifted from high gear to idle. Some workers sit in the packing area, dazed, wiping wrenches while murmuring, "Why isn't this line producing today?" Others, welders, quietly ask nearby colleagues, "Deputy Factory Director Zhang, do we have no tasks these days?" Zhang Shoshan stands at the main control point of the workshop, listening to several team leaders rushing back and forth with inquiries. Shaking his head with a half-smile, "Don't worry, while there are no fewer tasks, you simply won't be assembling the entire machine anymore." "Then what are we supposed to do?" A workshop supervisor scratches his head, feeling unaccustomed to the downtime. "You should rest if you need to. The flight control team has a batch of terminals to test, and they will need support then." Zhang Shoshan grins. "Previously we handled everything, but now we focus solely on the core aspects: flight control integration, program calibration, and terminal testing. Some finally realize, so we have handed over the shell, but we still retain the essence. You catch on quickly." Zhang Shoshan pats him on the shoulder, reminding him that even when weary, one must keep their mind sharp. Meanwhile, Wu Sicheng, returning from his trip to Yiwu, has just disembarked from the high-speed train. He does not hurry back to the office, but instead diverts to the observation platform on the southern side of the park. This area has been reserved for several years. Flat yet undeveloped, lying fallow. With his hands in his pockets, he stands at the edge of the platform, gazing into the distance. The existing factories within the park are orderly and efficient, but he knows this is merely the beginning. The forthcoming large-scale supply, international market collaborations, novel module assemblies, and subsequent technological packaging and logistics networks all require more space and higher standards. The factory may have lightened its load, but the path ahead is laden with weighty responsibilities. He mutters softly to himself, retrieving his phone from his pocket and scrolling to the top contacted Li Yongfa, the director of the Municipal Investment Office. Without hesitation, he presses dial. The call connects swiftly, and a familiar, enthusiastic voice greets him. "General Wu, how did your trip to Yiwu go?" "Smoothly," Wu Sicheng replies with a smile, his tone firm. "Director Li, I am ready to commence work on that temporary industrial land you mentioned." "Oh." The other end pauses, then responds with a hint of excitement. Are you really expanding the factory? Not preparing. We're starting discussions right now. Wu Sicheng's pace is steady yet deliberate. We currently have sufficient orders and cash flow. It would be prudent to take advantage of this momentum and decisively expand our capacity, tightening our grip on the entire supply chain. Ari, directoli responds enthusiastically. I'll coordinate immediately and arrange for you to meet with our city's planning and natural resources department tomorrow. What standards do you require? A double-decker factory? Intelligent warehousing? Or a fully equipped R&D building? Wu Sicheng gazes into the distance, a sunset pressing against the horizon, as the park's perimeter wall appears poised for expansion. Directoli. He smiles. I want a piece of land to build a platform. Not for myself, but to create a launching pad for more capable, industrious, and competitive Chinese factories. There's a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a meaningful acknowledgement, then a series of decisive arrangements. I'll finalize the time for tomorrow. You just need to show up. We will fully cooperate with you on this matter. As the call concludes, Wu Sicheng slowly puts away his phone, applying slight pressure with his fingertips as if gripping a crucial rhythm. He stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze piercing through the glass towards the undeveloped land. His expression increasingly composed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to release its potential. The following noon, the weather is splendid. Li Yongfa chooses a rather understated local restaurant. Its exterior unremarkable, yet the interior reveals a carefully curated ambience with excellent soundproofing. The banquet is set in a private room on the second floor, with a round table already laden with dishes. The view outside, lush and inviting, exuding warmth. As Wu Sicheng enters, Li Yongfa eagerly approaches with a warm smile. General Wu, please come in. This is Director Liu from the City Planning Bureau and Director Zhang from the Natural Resources Bureau. They are all our own. Director Liu, in his 40s, sports gold-rimmed glasses, radiating a gentle smile, with an air of caution in his gestures. Director Zhang, nearing 50, exudes a calm demeanor, his gaze scrutinizing Wu Sicheng discreetly. Wu Sicheng shakes hands and takes a seat, addressing the matter directly. Our factory is experiencing rapid growth. Our production capacity and workforce have multiplied. The current land usage is nearing its limit, and with new orders anticipated in the coming quarters, failure to plan ahead will create bottlenecks. As he speaks, he produces a concise blueprint, spreading it across the round table, prompting the others to lean in for closer inspection. This piece of land to the north, adjacent to our existing production line, is ideal for expanding the factory. The area on the right is easily accessible, suitable for administrative offices, which would also enhance our facilities. In the left section, slightly more remote, I envision as a storage base to facilitate upstream and downstream coordination. His pace is deliberate, yet his logic is clear, expertly delineating the intended use for each plot. Li Yongfa nods, sketching a simple diagram on a napkin. The northern piece belongs to the reserved industrial belt. We can coordinate that. The right side is idle office space, which is also negotiable. However, the left piece, designated for storage, currently has a somewhat sensitive usage. Director Liu speaks with a gentle tone, yet carries an official undertone. That land is classified as a temporary municipal allocation area, and its final purpose has yet to be determined. Nevertheless, enterprises take precedence. As long as your project is substantial enough, we can convene a special adjustment meeting. Director Zhang is more forthright, smiling at Wu Sicheng. General Wu, you're not just here to negotiate land. You are issuing a decree, aren't you? Wu Sicheng did not shy away from the matter, lifting his teacup for a sip. To be frank with you all, our orders are already booked up for the next 6 months. We are operating on 2 fronts, serving both the Middle East and military sectors, so funding and future prospects are not an issue. The challenge lies in space constraints, which prevent us from scaling up further. He paused and opened his tablet, presenting a factory capacity planning diagram, sliding it across the table. This is our original production line configuration, and this is the capacity module we are about to implement. After the expansion, we expect our annual output to double, reaching an impressive 100,000 units. Director Liu glanced at it, his brows slightly furrowing. 100,000 units? This output is not typical of an ordinary factory. We are not merely manufacturers. Wu Sicheng replied with a smile. Our focus lies in flight control, core data algorithms, and subsequent debugging, all of which are conducted independently. We are the system providers, and by collaborating with the Wu toy factories, we outsource the assembly process. Ultimately, this is a battle of light asset integration. Li Yongfa smirked and interjected. I've long maintained that President Wu's model is no longer traditional manufacturing. Rather, it embodies a nested approach to the intelligent industrial chain. If you examine this layout, it's not only significant in terms of output, but, more crucially, it is sustainable. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. We have a scheduling team dedicated to handling growth-oriented projects like yours. As long as you provide a development report and financial breakdown, we can initiate a green channel. How long will it take? Wu Sicheng inquired. The fastest would be 10 working days, and the slowest a month, Director Zhang responded. Wu Sicheng nodded slightly. Understood. I will have our legal, financial, and project managers prepare a comprehensive dossier for submission tomorrow. Li Yongfa raised his teacup. Then let us toast to a successful collaboration and an early commencement of our venture. The clinking of their cups resonated crisply through the dining room. Chapter 21. Infiltrating the eagle's nest. After resolving the expansion matters of the industrial park, the following day, Wu Sicheng returned to the factory. As he settled into his office chair, his assistant, Yu Yunyao, entered without delay. Director Song Xiujia from the Daxia Science and Technology Bureau, along with Su Yuling from the National Security Bureau, and Director Qi Haobo, are waiting for you in the reception room. Wu Sicheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rose with a smile. Please escort them to the conference room and brew the finest Longjing tea. Before long, the trio entered the meeting room. Song Xiujia donned his characteristic, impeccably tailored light gray Zhongshan suit. Su Yuling remained her usual composed and efficient self, while the newcomer, Qi Haobo, sported glasses that highlighted a reddened nose, clutching a hefty stack of notes, exuding a distinctly technical demeanor. Once seated, Song Xiujia wasted no time. Addressing Wu Sicheng directly. President Wu, you have been quite the sensation lately. I hear your factory expansion has the construction teams booked solid. Wu Sicheng chuckled, lifting his teacup for another sip. Indeed, we are benefiting from favorable national policies, coupled with the military pilot projects you previously facilitated, which have ramped our production lines to operate around the clock. Su Yuling interjected calmly. However, it appears that interest in your products is not limited to the military. Intelligence reports indicate that some overseas clients have also begun to take notice. Finally, Qi Haobo spoke up, cautiously opening the folder he clutched and pointing to a section within that contained simulation diagrams. His tone was tentative. Our team has recently developed a flight control simulation system. We observed significant delays under high-frequency maneuvering conditions. May I inquire whether the core feedback loop employs a multi-tier parallel comparison mechanism? Leaning back in his chair, Wu Sicheng regarded him with a subtle smile. It does, but it encompasses more than that. He gestured towards the edge of the teacup. I subsequently dismantled the fault tolerance mechanism for low-frequency interference down to each subnode, enabling them to possess basic judgment and self-learning capabilities. This means that even if the main link fails, the swarm can autonomously reorganize its path and maintain command execution. Qi Haobo was taken aback, murmuring softly, self-repairing path layers. No wonder we have been unable to identify the core logic. Your approach surpasses the current joint control standard system. Song Xiujia chuckled, tapping the edge of the table. This is what you are here to learn. President Wu's methodology cannot be conjured through mere academic papers. It is forged through practical testing. The atmosphere lightened, yet each individual's gaze remained keen, a testament to the sharp contest and respect amongst technical minds. After sipping his tea, Song Xiujia lowered his voice. We have another matter to discuss. Wu Sicheng turned his attention to him. What is the situation with the eagle's nest? Yes, Song Xiujia confirmed. Regarding your flight control core, based on the intelligence we have, the eagle's nest will require at least 5 to 10 years to catch up. These coming years are critically important for us. Wu Sicheng's expression shifted, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration. I am considering that we could establish a drone company in eagle's nest territory, particularly in California, which is rich in technology startups, Song Xiujia stated, gently placing his teacup down, his gaze revealing a mixture of certainty and calm. For the flight control system, we would utilize a downgraded version, omitting the core components while retaining only the surface interfaces. We could recruit a few Western technical consultants to endorse it, presenting it as a significant breakthrough in their independent research and development. He paused, his eyes scanning the preliminary planning document on the table, as if envisioning that shell company emerging in Silicon Valley and becoming a sought-after star in the capital market. We do not require it to become a market leader. We only need it to resemble one sufficiently to penetrate their procurement directory, gradually undermining their confidence in their own technology. Do not underestimate this faux technological breakthrough, he continued. Internally, it can mislead their technological direction, while externally, it occupies a favorable position in publicity. The most advantageous aspect is that even if it is eventually exposed, it will merely be viewed as a failure of their own technology, leaving us unscathed. A slight smirk curled at his lips, his expression sharp. This way, not only can we disrupt their industrial chain, but should conflict arise, they would still rely on the backdoor systems we left behind. Wu Sichen snapped his pen closed decisively, tapping the table lightly, as if establishing the rhythm for this technological strategy. The concept is clear, and the execution is not overly complex. 60% performance is comprehensible to outsiders, yet elusive to insiders, sufficient to impress many. His tone was measured, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. As for the remaining 40%, it will be entirely encapsulated within hidden pathways. We will craft the critical feedback channels to function as pseudo-synchronization. Once the backup instruction set is triggered, the system logic will appear to collapse, resembling a local failure, when in fact, it will be my unilateral disconnection. He paused momentarily, a hint of irony gracing his smile. If they truly attempt to integrate this into their main combat platform to counter us, we would not even need to engage physically. A single signal would suffice, causing their entire system to crash gloriously. Chi Haobo was visibly shaken, beads of cold sweat forming as he rubbed his temples. His voice tinged with an inescapable sense of defeat. Our team replicated the core logic diagram you provided, adhering strictly to the byte sequence, constructing it subsystem by subsystem. Yet, once we activated the system, it fell into a direct feedback loop, akin to being trapped in a maze, the exit clearly in sight, yet utterly inaccessible. He inhaled deeply, sighing. Your flight control architecture is as if every command is locked with 5 keys, all of which have been rekeyed. Wu Sichen smiled broadly, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. It is not as mysterious as it seems. I merely implemented dynamic mapping for critical commands, ensuring that each invocation employs different parameters. If you rely on static logic, it will undoubtedly fail to function. He paused, adopting a serious tone. Do not fixate solely on the code. Learn to shift your perspective. What I have written is not merely a program. It is a system that can autonomously determine how to execute the next step. Methodology is more significant than formulas. Song Xiujie finished the last of his tea and stood, adjusting his collar. Once you finalize the downgraded version, I will arrange for the liaison team to prepare for registration abroad. This needs to be expedited. Should they catch on too late, our window for positioning will narrow. Agreed, Wu Sichen nodded. I will tidy up a few matters in the coming days and find a suitable time to visit your research institute to familiarize your team. We must ensure that your personnel can utilize it effectively. 3 individuals rose to take their leave, although their conversation had reached its conclusion. The lingering aroma of the still warm tea seemed to whisper of an uninitiated technological duel. Chapter 22, dug in the Bay Area of Eagle Sauce Nations, California. Within a quaint yet modernly decorated street cafe, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, failing to disguise the undercurrents of tension beneath a facade of calm. At a window-side table, 2 Caucasian men engaged in a hushed dialogue, their faces adorned with professional smiles, reminiscent of ordinary entrepreneurial discussions. Yet beneath the table, one discreetly passed a seemingly unremarkable metallic USB drive, which the other accepted without a flicker of emotion before rising to take his leave. The remaining individual did not linger, swiftly departing thereafter. As night fell, the recipient returned to his suburban residence. He drew the curtains, secured the door, and extracted the USB drive, inserting it into a dedicated encrypted computer. The screen first displayed a picturesque photograph of a beach and lighthouse, tranquil in its serenity. However, with practiced dexterity, he executed a series of keyboard shortcuts, peeling away the encryption layers to reveal the true contents: an encrypted audio file and a set of instructions masquerading as image metadata. The directives were explicit. Task: seize the opportunity to establish a publicly visible drone company with a legitimate facade. The name Doug Robotics could serve as a cover. Resource support: The organization would provide a stripped-down flight control core, encrypted packaging, and technical documentation disguised as the achievements of a West Coast research team. Parts of Dacia drone components or whole units could be procured, cloaked under the guise of reverse engineering. Objective: in the short term, build brand credibility and technological influence. In the long run, seek to infiltrate government procurement chains, implanting directive modules for the organization as necessary, and establish a covert presence. 2 days later, a new entity quietly emerged within California's Silicon Valley business registration system, DUG Robotics Inc., connecting technology to the skies and the future. Several startup incubators and social media platforms swiftly began to circulate news of this groundbreaking drone company, asserting that its chief engineer had interned at NASA and that its core system boasted next-generation airspace adaptability. Yet, unbeknownst to the public, everything operated silently beneath the logic of that inconspicuous USB drive. DUG's external promotional campaign was swift and precise, swiftly securing prominence across major social platforms and technology expos overnight. They boldly proclaimed, "We possess the world's leading swarm flight control technology, breaking the limitations of traditional models to achieve genuine aerial collaborative intelligence." Accompanying this rhetoric were a series of visually stunning drone light shows. Each night, DUG's drones ascended into the California night sky, a multitude of lights intricately aligned, weaving breathtaking tapestries across the heavens. When the music played, they transformed into ballet dancers, performing classic segments from Swan Lake. As the backdrop shifted, hundreds of drones created the silhouette of the Statue of Liberty, swiftly transitioning into a matrix of globally recognized brand logos. These aerial performances, meticulously edited, were simultaneously released across major short video platforms, instantly garnering over 100 million views. Mainstream technology channels in Europe and America vied to report a revolutionary flight control cluster, aerial computing revolution, Silicon Valley's creation, the deity of drones. In the latest gala, Bo and Isaac, clad in a tailored suit, stood under the spotlight, microphone raised as if rallying for a presidential campaign. "Our drones are unparalleled." His voice resonated, urging Eagle Sauce to rise again. "Mogo," as his words echoed. The enormous letters USA slowly illuminated the sky, drones swirling around a light representation of the national flag, akin to celebratory fireworks. This spectacle ignited a frenzy in the capital markets. Sequoia Capital was the first to invest, contributing $50 million, followed closely by Andreessen Horowitz and Tiger Global, both awarding super unicorn ratings. International financial media rushed to publish special editions, heralding DUG as the Apple of the drone industry. Within a mere 3 months, DUG successfully completed funding rounds A, B, and C, amassing over $1 billion, with the company's valuation soaring to $11 billion, rapidly becoming the most dazzling star in the global drone sector, overshadowing even traditional military giants. Yet, amidst the clamor, the invisibly embedded directive set within the flight control core remained silently ensconced within each device that flew into military testing grounds. Unbeknownst to all, the crescendo of this capital banquet was merely a prelude to a far more clandestine conflict. This fervor even swept into Dacia. Benefiting self-media and online influencers commenced analyses. Observe the technology of Eagle Sauce, what constitutes a true flight control system. Domestic offerings are but mere imitations. The comment section was quickly overtaken by fervent supporters of Eagle Sauce. The product from Eagle Sauce are superior. Who would still purchase domestic goods? Domestic manufacturers merely rebrand and plagiarize. This is true originality. Soon, Wu Sichen's products were singled out. He had proudly showcased his flight control system to the military, which had just stabilized the domestic market, only to be accused of technological theft. Some even began to question the origins of his drone technology, pondering whether certain core frameworks were derived from the recently ascendant DUG company. However, those in the know understood that this was the true function of that embedded directive. When public discourse distorted the narrative and technology was repackaged as another's original creation, the battlefield had not yet commenced, yet an information war had already quietly ignited. In a military cooperation base on the west coast of Eagle Sauce, a brightly lit conference room displayed the national flag and military insignias, indicating its official procurement background. A private meeting was underway. Bo and Isaac, clad in a sharp suit and exuding his customary confident smile, was flanked by Doug's chief technology officer and financial director. Opposite them sat several military procurement representatives, their expressions grave and anxious. Mr. Bowen, a major general, spoke first. Your quadcopter swarm drone is indeed the most stable and interference-resistant model we have encountered to date, especially in the Imperial Graveyard, facing that kind of sudden swarm assault. Traditional defense systems are nearly ineffective. Bowen nodded with a smile, his tone resolute. Our drones are high-intelligence systems designed for the battlefield. Dynamic path evasion, real-time electromagnetic frequency hopping, modular self-healing. Everything you require, we have achieved. We plan to expand our procurement scale. Another representative opened the contract page. However, is there any room for negotiation on the 150? No, per unit quota? Bowen adjusted his glasses. General, you must understand, this is not merely a drone. This is the result of a globally leading engineering team who has spent countless days and nights burning millions of dollars perfecting this product. 150,000 is merely the surface of the cost. The financial director handed over the documentation, including a breakdown. Each drone was quoted at 250,000, with a technology transfer fee of 30,000, a data encryption licensing fee of 20,000, and a military coordination budget return of 10,000. The military representative raised an eyebrow. Is the 10,000 from us? Bowen smirked. Indeed. How could your support for us go without reciprocation? The military personnel exchanged knowing smiles. No further words needed. Ultimately, a procurement contract exceeding $3 billion was finalized on the spot. They may not have realized that the true cost of each drone was a mere few $1,000s, with the majority of profits having quietly flowed into a company within Dacia. Meanwhile, that flight control chip remained securely embedded in the flight core, silent as ever. Behind all these transactions lay vast expenditures unseen by taxpayers and destinies unalterable by frontline soldiers, and this seemingly win-win collaboration was merely a move in a larger strategic game. Chapter 23. The harvesters arrive. Meanwhile, the commotion from Eagle Sauce was set aside for the moment. Domestically, Wu Sichen's career flourished, as if propelled by an invisible spring breeze, allowing verdant sprouts to emerge even from barren land. The factory's assembly line operates tirelessly, with orders pouring in like snowflakes, and the workshop lights seem to have never dimmed. Each figure on the financial statements dances continuously, and even the previously cramped boundaries of the factory are now being subtly pushed back by newly constructed warehouses and office buildings. The production facility has expanded, and several plots of land for storage have been acquired. The once two-story old building has now been supplanted by high-standard new structures. Behind all this lies not merely a keen business acumen, but also an extraordinary ability to integrate resources and exert control over the industry. However, on this lucrative land, the winds have begun to stir. Wu Sichen gradually realizes that not only clients and investors are watching him, but also some rather unusual individuals are circling around this piece of cake. Indeed, the ripe peaches at the windfall often attract unsolicited hands. That morning, the sky had just cleared when Wu Sichen was still in a meeting in his office when a striking limited edition supercar boldly drove through the factory gates. The dark green paint glimmered under the sun with a cold sheen, and the engine's growl sounded like a beast's breath, causing many employees to stop and stare. As the car door swung open, a man and a woman emerged. The man was clad in trendy attire, with a thick gold chain hanging around his neck, his features exuding arrogance and defiance, every movement radiating an air of intimidation. Beside him, the woman wore a form-fitting sundress, her figure alluring and her makeup exquisite, embodying the essence of an internet celebrity, captivating attention wherever she went. They swaggered toward the security checkpoint, their footsteps echoing with a hint of arrogance. The security guard approached them, maintaining a professional demeanor. Please state your name and whether you have an appointment. The young man scoffed dismissively, tilting his head, and placed a hand on the guard's shoulder. Oh, you don't recognize me? Let me remind you, the district committee secretary for this area is surnamed Chi, and I am Chi Guolong. He deliberately elongated his tone, seemingly fearing that others might not comprehend. With one phone call, starting tomorrow, your factory will be visited by safety inspectors, environmental regulators, and tax officials. Do you believe me? As his words fell, the woman smiled in agreement, taking out her phone to snap a few photos of the factory gates, as if documenting evidence. The security guard paused, feeling somewhat intimidated by these unfamiliar individuals with such audacious attitudes. He was still young and inexperienced. Hearing the mention of the district committee secretary and seeing the extravagant supercar, he felt a rising apprehension. "Please wait. I will report this immediately." With a complex expression, the young security guard nodded and hurried back into the factory, his palms slightly sweating. Though he maintained a calm exterior, turmoil churned within him. In these times, what ordinary individuals fear most are those with connections who exhibit such brazen behavior. If anything were to go awry, it would often be those like him, at the bottom of the hierarchy, who would bear the brunt of it. As soon as the guard left, Chi Guolong began to survey his surroundings with an air of ownership, as if the factory were already his possession. He occasionally donned sunglasses, then leisurely removed them, seemingly leaving an impression on the passing employees of who he was. Meanwhile, the woman, resembling a social media influencer, busied herself taking selfies, her poses practiced, even using the utility pole behind the factory as a fashionable backdrop, murmuring, "Today, I'm here to inspect the future landmark of a trillion-yuan industry. You know what I mean, sisters?" In the office, Wu Sicheng had just finished processing a batch of bidding documents when he was informed by the security guard. His brows lifting slightly, leaning back in his chair, he spoke in a calm, yet mocking tone. "Has that fool come to make a fool of himself?" The secretary cautiously glanced at him, refraining from responding. After pondering for a few seconds, Wu Sicheng understood that such individuals often relied on their connections to act with impunity. He had no intention of beating around the bush. He instructed the security guard to escort the visitor to the reception room, eager to see what tricks this young scion had up his sleeve. Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere in the reception room was peculiar. As Chi Guolong entered, he laughed heartily, his face beaming with a familiar camaraderie. "General Manager Wu, I hear your business is flourishing, truly impressive." Wu Sicheng offered a half-hearted smile. "Ah, yes, indeed." Internally, however, he rolled his eyes, spit it out quickly. "Don't linger with your flattery." Chi Guolong sat relaxed, legs crossed, showing no regard for the fact that he was in someone else's domain. He gestured toward himself. "I am Chi Guolong. The development of our factory today owes much to my father, Chi Weitao, who has contributed significantly. And the resource allocation from the district can also be seen as a gesture for my family." Wu Sicheng nodded slightly, but internally scoffed. "Perhaps you've forgotten that when I took over this dilapidated factory, I couldn't even pay the employees. Your father didn't even show his face. Now that he sees me making a profit, he wants to reap the rewards?" Thus, Chi Guolong spread his hands, embodying a knowing expression. "I'm here to collect a little stability fee on behalf of my father. It's not too much to ask, is it?" Wu Sicheng lifted his cup, his tone steady. "It is too much." Chi Guolong's smile instantly widened, as this was his forte, leveraging his father's name, knowing that anyone with sense would comply and pay up. His supercar, luxury watches, and glamorous companions all relied on this tactic. Surely, he hadn't misjudged Wu Sicheng. He was preparing to deliver another snide remark when Wu Sicheng, placing his cup down, shifted his tone lazily. "You are mistaken." The atmosphere instantly cooled. Wu Sicheng fixed his gaze on him, his eyes sharp as knives. "Let me be clear. I will not give you a single cent. If you wish to save face, then demonstrate some real capability. Do not think you can intimidate me with your father's name. Whatever tricks you have, I will face them all." Chi Guolong's smile froze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes for the first time. This man was unlike any other business owners he had encountered. Chi Guolong's expression darkened, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, reminiscent of a provoked wolf dog attempting to assert dominance. He crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as if wanting to see through Wu Sicheng's soul. "General Manager Wu, let me tell you, with one phone call, I can have safety inspectors, environmental regulators, and tax officials at your door. Do you think they want to be interested in your factory?" His tone lingered, as if relishing in the drama about to unfold, checking for issues, dragging out processes, going through the motions. Whether your factory complies, is environmentally friendly, or is safe, will depend entirely on their mood. By then, don't even think about starting operations. It might be a struggle to keep the production line intact. Wu Sicheng remained calm, leaning back against the sofa chair, responding in a measured tone. "I reiterate, whatever tricks you have, I will face them all." The two men locked eyes, the air thick with tension, as if sparks might fly at any moment. Chi Guolong snorted coldly. "Don't be too confident." He abruptly stood, brushing his coat, dragging the influencer woman toward the exit. Startled by his tone, she hastily followed, her high heels clicking rapidly behind him. As they exited the factory, Chi Guolong was already eager to pull out his phone. Leaning against the supercar, one hand dialed a number, the other tucked in his pocket, his expression commanding. "Hello? It's me. Someone is being disrespectful. Show them what Essence store." The voice on the other end responded with utmost deference. "Understood, Chi Xiao. Is it that fool again who has offended you? Rest assured, we understand the rules. In 3 days, at most, he'll come crying to apologize and offer money." Chi Guolong smirked. Humph, giving face but not respecting it. He hung up, glancing at his reflection in the car window, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 24. The military takes action. To be frank, Chi Guolong's efficiency is indeed impressive. Or rather, it is not his efficiency that stands out, but rather that the subordinates he has trained are so familiar with their tasks that they must act swiftly in his shadow. The following morning, shortly after dawn, several vehicles emblazoned with the words safety inspection, environmental regulation, and local taxation began to arrive outside the factory gates. Each group of personnel wore a facade of bureaucratic seriousness, yet consistently managed to impose additional requirements that demanded compliance outside the established processes. The fire protection pipelines underwent meticulous inspections thrice. The electrical wiring was meticulously verified in every workshop, and the humidity data for the storage rooms had to be collected and verified on site. By noon, the entire factory was nearly at a standstill. The assembly line was utterly motionless, with workers standing idly by, hesitant to commence their tasks. Components piled up like mountains, and order forms lay scattered across the scheduling room's desk, none able to progress even a single step. Tang Ruian hurriedly rushed into the office with a tablet in hand, followed closely by Zhang Shoshan, whose expression was grim. "Mr. Wu, we can't go on like this. The entire factory's operations have come to a halt." Tang's words flowed rapidly as she conveyed the urgency from the client, who was pressing us hard and even began to question whether we were intentionally delaying the delivery. Zhang Shoshan furrowed his brow, aware of the mounting inventory, the idle workforce, and the critical issue of escalating material wastage each day, leading us towards substantial losses if this continued. Yet Wu Sichen remained composed, not even setting down his teacup. He took a slow sip of tea and calmly inquired, "Who are we supplying our major orders to?" Zhang Shoshan hesitated for a moment before responding, "The military." "Then that settles it." Wu Sichen placed his teacup gently back on the tray, maintaining his unhurried demeanor. "We are not in a hurry. Others are more anxious than we are. Let the situation unfold a bit longer." Over the past 3 days, a variety of inspections had taken place in succession. The morning commenced with exhaust system testing, followed by surprise audits of employee health records at noon, and afternoon visits for tax compliance. Each inspection was conducted by distinct departments, yet their messages were strikingly uniform. Routine checks, please cooperate and understand. The entire production line felt as though it had been paused. Even though everyone recognized where the issue lay, no one dared to voice it aloud. Meanwhile, Wu Sichen continued to arrive at work punctually, sip his tea regularly, and conduct inspections, yet he never personally intervened to coordinate matters. On the other side, Chi Guolong, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, grew increasingly pleased with himself. Lounging on the sofa at the club, he embraced a social media influencer while casting a sidelong glance out the window, muttering to himself, "Oh, you're not in a rush, are you? Then I shall let you fret slowly. You didn't take the hint when I granted you 3 days of leniency. So let us see how I can ensnare you for a month." However, before Chi Guolong's month-long scheme could unfold, the winds shifted dramatically. On the morning of the 4th day, a military line call, laden with urgent inquiries, reached the local supply coordination office. The head of the logistics department of the Desian military was directly incensed, his voice thick with barely contained rage. "What is happening? We agreed on a new batch of 5000 quadcopters, and not a single propeller has been delivered to date." The military quickly retrieved procurement circulation information, discovering that the order was intact and logistics had not been delayed. The sole issue lay with the supply factory being besieged by various inspection teams for 3 days, rendering the production line utterly immobile. Upon learning of this situation, the Zhu Rai base elevated the response level. The synthetic battalion commander, Qi Lingyun, was urgently tasked with leading a platoon of combat personnel, flying directly to the Magic City via military transport. There were no delays during the journey, and the command was succinct. ensure the smooth supply to the military, with no delays permitted. As the aircraft touched down, military vehicles awaited in advance. There were no meetings, no pleasantries exchanged. Upon entering the vehicle, Qi Lingyun immediately ordered, "Target Wu Sicheng's factory, full speed ahead." Upon arriving at the factory, they coincidentally encountered a group of environmental inspectors examining wastewater discharge data, safety check personnel repeatedly scanning electrical control boxes, and tax officials retrieving contract copies, all appearing busy with their tasks. As Qi Lingyun stepped out of the vehicle, his military boots struck the concrete with a resonant sound. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, sweeping over the crowd before him. With a voice that was low yet undeniably cold, he declared, "Who gave you the audacity to disrupt the military strategic supply chain?" Before they could react, Qi Lingyun issued a command. "Seize them." A platoon of soldiers sprang into action, executing their maneuvers with swift precision, as though they had rehearsed this procedure countless times. Environmental inspectors attempting to speak were swiftly restrained. Tax officials still fiddling with their phones were subdued. The team leader of the safety inspection barely had a chance to finish his sentence before he was escorted into a military vehicle. The factory fell silent as death. Those who had previously exuded authority and arrogance appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, their faces pale and their breaths cautious. They had encountered formidable situations before, yet the rhythm and intensity with which the soldiers operated left no room for negotiation, nor any warning. Standing quietly by the second-floor glass window, Wu Sicheng observed this scene, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of his teacup. He neither smiled nor spoke, merely lowered his head slowly to refill his tea. The fragrant steam curled upward, steady as his own demeanor. After Qi Lingyun dealt with the inspection teams within the factory, he personally led 2 aides to the main building and entered the reception room. The sound of his military boots on the floor echoed with the unique cadence and decisiveness of a soldier. "Mr. Wu," he said, coming to a halt by the coffee table, his tone laced with a smile. "Do you remember me?" Wu Sicheng had just brewed a fresh pot of tea. Raising his gaze at the inquiry, he scanned the room and chuckled lightly. "Of course, I remember. You are the one who approached me at the Zhuhai Air Show with the standard operational task order, requesting 100 quadcopters along with tests for 3 types of payload modules." Qi Lingyun clapped his hands and laughed. "Mr. Wu has a remarkable memory. When I brought those back for testing, the operational results exceeded our expectations. Even several generals above us remarked that these drones are quite impressive." Wu Sicheng nodded slightly, maintaining a posture of respectful equality. "Thank you for the praise. If you find them useful, that is my greatest honor." Their words were courteous, yet the unspoken understanding between their exchanged glances revealed a deeper connection. Once seated, Qi Lingyun's tone shifted to a more serious note. "However, Mr. Wu, regarding today's situation, had you made a phone call, we would naturally have come to assist. Yet you chose to wait 3 days until we detected the issue ourselves and took action. Was this intentional?" Wu Sicheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze steady. "You are correct." He lifted his teacup leisurely, took a measured sip, and spoke clearly. "If I don't kill the proverbial chicken, how can I have a quiet henhouse? If I were to plead every time there was an issue, the next time a Mr. Li, a Mr. Zhang, or even a dog might come and nip at me, would I still be able to live my life?" Qi Lingyun erupted into hearty laughter. As a soldier, he always appreciated this straightforward and decisive style. Well, he commended. "You've made that chicken worth the kill." Wu Sicheng also chuckled, gesturing toward the now empty factory floor. "Now the workers can return to the line, and the machines can resume operation." The 3 days of losses were significant, but it was worth it. Chapter 25. Military Consultation. Qi Lingyun settled onto the sofa, his demeanor shifting from relaxed to serious. He spoke softly. "I have another matter to consult you about." Wu Sicheng nodded. "Please go ahead." After a moment of contemplation, Qi Lingyun, with a gaze sharp as a blade, articulated, "It concerns the defense against large-scale drone assaults." Pausing, he turned his gaze toward the window. "Your quadcopters have indeed excelled in our military applications, serving as effective lightweight primary weapons for reconnaissance, disruption, and precision strikes. However, we have identified a challenge during training: strong offensive capabilities but weak defenses." Wu Sicheng set down his teacup, his expression growing solemn as he listened intently. Qi Lingyun continued, "Suppose I deploy a field position for a group army, and the enemy sets up 100 small launch sites around. simultaneously unleashing over 1,000 low-altitude drones from each site to launch a saturation attack, without fixed launch sources, all initiated dynamically. Given such density and scale, how do you propose we intercept them? Wu Sicheng paused for a moment before responding. Such a large-scale drone mobilization cannot be concealed. As long as we can gain intelligence to understand the deployment area in advance, we can initiate precision strikes to dismantle critical nodes, thereby disrupting the enemy's overall tempo. However, Qi Lingyun shook his head and continued to inquire, what if the enemy is cunning enough? In the span of 1 or 2 years, drones could infiltrate critical areas surrounding our military, such as airports, ammunition depots, and docks, through logistics, channels, and even modified vehicles or containers. Launching sudden attacks during wartime while maintaining complete electromagnetic silence and operating solely on preset programs. How would you counter such a scenario? Wu Sicheng furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. We must establish a robust outer air defense system, delineating a no-fly zone within a 20-kilometer radius of key facilities, regularly deploying detection radars and electromagnetic sensing defenses. Upon identifying any suspicious targets, we would eliminate them immediately. Qi Lingyun smiled slightly, yet her tone grew increasingly severe. Allow me to pose a question from a different perspective. In a close combat scenario, with our forces engaged with the enemy, if they deploy suicide drones directly against our infantry battalion, we cannot rely on airspace control, can we? Wu Sicheng fell silent, unable to respond. Furthermore, Qi Lingyun continued, her gaze sharpening. If the enemy disguises multiple cargo planes to enter our airspace and releases tens of thousands of drones for targeted attacks, not only would interception be exceedingly difficult, but they could potentially seize our high-value target areas. At that moment, how much reaction time would we have left? Wu Sicheng found himself at a loss for words. He understood that such tactics represented the ultimate form of weaponization of civilian technology, overwhelming traditional battlefield mechanisms through sheer numbers and strategic distribution. Qi Lingyun's tone was steady yet imposing. She leaned forward with her elbows on her knees, resembling a predator poised to pounce. The defensive measures you proposed are fundamentally passive responses. If enemy drones were to swarm above us, by the time your radar detects them and missiles are locked on, our positions would likely be in ruins. She paused, her gaze piercing as she looked directly at Wu Sicheng. What I desire is a proactive defense system, one capable of actively hunting down drones. It should form an intricate web across the battlefield, ready to ensnare and eliminate any enemy that dares to take flight. Naturally, I am not referring to outdated anti-aircraft guns or costly air defense missiles. I seek low-cost, high-efficiency, intelligently coordinated equipment that can be deployed en masse, truly modern battlefield gear that is affordable. Do you have any ideas? Wu Sicheng's consciousness delved into the depths of a high-tech research and development system, revealing a comprehensive technological tree named the anti-swarm system. This blueprint promised to revolutionize the rules of future warfare, cold and futuristic, glimmering with a metallic sheen of death and order. Each technology stood as a solitary peak, awaiting exploration. The system categorized them into 5 tiers based on their power and complexity, from foundational to miraculous, with each advancement representing a significant leap in civilization. The foundational defense line comprises laser tracking strike module, centered around a neon fluorescent laser beam. It utilizes a 3-axis stabilized tracking platform to scan targets within a 500-meter radius, accurately locking onto low-altitude, high-speed threats. It possesses the capability to incinerate and sever plastic structures, penetrating miniature battery cores. Directional electromagnetic pulse, EMP, array. This utilizes short-range burst electromagnetic pulses to disrupt the microprocessors of targets, causing them to lose control and crash. It is particularly effective against inexpensive drone swarms and offers low-cost, efficient deployment in urban defense scenarios. The Advanced Combat Patrol Circle includes Kinetic High-Speed Interception Component, a miniaturized electromagnetic projectile launcher equipped with central radar and high-speed computational chips, capable of responding to low altitude, high-angle intrusions within a second to destroy them. When deployed in a dispersed formation, it can create a wall of projectiles. Multi-frequency interference bubble generator. This creates a high-frequency signal disruption zone around the battlefield, inducing navigation failure in enemy drones or compelling them to initiate their preset return procedures, effectively removing them from the combat area. The high-level Tactical Coordinated Air Defense features Intelligent Coordinated Air Defense Hub. ICAD's a brain-like AI cluster control system that dynamically integrates data from all frontline defense nodes, predicting paths and reallocating resources in real time. It possesses core capabilities for analyzing enemy swarm intentions, predicting swarm behavior, and proactively deploying warning systems. Some other chain reaction warhead. Deployed at high altitudes and triggered by low-orbit descent, it carries dozens of miniature sensing projectiles that, upon detecting excessive swarm density, instantaneously release a cloud of high-heat debris, achieving a maximum coverage radius of 2 kilometers, suitable for battlefield clearance. The flagship composite multidimensional defense network consists of multi-wave integrated combat array, MBAOS, and all-automated combat platform integrating laser, electromagnetic, kinetic, and optical illusion technologies. Equipped with various unique modules, such as stealth-inducing low-altitude anti-gravity deflection fields. It possesses the ability to automatically switch response modes based on different combat types, serving as the ultimate counter to singular defense systems. Cloud-based situational linkage radar star chain. This transmits comprehensive battlefield information to satellite networks, linking space-based systems to trace the launch sources of swarms, enabling source strikes, and ensuring that enemies cannot even take flight. The miraculous level dimensional interference barrier includes virtual substance shockwave anti-missile vortex, utilizing metastable quantum bubbles to induce local spatial disturbances, causing non-linear disorientation in the target's trajectory. Even if the target's hardware remains intact, its path will deviate uncontrollably in real space. Ultimate Defense Matrix Star Anchor Reconstruction Protocol, encompassing all systems. It autonomously mobilizes all available resources within a designated area for anti-swarm combat deployments. It possesses self-replicating, adaptive learning, and autonomous evolutionary capabilities. Its core AI, known as the Scribe, can simulate swarm tactics 1 billion times on the battlefield and implement optimal feedback corrections. Unlocking this requires a consumption of inspiration points that remains an enigma. Gazing at the final line illuminated by the glowing technological name Star Anchor Reconstruction Protocol, Wu Sicheng envisioned the ultimate solution to future warfare. However, the number beside the inspiration points loomed above him like an unattainable ladder, a challenge difficult to ascend. Observing the cold digits, Wu Sicheng furrowed his brow but soon regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he looked up, his expression now calm. Currently, it cannot be produced. However, give me a year. His tone was steady, yet it carried a rare sense of determination. A year from now, I will present you with a proactive defense plan capable of transforming the battlefield landscape. At that time, any swarm tactics will no longer pose a threat before us. Upon hearing this, Qi Lingyun paused momentarily before breaking into a light laugh. Leaning back in her chair, a look of relief crossed her face. In truth, I did not come to impose a military order upon you. This matter is too significant for a single individual to shoulder alone. Even our military-industrial system cannot guarantee 100% success. She paused, gazing at Wu Sicheng. Yet your ability to create such exceptional drones is already a miracle. The fact that you are willing to pursue this direction surpasses our expectations by a significant margin. Wu Sicheng smiled faintly, remaining silent but nodding in acknowledgement. He understood that the true measure of success lay not in words, but on the experimental platform. Chapter 26. The Decline of the Qi Family in the End. Qi Lingyun conducted a brief record within the factory area, questioning several so-called law enforcement personnel from different departments one by one. Initially, these individuals attempted to argue, claiming they were performing routine duties. However, faced with the military's directives and the surveillance footage and cross-reference travel data from the area, their expressions quickly soured, and they fell silent. Ultimately, Qi Lingyun ordered the group to be taken away, as a dozen individuals were escorted onto a military vehicle, leaving the factory premises. However, this transport was not intended for actual prosecution, but rather to stir the grass and frighten the snake. After driving several kilometers outside the city at a nearby gas station, they were released with a cryptic warning. Next time, follow proper procedures. Should you dare to meddle with military partner enterprises again, you'll not find it so easy. With the doors closed, the military vehicle sped away, leaving the group standing by the roadside, exchanging glances, their cold sweat still not dried. They understood that this matter had escalated beyond control. Soon, this incident was reported back to the district at an astonishing speed, and, subsequently, it reached the city within the same day. The secretary of the municipal committee, Juan Pinyin, personally dialed a phone number, his tone icy and filled with fury. "Hello. Lao Chi, what have you done? Wu Sichen's factory is a military collaboration unit, and you dare to meddle with it?" His voice pierced through the receiver like a knife, demanding how this situation could be resolved. Now, Captain Chi has personally intervened, and military authority has been invoked. Are you seeking death as a local official? One secretary's words left Chi Weitao on the other end of the line with a parched throat. He attempted several times to explain, but found himself unable to articulate even a coherent thought. "Enough," Juan Pinyin replied coldly. "As the district committee secretary, your time ends here. The organization has intervened. Prepare to face an investigation." After hanging up, Chi Weitao sat trembling in his chair, his hands shaking, lips pale, and his face devoid of color. "It's over," he muttered to himself. "It's completely over." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a series of heavy knocks echoed on the door. Standing outside were members of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's joint investigation team. The leader displayed his credentials, his expression stern. "Chi Weitao, you are suspected of abusing your power, colluding with unscrupulous businessmen to disrupt military enterprise projects, accepting substantial bribes, engaging in money laundering and embezzlement. We are now taking coercive measures against you as per the law." Just as he attempted to resist, someone behind him stepped forward and firmly restrained his hands. That very night, the investigation team, in collaboration with various departments including public security, auditing, taxation, and financial regulation, launched a surprise raid. They targeted Chi Weitao, his family, relatives, and associates, combing through properties, accounts, and storage units. The operation lasted the entire night, with each investigation yielding more clues, revealing increasingly shocking undercurrents. The first target was a luxurious duplex in the heart of the city, which appeared to be an ordinary residence. However, every inch concealed a story. When investigators lifted the floorboards beneath the master bedroom, they discovered neatly stacked cash in 3 tiers. The first layer comprised 100 yuan notes, the second layer was euros, and the third was US dollars. All meticulously categorized and sealed in moisture-proof vacuum bags equipped with temperature and humidity sensors. Even the metal screws beneath the floorboards were custom-made, requiring specific magnetic tools for removal. In the kitchen, when an investigator tapped on the tiled wall, they detected an irregular hollow sound. After breaking through, they unveiled a concealed money passage built along the wall, containing rows of neatly arranged gold bars, complete with serial numbers and origin details, each coated in antioxidation layers. The density of these bars made the entire wall resemble a dam of gold. In a lush suburban villa area, investigators stumbled upon a 3-story house with a private swimming pool. The pool seemed ordinary, but hidden secrets lay beneath. After draining the pool, they noticed subtle asymmetries in the tile joints. A team of technicians pried open the pool's bottom tiles to reveal specially designed waterproof containers, each sealed tightly, containing Hong Kong dollars, Swiss francs, rare commemorative gold and silver coins, and even some untraceable cryptocurrency cold wallets, their value incalculable. Additionally, at the top floor of an office building registered in his name, they discovered a wall-less study, behind which was a secret door leading to a hidden passage. Delving deeper into the passage, investigators uncovered a concealed elevator mechanism within a load-bearing pillar, leading to a windowless basement filled with an old projector and rows of metal shelves stacked with ledgers, corporate accounts, money laundering records, property transfer logs, and even audio recorders alongside dozens of copies of business transaction contracts, all meticulously numbered with clear handwriting. Each ledger felt like a hammer, striking the iron curtain of corruption. In the backyard of one of his private vineyards, they even unearthed an underground storage room. Initially unnoticed, it was discovered when investigators found an unusual geometric symmetry in the grape trellis along the back wall. After surveying the area, a concealed vent led to a deep hidden chamber equipped with a temperature control system and multiple coded locks. At the center of the room sat a safe resembling a wine cabinet, but it was actually a modified high-strength metal storage unit, neatly stacked with offshore checks worth millions and several passports, certifications from private banks, and documents registering offshore companies, all stamped profusely. The investigation did not stop there. At a seemingly dilapidated small farm owned by his relatives, Investigators found a slight depression in the cement floor of a tool shed. Breaking through revealed a cavity approximately 2 meters deep, housing 8 numbered storage boxes. In addition to cash, they contained various luxury brand watches, jewelry, artwork, and antiques, collectively valued at over $200 million. Simultaneously, the financial investigation team traced the flow of funds and discovered that he had amassed properties in multiple third-tier cities through relatives, including entire office buildings, rows of shops, logistics parks, and nursing homes. Some properties had never been publicly sold and had remained vacant for years, serving solely for money laundering and asset concealment. What shocked the investigation team the most was an audit document revealing a ledger numbered ZDI, detailing payments collected by his son, Chi Guolong, under the guise of executing his father's duties. These payments, termed as stability fees, passage fees, policy coordination fees, and safety supervision fees, totaled over 7 billion yuan, most derived from extortion. Meanwhile, Chi Guolong, when apprehended, was reclining in a lavish villa styled extravagantly. The backyard featured an open terrace designed for parties, with flashing lights by the pool and booming music. The air was thick with the mingled scents of perfume, alcohol, and cigar smoke as a group of scantily clad, well-groomed internet celebrities danced, live-streamed, or cozied up to him. At that moment, Chi Guolong, clad in a bathrobe adorned with a custom logo and expensive limited edition sneakers, lounged in a wrought-tan chair, reveling in debauchery. Oblivious to his father's imminent downfall, the entire business empire was crumbling. When rhythmic knocks suddenly sounded at the door, Chi Guolong dismissed it nonchalantly, waving his hand for the butler to handle it. His gaze remained fixed on the social media queen before him. Just as he reached out, the door was kicked open. Several plainclothes investigators, displaying their credentials, surged inside. Chi Guolong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling with arrogance. "Oh, so many brothers have come to play? Care for a drink? This wine is air-freighted from France, a 1998 Lafite." The investigators ignored his banter and stepped forward, revealing their credentials. "Chi Guolong, we are the Joint Investigation Team, and we are now legally arresting you. Please cooperate." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The music continued to pulse. But the numerous internet celebrities were suddenly panicked, some clutching their chests and screaming, others scurrying to evade the cameras, while some fled outright. Yet Chi Guolong remained unfazed, rising slowly and tilting his chin defiantly. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Can you really touch those behind my father?" Before he could finish, an investigator stepped forward decisively, swiftly covering his mouth. In that moment of silence, Chi Guolong struggled, confusion and anger filling his eyes. "Take him away," was the terse command, and he was swiftly escorted out, flanked on both sides. His bathrobe slipped, revealing a gold chain around his waist, from which dangled not a pendant, but a miniature golden key. The investigators exchanged glances, recognizing it as one of the spare keys to his father's secret chamber in the vineyard. Before leaving the villa, the investigators conveniently seized a live-streaming device from the premises. The footage captured the last moments of arrogance from the scion of the Chi family. The villa remained brightly lit, the water still rippling, but this extravagant feast had come to an end. Chapter 27. Help me, Mr. Wu. A few days later, news of the Chi family's fate quietly reached Wu Sichen during a dinner gathering. The news, although not widely publicized, swiftly circulated within certain circles. The Chi family, due to the abuse of power, bribery, interference with the normal operations of military enterprises, and money laundering, among dozens of other charges, was subjected to legal proceedings and ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Upon hearing this, Wu Sichen merely smiled faintly, his expression remaining unperturbed. Even as he held his teacup steady, he was not surprised by the events. They were merely the inevitable outcome. In his eyes, the Chi family was but a fragile facade, easily dispersed by the winds of change. Was there truly a hidden depth of power lurking behind the scenes? Perhaps there was indeed a more intricate web of interests. But what of it? The moment they took action, their defeat was already half assured. What truly concerned him was not the downfall of individuals like the Chi family, but the shifting tides of influence. The rapid collapse of the Chi family, especially the swift progression from sealing and searching to trial and verdict within mere days, represented a clear signal from the upper echelons. Whether it was the military's mid-level commanders hastily deployed from Zhurai or the overwhelming tactics displayed during the investigation, or the judicial system's relentless pace of handling matters, all indicated one thing. Wu Sicheng was no longer merely an entrepreneur in the eyes of those in power. He had become a strategic resource. The arrival of a new district party secretary further solidified this realization. As soon as his appointment took effect, Hua Yuqi personally visited. There were no formal pleasantries or lengthy document introductions. Instead, he entered the factory directly. As soon as they were seated, he spoke with a smile. "General Wu, your achievements at such a young age, leading a high-quality autonomous industrial team and contributing significantly to the modern manufacturing of our Huaxia's drone project, are truly commendable." His tone carried sincerity, respect, and a subtle rhythm of goodwill. Wu Sicheng responded with a smile, maintaining an air of humility. "We merely strive to refine civilian technology to its utmost. It is a stroke of luck that it has been adopted by the military." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation swiftly transitioned to matters of practical cooperation. Hua Yuqi clearly stated that the district would establish a dedicated green channel for key technological development, providing comprehensive support for enterprises, including Wu Sicheng's, through expedited approvals, tax reductions, talent acquisition, and technical record-keeping. Wu Sicheng understood all too well that this was a reflection of their attitude towards him, a reaffirmation following recent events. The fall of the Qi family was not coincidental. The first order of business for Secretary Hua upon taking office was to meet him, and that was no mere happenstance. From then on, the relationship between him and the system would no longer be a simple one of contractor and client, but rather a deeper consensus. He stood at the forefront of the impending storm. With the Qi family's demise, a clandestine yet potent tremor of power swiftly subsided, like a still pond after a tempest, quietly regaining its tranquility. Yet, concurrently, another storm was brewing. At that moment, in the southern headquarters of Jifeng Express, Chairman and General Manager Yu Xinglu sat in a conference room, his brow furrowed, hands crossed in front of his lips. Opposite him lay a pile of reports on capacity optimization, PI charts, customer complaints, and a series of anxious project progress sheets. Though high-speed rail was indeed quick, the processes of assembling, dispatching, and transferring were rigid, lacking flexibility. Particularly, the coverage of remote stations remained a significant flaw. He muttered to himself, flipping to the aviation section. While air transport was fast, its costs were exorbitant, with prices soaring to several dollars per kilogram. Based on current daily shipping volumes, a single day's air freight cost could consume half a month's profits. What do we truly need? He pondered. Efficiency, stability, broad coverage, preferably without reliance on traditional transport nodes. Just as his mind threatened to explode, his assistant gently knocked and entered, presenting the latest industry observation report. "President Yu, I know you've been troubled by the rapid freight issue. Recently, I've been following the development of the domestic drone industry. There's a company that produces quadcopters with astonishing testing reports indicating intelligent and responsive flight control systems, capable of vertical takeoff and landing without a runway, and exhibiting exceptional flight stability." "Oh," Yu Xinglu looked up, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "However, the current version has a limited cruising range and can only carry a few kilograms. But I can see that their technological foundation is solid, with ample room for improvement. What is the name of this company?" "Shaohuang Toy Factory. The CEO is Wu Sicheng. He's quite young, but I've heard that the military is also collaborating with them to develop tactical drones." Yu Xinglu raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Youth was not an issue. The key was their audacity. If we could have him customize a cargo drone with a cruising range of 7,000 kilometers and a payload of 10 tons, wouldn't that revolutionize the entire express logistics capacity structure? It is certainly possible, especially for cross-border logistics and low-altitude deliveries at multiple coastal points. It would be a revolutionary breakthrough. Yu Xinglu stood up, excitement radiating from him. "This matter cannot be delayed. You go find his contact information for me." Within an hour, the number was located. He did not delegate the call to his secretary or deputy. Instead, he personally dialed the number. After 2 rings, the call connected, and a calm young voice answered. "Hello, this is Wu Sicheng." Yu Xinglu almost instinctively blurted out, "Help me." "Mr. Wu Sicheng." His tone carried the shrewdness of a seasoned entrepreneur, coupled with the sincerity forged through years of experience. "I need a drone, not a toy." but one that can transform an industry. I know you can create it. Oh, Wu Sicheng leaned back in his chair, a slight smile gracing his lips as he lazily inquired. Then I need to know, President Yu, what investment are you planning to make? On the other end, Yu Xinglu's voice was resolute, infused with the bravado of a Southern Express logistics magnate. As long as you can produce a model that meets our requirements, we will cover all research and development costs. You simply need to grant me priority procurement rights, and we will take on all subsequent mass production orders. We will bear the risks, and you will share in the profits. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Wu Sicheng's eyes gleamed with appreciation. President Yu, your straightforwardness is refreshing. I enjoy doing business with someone like you. After hanging up, he immediately activated the freight technology module of the high-tech research and development system, swiftly setting parameters under the long-range cargo drone label. Cruising distance, 7,000 payload, 10 tons, flight time, 24 hours, platform requirements, VTOL remote autonomous return modular payload bay. As soon as the selection parameters were finalized, the interface instantaneously displayed 37 design proposals, some featuring titanium alloy frames, others utilizing plasma propulsion, and even prototypes with anti-gravity hybrid drive systems. However, his gaze quickly settled on a model named Jiuqian. The moment he unfolded the blueprints, the aircraft revealed a streamlined swan wing configuration, with a forward-facing sensor pod and dual-engine rear thrust nozzles as sharp as blades. The wings were foldable, and the belly-mounted external bay employed a magnetic levitation design, exuding both a sense of advanced technology and practical application potential. The specifications were breathtakingly perfect. Maximum flight altitude, 15,000 meters cruising speed, 700 mph endurance time, 27 hours maximum range, 250 kilometers maximum payload, 104 tons modular bay count. 5. Hot swappable. He confirmed his inspiration value balance, which was just sufficient for redemption. This meant that as long as he initiated the research and development process, the prototype could be completed within a month for structural engineering and simulation testing. President, you would provide the funds, I would deliver the goods, and then leverage the platform to seize the market. This would be a win-win situation. He chuckled softly, realizing it was more accurate to say he would win twice. Without hesitation, he pressed the button for Redeem Technology Jiuqian Cargo Drone. He then dialed Yu Xinglu's number. President Yu, I will provide you with an answer in 1 month. The phone line fell silent for a brief moment. After regaining composure, Yu Xinglu's voice carried an air of surprise. A month? Your efficiency is either remarkable or others are utterly incompetent. We certainly do not rely on PPTs to secure investments. Excellent. General Manager Wu, I await your good news. With palpable excitement, Yu Xinglu hung up the phone and stood, rubbing his hands together, as if envisioning the nascent form of a logistics revolution. He understood clearly that once this drone successfully entered production, it would not only transform the foundational structure of Jifeng Express, but also secure a significant position in the global logistics landscape. However, as the mantis stalks the cicada, who will truly find joy in the end? It is indeed difficult to predict. Surely it cannot be the eagle sauce? Chapter 28. Establishing a new research and development project. Objective, Jiuqian drone. After ending the call, Wu Sicheng gently spun the pen in his hand, his gaze drifting to the distant drone testing tower outside the window. Shortly after, he pressed the office intercom button. Yunyao, please come to my office. A few minutes later, Yu Yunyao entered, dressed in a neat professional outfit, her steps brisk and decisive, holding a freshly organized meeting agenda. General Manager Wu, how may I assist you? Wu Sicheng closed his notebook, rising to hand her a stack of printed materials. Please contact experienced R&D veterans within the company. I intend to assemble a special team that I will personally lead for the upcoming project. Upon hearing that Wu Sicheng would lead the team, Yu Yunyao's eyes flickered with surprise, yet she refrained from further inquiries, quietly jotting down notes. Additionally, here is the list of core components and special alloy materials. Please inform the logistics department to negotiate prices directly with the suppliers I have listed following the premium procurement process. I expect to see the accounts and goods by tomorrow. Understood, I will arrange this immediately. Before long, several key members from the R&D department were summoned to the conference room. They were seasoned practitioners recruited since the company's expansion. Wu Sicheng entered the room, his expression calm, yet his tone conveyed a sense of gravity. Everyone, I have gathered you here today because we are initiating a new project, a large cargo drone. The conference room fell silent for a moment before whispers erupted. No way. Jumping from a tactical quadcopter to a 10-ton model? That is quite a leap. This represents a generational shift in engineering. Wu Sichen, listening to their reactions, was not surprised. He nodded and smiled. I know what you were thinking. Indeed, the leap is substantial. But please take a look at this. With that, he pressed a remote control, dimming the lights in the conference room as a large screen illuminated, revealing an exquisitely intricate three-dimensional industrial model that began to rotate. This was not an ordinary CAD drawing, but a high-fidelity, full-scale modeling diagram generated at the system level, showcasing every detail from bolt stress angles to the curvature of titanium alloy and carbon fiber composite panels, as well as the intricate details of thermal circulation pathways. The drone boasted a streamlined, wing-body integrated layout, featuring a quasi-stealth design with no exposed cables. All wiring was concealed within the high-strength honeycomb shell. The coating displayed on the projection was marked as the 7th generation of an adaptive temperature control coating, equipped with active thermal reflection and micro-airflow disturbance functions. This is the Zhoutian cargo drone we aim to create, Wu Sichen stated calmly, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable brilliance. As the presentation continued, the core system area was magnified, revealing a complete set of hot-swappable multi-compartment payload modules with 5 standardized bays. These supported seamless switching among functions, such as conventional cargo holds, cold chain modules, liquid transport bays, hazardous material protection compartments, and medical emergency warehouses. The connection mechanism utilized dual redundancy with magnetic locking and inductive signal calibration to ensure stability during high-altitude loading and unloading. Our target is to achieve a range exceeding 7,000 kilometers with a single full load capacity of 10 tons, flight durations surpassing 24 hours, and adaptability to all weather and all-terrain environments. As the screen switched to the engine cross-section, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The power system employed a hybrid oil-electric scheme, composed of a turboshaft extended-range power core and 4-vector electric thrust propeller engines working in tandem. The extender power platform integrated an AI thermal management system and a 3-phase carbon-electric conversion module, allowing the aircraft to operate for extended periods in challenging terrains such as plateaus, wetlands, and deserts. Every bracket, every seam, every air intake passage you see has been derived from simulations of over 3,000 operational conditions, Wu Sichen added calmly. This is not a conceptual machine. It is the first of its kind in the era of logistics platforms that we are about to deliver. The atmosphere in the conference room grew almost palpable. Eventually, someone broke the silence, their voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment and trepidation. General Manager Wu, did you draw this diagram? Indeed, Wu Sichen replied, his tone unwavering, unabashedly embracing the system's achievements. I have been secluded in research on heavy-load flight platforms, and this is the preliminary outcome. He spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Yet the image projected on the wall struck like a meteor, reverberating through the minds of all present. An older engineer murmured with a complex expression, "No wonder we often see General Manager Wu in the lab late at night. He's been working on this." Another technical supervisor, specializing in structural mechanics, stared at the screen, eyes trembling at the main beam crafted with variable stress carbon fiber shell technology. The details of fluid control at the wing root, stress feedback adaptive framework, and embedded high-frequency rectification ducts. This is beyond mere genius. It is a product a decade ahead of its time. A young technician's eyes brimmed with tears. How many nights? How much data iteration? How many failed simulations did it take to create a diagram of this caliber? We thought he was merely engaged in stock trading. The reverence in the air rose like a tide, coalescing into an invisible pressure that instinctively silenced all skepticism and derision. General Manager Wu, a gray-haired engineer, examined the process flowchart, tapping his finger on a complex disassembly diagram of a component, his tone slightly hesitant. Some critical parts, like this custom composite board with dual temperature and pressure regulation, and this micro heat dissipation array, are specified too finely, and the chip integration density is exceedingly high. Not to mention this rare Earth magnetic core coil, which involves multi-axis synchronization. There are virtually no ready-made products available on the market. He lifted his gaze, seriousness etched across his features. Our current inventory may not last 3 days, and few domestic companies can undertake these processes. We may face delays in production lines. However, Wu Sicheng remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have already accounted for all of this. His words flowed steadily, brimming with confidence. The logistics department submitted a priority procurement order yesterday, employing a mixed model of direct sourcing for some custom collaborations. Certain materials will be supplied directly from military-grade supply chains, and I have secured a green channel for special components through old connections. They will arrive at the factory by tomorrow morning at the latest. Upon hearing this, several engineers exchanged glances, a jolt of realization coursing through them. While they fretted over component shortages, General Manager Wu had already orchestrated the resource mobilization. Wu Sicheng observed their expressions and continued, "As soon as the first batch of materials arrives, I will personally descend to the workshop and guide you in constructing the inaugural prototype. From structural assembly to cabin sealing, from electrical control debugging to flight control adaptation. I will elucidate each step in detail and facilitate hands-on progression." He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across each individual present, his tone becoming more solemn. "This transcends mere blueprints. It is the establishment of a standard system. The first unit serves as a sample, a template, a battle flag for you all. Once the initial verification is complete, each of you seated here will emerge as the technical core, leading your own teams responsible for subsequent mass production, debugging, and upgrades. I aspire that in 30 days, the entire factory will operate in service of the Jiotian." A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Moments later, the eldest materials engineer gently closed the blueprints and nodded slowly. "We, seasoned veterans, have lived for decades, yet we have never encountered a project of this magnitude. But this time we are all in." Following suit, others nodded in agreement, their expressions more resolute than before. There were no grandiose declarations or applause, but in that instant, a palpable atmosphere arose, one capable of dismantling industrial barriers. A revolution in aircraft technology, poised to upend traditional logistics systems, quietly commenced. In the ensuing days, the lights in the Research and Development Center scarcely dimmed. Each participant in the Jiotian project, irrespective of their tenure, practically resided at the company, converting their workstations into makeshift dormitories, using sofas as beds, and relying on instant noodles and quick meals as staples. Their desks were cluttered not with snacks, but with sketches densely filled with formulas and process parameters. Each morning, Wu Sicheng appeared punctually in the assembly area or experimental modules, actively engaging in the prototype manufacturing process. He did not merely oversee as a manager. He personally wielded tools, adjusted parameters, and conducted tests. At times, he knelt to dismantle the power shaft. At others, he squatted by the ventilation shaft, debating wiring logic with electrical engineers, often adorned with a tape measure and a small laser device around his neck. His explanations were meticulous, detailing where to allow for stress displacement, the correct sequence for packaging, and the consequences of exceeding a 0.3-degree error in component angles, even discussing the implications of bolt specifications through the lens of material fatigue. By evening, the workshop remained brightly lit. Engineers gathered in small clusters, some using modeling software to analyze airflow distribution, others in the welding room simulating structural strength, while still others reviewed daytime recordings beside hastily set up sleeping bags, comparing notes. "Ask Wu Zong tomorrow" became a whispered mantra before sleep. Each morning, those arriving with queries were met with thorough answers. Wu Sicheng never offered dismissive responses nor projected an air of superiority, regardless of how trivial or repetitive the questions. He patiently elucidated, sometimes drawing them to the physical prototype to explain while dismantling. "You are not merely working for me. You are co-creating the most formidable logistics flight platform of our era." When he expressed this, there was no theatrical flair in his eyes, only an unwavering conviction. These individuals, seasoned professionals with years of experience, were acutely aware of the difference between excellence and mediocrity. They had long recognized that the Jiotian before them was not merely a product upgrade, but a leap in an entire generation of industrial logic. Wu Sicheng was wholeheartedly imparting core technologies, modeling principles, and structural logic to them. More notably, during a technical review meeting at dawn, a middle-aged engineer, cradling a bowl of instant noodles, hoarsely remarked, "Wu Zong truly wishes to teach us, not merely to utilize us, but genuinely aims to elevate us together. No one responded, yet all nodded in silence. They understood that in their lifetime, this might be their sole opportunity to stand at the forefront of industrial innovation and actively participate in the birth of a remarkable aircraft. Time continued its march, and the entire factory gradually reformed under the rhythm of the Jyotion project. The operational directives in the workshop, the task priorities in the laboratories, and even the meal service times in the cafeteria were meticulously orchestrated around the construction of this aircraft. Wu Sichen established no so-called central control office or project liaison. He himself was the core hub. Each morning at 7, he would appear punctually in the main assembly area, clad in simple work attire, with a temporary project badge pinned to his chest, indistinguishable from frontline employees. Upon arrival, his first task was not to assign duties, but to inspect material arrivals, review the previous day's component processing precision records, and scrutinize the craft logs from the night shifts. This carbon fiber laminated board's seam exceeds 0.2 millimeters. It must be recut. The stress simulation of this propeller blade shows discrepancies. The calculated angle is off by 2 points. The wiring within the cargo bay is redundant. We need to redesign the circuit board's packaging location. He spoke with calmness, devoid of any emotional inflection or reproach. His tone is steady, as if reciting a series of formulas, yet each statement struck precisely at the heart of the matter. During the assembly process, he personally led the structural team in adjusting the load-bearing framework of the Jyotion, employing a variable stiffness distribution alongside a tridirectional energy damping structure, thus endowing the entire machine with exceptional vibration resistance and structural resilience against sudden airflow. The engineers of the power group initially planned to replicate existing battery design schemes, only to have their proposal rejected. Our flight duration begins at 24 hours. Conventional batteries accumulate excessive heat. We must utilize a dual-layer liquid-cooled graphene thermal conduction framework. After articulating this, he sketched a hand-drawn diagram, enhancing the cooling module's thermal dissipation curve. The debugging phase of the flight control system was marked by heightened anxiety among the team. The complexity of the Jyotion's flight control AI far surpassed currently available drones, capable of self-evolving path avoidance and high-density swarm evasion algorithms. Any core computation delay exceeding 50 milliseconds could result in total failure. During the debugging process, there were instances of command echo lag, leading to data interference, leaving the team at an impasse. That evening, when everyone believed they needed to rewrite the control logic, Wu Sichen picked up a pen and sketched nearly 20 logic diagrams and framework nodes on the whiteboard. It is not a hardware issue. It is a temporal misalignment of the critical lock within the synchronizer during multi-threaded execution. After stating this, he stayed awake, vigilantly observing the flight control cabin, compressing a task initially estimated to take 3 days into a single overnight effort. When the program was restored, all engineers erupted into applause, with some quietly shedding tears. After each successful test, Wu Sichen refrained from immediate celebration, instead guiding everyone to gather around the finished prototype, engaging in retrospectives, disassembling, analyzing, and reconstructing. What we are creating is not merely a drone. It is a replicable, scalable industrial foundation model. In the future, it may not solely serve cargo. It could transform into a high-altitude rescue model, a border supply model, or an urban commuting model. Every joint, every signal interface, must adhere to expansion standards. He was not merely constructing a machine. He was shaping the very soul of an entire system. On the eve of the final avionics system integration test, he gathered a dozen core technical personnel in the open-air experimental area, utilizing a portable projector to showcase the three-dimensional structural model and logical node tree of the Jyotion. Speaking for a full 2 hours, he conveyed his thoughts unhurriedly, not to educate, but to empower each individual to become a capable deputy brain supporting this system. While you all praise my prowess, the completion of this blueprint is a result of systematic design principles. This represents the answer of an era, not merely an individual's talent. That night, no one departed. They sat on the lab floor, engaged in discussions until 3 in the morning. The following day, the Jyotion underwent the final set of main power and propulsion system joint testing, quietly resting at the center of the assembly platform. From a mere blueprint to a tangible prototype, it took less than 20 days. However, all those involved understood that this was not merely a matter of speed. Rather, This Jiutian had transcended the definition of a mere drone. It represented the first resonant strike of a hammer, led by Wu Sichen and his team, shattering the industrial ceiling of an entire bygone era and redefining the future of manufacturing through technology. That evening, the light was soft, and the wind gently stirred the sheer curtains hanging beside the hoisting vehicle, filling the air with a subtle scent of metal and lubricant. At the center of the platform, the Jiutian stood silently, resembling a colossal beast just awakened. Its lines were sharp, its structural tension robust, and its wings reflected a ghostly azure sheen under the lights, its coating reminiscent of clouds drifting across the sky. Observing this cargo drone that had materialized from concept to reality, the researchers approached one by one, encircling it. Initially, silence reigned, but soon, someone's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After over 20 years in structural engineering, one veteran engineer spoke with a hoarse voice, his eyes reddened, unable to finish his sentence as he raised a hand to wipe away his tears. "Do we truly create this?" murmured another young technician, his fingers tracing the meticulously sealed seam on the Jiutian's body, the result of 3 sleepless days spent calibrating the optimal sealing value with 3 colleagues. "I never imagined I would witness a product of this caliber in my lifetime, let alone be a part of its creation." It was unclear who started the applause, a sound not loud, but filled with a silent reverence. In the next moment, a second and third round of applause cascaded, echoing through the night sky and resonating with the suppressed emotions of all present. They were not clapping for success. They were applauding their sense of participation in this moment, celebrating the birth of Jiutian, and recognizing that they were no longer mere overlooked screws on an assembly line, but builders who could touch the pinnacle of technology with their own hands. Wu Sichen stood among the crowd, silent, simply gazing at Jiutian. Someone turned to look at him, their gaze filled with genuine admiration and respect. "Thank you, Wu. Not for the blueprints, not for the bonuses, but for restoring our belief that industry is not lifeless, technology is not distant, and dreams are not empty." This gentle sentiment was carried by the wind into the hearts of everyone present. That night, there were no celebratory banquets, no ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and no cameras. Yet, Jiutian stood there in the night breeze, majestic as a mountain or ocean, silently like a banner or a monument. Their era truly began at that moment. Chapter 30, The Military with Rub Hands in Ancient Times. Daxia referred to Jiutian, originally denoting the highest realms of the heavens. It often appeared on the murals of the Dunhuang Mogao caves, where celestial beings soared through the clouds, embodying humanity's ultimate fantasies of ascension and transcendence. Today, this word, imbued with ancient significance and romance, has acquired a sharp new meaning in the modern world. The Jiutian cargo drone, crafted by Wu Sichen's team, is a genuinely strategic industrial flight platform. It resembles a blade slicing through the air, featuring a swan wing and fuselage integration layout, a streamlined body equipped with an air disturbance self-regulating system, and a 7th-generation stealth adaptive reflective coating that shimmers with a subtle silver blue in sunlight, resembling a moonlit reflection in water, elegant when still and deadly in motion. The project team members would gather daily to scrutinize, caress, and photograph it, as if it were not merely a drone, but a sculptural work of art representing their youth and beliefs. However, everyone knew that the true milestone lay in the final step of test flights. This monstrous flying machine boasts a range of 7,000 kilometers, a maximum altitude of 15,000 meters, and a payload capacity of 10 tons. To take off recklessly would undoubtedly raise alarms within the Daxia Air Force. Not to mention, such flight capabilities have already surpassed the technical limits of civilian drones. Frankly speaking, once airborne, it would surely be misidentified as a military tactical platform or even an unregistered long-range reconnaissance strike drone. Therefore, Wu Sichen personally drafted the entire flight test protocol and submitted the application materials to the National Air Traffic Control System and the Ministry of Science and Technology Equipment through appropriate channels. Initially, the preliminary reviewers at the relevant agencies thought little of it, merely considering it a small enterprises application for high-altitude testing of a drone. However, upon opening the parameters, they nearly spilled their tea on their keyboards. A payload of 10 tons, a range of 7,000 kilometers, an altitude of 150,000 meters. The air grew tense as the reviewers, wiping their foreheads of cold sweat, triple-checked the documentation, ultimately swallowing hard and racing off with the materials. This is no drone. This meets the specifications of a light bomber. The materials received a green light all the way to the Joint Review Group for military equipment. The higher-ups were equally astonished. A private enterprise created this? Are we sure it's not an outsourced assembly? No, the core systems are self-developed. The blueprints and components are domestically produced, and the flight control system even includes self-learning modules. This news reached Qi Lingyun, who had just returned to Zurich for rest after a stint in the Magic City. A senior official called him. "Xiao Qi, we have a big toy here. The technical parameters seem intriguing. Can you find some time to come over and assess its potential for military modification?" That kid again? Qi Lingyun thought, donning his military uniform with a sigh. He keeps surprising me more often than I see my own parents. Nevertheless, he wasted no time. That very evening, he boarded a military aircraft with his aide, setting off overnight for the Jiutian Drone Project's test flight site. He understood that Wu Sichen would never waste anyone's trip. This time, he sensed that he would face not just a drone test flight, but a true rewriting of the rules of the era. This visit would not only include Qi Lingyun, commander of the Daxiao Army. As the test flight parameters were disclosed, the Air Force and Navy could no longer remain passive regarding a vehicle capable of cruising 7,000 kilometers, carrying 10 tons, and reaching a maximum altitude of 15,000 meters. It was no longer a simple civilian cargo platform, but an aerial force carrier with strategic applications. Consequently, the Air Force dispatched the commander of the Eastern Theater Air Brigade, Shi Haoshuan, while the Navy summoned the captain of a new destroyer from the EC fleet, Liu Yinxian, back from leave to observe urgently. Representatives from all three military branches gathered, and the atmosphere was already charged with tension before the proceedings even began. On a closed test runway at the Magic City Airport, the area had been thoroughly cleared, surrounded by temporary isolation nets and signal jamming equipment. In the distance, Jiutian, recently assembled, stood quietly at the end of a gentle slope, its reflective body glimmering like a metallic leopard poised to leap into the sky on command. Due to its massive size, initial transport necessitated modular disassembly, with wings, tail, and fuselage delivered separately by cargo trains in low-altitude, lifting aircraft to the outskirts of the Magic City Airport, where a technical team completed assembly and debugging within 2 days. At this moment, there was less than an hour until the scheduled flight test. In the airport control tower, representatives from the three military branches had gathered on a makeshift observation platform. Though the atmosphere had yet to formally heat up, a unique sense of rivalry between the branches was already palpable. Qi Lingyun leaned against the railing, arms crossed, a smirk in his eyes. When did the Air Force start taking an interest in toy planes? Shi Haoshuan, peering through binoculars to examine the Jiutian's wingspan, retorted with a cold laugh. "You call a platform with a payload of 10 tons, a range of 7,000 kilometers, and a flying altitude of 15,000 meters a toy? If this toy were in my hands, 10 aircraft flying in formation could take out your mechanized battalion without breaking a sweat." Qi Lingyun scoffed. "You'd better pray I don't use it to supply the front lines. Otherwise, you won't even have enough fuel to fly back to base." Liu Yinxian, nearby, adjusted his military cap and sighed. "You two can bicker all you want, at least you can still argue about ownership. Our Navy is in a dire predicament. How can I possibly board the ship in these 9 days? The shortest main runway is at least 800 meters, while the deck of our destroyer is barely sufficient. Not only can we not take off, but we cannot even land." He shook his head and sighed, stating that unless a carrier-based folding version is developed, we can only watch with longing. Shi Haoshuan raised an eyebrow, asserting that our Air Force must seize the opportunity first. The Navy may come if they wish. If you can take it, then take it. Don't genuinely believe our fleet relies solely on deck capacity, Liu Yinxian retorted defiantly. If we truly desire to utilize it, we could modify the unmanned refueling system for surface vessels and possibly deploy it before your Air Force. Meanwhile, in the observation area below the stand, Yu Xingluo stood beside Wu Sichen, completely immersed in the future cargo shipping myth he had helped create, his demeanor akin to someone who had just won $1 million jackpot. His palms rubbed together rapidly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu always spoke with conviction. If he said 1 month, it would indeed be 1 month. With a terrifying level of efficiency, he grinned widely, exclaiming that this aircraft was not merely a cargo marvel, but the king of cross-border logistics in his dreams. And he was thoroughly satisfied. He was so exhilarated that he failed to notice the seemingly casual smile at the corner of Wu Sicheng's mouth or the complex expressions of the surrounding staff as they occasionally glanced at the stand. In the distance, at the temporary command post, representatives from the Army, Navy, and Air Force also began rubbing their hands together, not in joy, but in calculation. This aircraft rightly belongs to the Army. Qi Lingyun gritted his teeth, eyeing the multi-compartment cargo bay on the aircraft's belly, capable of accommodating an entire battalion's supplies. Flying faster than vehicles, and impervious to landmines. Using it for border patrol would be akin to having an advantage. This aircraft rightly belongs to the Air Force. Shi Haoxuan murmured under his breath as he examined the parameters. Once it connects to our logistics network, it would equate to an additional low-cost, on-demand aerial transport unit that can deploy long-range sensors at the front lines. ISNT, this a dual-purpose platform for high-altitude transport and reconnaissance. This aircraft rightly belongs to the Navy, Lu Yunxian said seriously, gripping his pen. The takeoff runway can be modified, and carrier-based capabilities are not impossible. With slight optimization of the wing folding design, we might even develop a long-range supply drone for fleet deployment. Perhaps it could even establish a maritime link, allowing destroyers to extend their anti-submarine networks. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the same glimmer of understanding. They all recognized that this Jiutian, regardless of who acquires it, would serve as a monumental springboard for technological superiority in their respective military branches over the next decade. Meanwhile, Yu Xingluo, still grinning at the sidelines, remained blissfully unaware that the logistics marvel he had painstakingly invested in would soon be commandeered overnight by a group of men in uniforms and shoulder insignias. Chapter 31, My Aircraft. Finally, Jiutian experienced its moment of glory. With a crisp activation signal, the dual engines at the rear roared to life, creating a powerful gust of air as the entire aircraft surged forward like a predator that had been lying in wait. Within less than 300 meters of runway, the fuselage smoothly lifted its nose, soaring into the sky, and effortlessly passed through the designated monitoring point at the end of the runway. As the wings spread wide, the sleek silhouette cut through the sunlight, casting a sharp silver line, both elegant and imposing. Everyone present held their breath, watching the seemingly impossible aircraft ascend along its predetermined flight path, turning and cruising at a steady speed, its maneuvers as precise and stable as a choreographed dance. Ultimately, the flight system successfully completed 4 major test subjects: cruising, long-distance turning, high-altitude, simulated delivery, and automatic return, landing successfully. At that moment, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the testing area. Yu Xingluo was the most ecstatic, nearly bouncing off the ground, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement. And without even straightening his suit, he rushed towards Wu Sicheng. "Mr. Wu, let us sign the order now, starting with hundreds of units. I want them all. There are also overseas cooperation demands that I've already negotiated." However, before he could finish his sentence, 3 pairs of hands suddenly emerged from both sides, firmly yet gently holding him back. "What are you doing?" Yu Xingluo exclaimed, startled and indignant as he turned around. "I'll tell you in broad daylight. Such places as airports are off-limits for robbery." The 3 men, Representatives Qi Lingyun, Shi Haoxuan, and Lu Yunxian, were impeccably dressed in military attire, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, Yu Xingluo understood that his Jiutian, barely warm to him, had already caught the attention of far greater forces, the kind he could never hope to confront in his lifetime. His eyes reddened as he spread his arms towards Jiutian, proclaiming, "I'm telling you, Jiutian belongs to me. It's mine. I invested money, resources, and even stayed up late studying the blueprints. Woe is me." Yet before he could finish, the 3 representatives had already turned their attention to Wu Sicheng, their expressions instantly shifting to a polite yet resolute smile. "Mr. Wu, congratulations on developing such an outstanding aircraft. We are here to discuss collaboration on behalf of the military. The headquarters has decided to acquire comprehensive procurement rights and partial technological evolution rights for Jiutian through a buyout. All expenses will be calculated at market rates, compensating for research and development investments, production equipment, and core team training. Not a penny less." Yu Xingluo exploded in outrage. "This is robbery. How disgusting. Is there no one to stop you uniformed thugs?" The crowd erupted in laughter, even Qi Lingyun revealing a rare smirk. Rest assured, we call this legally guiding the industry. Only Yu Xingluo stood amidst the wind, clutching his heart, gazing at the prototype of Jiu Tian being taken away, as if watching his first love being conscripted by the state. Jiu Tian, you cannot do this. You were meant to deliver packages, not munitions. He lamented. Wu Sicheng's tone was light, yet it caused Yu Xingluo's eyes to brighten instantly. Mr. Yu, do not be disheartened. Once the military's needs are met, I will produce some downgraded versions for your logistics use. His words were steady, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet to Yu Xingluo, they felt like a divine blessing. You said it, Yu Xingluo exclaimed, seizing the lifeline with fervor, his eyes sparkling as he nearly grasped Wu Sicheng's hand. Wu Sicheng nodded, his expression calm and composed. Following this exchange, Yu Xingluo felt a sense of reassurance. After all, he had never expected this aircraft to be commercially viable within a month. Large-scale production would require at least 2 to 3 years. He was merely intercepted by the military, and once they exhausted their priority procurement rights, he would still be able to benefit. With the logistics magnate sent off, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically as the 3 military representatives, Qi Lingyun, Shi Haoshuan, and Lu Yunxian, finally removed their smiling masks, revealing serious expressions. Mr. Wu, I see that the modular pod system of Jiu Tian is designed for rapid task conversion, correct? Qi Lingyun stated directly. Wu Sicheng nodded, having anticipated their interest would extend beyond flight performance. Indeed, the pod employs a standardized hot-swappable design, allowing for rapid replacement within 3 minutes. Different pod modules correspond to various task scenarios, such as equipment delivery, emergency firefighting, high-altitude oxygen supply, agricultural spraying, and even swarm drone deployment. Swarm drones? Qi Lingyun's expression sharpened. Shi Haoshuan furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting it can carry swarm pods to release a multitude of small drones in designated airspace? Exactly, Wu Sicheng replied steadily. Jiu Tian possesses high-altitude, stable hovering and formation control systems, paired with swarm management AI, capable of deploying small drones via parachute or drop methods at specified coordinates, enabling rapid reconnaissance, interference, or direct tactical strikes within the operational area. Lu Yunxuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had initially thought this was merely an overperforming civilian cargo aircraft, only to realize it was a transformative behemoth. Qi Lingyun immediately recalled a previous exercise in the Zhurai Desert, where 100 quadcopter drones in the Blue Army's command cabin secured a decisive advantage, effortlessly dismantling the Red Army's armored battalion. If the Jochian UAV is responsible for medium-range transport and the swarm deploys suppression at the front lines, our combined battalion's assault capabilities could be elevated by 2 tiers. It extends beyond mere assaults. Wu Sicheng added that if the pod were replaced with a medical rescue module, it could airdrop emergency supplies, administer remote medication, and even facilitate individual recoveries. Should it be an electronic warfare module, it could release jamming munitions from high altitudes, disrupting enemy communications or GPS systems. Shi Haoshuan clicked his tongue softly, remarking, "This is not merely an aircraft. It is a high-altitude strategic tool platform." Lu Yunxian fell silent for a moment, his fingertips lightly tapping the corner of the technical brief as if weighing certain possibilities. His brow furrowed, as though he had immersed himself in the actual deployment scenarios of an aircraft carrier formation. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze imbued with a profound sense of inquiry and yearning. If a vertical takeoff and landing version of Jiutian could be deployed on ships, might it replace some anti-submarine patrol aircraft or execute tasks such as long-range, early warning, and island reef inspections? The atmosphere in the conference room shifted slightly with his question. The essence of his inquiry transcended mere technical feasibility. It bore immense strategic significance. Should this be realized, it would significantly enhance the Navy's rapid response and multidimensional operational capabilities in the open sea, especially on destroyer platforms where carrier-based aircraft resources are scarce, and takeoff and landing decks are limited. Wu Sicheng smiled gently, his demeanor calm and unhurried, as if he had anticipated this question. He slowly rose, approached the conference table, and seized a whiteboard marker, pulling up the structural diagram of Jiutian on the screen behind him. I can tell you directly that the original Jiutian's power distribution was optimized for high speed and heavy load in a skimming takeoff configuration. Yet he deliberately paused, sketching out a radically different framework. If we were to adopt a vector nozzle with multi-point electromagnetic propulsion, coupled with folding rotor blades and a composite aerodynamic fuselage, it would indeed be feasible to develop a carrier-based VTOL version. Vertical takeoff and landing, carrier-based modules, and foldable wings, Liu Yinxian murmured, envisioning the future landscape on the flight deck, which would signify that our Navy would no longer rely on large aircraft carriers to achieve tactical-level remote unmanned deployments. Wu Sicheng nodded, adding, "Furthermore, Zhouqian's main control system is inherently open, provided you are willing to invest time and resources. You can integrate it with your existing Lamai data link and connect it to your anti-submarine torpedoes and sonar data packages. Through data matching, it could facilitate high-altitude calibration and long-range delivery. Essentially, we can incorporate it as a vital component of the surface and strike network." Liu Yinxian finally comprehended. Indeed, it is not about replacing anyone. Rather, it fills a void that you have never possessed. Wu Sicheng stated calmly. He paused and added, his tone suddenly softening. "You are welcome to study it, make necessary modifications and replacements. I encourage you to create a version that surpasses mine." Liu Yinxian was taken aback, somewhat surprised, as he had not anticipated such openness from him. "Are you not concerned about technological leakage? Not worried that the military might optimize it for themselves and cease purchasing from you?" Wu Sicheng chuckled, his tone nonchalant. "What truly matters is not the diagram I possess, but the intellect within my mind. You may replicate today's Zhouqian, but you will never catch up to my vision for tomorrow's Zhouqian." Chapter 32, An Exercise of Imbalanced Forces. The exercise is merely an exercise. All combat scenarios are hypothetical. At the Zhu Rai training base, dawn light is gently breaking. The camp is enveloped in the morning mist, yet the red lights of the UAV control tower continue to blink, like vigilant eyes watching over the impending experimental exercise. Qi Lingyun stood before the high platform, leaning against the railing, gazing at the lineup of Zhoutian UAVs awaiting deployment below. Behind him were 10,000 tactical-grade quadcopters that had just completed a technological upgrade, now resembling a silent swarm, densely stationed on dedicated takeoff and landing platforms. Each drone was equipped with next-generation frequency-hopping communication modules and modular payload bays, poised for the moment of command. The 20 Zhoutian units assigned for this exercise came from Wu Sicheng's factory, epitomizing the pinnacle of unmanned reconnaissance strike platforms. With extended flight duration, ground strike capabilities, and multi-target simultaneous calibration, they leap forward to become the Commander's second tactical eye in conjunction with ground tactical networks. Qi Lingyun lowered his head, perusing the operational report, his peripheral vision catching a line of bold red text. Sharp blade tempering all-domain confrontation exercise. In this adversarial context, the blue side, Qi Lingyun's combined battalion, faced off against the red side, Jia Yujie's heavy armor division from the Southern Theater. The combined battalion, comprising less than 1,000 personnel, despite enhanced unmanned systems, still fell short of the firepower and troop density of a fully equipped heavy division. However, the significance of this exercise lay not in traditional victory or defeat assessments. The Ministry of Defense had clearly indicated in the report its intention to challenge the mechanized army's perception of conventional warfare, under the guise of validating tactical and operational level suppression through technological integration. At this moment, thousands of miles away in the Southern Theater, Jia Yujie stood in the command room, his brow tightly knit. His operational staff was reiterating the confrontation orders, yet he remained unable to fully recover from his shock. He gazed at the enemy troop strength in the order document. One combined battalion, wondering if there had been an error in communication. "Are you certain? One battalion?" He retorted. "Yes, Division Commander. The Ministry of Defense has confirmed it 3 times. The staff's voice was somewhat strained. Jia Yujie scoffed, setting down the red-headed document in his hand, the paper cracking sharply against the table. His eyes held a trace of barely concealed disdain and a hint of irritation, as if mocking the absurdity. "Are you sending a heavy division to attack a battalion? 12,000 against 1,000? Huh. Do you really think I am here to bully new recruits?" The individuals in the command room exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. All the staff understood that the essence of this exercise lay not in equal troop numbers, but in a significant clash of ideologies. However, faced with Jia Yujie, a traditional leader who rose through the ranks amidst gunfire, any attempts at counsel would seem superfluous. Jia Yujie snorted coldly, casually tossing his military cap onto the command platform. Fine, I shall see how many main battle tanks can be thwarted by those little toy drones. His tone was sharp, tinged with mockery and provocation. In that instant, it seemed he was not merely addressing his subordinates, but declaring war on the entire training system. 3 days later, the full assembly of the Southern Theater's Heavy Division was officially completed. On the highway, the Heavy Division's convoy extended for miles like a long serpent. At the forefront were the main battle tank units from 2 armored regiments, densely packed with 59D, 88A, and 96A main battle tanks glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The rumble of tracks grinding against the asphalt resonated with a persistent low-frequency roar, as if the earth itself trembled. Each tank had its crew already in position, combat uniforms neatly attired, helmets fastened, while fire control radars slowly swept the skies like the eyes of a beast. Following closely were the artillery regiment's various types of artillery: 152mm towed howitzers, 122mm self-propelled guns, with rocket artillery units fully engaged in combat formation. Large transport vehicles carried ammunition and shells covered with tarpaulins, quietly traversing the junction of fields and highways. Nearby, reconnaissance vehicles, communication vehicles, and air defense platforms had completed their adjustments, with an intricate web of data lines intertwined like a spider's web. The entire convoy resembled a colossal iron beast, slowly exiting the camp, winding its way toward the northern training ground of Jurai. Dust kicked up by the ground shimmered in the sunlight like mist, while military radios continuously relayed brief reports from various commanders. The 1st Armored Regiment is fully assembled and ready to march. The artillery battalion has completed fire control calibration and is on standby for combat. The logistics convoy has synchronized its departure with the front lines. Out! A brief yet weighty intelligence update crackled through the command vehicle's radio. The staff handed over an encrypted telegram, which bore a significant line. Reinforcements from the Air Force Aviation Squadron are under your command. Jia Yujie paused, taking the telegram, his eyes narrowing slightly upon seeing the name Shi Haoshuan. He recalled the name, young, daring, and somewhat rebellious. Yet he excelled in flight and combat, notorious in the Air Force as a top ace. Holding the telegram, he pondered for a moment before smiling, a hint of pride seeping into his tone. This was indeed intriguing. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Jurai, amidst a cloud of dust, the main force of the Southern Theater's Armored Division advanced in formation. A multitude of tanks transitioned between rail and highway transport, while artillery and logistics units maneuvered along the roads, with military vehicles flowing like a torrent of steel towards the target area. The Air Force Aviation Brigade had also begun to arrive at the 3 forward air bases. On the taxiway, J-11B and J-7A aircraft underwent final ordnance checks, ground crew bustling between the planes, inspecting weapon bays, communication modules, and precision guidance systems. Shi Haoshuan stood in the command area beneath the control tower, observing the fleet of aircraft with a slight, provocative smile. Ling Yun, this time I stand opposite you. At that moment, Ji sat within a temporary battlefield command vehicle, gazing at the completed troop deployment map, his expression brimming with confidence. Behind him loomed a massive electronic sand table, red and blue markers interspersed, with the combat units of the Armored Division spread out like chess pieces. He understood that the outcome of this battle might have already been determined, yet he firmly believed that in an authentic frontal assault and exchange of firepower, no mere handful of aircraft could alter the fate of 1,000 rolling tanks. Ji approached the sand table, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the red advance arrows, a confident smile gracing his lips. For him, this was not a game, but a thorough sweep. A battalion, regardless of its array of new gadgets, could never withstand the full weight of an entire division in a direct confrontation. The outcome of this battle? He murmured, shaking his head. It had been settled long ago. He did not deny the value of Qi Lingyun's battalion. He understood the current trend within the forces towards so-called informationized warfare and unmanned systems, having seen various promotional materials and participated in several discussions. Yet deep down, he remained a staunch believer in the simplest logic of warfare. It has always been the outcome of steel crushing will. He glanced back at the red arrows on the electronic image, much like observing a beast poised to devour its prey. Our army does not rely on gimmicks, but on treads, on artillery, on victories forged inch by inch. Chapter 33. Meeting in the Zhu Rai Training Command Hall. Light streamed down from the ceiling. casting a cold glow over the three-dimensional sand table. Sand dunes, villages, and rivers seemed to awaken from their stillness, charged with the tension of an impending battlefield explosion. Around the conference table, the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bow, the air thick with silence, as if even the trajectories of dust particles had been deliberately suppressed. No one spoke or moved. Only the sound of pen tips scratching across paper and the faint mechanical noises of the sand table controller broke the stillness. Like a countdown to imminent conflict, leaning against the table, GUJ supported himself with one hand while lightly tapping a specific coordinate on the sand table with the other. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, his gaze tinged with amusement. Old Chu, why not simply request the directorate to bring your entire brigade up? A single battalion? He scoffed, as if appraising a creature cornered. If my division were to roll over you, I doubt even rockets would need to be aimed. A thorough carpet bombing would suffice. His words were low, yet carried the heat of a rising tide. There was no anger nor provocation in his tone, just an ingrained logic of the armored forces, to break the stalemate through sheer force, to dominate the battlefield with firepower. For him, this confrontation was merely a routine exercise of might over weakness, akin to a falcon surveying its struggling prey on the prairie. Seated across from him, Chu Ningyi remained calm. Like a windless lake, he slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the sand table. His tone, gentle yet laced with an undercurrent. The Ministry of National Defense has its reasons for this arrangement. He paused, a smile gracing his lips. Old G, don't celebrate too early. If it turns out that your division is held back by my battalion, you might find it difficult to save face. His tone was light, yet each word cut sharply. He was not refuting GUJ's numerical superiority, but rather reminding him that this battalion was not the ordinary formation he might remember. It represented a tactical innovation, a validation of the concept of achieving victories with smaller forces in the context of military reform, a keen edge of experimentation. The two exchanged verbal jabs, their seemingly casual banter concealing an undercurrent of tension. In the fleeting moments, their eyes met. It was as if two invisible wills clashed violently over the sand table. The sand table became their battlefield, and behind it lay not merely a contest of forces, but a collision of two ideological eras, a traditional armored system that believed in the might of steel, and a rapid deployment force intent on flexible maneuvering. What appeared to be an exercise was, in truth, a trial of beliefs. The silent curtain rising on a struggle for the future. Shi Haoshuan leaned against the wall, hands tucked into the pockets of his tactical pants. His posture relaxed, yet exuding an undeniable presence. A faint smile danced on his lips, akin to a bystander watching a distant blaze or a hunter poised to strike. He remained silent, absorbed in the scene before him. His keen, hawk-like eyes flitted across the sand table, the individuals, their expressions and actions, missing not a single detail. He was well acquainted with Qi Lingyun's character, understood Chu Ningyi's approach, and was thoroughly aware of GUJ's verbal finesse. For him, the current silence was not merely observation, but a buildup of potential. This demeanor typically emerged only before the real action commenced. Qi Lingyun stood not far behind Chu Ningyi, his expression as tranquil as still water. His gaze rested on the intelligence report in his hand, the pages meticulously smoothed out. Each turn precise like the gears of a clock, methodical, restrained, and composed. He did not interject, nor lift his gaze. The verbal exchanges in the hall seemed to emanate from a world beyond his own, intense yet unable to disturb his composure. He remained silent, yet his presence was more imposing than words. He had no need to refute. He was not there to debate, but to verify. He sought to confirm whether an entire set of new tactics could indeed rewrite the established rules. Unmanned combat, strike and reconnaissance integration, swarm disruption. This was not merely an exercise, but a direct confrontation between systems, a high-stakes gamble to shake the foundations of tradition with the future. Occasionally, Chu Ningyi would glance his way, and in those moments, there was no scrutiny from a superior nor hints of doubt. Instead, it was a tacit understanding forged through experience, a silent confirmation between comrades. You will lead this battle, and I will provide unwavering support. GUJ observed it all, a smirk forming on his lips, murmuring softly, "What's the matter? Lost your voice? Your battalion commander seems quite composed." Finally, Shi Haoshuan spoke, his voice laced with his usual languor and jest. "You'd best be cautious. The quieter such individuals are, the more likely they are to overturn both you and your vehicle. Guj was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Although he maintained an air of ease, his eyes subtly shifted, the mockery and confidence appearing casual, yet resembling armor that concealed a growing sense of alertness within. This was not the first time he had heard Qi Lingyun's name, nor the first time he had heard of the Blue Army's systematic combat prowess. However, this time, an instinctive intuition told him this was no mere performance. It was a potential game-changing confrontation. He remembered it vividly. The last similar exercise had been led by the Western Theater, with Zheng Kun commanding an armored regiment. Fully equipped with artillery and armored forces, a grand display. Yet, in just 4 hours, the entire regiment was shattered by the Blue Army's drone swarm tactics, leaving them in disarray. He had watched that footage 3 times. The first time, he frowned. The second time, he slammed his hand down. The third time, he fell silent. In the video, the swarm of drones had first locked onto the high ground and key nodes, executing a multi-point blockade. Subsequently, through firepower inducement and directional suppression, they gradually consumed the Red Force's positions. Tanks and artillery have been precisely targeted, transforming into live targets for pinpoint demolition. Infantry units, beset by sporadic aerial bombardments and psychological pressure, are in a state of disarray, utterly unable to mount an effective counterattack. The meager air defense capabilities on the battlefield are incapable even of low-altitude reconnaissance, akin to attempting to catch bullets with a fishing net. The defeat is not unjust. After his third viewing, he murmured to himself. Yet, he quickly added, this is not a tactical failure, but rather an overwhelming of equipment. In his view, the defeat was not due to Zheng Kun's poor command, but because of the absence of air support and an almost non-existent air defense capability, rendering the entire armored regiment a mere exercise prop. He even privately discussed with several fellow brigade commanders that had there been 2 J-11 formations providing air cover, unmanned aerial vehicles would not have been able to penetrate at all. The Blue Army's trickery would have been rendered moot. However, this time is different. For this exercise, he has made ample preparations. Not only has he summoned a complete air squadron, directly commanded by higher-ups, and supplemented with fighter, attack, and electronic warfare formations, but he has also personally proposed upgrading the originally regiment-level air defense unit to a brigade-level structure, enhancing firepower with the addition of Hongqi 17 modifications, portable missile systems, and low-altitude electro-optical capture systems. In the pre-exercise warm-up phase, he boldly ordered that all forward positions must establish low-altitude observation posts, and that all battalions and companies must ensure overlapping early warning for low-altitude defense. He made it abundantly clear this time. He would no longer be the prey. He fixated on the small symbols representing the Blue Army on the sand table, his gaze gradually intensifying. The metallic markers gleamed coldly under the lights, resembling lurking hunting dogs. He was unconvinced. He doubted that such a meticulously crafted defense could be breached. No matter how formidable the drones might be, they would first have to navigate through his multi-layered interceptions, and no matter how clever the information warfare, it would struggle against the advancing rhythm of tons of steel. An experimental battalion, no matter how revolutionary, could never surpass his heavy armored force. Yet, somewhere deep within, an unsettling anxiety lingered, akin to a grain of sand eternally trapped in a military boot, non-lethal, yet irksome, rendering complete peace of mind elusive. Chu Ningyi discerned this nuance. His command pen tapped lightly against the edge of the sand table, the clear sound resonating sharply in the oppressive atmosphere. His tone was calm, as if casually reminding, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Old G, do not forget, you are here to prove that the armor division is still reliable. I am merely an experimental battalion. The tone was light, but the words were heavy. This battle was not merely about victory or defeat. It was a direct confrontation between the old order and the new system. The torrent of steel against future tactics, the heavy armor confronting unmanned elite forces. Guj did not respond immediately. He merely squinted at Chu Ningyi, remaining silent for a moment before slowly rising. The military chair scraped against the floor with a muted sound. He donned the heavy military coat, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if a tank on the battlefield was revving its engine. With a firm step, he moved forward, steady and forceful, exuding an air of pressure. After a few paces, he suddenly turned back, his tone calm. I hope you don't make this too dull for me. His speech was neither rushed nor agitated, yet concealed layers of undercurrents. He was not afraid of losing. He merely feared that if he were to lose, it would be insufficient, lacking the desired satisfaction. Chu Ningyi smiled slightly, refraining from responding. He simply turned to Qi Lingyun, gently patting his shoulder, whispering, "Do not hold back." Qi Lingyun said nothing, merely nodding before turning to leave. His silhouette was tranquil, his pace unhurried, yet exuded a reassuring strength. He resembled a silent blade, quietly suspended in the night, yet to be drawn, its intent already palpable. He did not utter a harsh word, yet it was felt that the blade was already loaded. In the hall, the expressions of the crowd varied, yet no one spoke further, for they all understood that the true battle was about to commence. They also comprehended that the outcome of this battle would not be determined by which battalion was stronger or which division more stable, but rather by whose ideology could dominate the battlefield of tomorrow. And Qi Lingyun was that blade, poised to sever the veil of outdated warfare. Chapter 34. The air squadron's mission cut short before it began. The blue defense zone was divided into 3 lines of defense, the most critical being the thoroughfare that traversed the entire terrain. It comprised an old road cutting through the mountains, with steep terrain on either side. Once breached by heavy armored forces, the rear heights and command nodes would be entirely exposed to the firepower of the Red Army's main battle tanks. It was a lifeline, and the very place Qi Lingyun dreaded seeing the Red forces tread upon. He sat within the forward command post, quietly observing the large screen where red arrows incessantly advanced toward the blue positions, closing in step by step, akin to a giant serpent slithering forth. "Notify the Jiutian squadron," his voice steady, imbued with the restraint and decisiveness characteristic of a tactical commander, to enter full combat readiness. In that brief utterance, it was as if a stone had been cast into still waters, causing the rhythm of the entire command post to shift abruptly. The aide at the operations table swiftly bowed his head to execute commands, shortwave instructions transmitted through encrypted networks to various locations. The prepositioned drone teams immediately checked frequency hopping modules, enhancing frequency domain stealth coverage. Qi Lingyun then ordered confirmation of radar counter-detection functions, ensuring that decoy signals simulated normalcy. He instructed them that today, not a single drone must perish along predicted trajectories. "Understood," the aide replied promptly, without a hint of hesitation. In that moment, he was no longer the composed and taciturn young officer, but a veritable battlefield tactician. He was acutely aware that this combined battalion did not hold an advantage in armored confrontations, should the Red Army breach this mountain pass. It would culminate in a direct clash of manpower and armored firepower. He rose, slowly approaching the tactical display, his gaze tranquil like water. That calmness did not stem from confidence, but from a profound belief in the asymmetrical combat system. He believed he was not commanding a traditional battalion-level combat unit, but rather wielding a bayonet tempered for the new era of information warfare. On the screen, the Red Army's heavy armor division had already crossed the first geographical boundary. Their path was clear, their advancing rhythm precise, resembling a textbook. The left flank as the spearhead for assault, the center as the artillery strike corridor, and the right flank providing reserve support, advancing layer by layer, compressing the encirclement. Seemingly flawless, yet riddled with vulnerabilities. "Too orderly," Qi Lingyun murmured. He understood that this highly mechanized offensive formation relied on stable communication links and a clear command structure. Should the flow of information be disrupted, the entire front line would immediately descend into chaos. Such high concentration meant high exposure. He murmured that under thermal imaging, high-frequency interference, and multi-source intelligence, their stealthy advance was non-existent. At this moment, the Jiutian squadron was taking off in succession, emerging from various concealed points in the defense zone, entering designated airspace in batches. They were equipped with the most advanced synthetic aperture radar and passive electromagnetic sensing systems. Their flight paths calculated by AI to avoid the Red Army's radar blind spots, simultaneously monitoring every maneuver of the enemy's frontline armor groups while generating real-time battlefield situational maps for rear fire support systems. Qi Lingyun knew that this was truly the era of the heavenly eye. Whoever saw first would win half the battle. He did not rush to issue attack orders, but watched as those red arrows slowly approached on the screen. He was waiting for the moment when the enemy advanced to the tactical rhythm's inflection point, when they desperately needed unified coordination, when their formation, due to excessive density, became chaotic with information. That moment would be the time to strike. The true objective of this exercise was not merely victory or defeat. It is not about winning or losing, he softly stated, his tone as unyielding as iron, but about defining the future. Behind him, no one questioned. All understood that this battalion was not merely to win a battle, but to inscribe a new footnote for the entire army system. He aims to utilize this encounter, a battle between a regiment and a division, to demonstrate to all those still entrenched in the mechanized era that future warfare will no longer hinge on the magnitude of firepower or the number of tanks, but rather on who can seize control of the flow of information on the battlefield first. That nameless high ground stands as a flag planted in the theater of war. It may not be lofty, yet it commands the crucial firepower position at the intersection of two roads, serving as the eye of the entire defensive line. He did not deploy a dense array of positions here, leaving only bait fire control points and a few silent observation posts. The Red forces commenced their advance 100 kilometers from the exercise line, with the main armored division's vehicles fully deployed. GUJ stood in the command center, his finger tracing the advance route on the map. They would infiltrate from three directions, A3, B1, and C5, forming a triangular advance posture. His voice boomed as he ordered the artillery corps to fully mobilize, pushing their firepower zone forward by 5 kilometers, aiming to disrupt their emotional chain and communication nodes. On Shi Haoxuan's side, he instructed the Air Force to prepare for deployment, asserting the need to gain air superiority and ensure they could not lift their heads. He then emphasized, remember, the Blue Force's 4-axis drone infiltration tactics are rather simplistic. They may impress a brigade, but they will not generate waves against a division-level operation. Our air defense network is not made of paper. He was not entirely mistaken. The Red forces had indeed made tactical air defense deployments, with each echelon of armored vehicles equipped with Hongqi 7 positions and PGZ anti-aircraft artillery. Yet, he overlooked the fact that this was not a traditional friction battle between brigades, but rather a system intrusion under the paradigm of informatization. At this moment, near the edge of a forest not far from 3 Red Air Force bases, several inconspicuous large trucks were quietly parked. Covered in camouflage, the rear of the vehicles featured automated folding takeoff and landing platforms, with rows of 4-axis drones resembling small beasts of war, their faint indicator lights blinking. He knew GUJ would deploy Shi Haoxuan's aviation brigade. Therefore, he had simply ambushed a group of surprises near the airport. A low, muffled command, initiate code name B-Swarm 1. The drone formation surged forth like a tide, gliding across the surface before ascending into a low-altitude flight path. They carried no high-explosive munitions or missiles, only incendiary devices, small cluster bombs, and electronic jamming modules. Their purpose was not to engage in a duel, but to launch surprise attacks on aircraft and munitions depots. The Red Airfield Sentinels detected the anomaly 3 minutes later. The radar attempted to capture these miniature targets, but struggled to lock onto them due to their overwhelming numbers and the flashing interference from the countermeasures. Soon after, the sentry's high-frequency alarm blared. Low-altitude, swarm targets detected. Unknown targets. Shi Haoxuan hurried toward the airport's frontline control tower, but it was too late. The drones surged into the hangar and runway area like a mudslide, cluster munitions penetrating the fuselage of the JH-7, while incendiary devices ignited the fuel transport vehicles, engulfing the entire runway in thick smoke. The explosions echoed continuously, the flames illuminating half of the airport. All aircraft that had yet to take off were rendered incapacitated, and ground personnel scattered in panic. Shi Haoxuan clenched his fist and roared, "So, you Kalingian, are you directly stealing our home? This is not warfare. It is deception. It is a sneak attack." Chapter 35. The artillery departed before the commander perished inside the command vehicle. A violent jolt occurred, with a deafening explosion seemingly detonating directly within the eardrums. The communications officer abruptly stood up, his face pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He fumbled to unplug the listening line from his headset, his voice trembling and urgent. The Air Force Brigade at 3 airports has been entirely attacked by swarm drones. Takeoff has been halted, the taxiing area is heavily damaged, and the hangar is on fire with severe destruction. GUJ was about to rise to assess the situation map when he heard this report, feeling as if he had been struck in the chest with a heavy blow. His body swayed, nearly collapsing, and he steadied himself by gripping the edge of the command platform. The color drained from his face, and the veins on his forehead pulsated with suppressed rage. He stared intently at the tactical screen, but could not discern the flickering red and blue situation maps, only feeling darkness enveloping him. All destroyed? He gritted his teeth and asked, his voice rough like sandpaper scraping from his throat. The communications officer lowered his head, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. Yes, the swarm drones infiltrated in batches, utilizing low-altitude, layered flight, signal countermeasures, and jamming cloaking, breaking through the defense zone and directly cutting into the taxiway and fuel area. The control tower has also been destroyed. GUJ felt a heavy weight in his chest, nearly gasping for breath. He forcibly suppressed his emotions. The confidence he once held shattered in that moment. That aviation brigade was one of his trump cards, intended for countering Kalingian's small aircraft in the plan. Now, this ace had not even been revealed before it had been quietly overturned from the table. That scoundrel Shi Haoxuan has truly stolen our home. He cursed under his breath, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles widening. The color returned to his face. But it was no longer calmness. It was a tempest of fury and the humiliation of unfulfilled expectations. Very well. He slammed his hand on the table, scattering several tactical maps into disarray. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Very well. I never believed in these flashy gadgets. We do not rely on aircraft for warfare. We are the army. Artillery, prepare to advance. Push forward. Do not hold back on the ammunition. I want them to understand what true warfare is: steel, artillery, and the overwhelming pressure of tons of shrapnel falling every minute. I want to see if those insect-like drones can withstand the firepower of my entire division." The orders were swiftly disseminated, and the Red Artillery Corps awakened like a slumbering beast. Each battalion's fire control teams began to operate at high speed. The 122mm self-propelled howitzers slowly turning, their barrels raised high, radar and optical calibration devices flickering with faint light. The 152mm towed howitzers were deployed in batches behind the hills, along with long-range rocket artillery groups, forming a fan-shaped suppressive array. Ammunition transport vehicles flowed like a tide, each vehicle packed to capacity, their bodies almost scraping the ground due to the weight. Loaders dashed back and forth between the artillery positions, swiftly loading shells into the chambers with the speed of a tempest. The voice of the fire control commander echoed across the communication channels. Target locked. Focusing on the core nodes and traffic choke points of the blue forces, estimating 5 rounds of covering bombardment. Prepare for cross-parabolic trajectories. Calibrate. The barrels all pointed eastward, dark as the gaping mouths of beasts, poised to unleash their fury. GUJ stood before the command platform, coldly observing the progress bars of the various artillery units updating continuously. He suppressed the rage within him, but could not conceal the chill in his tone. It does not need to be beautiful. It only needs to be painful. I want the blue forces to understand that they may possess technology, systems, and elaborate facades, but once I unleash my shells upon them, even the most advanced systems will be reduced to fragments. The night had yet to fade, the gray sky resembling a curtain about to be drawn back. And in this chaotic dawn, the eyes of war had quietly opened. The Jiutian drones soared into the sky first, silently completing the takeover of the battlefield. They glided like night owls, skimming over the low clouds, their infrared imaging systems capturing every heat source on the ground, while synthetic aperture radar penetrated the earth mounts. The camouflage nets and darkness revealing every position of the Red Artillery, each vehicle and every ammunition transfer line, meticulously mapping them onto the blue tactical system. Data streamed continuously back to the blue command center. Kalingian stood before the situation map, lightly tapping the screen, marking the priority and potential firepower impact levels on each red position. Ammunition transport vehicles, fire control radar vehicles, communication nodes, and artillery scheduling vehicles were all illuminated with red targeting halos, as if they were vital targets about to be severed. Meanwhile, on the ground, another unmanned battle was quietly unfolding. The swarm of 4-axis drones released by the blue forces had now fully infiltrated the front line of the battlefield. They did not charge chaotically, but advanced with precision, in batches, in echelons, and with designated responsibilities. Each small group maintained encrypted communication via frequency hopping, constantly synchronized with the relay channels behind them. The first batch consisted of the electronic interference team, These drones were equipped with miniature electromagnetic disruptors and inducement signal modules, weaving through the low-altitude, radar-blind spots of the Red forces. They released simulated target signals to lure the Red Army's fire control radar into prematurely initiating the interception procedure. In an instant, the air defense systems of the Red forces erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, mistakenly believing they were under a large-scale aerial assault. Dozens of munitions were released prematurely under erroneous commands, igniting a cacophony in the airspace. The second wave, the Bee Sting harassment group, ascended quietly to the designated altitude, hovering above the artillery positions. After completing their positioning, they descended slightly, precisely releasing projectile explosive ordnance and armor-piercing shrapnel mines. The fuses were meticulously set to detonate 1 second after impact, with the explosion's brilliance accurately landing between the ammunition truck and the towing vehicle. Boom! A tremendous roar shattered the morning's tranquility, followed by a chain reaction of detonations that ignited a fiery tempest across the artillery positions. Several 152mm howitzers were violently hurled into the air, their barrels snapping, with steel fragments scattering like shattered eggshells. A number of gunners were flung several meters away, their cries echoing as their protective trenches crumbled under the searing wave of heat. At that moment, the final batch of drones arrived at the battlefield, designating the operator teams. These drones bore no offensive weaponry, resembling mere shadows floating in the air, with only a laser positioning device unfolding quietly from their undersides, illuminating a red dot. These laser beams were invisible, yet the data had already been synchronized with the Blue Army's long-range missile systems in the rear. The Hongjian-12 missile launchers, positioned 10 kilometers away, had completed their preparations, awaiting the command to strike. The target coordinates were locked, and the assault commenced. Missiles sliced through the sky like sharp beams of white light, striking the Red Army positions one after another. Each missile accurately hit the critical nodes that had long been marked by the swarm: ammunition depots, communication relay vehicles, command tents, and fire control radars. The rear of the Red Army writhed as if struck by a giant serpent in its vulnerable underbelly, yet was powerless to retaliate. Despite the Red Army's prior preparations, with distributed deployments of fire control teams and some air defense capabilities in place, even portable air defense missile systems mounted atop vehicles, they were not contending with large aerial targets at high altitudes, but rather with micro-killers slithering low to the ground. The gunners, while dodging bombs, attempted to initiate counterfire, only to discover that the sky was already a web of overlapping electromagnetic interference. They could hardly discern the true targets, rendering their fire into mere expressions of frustration. Ultimately, without firing a single retaliatory shot, the majority of the Red Army's artillery positions fell into paralysis. The remaining 1 or 2 battalions, in a state of panic, attempted to relocate, only to be swiftly intercepted by a new wave of drones that followed closely, facing precise strikes at the exit of their maneuvering paths. Meanwhile, within the command vehicle, GUJ was vocally urging, "What are the gunners doing? Fire! Fire! If they don't reload, we'll be completely overwhelmed by the Blue Army's rhythm." The communications officer, pale-faced, responded tremulously, "Commander, the artillery positions have been heavily destroyed, communications are severed, and most units are unaccounted for." GUJ was jolted, the flush of anger draining instantly from his face. He gripped the command platform tightly, his chest heaving violently, his expression a tumult of disbelief, shock, and a piercing shame that surged from his chest to his mind. He remained dumbfounded for several seconds before barely managing to utter, "Have we been robbed again?" In that moment, he finally comprehended that from the very beginning, he had stepped into a battlefield orchestrated by others, and his pride in the era of heavy armor was gradually crumbling beneath that electronic sky. Chapter 36. The cognitive collapse of the Red Army. As the Red Army's frontline assault units advanced, the sky suddenly shifted. There was no forewarning of an airstrike, nor a prelude of traditional bomber squadrons, only an increasingly palpable sense of oppression closing in from all directions, as if the very air had begun to grow heavy. The soldiers continued to advance steadily in their designated formations, armored vehicles crunching over gravel, tracks clattering, all seemingly adhering to a rehearsed assault protocol, until the first drone swept across the sky. The sound was faint, like the chirping of insects, a subtle rustle in the wind. Only the most keen-eared soldiers turned their heads slightly, frowning. "What is that sound?" In the next moment, A soldier stationed in the machine gun position suddenly noticed a shadow darting low overhead. He barely had time to react before the shadow had maneuvered past his line of fire, vanishing from his peripheral vision. "Something's in the air," he shouted, and immediately, the first line of air defense troops raised their portable missiles skyward, followed swiftly by the organized self-propelled anti-aircraft units, which began firing. The sound of rattling ammunition resembling a torrential storm, attempting to weave a steel net in the sky with their barrage. However, the swarm drones were too small, flying too low, and maneuvering too nimbly. They were not in formation, but rather dispersed infiltration units, each with an independent path calculation system, operating in squads, interspersing from various angles, altitudes, and speeds. Some even skimmed the terrain, utilizing ditches, tree lines, and ridges as cover, seamlessly breaching the entire air defense layer. Some air defense gunners who successfully hit their targets had no time to celebrate before the next wave of drones flanked them, entering directly between the vehicles and ammunition boxes. The sound of explosions mingled with electronic interference signals instantly engulfed the entire position. The Red Army soldiers fought tooth and nail, constantly swapping ammunition belts and adjusting their firing angles, repeatedly downing incoming targets. Yet, they soon realized that the enemy was not conducting a conventional assault, but rather engaging in a hunt, and they were forced to become the prey on this intangible battlefield. Simultaneously, behind the high ground on another side, the Blue Army's Hongjian-12 anti-tank missile vehicles quietly adjusted their direction. The cooperating Zhoutian drones had already completed a round of infrared thermal imaging and target classification, automatically filtering high-value targets from the Red Army convoy. Main battle tanks, armored command vehicles, radio communication vehicles, and ammunition supply trucks. The laser guidance systems slowly illuminated, inscribing invisible spells in the air. Each guiding beam signified that a Red Army vehicle was about to become a casualty. The Hongjian missiles silently sliced through the sky. First one, then two, followed by 5, 10, and 20. They raced in like a tempest, tracing perfectly precise ballistic trajectories as they angled into the Red Army convoy. The first to be struck was an 88A main battle tank, the missile descending from above, penetrating through the top armor's unsealed ventilation port, igniting the ammunition compartment within. With a muffled roar, the entire tank transformed into a blazing fireball. The second was a command vehicle equipped with a high-frequency relay. It was preparing to supplement the communication link for the front line, yet before it could complete the wiring setup, the vehicle was shredded by a missile from the side. Its roof blasted off like a piece of paper. The third was a vehicle responsible for transporting ammunition. It was still in the process of slowly retreating, trying to exit the attack zone, when the Hongjian missile mercilessly penetrated the engine compartment, detonating from within and flipping the entire vehicle several meters into the air. Flames erupting into the night. The tank crew began to panic. Drones continued to hover above them, with red lights dancing on the turret. Each flicker of a red dot signifying imminent death. The entire advancing force was forced to halt, their armored vehicles struggling like beasts trapped in a mire, attempting to break free, only to be repeatedly pressed back down by relentless strikes. Meanwhile, more quadcopters seized the chaos, dropping flashbangs and electromagnetic interference munitions, thoroughly disrupting the Red Army's battlefield perception. Communications between command vehicles were severed. Reconnaissance images became unclear, and tactical coordination descended into complete disarray. The Red Army had never anticipated that they would be subdued without any sense of confrontation. Their training was predicated on equal firepower engagements, mountain assaults, urban infiltrations, and infantry-tank cooperation. Yet now, this was not warfare, but a one-sided hunt under technological suppression. Dozens of tanks were forced to turn, preparing to regroup. At this very moment, a new squadron of Zhoutian drones completed its deployment, synchronizing remote artillery fire with updated target coordinates, heralding the arrival of a new wave of destruction. For the first time, the soldiers of the Red Army came to the grim realization that they were not on a battlefield, but rather an invisible slaughterhouse. Their adversary, never visible, coldly observed the screens, issuing a series of commands destined for precision. Inside the Red Army's frontline command post, the air had grown thick, as if the steel shelter hastily erected on the battlefield was slowly sinking into an unseen abyss. The communication panels on the main console had all failed, and the LCD screens incessantly displayed alerts of lost connectivity, blinking with a piercing red light reminiscent of a drowning person's desperate eyes. The familiar tactical channels had been replaced by a cacophony of sharp, indecipherable electronic noise. Channels that were supposed to facilitate the coordinated efforts of a 1,000-strong battalion were now filled with nothing but an irritating buzzing, interspersed with occasional high-frequency shrieks, as if something on the other end of the electromagnetic spectrum was mocking them. GUJ sat at the main control position, his gaze fixed on the tactical display screen. But the blue markers had long since vanished, and the feedback signals from the red forces were fading into darkness. The entire battlefield image seemed to be devoured in an instant, transforming into a silent wasteland. He felt as though he were trapped within a sealed can. His breath growing heavy, sweat trickling down his neck into the collar of his uniform, cold as ice water. Electromagnetic interference. He suddenly grasped the essence of the problem and sprang to his feet, his voice shattering the silence. They had severed our command chain. He understood the implications of this silence. It meant the troops had lost their commander, that each regiment and battalion was descending into chaos, that the entire armor division would devolve from a cohesive combat cluster into isolated tactical units fighting for survival. Send someone. Motorized troops, communications personnel, send them all out. Deliver orders directly on paper. Use manpower. Run. He no longer cared whether this adhered to exercise regulations. He knew that if orders could not reach the front lines at this moment, then every company, every vehicle, every soldier would become a mere pawn, swaying in the wind, utterly defenseless against the enemy's whims. The staff instantly sprang into action. Some retrieved backup order envelopes. Others hastily penned command letters. And several young communications officers donned helmets and tactical vests, rushing out of the shelter while listening to instructions. They were young soldiers who had never truly seen battle. Yet they were the only ones capable of voicing the command post's intentions at that moment. They carried portable radios, mounted motorcycles or tactical vehicles, and charged towards the front line. But alas, they had barely traveled 100 meters when shadows flickered in the sky, and a faint, almost inaudible humming penetrated the air, as if the wind were softly calling. In the next instant, a hail of shrapnel rained down from above. Without warning, the drone swarm, which had long been lying in ambush, struck with sudden ferocity. Explosions erupted around them in the muddy ground, fire, debris, and shrapnel intertwining in a perfect display of interception. Motorcycles toppled, wheels still spinning, while several communications officers were hurled several meters into the air by the force of the blast, crashing to the ground, motionless. GUJ watched this scene through the blast-proof glass, his face draining of color, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, his lips quivering yet unable to utter a sound. He understood that this was not merely a victory in the information war. It was a devastating strike against his very being. In truth, from the moment the exercise commenced, this temporary command post had already been locked onto by the Jyotian drones. The drones did not rush to attack. Instead, they patiently observed their prey struggling in the trap. They had already employed SAR radar and spectral analysis to outline the command vehicle structure, communication waveforms, entry and exit pathways, and exhaust heat sources, even modeling the type and angle of the signal jammers atop the vehicle in advance. All that awaited was the final triggering condition, when the Red Army's command system fell into a complete severance state, and GUJ was forced to resort to antiquated methods of human communication, signaling that the command center had been cornered. Thus, once the tactical assessment system confirmed that the target was nearing the threshold of failure, the missile was immediately launched. A ground-to-air missile, fired from a low-orbit unmanned attack platform 50 kilometers away, hurtled towards them. It flew at low altitude, skimming the contours of the mountainside, evading several low-altitude radar points, before leaping from the ridge and piercing the command vehicle's rear power compartment with the precision of a silent Reaper spear. The explosion was not deafening, but carried an immense penetrative force. Flames erupted from the vehicle's rear, shooting 10 meters high, tearing apart half of the command vehicle's body, while armor plates splintered and fuel mixed with superheated gases ignited in a fireball. The entire temporary command center transformed into a collapsed fireball, engulfed in black smoke. The operations channel of the command center fell silent for 5 seconds. Then, a calm and concise system alert echoed. Red Army commander killed. Red forces entered a leaderless state. Chapter 37 concluded. The central command system of the Red Army had been utterly incapacitated in that precise strike. An entire armored division rendered akin to a colossal beast deprived of its nervous system, forced to rely on its residual instincts to navigate the battlefield. At that moment, the once tightly coordinated regiments, battalions, and companies began to fracture into scattered yet resilient combat units. Without orders, without coordination, and devoid of guidance from the grand map and electronic sand table, the soldiers of the Red Army could only rely on the paper maps they carried and the target locations and action plans etched into their minds long before the exercise began. The coordinates of the traffic artery and the nameless high ground served as their solitary beacons in this battlefield. The voice from the radio crackled intermittently, sometimes filled with static and overlapping remnants, at times completely drowned out by high-frequency interference. The communications personnel, frantic, adjusted the frequency bands, but to no avail. Some companies abandoned radio altogether, resorting to old-fashioned flag signals and hand gestures to relay directional commands. Above, the Juchian drones continued their patrol. They did not cease their observation nor rush to strike. They silently tracked the movements of the scattered squads, much like a falcon soaring in the sky, awaiting the opportune moment to swoop down. Every residual movement of the Red Army groups was meticulously recorded and annotated, uploaded in real time to the Blue Command Center's central control screen. On the ground, the quadcopters emerged from the underbrush like wild dogs lying in wait, crawling out in batches from the thickets, ridges, and ditches. They were set to low visibility and low noise mode, their shells coated with thermal stealth material, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. They did not hasten to attack. Instead, they quietly followed the fragmented teams, slowly closing in under the cover of night and morning mist. Yet the Red Army did not retreat, even as comrades fell to landmines beneath their feet, even as the drones buzzed overhead like whispers of death, even as they had long since lost artillery, tank, and air support. They pressed on, inching forward towards the nameless high ground. These soldiers had not relinquished their faith. They were acutely aware that this was an exercise, that it was not a genuine war. However, the weight of the battlefield, the scorching blasts, and the sacrifices of their comrades compelled them to treat this simulated conflict as a true bloodbath. The real-time statistics from the command center indicated that the Red Army's combat formation had suffered a 90% loss. Theoretically, at this juncture, the Blue forces could declare victory and terminate the exercise. Nevertheless, all eyes were fixed upon the terrain map, where a few remaining red dots clung to the leeward slope of the mountain, utilizing the rubble and underbrush for cover, advancing in a serpentine manner, just 100 meters from the high ground. In that moment, Qi Lingyun fell silent. He stared at the long, blood-red line on the large screen. Now, nearing the edge of the high ground, the paths of movement were not straight lines, but rather a series of maneuvers circumventing preset minefields, drone patrol routes, and fire coverage points, ultimately converging on the front of the high ground. They had indeed made it. His voice was soft, akin to a delayed acknowledgement. Chuningyi did not respond immediately. He stood silently behind the command platform, observing the young man he had nurtured. His eyes bore a hint of hesitation, not in the sense of contemplating whether to conclude the exercise, but rather pondering whether these individuals had truly proven something through their actions. "Should we terminate?" he inquired. Qi Lingyun's gaze turned resolute in the final moment as he slowly articulated 4 words: strike and clear. There was no emotion, no hesitation, nor the exhilaration of a victor. This was merely the conclusion of a systematic experiment, a validation phase for an information-centric tactic. The high-altitude drone received its orders, swiftly ascending to guide long-range firepower simultaneously. The ground-based quadcopters switched to attack mode, electromagnetic interference ceased, and the fire control system assumed the guidance task. The firepower was precisely unleashed, and an explosion echoed mere meters from the nameless high ground, obliterating the remaining Red Army squad in that dust-choked area, with no one escaping. The battle had concluded. There were no smoke, no cheers, not even a final victorious proclamation. The venue fell silent, with only the faint flicker of the red trajectory on the screen, marked as completed interception, before it dimmed to gray. Qi Lingyun stood before the tactical terminal, his fingers slowly retracting from the display, his expression, as usual, devoid of arrogance or pity. He understood that they had not merely defeated an army, they had extinguished an era's confidence. In the post-battle summary meeting, the lights in the Zhu Rai training hall blazed anew, illuminating the vast screen above and the multitude of silent faces. The atmosphere within the hall was tense, as if the battlefield smoke had yet to fully dissipate. At this moment, all senior officers involved in the exercise had taken their seats, with Chu Ningyi and Qi Lingyun seated side by side in the most prominent positions. On the opposite side of the hall, Ji Yujie entered slowly. Dressed in a crisp military uniform adorned with gleaming medals, his stride bore a hint of heaviness. His demeanor was far from the spirited enthusiasm he had exuded before deployment. A lingering gloom shadowed his brow, as if he had just emerged from a profound emotional upheaval. Behind him stood Shi Haoshuan, silent, his eyes no longer sharp with their previous brilliance. The former ace of the Air Force had experienced the calamity of losing all airfields to swarming drones during this exercise, and it was evident that he remained ensnared in the humiliation of being unable to take flight. Ji Yujie paused before his seat, hands clasped behind his back. Scanning the command table, no one spoke. The hall was filled only with the distant hum of the air conditioning and the rustle of documents. He bowed his head in silence for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts, or perhaps suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft yet piercing through the assembly. I once believed that a heavy armored division, equipped with a complete strike group, artillery support, and Air Force coordination, could crush any position, regardless of the opponent's fanciful technology. He raised his head, directing his gaze towards Qi Lingyun, his tone measured yet firm. But I was mistaken. It is not a matter of my tactical approach, nor the inadequacy of firepower, nor the quality of troops. It is the warfare itself that has transformed. The hall remained utterly silent. The mechanized era was the glory of a steel torrent. Yet from this day forth, we must acknowledge that it has begun to draw to a close. He paused, inhaling deeply as if bidding farewell to a certain belief. Then he continued, the future lies in information, in automation, in networked all-domain collaboration. Whoever can control the information authority will dictate the rhythm of the battlefield. I do not resent losing this battle. Had I possessed the capabilities of a high-altitude drone, a comprehensive perception system, and counter-interference capabilities, I would not have found myself devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. His voice bore no remnants of the traditional commander's arrogance, but rather an acceptance forged through the crucible of experience. He neither cast blame nor evaded responsibility. He simply stood there, embodying a true soldier, taking full ownership of his failure. Qi Lingyun said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement, his expression as steady as usual. This is precisely the significance of this exercise. Upon hearing this, Ji Yujie remained silent for a considerable time before a subtle smile graced his lips. He was neither mocking nor defiant, but rather a rekindled spirit simmered within him. He lifted his head, as if he had not smiled so easily in years. Very well, he replied, clenching his teeth in determination. Wait for me next time. I shall return, not with the entire division, but with only a battalion. If your battalion can withstand my entire division, then I shall ensure my battalion gives you a proper fight. Having uttered these words, he seemed to finally shed a long-borne psychological burden. It was not petulance nor desire for revenge, but rather the resolve of a seasoned soldier who, in the face of the upheaval of a new era's military composition and battlefield logic, remained unwilling to relinquish his last vestiges of persistence and dignity. He intended to re-enter the fray, employing the strategies and tactics of the new era to engage Qi Lingyun once more, not for victory or defeat, but to demonstrate that even an old veteran could learn the language of modern warfare. Qi Lingyun merely gazed at him quietly, responding gently, very well, I await your return. This reply lacked sharpness and provocation, yet it encapsulated the most direct and sincere exchange between two generations. At that moment, the lights of Zhu Rai illuminated the space between them, as if casting a spotlight on the silent transition occurring between two eras. Chapter 38. Qi Haobu's plea for help in the outskirts of the industrial district of Modu. Wu Sichen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his high-rise office, overlooking the bustling material transport vehicles and installation workers within the factory grounds. His facility was currently undergoing a second phase of expansion, with the steel framework rapidly taking shape, heralding the emergence of the future assembly line for the Zhoutian. Outside the door, his assistant, Yu Yunyao, softly announced, Mr. Wu, the military representative has arrived. Please come in. A serviceman in military uniform entered, his shoulder insignia indicating he was a lieutenant colonel from the Air Force Equipment Department, exuding a competent demeanor and succinct speech. Mr. Wu, we have conducted some practical tests on your Jiutian, and the results are quite impressive. After taking a seat, he got straight to the point. We plan to procure 1,000 units, delivered in 3 batches. Wu Sicheng raised an eyebrow, but refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he signaled to Yu Yunyao, who quickly provided the prepared reception materials and project proposals. The officer flipped through a few pages, his lips pursing slightly. You plan to deliver the first batch of 300 units within 6 months? Isn't that an excessive burden? Wu Sicheng smiled and shook his head. We are currently doubling our production line, and the parallel assembly lines are also undergoing simultaneous debugging. The single-shift capacity will reach 6 units per day within 2 months, and we can adjust the night shift output as needed. Additionally, some core modules have been pre-assembled with intelligent automation, so the pressure is manageable. A hint of admiration flickered in the officer's eyes. I must say, your efficiency rivals that of a military enterprise. Wu Sicheng shrugged, his expression composed, yet his tone bore a touch of playful seriousness. If you hold me, Wu Sicheng, in such regard and dare to seek my assistance, I certainly cannot allow your side to falter at critical junctures. Moreover, the name Jiutian carries weight, representing my own reputation. Upon hearing this, the officer's eyes shifted slightly. After a moment of silence, he nodded. We trust you, but in accordance with protocol, we must clarify one point. Similar to the previous quadcopters, we need you to provide the core control technology details and algorithm data for the Jiutian, which will undergo military confidentiality review. Wu Sicheng's expression remained unchanged, a gentle smile gracing his lips. No problem. With that, he stood up decisively, circumventing the coffee table to extend his hand. Shall we enjoy a pleasant collaboration? The officer rose without hesitation, firmly grasping his hand. It was a hand seasoned by years of training, rough, steady, devoid of any superfluous pretenses. Yet in that handshake conveyed trust and respect. Pleasant collaboration, Mr. Wu. Between them, no further words were exchanged. However, the atmosphere has subtly shifted. In this moment, the military's acknowledgement extends beyond mere tactical applications. It signifies a formal acceptance of Jiutian at its technological roots. This transformation implies that from a mere blueprint to a prototype undergoing test flights, Jiutian has now embarked on a journey towards national procurement and data integration, truly taking flight. A few days after Wu Sicheng concluded military procurement matters, he received a call from Chi Haobua. The voice on the other end was as crisp and clear as ever, yet tinged with fatigue. Mr. Wu, do you have a moment? We encountered some interference issues while debugging the flight control core you designed, which seemed to be related to low-speed anomalies in the attitude calculation. Our data is insufficient. We hope you can come over. Wu Sicheng chuckled softly. Is that from Jinghu in Beijing? I recall your firewall is thicker than that of a bank. Chi Haobua paused, a hint of resignation in his tone. We are not guarding against outsiders. We fear the incompetence of our own. All right, I'll come personally. Hours later, the private jet landed in the outskirts of Beijing. The vehicle navigated through a serene forest, eventually stopping outside the research base, concealed beneath a mountain. Chi Haobua had been waiting and greeted Wu Sicheng with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. This place is as quiet as a tomb, but I appreciate your ability to breathe life into dormant data. Wu Sicheng quickly got to the point. Where's the problem? Are the blueprints and empirical records ready? The conference room is set up. You'll find familiar faces as well as many experts. The two entered the core presentation area of the Research Institute. Although the space was modest, it was filled with intricate sensory projections and modeling systems. Dozens of top engineers were seated below, some poring over blueprints, others engaged in hushed discussions. The atmosphere charged with a blend of tension and anticipation. As the projection screen gradually ascended, a multi-layered, regionally segmented Jiutian flight control structure diagram materialized, with every circuit path and module connection meticulously delineated, even the torque specifications of bolts scrupulously annotated. The image continuously rotated and transitioned into a simulation interface, with parameters such as environmental temperature, air pressure, and wind speed auto-loaded, showcasing a Jiutian drone model performing dynamic demonstrations at virtual altitude. Standing at the podium's center, Wu Sicheng maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp. He eschewed excessive technical jargon, much like a seasoned surgeon, articulating the framework of technology with utmost clarity. Soon, an elderly engineer with graying hair raised a hand to inquire. His voice aged, yet imbued with undeniable caution and skepticism. How does Zhou Qian maintain flight stability in the upper troposphere, where wind shear is frequent and air currents turbulent, particularly when wind speeds exceed 50 knots? Wu Sicheng nodded, pressing the remote. The visuals shifted seamlessly. He replied nonchalantly, "We employ an inertial navigation and visual fusion system. But the crux lies not in the fusion itself, but in the multi-frame cumulative weighting algorithm." He pointed to a small processing module located on the drone's belly. Upon detecting wind shear signals, the system does not respond in a singular instance, but performs multi-frame accumulations within 0.3 seconds, calculating the most stable attitude range, ensuring that each micro-adjustment command remains within flight control boundaries. In other words, it predicts rather than reacts. As he spoke, expressions of astonishment flickered in the eyes of several attendees, some hastily jotting notes. Subsequently, a young researcher resembling a doctoral candidate stood up. "I would like to inquire about a swarm control issue. If the main control drone loses connection, will the swarm enter a state of chaos, especially in mountainous or urban interference zones, which are communication blind spots?" Wu Sicheng remained unperturbed, directing his finger towards a red module on the screen labeled Phantom Relay Node. "We have designed a primary phantom redundancy system for the swarm. Even if the primary control unit disconnects, the remaining drones will automatically search for beacon relays, selecting a temporary leadership core based on a secondary algorithm, swiftly forming a stable new network link." He paused, his tone steady yet imbued with confidence. "In other words, even if you destroy its commander, it can select a new officer to continue operations within 10 seconds. This jesting explanation left the audience in stunned silence. Recognizing that the so-called primary phantom represented a qualitative transformation in the survival rate, fault tolerance, and tactical flexibility of a swarm system, several seasoned experts from military-industrial backgrounds exchanged thoughtful glances, their minds engaged in deep contemplation. That evening, every response from Wu Sicheng sliced through the fog of uncertainty like a blade. Each researcher present understood that this young man not only brought answers but also ushered in the new neural architecture of future unmanned systems. Chapter 39, J-20. The request from the Air Force Research Institute upon exiting the electronic access area of Jinghu. Wu Sicheng had barely rounded a security checkpoint when he spotted a black sedan with military plates parked ahead. A middle-aged man, dressed in civilian attire and exuding a calm demeanor, stood beside the vehicle, his gaze fixed on him. "Mr. Wu?" The middle-aged man spoke with a tranquil yet authoritative tone. "Please get in. We need to discuss something in person." Wu Sicheng furrowed his brow slightly, but hesitated not, nodding before bending to enter the vehicle. The moment the door closed, the surrounding noise seemed to dissipate entirely. Inside the car, silence reigned, broken only by the subtle friction of leather seats and the low rumble of the engine. The middle-aged man produced a document folder and handed it to him. "My name is Zhao Shuyu. You can understand my unit as the military's Technology Coordination Office. The purpose of this visit is straightforward. We hope you can support a national-level engineering project. However, before that, please sign this confidentiality agreement." Wu Sicheng glanced down, reviewing the meticulously worded contents, which covered time frames, responsibilities, non-disclosure periods, and conditions for future rescission, all without ambiguity. He did not ask further questions, but took the pen and signed. Only then did Zhao Shuyu slowly speak, his voice dropping. "The codename for this project is J-20. Wu Sicheng's fingers momentarily stilled, his gaze sharpening. In that instant, his mind raced through several reports comparing airborne platforms, records of international military exercises, and even some clandestine accounts shared among pilots in the industry. Zhao Shuyu's expression grew particularly grave as he murmured, "You should be aware that the Eagle's F-22 Raptor has been in service for many years. This is not merely a high-performance aircraft. It embodies a complete system and is synonymous with fifth-generation fighters. It can achieve supersonic cruise without afterburners, maintaining a typical cruising speed of 15 Mach, striking before the opponent can react. Its fuselage features a highly stealthy diamond-cut design with an RCS, radar cross-section, suppressed to 0.0001 square meters. What radar detects is merely a bird in the sky. It is equipped with an APG-77 active phased array radar, possessing unprecedented multi-target tracking and information integration capabilities, enabling it to form a shared situational awareness with the entire combat group in the air. Its thrust vectoring nozzles allow it to perform maneuvers such as the Cobra maneuver, execute a 90-degree tail whip, and even strike rearward targets. Zhao Shuyu's voice lowered further, pressing down with a palpable weight. More critically, it is not merely a combat asset, but an information node. The pilot only needs a glance to mobilize the entire airspace's data flow and missile chain. In the Eagle's operational simulations, a single F-22 can eliminate 8 Su-30s. Indeed, during a Barents Sea exercise, one squadron managed to wipe out an entire simulated Red Force. And what about us? He gently countered, his tone suddenly somber. Our third-generation fighters suffer from significant control delays and poor avionics integration. Our fourth-generation aircraft may have caught up in aerodynamic layout, but their stealth capabilities are merely paint jobs. And our electronic warfare capabilities are inferior to their standards from a decade ago. Do you know how Eagle pilots describe us? He turned to gaze out at the shadowed mountain's prey. Wu Sicheng remained silent. He understood that this was no exaggeration. It was a harsh reality. The most fatal flaw lay in the engines. Zhao Shuyu seemed to grit his teeth as he uttered these words. Our turbofan engine's lifespan is merely half of theirs, and our thrust-to-weight ratio is an entire tier inferior. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It implies that when we wish to run, we cannot outpace them. When we desire to chase, we cannot catch up. When we intend to fight, we can only endure the blows. The cabin fell silent for a few seconds, as if even the sound of the vehicle had dimmed. This generational gap is not merely a matter of paper data, but rather the lessons learned by our pilots who risked their lives time and again, exchanging blood for knowledge in the airspace along the borders. We must possess a fighter jet capable of directly confronting the F-22. It must be ours, a true fifth-generation aircraft. As he spoke, Zhao Shuyu's gaze finally returned to Wu Sicheng. We do not require miracles, but we cannot afford to wait for conventional paths. You, Wu Sicheng, may indeed break this deadlock. Wu Sicheng remained silent, listening intently. He understood all too well that this generational gap is not an abstract term. It represents the difference between life and death. Zhao Shuyu continued. Especially in the recent encounters along the border, our pilots have been forced to confront their fifth-generation aircraft with third-and-a-half-generation jets. Our radar fails to detect them. Flight control responses are delayed by 0.3 seconds, and even communications are suppressed. How do you propose we fight this battle? The cabin was momentarily engulfed in silence, with only the faint sound of tires grinding against the ground. After a brief pause, Zhao Shuyu lowered his voice. You have achieved remarkable results in the drone project. Be it the quadcopter reconnaissance system or the Geotion modular design, they have unveiled the potential for those above. It is not solely reliant on the military-industrial complex to innovate in isolation, but rather the introduction of talents like you who can traverse multiple fields such as systems, algorithms, structures, and materials. Wu Sicheng finally spoke, his voice calm yet resonant, creating ripples within the cabin. What do you wish for me to do? Zhao Shuyu looked at him, as if verifying whether this young man had truly accepted the weight of the role he must bear. He nodded slightly, his speech slowing, yet each word was heavy. It is not to bear everything alone, but we hope you can become the catalyst at this critical juncture. Catalyst for what? Wu Sicheng furrowed his brow. To ignite the technological embargo, talent bottlenecks, and institutional inertia that we have suppressed for a decade. As Zhao Shuyu spoke, he retrieved 3 red-headed documents in a sealed folder from his black briefcase, placing them on the center console. He opened the first document regarding the engine. We have a team working on it. The development of the Turbofan 15 project is currently challenging, but we have several new material directions still undergoing experimentation. You need not delve too deeply into this for now. However, when it came to flight control, Zhao Shuyu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wu Sicheng. We are in complete disarray. The core issue lies in the inability to achieve rapid error correction under high-speed conditions due to multi-axis redundant control, low data bandwidth, and outdated software algorithms, with control surface response delays averaging 0.3 seconds above international standards. You have worked on flight control cores. We have reviewed your code for that quadcopter, and it was astonishing. He opened the second document. Next is stealth materials. You know, The wave-absorbing resin we were using was procured through indirect collaboration with foreign enterprises, but the supply has now been cut off. We are developing a new multi-layer composite wave-absorbing structure, but the material interfaces are unstable, leading to bubbles and delamination due to thermal expansion and contraction. Can you provide us with some structural optimization suggestions? Even if it's not the final solution, just pointing us in the right direction would allow our materials team to take over immediately. Wu Sichen did not respond immediately. He silently examined the drawings of the material, his gaze growing increasingly solemn. Zhao Shuyu turned to the third document. Lastly, there is avionics, which is our most pressing issue. The J-20 is positioned as the air combat brain, requiring capabilities for high-density target tracking, interference avoidance, data fusion, and even a degree of tactical prediction. However, our current integrated avionics architecture is a patchwork, with communication between modules presenting inefficiencies, not to mention the interface logic and tactical algorithms. Pilots need to assess the situation within 3 seconds, yet our cockpit interface still employs last-century button logic. He looked intently at Wu Sichen. The Geotion drone you developed has an astonishingly high degree of avionics integration. Any one of its cabin control algorithms, image fusion, or data interaction could outpace us by leaps and bounds. We hope you can at least take the lead in the technical direction for flight control logic, avionics integration, and material architecture. We do not expect you to build models and debug each one. We simply hope you can illuminate the path for us to follow. Chapter 40, Stealth Coding Breakthrough. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Wu Sichen closed his eyes, swiftly conjuring the system interface in his mind. His fingertips moved gently, invoking the high-tech research and development system module. Sure enough, at the corner of the technology tree, a dormant technological branch emerged. 5th-generation fighter J-20 status. Unlockable required inspiration points. XXXX met. Unlocking will yield. Flight Control Core Integration Architecture V3. 1. Variable Aerodynamic Structure Parameter Library. Dual Engine Vector Thrust Control Logic. Stealth Composite Material Coding Structure. Multimodal Avionics Integration System. Tactical Level Command Response Algorithm Optimization Set. The system prompt echoed softly in his consciousness. Would you like to unlock? Without hesitation, Wu Sichen thought, unlock. Instantly, a torrent of structural data, key technologies, and profound theories surged into his mind, as if thousands of technical experts were whispering behind him. He inhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. No problem, lead the way. Zhao Shuyu paused in surprise, then solemnly nodded in agreement. They arrived at their destination 3 nights later. There was no mobile phone signal throughout the journey, with 3 identity verifications, 2 vehicle-to-helicopter transfers, and the last segment requiring them to walk through several hundred meters of forest before entering an automatically descending elevator marked by stone inscribed with a warning against approaching. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the sight before them was breathtaking. This was the Shenzhen base, a top-secret national defense experimental zone hidden deep within the Qinling Mountains. Surrounded by natural barriers, the surface bore almost no military traces, yet inside was a fully enclosed underground research hub equipped with autonomous power supply and military-grade purification protection. The lighting was cold, the floor immaculate, and numerous sealed corridors twisted and turned, with walls adorned with various research room numbers and encrypted codes. At the very center stood a massive composite experimental hall, its ceiling soaring 30 meters high, with several unfinished stealth cabin sections suspended above. Welcome to the heart of the J-20 project. Zhao Shuyu led Wu Sichen through a corridor made of high-strength tempered glass. This is the heart of our national stealth fighter program. Only a select few possess complete access rights to everything you see here. Wu Sichen nodded slightly, discreetly memorizing the surrounding structures, equipment numbers, and even the airflow in the corridors. The system once again prompted, would you like to establish a specialized module for the J-20 project? Would you like to split and embed the 3 fields of flight control, avionics, and materials into an independent, collaborative research environment? He did not hesitate and confirmed directly. From this moment onward, he was no longer merely an observer or consultant. He was the key to whether this plan could truly break through the clouds. Upon arriving at the Shenzhen base, Zhao Shuyu brought Wu Sichen to a laboratory. The atmosphere within the lab was initially suffocating. Several engineers clad in pristine anti-static suits were embroiled in heated debate over a gray-black sample plate. This batch of nickel-cobalt-based wave-absorbing coating fails to meet the simulated absorption rate. Moreover, once subjected to high-altitude erosion, the surface severely peels off, rendering it utterly unsuitable for the high-frequency combat of fifth-generation aircraft. The most critical raw material source has been cut off. Even if you resolve the stability issue, it is meaningless without the finished material. An elderly expert with graying temples adjusted his glasses, his expression grim, without the appropriate coating. Our RCS, radar cross-section, cannot be reduced. Taking to the skies would be like shining a light bulb. How can we discuss stealth? Just as the group exchanged heated words, the door swung open. Zhao Shiyu entered with Wu Sichen. Director Zhao, this is... The elderly expert looked up, his brow furrowing. This is Wu Sichen, military technology consultant. Zhao Shiyu introduced calmly. Him? A consultant? A young researcher could not help but mutter under his breath, noting the youthfulness of Wu Sichen as he approached. Undeterred by the chilly atmosphere, Wu Sichen casually inquired, "May I take a look at your current parameter table for the scheme?" Another individual instinctively retorted, "Are you sure you can comprehend it?" Wu Sichen replied, "If I cannot understand this, then I shouldn't have come." He stepped to the side of the table, swiftly scanning the material data on the screen, and within moments, he identified several critical issues. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, swiftly altering the current model to a new material framework. The absorption performance is unsatisfactory due to the instability in the layer structure of your current coating material, and the electromagnetic matching is also misaligned. I suggest trying this multi-walled carbon nanocomposite coating. The hollow multi-walled structure possesses inherent scattering absorption capabilities in the high-frequency band, while also allowing for a dual-layer magnetic coating that forms a continuous dielectric gradient. The room fell silent. Are you referring to the CNT multi-wall array structure? Isn't this a proposal that even the laboratory dares not undertake? An older expert murmured. Isn't the cost of this exorbitant? Our budget cannot accommodate that. Wu Sichen responded with conviction. On the contrary, the carbon source material can be domestically produced, and its thermal stability exceeds that of the current batch of nickel-cobalt coatings by 3 grades. Most importantly, it is lighter, allowing for a reduction in coating thickness by half. Zhao Shiyu, standing nearby, chuckled with his hands in his pockets. I told you he could resolve it. Isn't this merely a one-off transaction? The senior expert murmured. This is an overwhelming proposal. If you're willing to experiment, I can directly provide the modeling parameters. Wu Sichen projected the first version of the process blueprint exported from the system onto the holographic panel. Several experts gathered around, engaging in hushed yet fervent discussions. Finally, the senior expert looked up, a smile gracing his feature for the first time. Young man, you have talent. Wu Sichen nodded. Then let me guide you through the simulation process for material testing. The large screen transformed instantly, displaying a series of structural diagrams, simulating absorption tests, and dynamically unfolding data on thermal resistance and corrosion resistance. While the CG calculations of the aircraft surface interacting with radar waves were both precise and astonishing. Wait, how was the interlayer structure kept stable? A middle-aged researcher suddenly stood up. The outer wall employs a spiral support structure for internal pressure, while the core wrapping layer utilizes high-purity silicon crystals combined with a nano-multi-component polymer, enhancing ablation resistance, with the absorption frequency range spanning from 2 GHz to 42 GHz. Moreover, the weight has been reduced by 15. Another expert pointed at the screen. This layering combination can be achieved. We have never tried this method. More importantly, the raw materials are controllable. Wu Sichen indicated a list. We can substitute existing domestic materials, although the cost is slightly higher. It is worth it compared to the risks of supply disruption. The room remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Where did you acquire this technical information? It's impossible. We collapsed by the 4th step in our previous simulations. Isn't this a bit too neatly resolved? Zhao Shiyu remarked with a smile, spreading his hands. I told you. He is extraordinary. The senior expert cleared his throat, slowly rising to meet Wu Sichen's gaze. Young man, how did you come up with this? By using my intellect. Wu Sichen replied with a smile and a bit of effort. Laughter erupted around him, no longer laced with the initial mockery, but filled with respect. Wonderful. With your proposal, our research on stealth coatings has accelerated significantly. A young researcher in the lab exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he gazed at the series of updated material absorption simulation graphs. Another middle-aged engineer clenches fists. We thought it would take us a year or even two to break through, yet you arrived and transformed our thinking. However, in a corner, an inconspicuous researcher's eyes flickered momentarily. He lowered his head and fiddled with his watch, seemingly taking notes. Zhao Shuyu glanced at him, his expression slightly hesitant but quickly masked. Meanwhile, Wu Sichen smiled faintly, his tone calm, but it is not solely about the stealth coding. The crowd paused, the air seemingly suspended for a moment. There's more? The senior expert instinctively inquired. Wu Sichen suppressed his smile, turning to Zhao Shuyu, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. Where's your flight control algorithm research group? Take me there. Zhao Shuyu hesitated momentarily, but then his eyes brightened with a hint of anticipation. He knew very well that this was the aspect that troubled him the most. Chapter 41, Breakthrough in Flight Control System. The flight control system is the nervous system of an entire combat aircraft. Even with a powerful engine and excellent aerodynamic design, if the control system is inadequate, everything is in vain. Follow me, Zhao Shuyu nodded, almost eagerly turning to lead the way. They traversed the corridor, and a heavy glass door automatically slid open. Inside was a tidy, enclosed operations center, where over a dozen technical experts were busy around simulation platforms and multiple holographic screens. Zhao Chu, who is this? The head of the flight control group, donning round glasses, stood up to address the entering Wu Sichen. This is our newly appointed special consultant, Wu Sichen. The crowd displayed expressions of skepticism, and a programming engineer whispered, another consultant? The last one couldn't even comprehend the flight trajectory. Newcomer? A middle-aged researcher in an old uniform glanced at him, casually dismissing, sit over there, don't touch the equipment. Another younger engineer raised an eyebrow. This is the core testing process, not a place for your civil drone work. Wu Sichen remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping the room before confidently striding toward the main control console, exuding an air of familiarity as if he were already well acquainted with everything here. Hey, don't mess around, an operator interjected, blocking his path as he approached the main control console. This is the primary control node for flight posture. Can you bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? Yet, Wu Sichen did not halt. In the instant of the operator's bewilderment, he had surpassed him, his fingers swiftly tapping the keyboard. Is this your emergency model for high-altitude rapid dives? He queried, not turning back, his voice calm, yet piercing like a needle through the ears of those present. The flight control group members turned in unison, preparing to reprimand him, only to find him pulling up the control module structure diagram on the screen, pointing out critical code issues. You actually hard-coded the feedback delay values? You dare to conduct high-altitude tests with a first-level PID tuning? How can you even get involved? The operator's face turned pale. Another engineer hurriedly explained. We considered system stability and temporarily set a constant. Temporary measures cannot be used for a combat aircraft, Wu Sichen stated calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Moreover, you have not taken into account the asymmetric forces acting on the fuselage during combat, especially during high-speed maneuvers at supersonic speeds. Yaw disturbances will rapidly amplify the feedback error, potentially leading to system lag or even loss of control. Before he finished, he continued to examine another segment of module parameters for automatic attitude maintenance. The overload threshold is set too conservatively. According to your parameters, the aircraft will forcibly revert to its position under 9G high load rather than responding to the pilot's intentions. You are essentially sparing the enemy's life. A programmer broke out in a sweat, murmuring, so we need to enhance the sensitivity of the response curve? Incorrect. Wu Sichen calmly pointed to the three-dimensional modeling data on the side screen. You have not established a behavioral prediction algorithm, resulting in passive responses from the flight control system. If the signal delay exceeds 50 milliseconds, you will miss the optimal correction window. As he input command after command, the screen gradually displayed the optimized structure diagram he had constructed, a complete neural-recursive back-constraint optimization framework logic clearly delineated within minutes. An older senior engineer's complexion changed slightly. Upon approaching the screen for a closer look, he could not help but exclaim softly, "ISNT, this the intelligent fusion model we heard about last year, but could not construct?" The head of the flight control group, originally frowning, exhibited a mixture of scrutiny and suppressed impatience in his gaze. As he beheld the output parameters and data curves displayed on the screen, his lips involuntarily parted, as if he had forgotten to question anything, even the fact that he was standing From adaptive weight distribution to real-time posture correction curves. From multi-source sensor information fusion to behavior mirroring projection systems under data disconnection conditions. Over 40 pages of flowcharts unfolded, advancing step by step, creating a logical closed loop that almost encompassed 2 dimensions beyond the traditional 5 stages of flight control. The flight control team fell into an instant hush, with several key members instinctively holding their breath. "What year is this technology from?" stuttered the team leader, his voice trembling, his throat parched to the point of near silence. He fixated on the architecture diagram on the large screen, as if he had glimpsed a specter from the future. A young flight control engineer stood dumbfounded, swallowing hard before stammering. This is no longer the logic of traditional flight control. Is this the next-generation intelligent adaptive control system? Wu Sicheng smiled calmly, his eyes devoid of pride. Only certainty. Is it the next generation? Then let us call it our generation. This statement reverberated through the room, prompting everyone to straighten their spines instinctively. Some clutched their pens, yet dared not move, while others reflexively reached for their phones only to put them down again, fearful that this incredible demonstration might vanish in an instant. Wu Sicheng continued at a measured pace. "I have made compatibility adjustments to your simulation platform, and it is now ready for direct trial operations. The data interfaces, command architecture, and submodule logical transitions have all been aligned, requiring no alterations to your original engineering files." "Well, what? You have already connected to our system?" The deputy team leader of the flight control group was half astonished, half alert, reflexively glancing towards the main control console. "How did you know our platform's underlying structure?" Wu Sicheng merely pointed to a group of numbers in the lower right corner of the main control console. "In your system, several of the underlying I/O modules use embedded boards tested by the Air Force a few years ago. The data bus still employs the parallel redundancy structure of version 11. Your power protection module is well structured, yet the protocol driver library has not been upgraded. I assisted the military in interfacing a complete set of adaptation protocols during the Jotian project, and by the way, I became quite familiar with it." This revelation cast an eerie silence over the room. The flight control team leader, holding a pen, finally managed to utter, "What you call, by the way, is actually bringing our entire team into a new era." A key technical member was still processing the information. "You had already seen through the architecture of our system and wrote a compatibility plan in advance?" "Not quite," Wu Sicheng replied coolly. "I merely traversed the road you would have taken over the next 5 years." The air seemed to thicken. The flight control team leader slowly removed his glasses and gently wiped the lenses. "This is not the expert we invited for guidance. This is the bulldozer of the entire flight control system." He lifted his gaze, complex emotions mingling with respect. "You come? Let us simply reconstruct the entire system." The team leader sat down slowly, staring at the modeling diagram on the screen for a long while, then suddenly smirked. "It seems we truly invited the right person today. Your arrival has kicked us from the foot of the mountain to the summit." A lead engineer responsible for flight control framework debugging, his face flushed with excitement, patted the thick stack of materials in his hands, exclaiming, "This flight control system is ready for mounting tests. We've even skipped a significant step in virtual simulation." "Indeed." Another chimed in, "The key is its high logical coherence. It hardly seems hastily assembled, but rather polished over several years." Wu Sicheng maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding slightly. He refrained from elaborating. In his mind, this system was indeed the refined culmination of years of human effort, ready to be realized at the touch of a button. At that moment, Zhao Shuyu, standing in the back, could no longer contain himself, his voice imbued with rare levity and enthusiasm. "Wu Sicheng, you are not here merely to propose ideas. You are here to extinguish fires." He cast a significant glance at the flight control team. "Aren't you all always saying you need breakthroughs, that you need inspiration?" He hasn't just proposed ideas. He has presented a mature solution. With those words, the room fell silent in agreement. Next, Wu Sicheng stated with an unwavering tone, "Let's discuss the integrated avionics control architecture." Zhao Shuyu's eyes brightened, immediately gesturing for Wu Sicheng to follow. "Come with me, this way." Chapter 42, Integrated Avionics Architecture Breakthrough. A few minutes later, the two walked into the Integrated Avionics Research Laboratory, one after the other. The lab was dimly lit, dozens of terminals were processing data, and the walls were cluttered with communication waveform diagrams, processor logic diagrams, and data bus topology structures. Engineers gathered around the whiteboard, engaged in animated discussions, their voices rising and falling. The atmosphere was not particularly tense, yet was suffused with a sense of insurmountable pressure. "It's still not working," sighed a middle-aged engineer named Chu Zhengtao, a key member of the integrated avionics architecture team, his tone laced with resignation. "Interference between modules has yet to be fully resolved, especially in the navigation and communication collaborative processing area, where processor delays at critical nodes reach as high as 21 milliseconds. 21 milliseconds? Another frowned, reviewing the test data. "Are you sure it's not a data caching issue? We just optimized the sensor redundancy logic a few days ago. Look at this set." Chu Zhengtao pointed to the screen. "See this frequency jitter? Once there's an emergency switch in flight posture, it will disconnect from the inertial navigation module, causing sensor fusion to drift. And this..." Another young engineer tapped the terminal screen, his expression darkening. "We've tried 4 architectural schemes, and every time there's a system emergency switch, we experience data drift. Especially when the avionics main core connects to the backup channel, we can never achieve millisecond-level precision in docking. We cannot guarantee reliability." After uttering this, he seemed to deflate, leaning back in his chair, weariness and fatigue evident in his gaze. While they spoke, they remained oblivious to the figure standing at the entrance. Wu Sicheng stood quietly to the side, refraining from interrupting or speaking immediately. His gaze traversed the whiteboard, then fell upon the terminal screens, and finally shifted to the stack of technical documents and drafts piled nearby. He approached the research desk, lightly tapping his fingers on various drawings, his fingertips gliding over parameter notes and debugging records, appearing both casual and as if he had already pieced together a complete structure in his mind. At last, he halted before a hand-drawn interconnection logic diagram for the avionics system, densely marked with various data nodes, resource allocation channels, and fault-tolerant redundancy logic. To Wu Sicheng, this diagram resembled an unfinished puzzle, its edges loose and its center misaligned. "Does your bus scheduling logic employ dynamic priority sorting?" Wu Sicheng suddenly inquired, his tone calm, yet tinged with a barely perceptible dissatisfaction. Several engineers gathered around the console, turned at the sound, their gazes landing on the uninvited young man. "Who are you?" The leading middle-aged engineer frowned slightly, clearly displeased by the sudden interjection. Before Wu Sicheng could respond, Zhao Shuyu stepped forward, introducing him in a composed tone. "This is the expert we invited from above, Wu Sicheng." "Expert?" The engineer's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by instinctive skepticism and scrutiny. "Are you also involved in avionics?" He used the word "also," his tone laced with an implicit exclusion, clearly doubting whether this young man could contribute anything meaningful in front of their seasoned technical team. Wu Sicheng did not engage in any argument. He simply walked straight to the main control console, glanced at the open architecture scheduling view, and then pointed at the screen, saying, "The modular integrated control architecture you are currently using indeed excels in flexibility, but your bus logic relies too heavily on the main control sorting. Each instance of resource allocation must pass through the main core scheduling center. There are too many intermediary nodes. If any one of them responds even slightly slower, the entire system's response time will soar." He paused momentarily, his tone growing colder. "In simple terms, your current system is merely a factory of stalling under high concurrency tasks." "On what basis do you make such a claim?" A young engineer in the back protested, furrowing his brow. "This structure was designed collaboratively by our team, and we have thoroughly assessed its stability. How can you dismiss it outright upon your arrival? Have you conducted simulations under conditions of high-density signal interference?" Wu Sicheng retorted, subsequently pointing towards a specific interface. "Look here, your scheduling priority employs a timestamp waiting method. When multiple submodules simultaneously dispatch high-frequency requests, the main core may enter a brief cooling phase due to failed resource lock judgments. This segment of code is where the most issues arise." The group exchanged glances, one individual instinctively opening that segment of code. As several lines illuminated, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Indeed, we encountered inexplicable delays during debugging a few days ago, but we assumed it was due to bandwidth consumption." Wu Sicheng continued, "Your approach is fundamentally unsuitable for an environment where fighters demand extremely high responsiveness. I now suggest dismantling this portion of logic. So what do you propose?" The lead engineer finally spoke, his tone still somewhat unfriendly, yet shifting from disdain to challenge. It's quite simple, Wu Sicheng replied calmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He disregarded the previous sharp retort and walked towards the whiteboard, casually picking up a blue marker. With his back to the others, he fluently sketched a framework diagram on the board. Your current control framework is a hierarchical series of linked schedules. The main core is overloaded, and you already know about the instruction blocking. I suggest breaking it down and reconstructing it. With a few swift strokes, he illustrated a new central control unit. The core is this asynchronous mirroring control core. What does that mean? Someone murmured softly. Wu Sicheng did not turn around. All task processing requests will no longer rely on the main core for dynamic sorting. Instead, each submodule will be assigned a timestamp identifier, scheduling in parallel according to node time and pre-allocating computational resources. He continued to mark, drawing a curved data flow line connecting to multiple subsystems. If the main core encounters an error, the system can swiftly assess the node status, allowing a backup chip, what I refer to as a low-power emergency calibration chip, to take over part or all of the control tasks, ensuring that interconnections among submodules do not collapse. What about the communication buffer for your main control module? An architectural engineer attempted to interject. We previously experimented with asynchronous methods, but frequently encountered read-write conflicts. You previously failed to integrate the synchronization signal and timestamp logic. Wu Sicheng calmly replied, sketching a coding table. I introduced a dynamic error-correcting mirroring cache, where each data point is accompanied by a mapping identifier, ensuring that even during parallel data processing, there remains a traceable correction baseline. After a moment of silence, the diagram on the whiteboard began to take on a three-dimensional quality. The clearly defined data flow lines, the recursive structure of the calling framework, and the logical chain of the early warning feedback mechanism all fit together seamlessly like pieces of a puzzle. The parallel fault tolerance concept we overturned at the Military Science Academy last year. An older engineer finally reacted, his voice trembling slightly. How did you manage to complete it? Even we thought it unrealistic. Wu Sicheng ignored their reactions, directly picking up a pen from the desk and approaching the whiteboard. The navigation module must establish an independent backup timing channel. I recommend adding a 3-level buffering interface and introducing a one-time instruction snapshot mechanism. As he spoke, he began outlining a new data synchronization process on the board. Wu Sicheng placed the pen back in its holder, hands in his pockets. You abandoned this because you couldn't identify the boundary convergence model for the patch algorithm. When I was interfacing with the military on the Jotian drone project, I inadvertently explored the general communication framework and discovered a solution to this gap. A second of silence followed, and then the entire laboratory erupted in excitement. This structure can resolve most of our current fault couplings, the young engineer murmured. And this snapshot mechanism, we previously attempted it, but failed. Did he actually bypass that synchronization dead zone? Another individual stared incredulously at the whiteboard. Retrieve our module logic diagram. Quickly, load the mirroring cache simulation model into the main unit. What was the interface number he just mentioned? Someone sprinted towards the main terminal, while another engineer squatted beneath the whiteboard, beginning to draft a model. Wu Sicheng remained in place, his tone nonchalant. I merely retrieved the piece you left behind. Zhao Shuyu smiled slightly at the side, murmuring to himself. Another group of individuals pressed down by technical constraints. The atmosphere in the laboratory had completely transformed. Where did you go find such a talent? An engineer whispered excitedly. We anticipated it would take 3 years to overcome this system architecture bottleneck. He just arrived an hour ago and has already opened a window for us, even fixing the ventilation system. Indeed, another technician echoed immediately. This is not merely proficiency. He truly understands. Researchers gathered around the whiteboard, continuously taking photos, jotting notes, and even passionately contributing to design and simulation scripts, as if they had just experienced a seismic shift in technology. Meanwhile, Zhao Shiyu finally revealed a long-awaited smile. He gazed at Wu Sicheng, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions and satisfaction. This young man had not only met his expectations, but had far surpassed them all. Just then, a sudden beeping sound shattered the atmosphere. An officer strode in quickly, a serious expression on his face as he handed over a red-headed document. Chapter 43, Turbofan 15 Breakthrough. Director Zhao, we have encountered issues with the Turbofan 15. Zhao Shuyu took the document, and as he opened it, His expression visibly darkened. The domestic engine's thrust-to-weight ratio does not meet standards, high-altitude combustion is unstable, and even flight simulations frequently fail. He read each line, his voice growing increasingly subdued. The surrounding technical staff fell silent as well. This was the most crucial and challenging problem they faced. The engine had always been a source of anguish for the aviation industry of Dacia. From turbojets to turbofans, the foundation was weak, the technology lagged behind, and the bottlenecks were not isolated but rather systemic. Wu Sicheng observed Zhao Shuyu's furrowed brow, yet his tone remained calm. Is it an issue with the engine? Zhao Shuyu grimly nodded. You can see it too. But had TU dealt with this area before? Dealt with it? Wu Sicheng stroked his chin. That is hard to say. I do have some interest in high-temperature alloys and combustion stability models. Why not take me to have a look? You haven't even seen this before. Zhao Shuyu instinctively blurted out, but halfway through, he swallowed the words. He had been slapped in the face too many times by the question. Can you handle this? He sighed, waving his hand. All right, follow me. If you can indeed make progress on the combustion stability of this engine, then I will be completely convinced. Wu Sicheng smirked slightly, his smile tinged with confidence. I relish your challenge. The two traversed several iron doors and identity verifications, ultimately arriving at a deep factory hidden within the Qinling Mountains. The air was infused with metallic and high-temperature residues, and the factory was filled with pipes, insulation panels, and operational vibration testing equipment. The walls were adorned with various diagrams of turbine compressor flow lines under different conditions and combustion efficiency models. This is the Turbofan 15 Project Center, Zhao Shuyu quietly introduced. Our country has invested tremendous resources into this engine. Upon stepping into the core chamber, a gray-haired chief engineer approached them, his expression complex. Are you here to observe? Or are you here to provide us with a miracle? Zhao Shuyu introduced Wu Sicheng's identity, and the technical team merely glanced at each other, clearly skeptical of this exceptionally young expert. Soon, several engineers gathered around, explaining the issues with the Turbofan 15 one by one. Currently, the biggest problem remains the inability to meet the thrust-to-weight ratio, frequent oscillations in the high-altitude combustion chamber, and the core component's high-temperature alloy lifespan falling below standards. We tried 4 types of coating agents, none of which lasted beyond 100 hours of thermal testing, a young technician added. Wu Sicheng did not rush to speak. Instead, he approached the main screen and began to scrutinize the data interface in operation. While observing, he inquired, have you ever attempted to utilize a multi-stage adjustable diffuser for pretreatment of the combustion chamber intake? The technician shook his head, responding, that would introduce increased structural complexity, and the machining precision exceeds our current capabilities. Wu Sicheng abruptly asked, your pretreatment structure is a direct replication of the WS-10 model, is it not? Indeed, the chief engineer replied with a wry smile. The original plan was to adopt a gradual approach, beginning with the WS-10 as a foundation and progressively expanding thrust. However, the issue now is that the foundation is nearly overwhelming us. Zhao Shuyu frowned, adding, but we cannot continue to rely on the WS-10 indefinitely, can we? You must understand. Wu Sicheng finally spoke, his tone calm, that the WS-10 and WS-15 are fundamentally different in magnitude. If you persist in applying the mindset of the WS-10 to the WS-15, you will inevitably encounter bottlenecks at every turn. He pointed to a diagram, delineating the critical distinctions. The WS-10 is a medium thrust engine, with a maximum thrust-to-weight ratio of less than 8, suitable for aircraft like the J-10. However, the WS-15 must exceed a ratio of 12, achieving thrust over 15 tons, while adhering to the compression layout requirements under stealth contours, ensuring the shape does not leave radar reflections. Furthermore, he noted, the combustion chamber of the WS-10 is annular with a single injection, while the WS-15 must feature a multi-point layered combustion dynamic cooling segment. The engineers listened dumbfounded. Therefore, if you design the WS-15 using the fuel supply rhythm, flame tube structure, and cooling distribution of the WS-10, it would be surprising if you did not encounter failure. A glimmer of hope appeared in some eyes among the engineers. You are not failing. Rather, you have simply begun from the wrong starting point. His words landed like a dull stone thrown into a tranquil pond. The engineers' expressions varied, some revealing embarrassment, while others displayed an unspoken sense of relief. It was as if, after years of laboring under a heavy burden, someone had lifted the fog, revealing that it was not their pace that was slow, but rather they had been treading the wrong path entirely. Wu Sichen continued without pause, striding directly to the area designated for discarded models, where he detached a melted turbine blade from an early prototype. The lattice dislocation rate of this material is excessively high, and the thermal fatigue resistance is predictably substandard. He tossed it lightly and asked, "Did you create this alloy yourselves?" "Yes," the chief engineer replied quietly. "We modeled it after a certain high-temperature nickel-based alloy from abroad, but we lacked critical elements and could only approximate it." Wu Sicheng nodded, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket. "Please insert this into the Materials Research Institute's simulation platform. I will provide you with a high-entropy alloy construction model I developed recently for the cooling issues of the Jotun drone. Although the structure is somewhat complex, it can withstand temperatures exceeding 200 degrees more than the existing model." "High-entropy alloy?" a materials engineer exclaimed. "Isn't that a technology projected to become mainstream in the next decade?" "Precisely, which is why I'm allowing you to advance a decade ahead." Wu Sicheng replied with a serene smile. After speaking, he turned toward the 3D modeling terminal for the combustion system. "Is your layered combustion structure utilizing unidirectional progressive ignition?" "Yes." They confirmed, because we were concerned about the instability of the flame front and feared that pressure would accumulate too rapidly during linked ignition. "Change it to symmetrical wave synchronous ignition, preheating the flame front at the midsection for 20 milliseconds, intervening in the flame propagation trajectory with a gradual pressure increase. I have a flame flow model that will allow you to run a stable high-altitude isobaric combustion simulation on the platform." "Isobaric combustion?" An aerodynamic engineer was astonished. "Are you referring to rocket-grade compression control?" "Indeed, in an environment where low oxygen, high pressure, and high temperature overlap, without isobaric conditions, you cannot maintain a 15-ton output curve." Wu Sicheng casually brought up a simulation animation, depicting the flame fluctuating in layers, ultimately stabilizing into an elliptical shape within the combustion chamber. A throng of engineers gathered around, expressing their admiration in exclamations. "Regarding the compressor, between the 4th and 7th stages, you have consistently encountered abrupt fluctuations. Is it true that the boundary layer design of the fan blades employs linear parameters?" "Yes, but that was a unified design model set by the expert group. Change it to a variable flow bending blade. Refer to the style I have here. It must feature an asymmetric boosted inlet. Without this modification, you will never surpass the critical threshold for intake stability at 15,000 meters." As he spoke, he retrieved a comprehensive structural sketch from the USB drive. "The discrepancies in my simulation results compared to yours arise from my treatment of the entire system as a dynamic microcirculation closed loop, rather than a static combustion model." While explaining, he flipped through page after page of model blueprints. "You can recalculate. If the results coincide, we shall proceed according to my design." Several engineers were already captivated, and a young technician murmured, "This is not merely a visit. This is a journey toward elevating our dimensions." Zhao Shuyu observed the scene and remarked softly, "Everywhere you go, it feels as if you are burning the old map and drawing a new world." Wu Sicheng merely smiled. "That is because you should have been drawing a new map all along." Chapter 44. Aerodynamic Layout Adjustment during that week. The pace within the Shunjian base's technical research building was more intense than ever before. At the corridors of several research rooms, clusters of engineers could often be seen fervently discussing over a notepad of diagrams. The conference room remained illuminated almost continuously, while the testing area operated overnight for power tests. In contrast to the anxiety and confusion of a month prior, each group seemed to have suddenly ignited a spark, transforming from a stalled bullet cart into a turbo engine, propelling forward in a straight line. "Wugang, are you in?" One day, the deputy leader of the stealth materials group hurriedly pushed open the door, clutching a stack of data sheets. "We have encountered structural instability in the 4th batch of carbon nanotube test samples. Do you think we should adjust the multi-layer coating thickness distribution using the cohesive extractive algorithm you mentioned last time? Please bring him over here as well." The flight control team also sought his attention, reporting that the new model was experiencing feedback delays between the pitch angle sensors and the central processing chip under high acceleration. "I apologize, everyone. I too need urgent guidance." The head of the engine department had also appeared, holding a thermal flow simulation image at high temperatures. We have observed a concentration of fatigue cracks at the edges of the fifth-stage compressor blades. Yet, Wu Sichen, donned in a white lab coat, moved through the building with quiet diligence, resembling an indefatigable answering machine. Wherever he went, he could swiftly identify the crux of the issues and provide clear, precise, and unprecedented pathways to resolution, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of every screw and airflow line within the J-20. He never raised his voice nor drew complex diagrams on the whiteboard. His gentle words alone enlightened dozens of industry veterans. Over time, a phrase quietly circulated among the groups. When encountering a deadlock, seek Wugong. Meanwhile, the enigmatic employee from the stealth coding project team was seen documenting various observations. On that particular afternoon, the aerodynamic shape testing group finally delivered the improved scale model to the testing tower. In the control room of the wind tunnel at the northwestern corner of the base, the atmosphere was more solemn than ever. Behind the glass, the sleek, black model was securely fastened to the high-pressure dynamic flow wind tunnel platform. On the adjacent projection screen, data parameters such as pressure curves, temperature readings, and vortex trends flowed steadily, while engineers continuously input commands to adjust the preparation conditions. Wu Sichen stood silently at the control console, resting his hands on the railing. His gaze traveled from the model's nose to the main wing, then to the twin vertical stabilizers at the rear, finally lingering on a minor inflection line beneath the intake duct. Do you perceive an issue? Jiang Zheng, the head of the wind tunnel group, approached with a tone subtly laced with defensiveness. This is our optimal configuration derived from hundreds of calculation results. Wu Sichen scrutinized the blueprints. The compression ratio at the leading edge of your intake duct is excessively high. The simulation model does not account for vortex adhesion at near Mach speeds, which will lead to boundary layer accumulation and subsequently provoke local instability and oscillation of the airframe. Furthermore, you have employed a uniformly wide canard. This is a disaster for control at supersonic high angles of attack. We have tested this. Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, noting that this proposal had performed admirably on simulated data. Yet, you have yet to conduct a full mock test, Wu Sichen remarked with a hint of indifference. Acknowledging the limitations inherent in wind tunnel simulations, Jiang Zheng was poised to argue further when the experiment commenced. The wind tunnel gradually increased its speed, thrust surged, and the model began to exhibit minute tremors. Suddenly, as it reached high-speed segments, a sharp metallic resonance pierced the air, accompanied by an alarm blaring throughout the facility. Cut off the thrust source. Conduct a check. Inspect the model structure. Is anyone injured? An experimental technician, positioned closest, was thrust backward by the shock wave, nearly toppling to the ground. The alarm lights blinked ominously, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wu Sichen remained silent, quietly observing the aerodynamic model behind the glass. As if he had anticipated this outcome, Jiang Zheng's expression darkened. His gaze shifted from the experimental model back to the data display, where sweat-soaked figures glared at him. He instinctively tightened his grip on the pen, knuckles turning white, yet he managed to voice the reluctant question. What did you just say needed to be changed? Wu Sichen did not rush to answer. He merely cast a calm glance in Jiang Zheng's direction before moving to the control console. He pulled a blank engineering record sheet from a stack of technical documents and picked up a worn automatic pencil with a poised yet decisive manner. Alter the duck wing configuration to adopt a gradually tapering, non-uniform curvature. As he spoke, he began to sketch. His strokes were markedly distinct from those of traditional engineers, combining strength with a certain artistic fluidity akin to composing a meticulously crafted poem. The air intake duct will be modified to a dual-slope composite structure. He pivoted his pencil, illustrating two intersecting air intake conduits to facilitate a smoother airflow transition between subsonic and transonic speeds. The lower belly's guiding surface will undergo a seamless extension design, with adjustments to the wave crest tangential angles to prevent shear vortices from repeatedly colliding with the fuselage, thus minimizing structural fatigue resonance at high Mach speeds. No sooner had he finished speaking than the paper displayed a preliminary three-view outline, with side, top, and front perspectives harmoniously resonating. Every stroke reflected a profound premonition of the entire aerodynamic structure's logic. Jiang Zheng appeared to be holding his breath, entranced by the drawing. These structures, Wu Sichen added, his tone calm, yet deliberate, are not merely for speed, but for stability, particularly under the simultaneous demands of stealth, maneuverability, and supersonic cruising. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. After years of working in aerodynamic design, having encountered countless papers, models, and experiments, he felt as though he had been struck by a revelation. This was not a simple correction or optimization of a component. It was as if someone had drawn a straight path through the labyrinth they had been painstakingly navigating for months. He attempted to articulate something, but found his throat dry. How did you manage to produce all this in just a few minutes? I reviewed the data from your last test before you secured that wind tunnel, Sichen replied, his gaze fixed on the glimmering nose of the experimental model. You aim to perfectly balance three objectives, yet treat aerodynamic design as mere puzzle pieces, neglecting the overall collaborative curvature and structural response time, which is why you remain ensnared in vibration peaks. Jiang fell silent for a prolonged 10 seconds. Then, without posing any further questions, he carefully folded the sketch and tucked it into his breast pocket. Your drawings will be adopted by our entire team. Sichen nodded, offering no thanks nor elaboration, merely stating, before remodeling, inform your simulation team to incorporate the thermal flow data and elastic response curves as well. Understood, Jiang replied solemnly, then promptly turned to leave, plunging into a transformative battle whose significance had been profoundly redefined. Days later, the new configuration model was swiftly completed in accordance with Sichen's recommendations and sent for a second round of wind tunnel testing. This time, the experimental thrust was gradually increased, airflow stabilized, and the data visualization terminal displayed a series of frames transitioning smoothly with minimal fluctuations. The lift curve had improved by nearly 12, and aerodynamic efficiency had surged by a remarkable 8. This was not merely an improvement, it was an evolution, murmured an experimental technician, his voice betraying an unmistakable admiration and astonishment. From that day forward, the aerodynamic shape team, like other system research groups, prominently displayed Wu Gong's name in the technical advisor section on the door of their office, nestled among the brass plaques of seasoned experts and professors, with his being the youngest among them. Chapter 45, Intelligent Spine as the Weather Cleared. The Shenzhen base nestled within the Qinling Mountains seemed to be shrouded in an invisible cloud. All experimental groups consolidated their data here in the Flight Control Hall No. 1, the central integration hub for the entire J-20 project, serving as the final checkpoint. On the conference table, a dozen consolidated test reports lay open, as if the weighty reality was laid bare before all. On the central display, red warning boxes flickered incessantly, each representing a specific cause of integration failure. The inertial navigation delay was 37 seconds. A technician quietly read out, attributing the root cause to clock drift between the signal determination module and the processor, leading to feedback latency due to accumulated errors. The radar refresh rate conflict not only caused target ghosting, but also resulted in incomplete coverage of dead zones. Another chimed in, noting that during mode switches, data cache packet loss led to target number confusion. The data link was even worse. The communications group leader rubbed his temples. We attempted 5 adaptive protocol methods, but as soon as we connected to the flight control master chain, frequency loss occurred, and, at times, we could not even connect to tactical terminals, severing all air-to-air data transmission. The inertial navigation system's tilt angle correction logic during maneuvers also relied on a singular algorithm. Any sudden change in posture resulted in abnormal yaw. The radar beam angle control and target tracking locking algorithms were incompatible, particularly during supersonic phases, frequently leading to loss of lock. The data link also clashed with the priority command system of flight control, especially during parallel execution of multiple modules, where the main control could not dynamically allocate resources and had to forcibly interrupt, causing brief system freezes. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room, the only sound being the cold, relentless stream of error logs on the screen, reminding them that this 5th-generation fighter jet, poised for assembly, lacked a neural hub capable of unifying its consciousness. Zhao Shuyu gazed at the rows of red text, his hand clenched tightly, slowly exhaling, stating, "The 3 major modules represent 3 excellent tactical brains, yet none provides a spine to connect them." A seasoned expert chuckled wryly. "We are utilizing the best available components and the most mature logic, yet it has devolved into a disarray." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, Sichen strode into the hall, flanked by the core engineers from the inertial navigation, radar, and data link subprojects. He offered no pleasantries, simply standing still and stating, Provide me with the source code for the central flight control architecture, along with the current communication protocol tables for the 3 modules. Everyone paused. The project leader instinctively glanced at Zhao Shuyu, who nodded slightly. The veteran engineer from the radar team trembled at the corners of his mouth, staring at the rapidly refreshing code and serial logs on the screen, unable to restrain himself from asking again, "Are you truly intending to integrate this alone?" Our teams have spent 3 months without finding clarity. Sichen did not look up, calmly replying, "Each subsystem of the J-20 is an independently excellent organ, yet lacks a nervous system, a central hub. The paralysis of flight control is merely a fault. Without successful integration, it lacks a soul." His tone was exceedingly calm, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. "I will provide that soul." He ascended to the main control platform, swiftly merging the 3 screens into a multi-projection display. The left screen displayed a multi-frequency signal graph of radar echoes and beam scheduling. The right screen showcased a calibration dataset interweaving acceleration, attitude angles, and velocity vectors from the inertial navigation system, while the center depicted a node, jump diagram, and command scheduling table for the data link subsystem. The observers seemed to witness a singular individual, wielding 2 hands, simultaneously mastering the cognitive machinery of 3 distinct languages, not through forced assembly, but through the reformation of resonance. "Is this an independent dynamic channel adaptation?" The data link engineer inquired tentatively, his voice dry. "Adaptation is merely the entrance." Sichen smiled gently, explaining that the true structure is a pseudo-synchronous frame mapping engine. Frame mapping? A young member of the radar team was momentarily stunned, unsure of its meaning. It constructs a virtual channel framework, allowing radar, inertial navigation, and data links to enter the same temporal-spatial mapping domain on a logical level, Sichen elaborated, his fingers continuing their work. He then utilized a nested micro-loop buffering module to process input commands and project status feedback in reverse, achieving a complete data closed loop within 0.3 seconds. All information was pseudo-synchronously processed at temporal nodes to deceive 3 distinct hardware systems operating on different frequencies and languages, making them believe they were working in unison. "You're saying this is a bionic data hub?" exclaimed a young engineer, his eyes widening as he stood abruptly. "You are simulating the structural logic of the human brain's neural network." "Not simulating, but compressing and abstracting," Sichen replied calmly. "The human brain processes multidimensional sensory input using electrochemical signals. An aircraft can do the same, as long as it is given a unified consciousness framework." The room fell abruptly silent. "Has he gone mad?" one person murmured softly. Yet, more individuals quietly gathered before the main control panel, their eyes fixed intently on the rapidly constructed digital neural tree model on the screen, as if witnessing the soul of an aircraft awakening within the code. In the simulation chamber, the lights dimmed, leaving only the main control screen aglow. Dozens of gazes were riveted like nails onto the newly activated integrated interface. After 2 hours of relentless keystrokes, with logical flows and thread layers stacking upon each other, the first version of the integrated core code was finally completed. "Load the module," Sichen commanded. After a few seconds of blinking, the main control screen emitted a soft beep, merging 3 screens into one as the simulation platform entered calculation mode. On the screen, radar signal spectrum data pulsed in conjunction with navigation vectors, while the data link simultaneously initiated multi-node frequency hopping tests. The previously independent subsystems suddenly appeared connected by an invisible spine, facilitating smooth transmission and collaborative updates in logical space. Synchronization rate, 987. A radar engineer nearly shouted. "Data error less than 0.1 seconds?" Members of a navigation team stared intently at the refreshing curve graph, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Even more astonishingly, the 3 systems could now automatically coordinate to execute scene simulation commands, autonomously completing a quadruple closed-loop process of guidance, judgment, correction, and feedback within a complex task model. At the core of it all was the newly emerged label on the screen, the Multimodal Information Fusion Guidance System. Zhao Shuyu stood quietly at the back, finally exhaling a breath, his voice low yet tinged with tremor. "This is the intelligent spine of the J-20. It was an intelligence that did not belong to a single module, but rather permeated the entire aircraft, uniting radar perception, navigation positioning, and tactical communication into a cohesive consciousness. Even as the battlefield transformed, As long as the spine remained intact, it could evolve, coordinate, and counterattack autonomously. The crowd remained silent for a long time. Not out of shock, but out of reverence. They revered the hands that stitched fragments together, unified islands, and forged spirit from machinery. They revered a person who accomplished within 2 hours what a 100-member team could hardly conceive in a year. What's next? A technician murmured. Wu Sichen closed the terminal, standing up and turning with a calm expression. Installation and test flight. Everyone held their breath. At that moment, they understood. The J-20 was not merely prepared. Its consciousness had awakened. In the assembly plant of the J-20, the final set of data was being written into the system, with the command chain status bar illuminated in green, indicating that the entire system had completed joint debugging. The project command team officially issued instructions to prepare for the test flight, and the rhythm of the entire base entered a new phase of acceleration. This was the moment symbolizing the takeoff of a new era. Yet outside the fervor, beside an inconspicuous logistics building, a young man wearing a research group badge hurriedly traversed a cluttered passageway, swiftly entering a dead corner behind the distribution room. He locked the door from the inside, confirming the silence around him before rolling up his sleeve to reveal a watch on his wrist. This was no ordinary model. It was a precisely modified short-range pulse transmission device. He skillfully adjusted the side gears, and the center of the watch face lit up in red, connecting to a preset channel. At that moment, 300 kilometers above the Earth's surface, a reconnaissance satellite codenamed S-Ranger was passing over a specific area in the northwest of Dacia. The signal link began attempting to handshake, and a package containing new coding structure diagrams for the J-20's propulsion data was about to be transmitted. However, the next second, a low thud echoed, and before the researcher could react, he was suddenly overpowered and pressed to the ground by an unexpected force. He struggled in terror, his throat barely producing a sound before a gloved hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Try moving," came the cold voice. The suppression was clean and efficient, leaving no chance for the target to signal for help. The assailant's face remained hidden from the victim, who was soon restrained with arms bent backward and pressed into the concrete, a gash appearing on his forehead. Su Yuling knelt on his back, his movements calm and routine, yet without a hint of relaxation. One hand removed the watch, while the other swiftly took out a special material envelope, sealing the evidence inside. "Good boy, losing your composure," he said in a detached tone, his gaze sharp as a blade, finally revealing the fox's tail. The man beneath him struggled for breath, panic and despair gradually filling his eyes, yet his body had already softened, resembling a snake pinned down. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and Zhao Shuyu burst through the safety passage door, quickly assessing the scene. Upon seeing the situation, the tension in his heart eased slightly, though his expression remained icy. "I had my eye on him while in the stealth coding group," Zhao Shuyu said in a low voice. He always found excuses to linger in non-work areas, especially that night when he approached the main terminal's cache module while the night shift technician dozed off. "When we reviewed the surveillance, we found he had inserted a USB drive." Su Yuling nodded, yet there was no hint of triumph in his eyes. "At that time, you suspected he was stealing shape data?" "Yes," Zhao Shuyu replied, casting a cold smile at the subdued individual. "But it seems he was not after the stealth coding. He was clearly targeting Wu Sichen himself." Upon hearing this name, the man trembled violently, his pupils constricting rapidly. Su Yuling's cold gaze swept over him. "Did you think we were truly oblivious to your little tricks? Heart rate controllers, short-frequency point-to-point satellite activations. Your eagle sauce infiltration techniques may have been clever 30 years ago, but now they are merely a facade." The target collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, lips trembling slightly, as if he finally grasped that there was no escape left. Several hours later, in a certain underground shelter in a high-level interrogation room designated number 3, the lighting was stark and cold. The man wore an anti-jamming headset, his hands bound, his expression numb. After several rounds of questioning and data comparisons, a secret enemy plan, codenamed Lone Point Infiltration, began to take shape. The individual, codenamed Mistletoe, had been dispatched by the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Agency's Branch C, tasked with frontline engineering infiltration. He had covertly infiltrated multiple military-industrial research outsourcing firms in Dacia 3 years prior, and last year he was transferred to the J-20 Joint Test Team under the guise of talent introduction. What he intended to transmit was not merely optimization data for stealth materials, nor critical data on radar guidance frequency bands and flight control integration logic, but also a document that caused all present in the interrogation room to change countenance abruptly. Target no. W07. Observational Level Subject Analysis Report. The report detailed Wu Sichen's entire profile, encompassing his family background, growth trajectory, foreign exchanges, psychological pressure thresholds, daily routines, and verbal tendencies. Even the thought process he employed during a meeting when he modified the flight control algorithm on the fly was marked as a deviation from natural behavioral patterns. After reviewing the dossier, Zhao Shuyu felt a slight chill in his palm. This was no ordinary technical infiltration. They were focused on a person. After the intelligence department swiftly retrieved the complete set of data devices carried by the spy, they immediately initiated an in-depth reverse analysis. Although he was classified as a single-line contact, the devices contained multiple unactivated encrypted communication preset commands, with segments of the discrete command code yet to be decrypted. Technicians initially speculated that these commands were likely static wake-up chains intended for standby infiltrators. The alert level was promptly raised to the highest tier. The entire experimental base entered a state of combat readiness. With main thoroughfares sealed off, the signal jamming layers in core areas doubled, and all access controls switched to a manual biometric dual verification mechanism. Su Yuling's expression turned grave as he convened an emergency meeting of the Anti-Submarine Task Force, commanding, initiate the clean domain inspection procedure. Cross-reference all recent personnel backgrounds, operational trajectories, work logs, and social behaviors. I require the list within 1 hour. 3 hours later, 3 researchers exhibiting highly overlapping operational patterns, abnormal communication habits, and unusual data access frequencies were flagged by the system. The intelligence team rapidly took action, secretly isolating the 3 individuals in an independent safety chamber on the 3rd underground level of the base, commencing the review process. Among them was an external consultant from the aerodynamic testing group. Another served as a night equipment maintainer. And the third was surprisingly a data verification officer within the food supply chain. Zhao Shuyu gazed at the extensive interrogation records, a heavy burden flickering in his eyes. He spoke in a barely audible whisper. Fortunately, we acted a step earlier. Had we delayed even a moment longer, the entire chain could have been compromised. Following a report to the Security Bureau, the Central Command swiftly issued directives. 1. The entire J-20 development project was elevated from confidential level 2 to top secret level 1. 2. All participating members were to be refiled and undergo renewed scrutiny. 3. All terminal communications and external contacts were to be blocked, retaining only military quantum links. 4. Wu Sichen was designated as a level 1 protection target. Henceforth, the main control floor established a 3-tiered vigilance perimeter with 24-hour guard rotations. And even the air composition of every entry and exit passage was set to trigger sensitivity mechanisms. A few days later, an altitude of 600 kilometers, the S-Ranger satellite glided slowly along its predetermined orbit. It had attempted to establish a return link with ground contacts, but was interrupted at a critical moment. Subsequently, within a concealed research institute nestled in the eastern mountainous hinterland of Daxia, a faint yet precise laser signal streaked across the night sky. Target coordinates confirmed. The S-Ranger initiated its angle deviation protocol. The laser disruption system did not directly obliterate the target, but instead imposed continuous interference resonance, causing the satellite's attitude system to experience high-frequency drift. The Stranger's originally stable trajectory began to exhibit unplanned deviations after several hours, ultimately slipping out of the primary monitoring zone. There was no global warning, and it went unnoticed. In the publicly released data monitoring, Daxia's intelligence department archived the incident with a single sentence. SC-Ranger has exited the effective communication window and cannot be tracked at this time. No one knew what secrets that satellite had glimpsed or what force had quietly escorted it off the stage. Yet on the other side of the covert battlefield, a silent victory had already discreetly descended. Chapter 47. Thermal meltdown restart issues after resolving the espionage crisis. The assembly testing of the J-20 continued at an accelerated pace. The test flight order was officially issued just before midnight, and the entire base transitioned into a level 1 operational state. At 5 in the morning, the test flight team gathered punctually at the Tactical Operations Command Center on the east side of the launch runway. The test pilot was Captain Shi Haoxuan of a certain Air Force Aviation Brigade. boasting a combat flight record of 3,000 hours and having participated in numerous high-intensity training missions, making him the ace of aces among active pilots. From a distance, he spotted the aircraft enveloped in the gentle light of dawn and remarked, "Is this the J-20?" Entering the hangar, Shi Haoxuan personally circled the aircraft, his fingertips brushing against the edges of the stealth skin on the canard wings, his demeanor composed yet fervent. "This beast looks as though it has starved for 3 years." He murmured, then noticed Wu Sicheng nearby. "Mr. Wu?" He paused for a moment, then smiled and shook hands. "You're here too." Zhao Shuyu approached as well, wearing an unusually relaxed expression. Advancing the flight test schedule in such a short time relies entirely on his divine assistance. Shi Haoxuan's gaze was intense. "I still remember when I observed the Jiutian drone test flight. I was astonished by that flight control system. I had hoped to introduce it to the Air Force. But I didn't expect you to bring this formidable weapon right to me." Laughter erupted among the group as the test flight program entered its countdown phase. The aircraft slowly emerged from the hangar, its landing gear rolling over the ground tracks with a steady roar, akin to a true beast awaiting release. As the J-20 reached the center of the runway, the canopy gradually closed, and Shi Haoxuan's voice transmitted through the command room's audio link, "Cockpit normal. Instruments normal. Preparing for takeoff." The takeoff clearance was granted. The tower confirmed, and then a piercing scream sliced through the air as the J-20, like a giant beast awakened, roared into the sky under the powerful thrust of its turbofan engines, trailing 2 crisp vortices that tore through the heavens. In the control room, all eyes were fixed on the main screen. The climb phase stabilized, pitch control was responsive, airspeed increased satisfactorily, and the flight control response lagged by only 0.2 seconds, well within system tolerances. The radar system was activated, successfully locking onto the simulated target in just 23 seconds. Inertial navigation synchronized with a heading deviation of 0.01 degrees, demonstrating exceptional performance. Within a mere 3 minutes, the J-20 completed a comprehensive initial procedure, including takeoff, ascent, first turn, radar calibration, and target simulation lock, with data feedback consistently displaying green, resembling a precisely orchestrated concerto, with an unwavering tempo and distinct notes. The ground monitoring team exchanged knowing smiles. Its maneuverability exceeds expectations. A young flight control engineer exclaimed with excitement. Shi Haoxuan continued relaying through the air, "I feel fantastic. Directional control is precise. Response is incredibly swift. More stable than any aircraft I've flown." The aircraft entered the mid-phase testing, executing simulated ground radar positioning, electronic interference penetration, high-altitude guidance, and penetration maneuvers, all flowing seamlessly. It traced an arc in the sky, evading simulated interceptors before smoothly entering a backlight region of cloud cover. A series of stealth reemergence actions were executed with near perfection. At an altitude of 300 meters, the missile pylon's attitude remained stable. Aerodynamic feedback was normal, and the wing's elastic response was commendable. On the radar projection, the J-20 resembled a diagonal sword, ascending from low altitude to high, then executing a spiral maneuver to engage the target. The entire venue held its breath as data clearly recorded every second of flight pulsation, precise and powerful as though carved in stone. The initial half of the maiden flight proceeded flawlessly, even surpassing expectations. However, just as the aircraft completed its third simulated long-range strike and prepared to enter the evasion and return process, a warning suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the control console. Warning: abnormal flight control temperature. Radar, node, signal drift. Warning: target lock delay exceeds standard. Guidance error 35 degrees. Warning: system entering self-protection mode. On the screen, the avionics systems began to automatically downclock, with some modules shutting down, the radar refresh rate plummeting, and the guidance head temporarily incapacitated. The flight control system experienced a 0.4 second lag, entering a brief state of motion freeze, as if the entire aircraft had suddenly succumbed to a sluggish silence. "It's a thermal meltdown phenomenon," a technician whispered. Zhao Shuyu's expression shifted. After 3 consecutive long-range strikes, the system's accumulated heat couldn't dissipate, with the core temperature spiking to 87 degrees. "The issues lie in 2 aspects," Wu Sicheng stated with calm authority, his eyes sharp as a blade. "First, The avionics sensor array is operating at overclock speeds under high-intensity data collection, failing to disperse heat in a timely manner. Second, the heat in the engine's exhaust area generates a backflow effect at high altitude and speed, reversing into the core cabin through the rear structure, disrupting the thermal equilibrium of the entire aircraft. The conference room fell into an instant silence, everyone waiting for him to continue. Wu Sichen wasted no words. Swiftly turning to the engineering design terminal, his fingers deftly navigating the interface as he summoned the previously reserved redundancy module tab. I have a proposal for a multi-channel microthermal conduction array. As he spoke, he projected the system framework diagram, which unfurled on the large screen, revealing a network of thermal conduction pathways weaving through the body like human blood vessels. This thermal control system is inspired by the simulation of biological capillary networks. He pointed to the nodes on the diagram, explaining the core principle: regional temperature control actively modulating heat predictions. Microthermal conduction crystals are arranged around critical components to facilitate localized cooling management, just as humans sweat to cool down during physical exertion. The J-20 must learn to self-regulate its temperature. Zhao Shuyu's eyes sparkled with interest as he immediately inquired, "Is the existing module compatible? It can be replaced locally." Wu Sichen replied confidently, having already prepared for this question. "I have modeled the data based on the entire structure. The new system can seamlessly integrate with the flight control chamber, the avionics core, the radar main core, and the engine midsection, using graphene nanosheets as thermal interface fillers to ensure conduction efficiency and structural stability." "Is there stock in the materials library?" Jiang Zheng interjected, shifting the conversation to engineering matters. "The B group has enough samples for 2 prototype replacements," a materials engineer promptly responded. "What are we waiting for?" Zhao Shuyu decisively initiated the replacement. From dusk until dawn, the lights in the experimental area remained illuminated. Engineers, clad in protective suits, moved within the aircraft's interior, meticulously locating thermal conduction nodes with millimeter precision, ensuring that each weld considered the thermodynamic performance under microvibration disturbances. Some crouched in the radar compartment, welding wires, while others held microcrystals deep within the aircraft's belly. Throughout the night, it felt as if 1,000 nerves were growing and transforming within the aircraft. At 5:30 in the morning, the final graphene module was secured. As everyone exited the cockpit, the night was brightened by the dawn's early light. Chapter 48. The J-20 takes flight. Terrifying maneuverability. Fifth-generation aircraft possess extraordinary maneuverability, yet emphasize beyond visual range combat. 3 days later, as the sun rose, its morning rays illuminated the test flight runway, casting a glow upon the J-20, which stood with the poise of a Black Panther. The entire aircraft gleamed with a soft, golden thermal coating, having undergone meticulous adjustments and optimizations over the preceding days. It stood silently on the runway, akin to a slumbering war god poised to awaken. All personnel took their positions. The hangar was enveloped in silence. The countdown for the second test flight commenced. Start, taxi, thrust ignition, and takeoff proceeded seamlessly. 10 minutes after takeoff, the J-20 ascended to an altitude of 15,000 meters. The engine outputting steadily as the radar beam began its complex environmental detection tests. Target drones released multiple sets of chaff and high-speed miss signals in an attempt to create echo concealment. However, this time, the J-20's radar system showed no drift. The main control command chain responded clearly, and the lock-on instructions were issued with precision. The target's identification and trajectory were quickly marked, with the system determining the time reduced to 0.6 seconds, nearly achieving instantaneous locking. Radar shows no drift, guidance is stable, and the data link is all functioning normally. A report of success resonated from the technical station. "Now, let us proceed to dynamic maneuver testing." Shi Haoshuan's voice came clearly through the encrypted channel, laced with excitement. As he gently nudged the joystick, a brief thrust command was issued, and the J-20 leapt into the air like a predator ready to pounce. The nose dipped, instantly diving off its predetermined flight path, then executed a high-load trajectory change, completing a 4-part composite maneuver, causing a brief reading delay on the ground observation radar. The current flight control response time was 0.24 seconds, with energy management stable. Ground operators quickly relayed numbers through their headsets. Shortly after, Shi Haoxuan maneuvered the J-20 into mid-high altitude, abruptly changing the nose angle to perform a classic Cobra maneuver. The entire aircraft ascended sharply at a high angle, its nose pointing skyward like an enraged serpent striking at the heavens. This action significantly disrupted the enemy's hypothetical missile prediction lock. The flight control responded, as if it were an extension of his body. Shi Haoxuan exclaimed with a grin, "I can push it even harder." Just as he finished speaking, he lifted the aircraft again, entering a high angle of attack stall state. With 2 reverse microcontrol commands input, the J-20 instantly executed a falling leaf maneuver. The body plummeting vertically, the main wings quivering slightly, swaying left and right, tracing a trajectory reminiscent of a maple leaf carried by the wind, maintaining remarkable stability throughout the oscillation. Inertial navigation data displayed 0 deviation. The falling leaf maneuver completed. The thermal conduction array functioned normally, and there were no attitude errors in the flight control. The control panel engineer quickly confirmed the command. In the next moment, the J-20 suddenly rolled sideways in midair, as if seized by an invisible hand, executing an extreme high angle of attack roll. The aircraft spun 360 degrees at the edge of stall in just 0.9 seconds, then smoothly transitioned back to level flight, with no signs of drift in its attitude. The servo system responded perfectly, and the attitude lock delay was below 0.3 seconds, achieving ideal conditions. The ground technical director widened his eyes, articulating the monitoring data with a tremor in his voice. Subsequently, Shi Haoxuan entered a simulated combat airspace to perform a pendulum maneuver. The J-20 swayed rapidly from side to side at an incredibly high frequency, each adjustment precisely slipping into the enemy radar's blind spots, resembling the swinging of an ancient bell. Yet each movement was perfectly timed to the opponent's observational rhythm. The simulated enemy radar lost lock 37 times, all interruptions leading to target recognition overload. Members of the radar team were left speechless. He had them spinning in circles. Ultimately, to test the vertical speed control capability, the J-20 entered a Hawk-style braking mode. At an altitude of merely 50 meters, Shi Haoxuan suddenly engaged reverse thrust. The aircraft's nose tilted high. The nozzle direction shifted abruptly, generating a powerful airflow that struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In just 12 seconds, the aircraft forcibly transformed its forward momentum into vertical stability, hovering in midair. Throughout the entire process, the flight control and aerodynamic structures worked in near-perfect harmony. The successful stable hover demonstrated exceptional aerodynamic response and attitude maintenance. The auxiliary system feedback was impeccable. Upon entering the designated airspace, Shi Haoxuan pressed the mode switch on the flight control panel, and the J-20 swiftly transitioned to cruise mode. The roar of the engines was steady and powerful. With the thrust vector system and high lift-to-drag ratio aerodynamic layout working in concert, in less than 5 seconds, the aircraft broke the sound barrier, its afterburner trailing like a blade slicing through the air, creating a stunning sonic boom across the sky. The current flight speed was 13 Mach, maintaining a stable lock. The observation platform reported an escalating speed readout. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the real-time data being relayed. The J-20, without utilizing afterburners, maintained a high-speed cruise state for an impressive 9 minutes, akin to a formidable high-altitude predator. The avionics indicated that the structural amplitude remained well below the set threshold. The thermal control system output was stable, and the overall surface temperature was controlled within 723 degrees. Fuel consumption data was exceptionally favorable, with no nonlinear anomalies in the thrust-to-weight ratio. Zhao Shuyu gazed at the screen, gently pursing his lips. We no longer need to rely on brief bursts of power to secure victory. He turned back, his gaze resolute. Our J-20 can dominate the skies for extended periods. On the return journey, the command center sequentially issued 17 simulated interception signals through the data link, covering high-altitude point strikes, missile locks, and 3 categories of ground relay interference threat scenarios. Upon receiving the simulated commands, the J-20 abruptly narrowed its flight path, akin to a phantom entering the tactical return test zone. Initiating tactical evasion, Shi Haoxuan's tone was calm, as if he had seamlessly integrated into this deadly dance. The aircraft sliced through the air like a blade, abruptly diving to a low altitude of 1 kilometer, followed by a clean and precise S-shaped side slip maneuver. The entire aircraft adhering closely to the airflow S-curve, rolling smoothly with remarkable stability. Then it flew low over the sea, creating ripples as it skimmed just a few meters above the water surface, nearly touching the wave crests. The simulation interception failure rate reached an astounding 93. The target could not be locked. The radar team issued an urgent report. Thermal control feedback was normal, and flight control executed without delay. The system engineer reported that it was as if a blade sliced through the air, even after executing over a dozen high-intensity tactical maneuvers. The J-20 demonstrated remarkable system coordination and operational agility. The thermal array accurately diverted amidst drastic background temperature changes, maintaining the core stability of flight control. It also observed a young engineer at the observation station, who stared intently at the transmitted images, lips slightly parted, his voice reverberating with reverence, acknowledging that its limits had not yet been reached. Inside the cockpit, Xian gripped the control stick tightly, feeling that this aircraft was not merely a control tool, but a conscious entity with a pulse and will. He roared with the camaraderie of a fellow soldier. "This is not a machine. This is a comrade." In the next moment, applause erupted in the command center like a tidal wave, with all engineers standing behind the operation desk rising in unison, their palms clapping with sincere force. They understood that this was not merely a successful flight test, but a manifestation of spirit, the birth of a force that truly belonged to the skies of the Xia, independent, resilient, and unyielding. Zhao Shuyu gazed at the screen, slowly exhaling a long breath. This is the 5th generation of the Xia. Amidst the collective excitement and fervor, only Wu Sicheng stood quietly at the end of the ventilation corridor, gazing at the aircraft exhaling blue flames in the sky. His gaze was cool and profound, as if peering through the clouds toward the distant battlefield of the future. His lips moved slightly as he whispered, "Let us go, carrying the brilliance it deserves." Chapter 49. The shock of the Xia Ministry of Defense in the underground command hall of the Xinjiang base. The air seemed to be sealed under high pressure. Layers of encrypted data link signals connected, retrieving and displaying frame by frame the entire report of the latest round of flight tests on the main screen. The J-20 sliced through the clouds like a blade, repeatedly executing extreme maneuvers that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Zhao Shuyu stood before the signal terminal, his tone restrained yet unable to hide his excitement. Yes, the J-20 has completed all core testing projects. Flight control, avionics, thermal management, maneuverability, and radar systems have all passed, with comprehensive performance exceeding design expectations by 27. This was achieved a full 5 years ahead of schedule. He paused, his gaze passing through the thick blast-resistant glass toward the J-20 prototype still taxiing back into position, his tone deepening yet unwavering. Thanks to Wu Sicheng. He is not an ordinary technological talent. He is like a mine of knowledge. For every deadlock we encountered, he provided perfect solutions as if he had read the script in advance. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds, followed by representatives from the Electronic Warfare Department, Strategic Assessment Group, and Model Management Office continuously verifying data with the command center. After each set of parameters was successfully validated, the military officer responsible for organizing the commands reported in a low voice, "Preliminary assessment confirmed. It is recommended to report immediately to the Xia Military Committee, Equipment Development Department, and Aviation Strategic Command Center." Minutes later, the signal node had uploaded the entire flight test report of the J-20 to the encrypted channel of the Ministry of Defense. At the Xia Ministry of Defense, within the highest command network, the Deputy Minister of Equipment sat before the image transmission terminal, his previously calm demeanor now illuminated with excitement. He flipped to the last page of a hefty risk assessment report on the J-20, softly sighing. 5 years, a full 5 years ahead. He slowly raised his head to look at the Director of Combat Technology Research beside him. The intelligence team had previously estimated that the J-20 would not be combat ready until 2015 at the earliest. And yet, here we are, ahead of schedule and completely accomplished by our own people. The director nodded, especially that Wu Sicheng. He did not merely break through technical barriers. He constructed an entirely new system. This is not just engineering advancement. It is a strategic leap. Inside the underground testing command center of the Xinjiang base, Various aircraft icons flashed on the simulation's sand table, engaged in a theoretical exercise of intergenerational aerial combat. Wu Sicheng, clad in a technician's jacket with rolled-up sleeves, stood before a multidimensional tactical situation map, passionately discussing the evolution of aircraft generations with several researchers. Do you know why the design of fifth-generation aircraft is so challenging? He asked while drawing lines on the whiteboard. It is not a simple upgrade. It is a systemic shift. It is like evolving humanity from merely running to instant teleportation. On the aircraft generation classification chart beside him, he had clearly marked each generation from 1 to 5, even adding vivid handwritten metaphors. Our Air Force typically counts from jet aircraft as the first generation, such as MiG-15 and F-86 Sabre, subsonic, without radar, relying on visual cannon combat. In simple terms, they're like street thugs wielding sticks, fighting based on courage and reflexes. His words elicited laughter from the researchers, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. However, the transition from the first to the second generation represents a fundamental leap. Wu Sicheng swiftly shifted to the second column. Second-generation aircraft entered the supersonic era, such as MiG-21, F-4, and J-6. In simple terms, those thugs are now riding motorcycles. The speed advantage directly translates to battlefield control, while the first generation is still throwing punches. The second has already kicked them away from behind. He lightly tapped the red line. This is the generational gap. As for third-generation aircraft, represented by the likes of F-15, Su-27, and J-10, they possess fire control radar, air-to-air missiles, and can fly at double the speed of sound. In the chaotic electric donkey battles, they can strike without even approaching you. A single missile from beyond the range resolves the issue. By the fourth generation, one could say it was born for modern warfare. He surveyed the crowd. Fly-by-wire control, composite avionics, long-range strike, beyond visual range combat, like F-16, Rafale, and J-11B, is akin to driving a Jeep from 1998, shooting from a distance, while the third generation remains utterly oblivious to who struck them. The atmosphere gradually grew tense as everyone realized that the transition beyond the fourth generation was not merely an equipment upgrade, but an iteration of tactical dimensions. Wu Sicheng finally wrote in the last column, fifth generation. He added, beyond this lies another world. F-22, F-35, and even our own J-20. He turned to face the crowd. It is not about driving a Jeep and using a 98 rifle. It is about directly controlling the information space. Super stealth, supersonic cruising, super maneuverability, all-dimensional data links. His gaze was intense. Do you know about the dual Shinkai? A young engineer nodded. That refers to the character in Naruto who cannot be hit, is invisible, and can pass through walls at will. Exactly, Wu Sicheng articulated word by word. The fifth generation is akin to a real-world dual Shinkai. If you use fourth-generation tactics against it, it is like shining a laser pointer at a ghost. You cannot see it, yet it is already locked onto you. His finger returned to the model of the J-20, his voice low. The fifth generation is not merely a tactical advantage. It symbolizes a transformation in the mode of warfare. What we're doing now is not just building fighter jets, but crafting the future rules of combat. Silence enveloped the room until someone murmured, "No wonder you said that transitioning from the first to the fourth generation is not as significant as transitioning from the fourth to the fifth. It is fundamentally about breaking away from the language of combat of the old era." In a Shenzhen Base S combat situation room, the electronic sand table was automatically switching through the data trajectories of the frequent reconnaissance missions of the Eagle Nation's F-22 over the past few years. Zhao Shiyu pointed to a red spiral trajectory in the South China Sea airspace from a certain year, his brow furrowed, voice lowered. Previously, the F-22 from the Eagle Nation deliberately pushed the boundaries of our airspace, with speed, stealth, and fire control systems fully operational, making it impossible for our current third-generation aircraft to contend with. His finger trembled slightly as it traced the green defensive lines representing J-10 and J-11. In simple terms, we could see them, but we could not touch or hit them. Every time they entered, it was like they provocatively wrote challenge right under our noses, then swaggered away. Zhao Shiyu sighed, his expression heavy. The surrounding tactical researchers remained silent, fully aware that to counter the F-22, the Desai Air Force had submitted a set of extreme contingency plans. Do you remember? Zhao Shiyu turned to face the crowd. At that time, even the Ministry of National Defense personally coordinated the meeting to discuss a life-risking blockade strike. The researchers exchanged glances, many nodding silently. This was a method of trading lives for firepower, employing a fleet of outdated J-7 and J-8 fighter jets to form a decoy formation, deliberately exposing themselves in the airspace to mislead the F-22 into believing it had entered an ideal strike window, thus forcing it to fire and revealing its fire control movements and approximate position while in stealth mode. Once it fired, our radar would have the opportunity to reverse engineer its general coordinates. Zhao Shuyu spoke slowly, then outlined a plan to encircle the J-10 and J-11 formations from various directions, compelling them into our designated engagement window. But what about the fate of the J-7 and J-8? He paused, his tone icy, stating they were merely bait, willingly sacrificing themselves. The room fell into silence. We also equipped ourselves with meter-wave radar and VHF beyond-horizon monitoring radar, attempting to glimpse the F-22's silhouette from the fringe frequency bands. We even coordinated with the AWACS and electronic warfare aircraft, transforming the entire air defense system into a listening web. He gestured towards the diagram, but at that time, we wielded no sword, only a web. The divine sword had yet to be unsheathed. Wu Sicheng murmured. Yet today, the sword is firmly in our grasp. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Zhao Shuyu's eyes. He gazed at the J-20 model quietly, standing on the platform, its dark paint reflecting faint light under the illumination, resembling a slumbering dragon. We are no longer mere hunters who can only lay nets. We are true masters of air supremacy. If the F-22 dares to approach again, it will face an equal aerial confrontation. His tone was calm, yet it brimmed with murderous intent. From now on, national air defense will no longer be our limit. We will venture beyond our homeland's airspace, actively shaping the battlefield situation. The divine sword has been unsheathed, he repeated, as if to comfort those pilots who once had to ascend as bait and to herald the arrival of a new era. Chapter 50, Air Force Exercises. Testing the edge of the sword, the sunlight at Shanjian Base streamed through the insulated glass, casting clear patches of light in the conference hall. Zhao Shuyu had just exited a technical coordination meeting when he received a direct phone call from the Ministry of National Defense at Daxia. The tone is serious and decisive as ever. Old Zhao, your current tasks are quite heavy. We plan to produce an initial batch of J-20s for the next phase of testing, around 20 aircraft, utilizing internal manufacturing processes without regard for cost. Zhao Shuyu pondered briefly and nodded. No problem, I will coordinate resources here. The airframe modules have been fully documented, and the core components will be entrusted to the Divine Factory. We can have them ready for you in 3 months. Suddenly, the voice on the other end lowered slightly, laced with a gravity of thought. The squadron leader of the aviation brigade, Shi Haoshuan, is still with you, right? Zhao Shuyu smiled, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone light, yet infused with a hint of satisfaction. Yes, he will be the first to pilot the J-20's maiden flight. That's excellent. The voice on the other end instantly turned resolute and straightforward, clearly having made prior arrangements. We will schedule several high-intensity confrontation exercises to verify the J-20's full performance in real tactical scenarios. This batch of J-20s will be led by him. He paused, then abruptly shifted his tone. Moreover, have him take some time to return to the aviation brigade. He must personally select a group of pilots, those with exceptional skills, tenacious willpower, and quick reflexes, core seeds. The J-20 is not a cold, lifeless steel monstrosity. It is living, requiring a person to awaken it. Those who can master it must resonate with it and lead its spirit. Zhao Shiyu fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, his voice low yet firm. I understand. No one is more suitable for this than Shi Haoshuan. He understands flying and sees through it all. After ending the call, he quietly placed the receiver down, gazing out at the slowly descending sunlight. In that moment, his demeanor was more composed than ever. The winds of this era had begun to shift. Less than 10 minutes later, Shi Haoshuan was summoned to the command building's conference room. The night had deepened, yet he remained in his unchanging flight suit, standing alone atop the airport control tower, overlooking the sparsely lit runway. The mountain breeze tousled the hair on his forehead, carrying a hint of long-lost chill. Upon learning that he would participate in the J-20's full-scale combat exercises as a formation commander, his heart had already surged with excitement. yet he could not reveal a trace of it before anyone. That was the restraint of a soldier, a reverence for this divine sword. At last, we have arrived at this moment, he whispered to himself, as if a long dormant blade was finally revealing its sharpness. That evening, upon returning to the aviation brigade, Shi Haoshuan wasted no time and directly entered the command building, gathering the core personnel from the training department, combat training group, and flight control room into a closed conference room. The lighting in the meeting room was austere, the blue light from the screen piercing the silence. He stood at the front, hands clasped behind him, gazing for a moment before speaking slowly. This is a top-secret selection task designated by higher-ups. From now on, each of you must adhere to the most stringent standards. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room tightened abruptly. Even without revealing the true background of the task, everyone sensed this was no ordinary training arrangement. They had never witnessed such a solemn expression on their squadron leader's face, one that carried an implicit sense of mission. The training officer quickly responded, "Please instruct us on the specific process. At dawn tomorrow, the first round of simulated flights will commence. Within the next 3 days, we will complete 4 core subjects: flight simulation, data confrontation, emergency response, and extreme operations." He turned and opened a training schedule, densely packed with task nodes projected instantly. Each segment was precise to the second, leaving the pilots virtually no room to breathe. In the early morning, before the first ray of sunlight pierced through the fog, the entire flight brigade was already abuzz. The engines murmured on the runway, and the operating lights in the simulation chamber flickered. The pilots donned their gear, lined up neatly, their expressions tense yet resolute. Even without knowing the true purpose of the mission, they could feel this was a pivotal moment concerning the future. Shi Haoshuan observed throughout with a stoic face. He offered no encouragement, issuing not a single unnecessary command. Even when he saw someone who had pushed beyond their limits vomiting in the rest area, he merely cast a glance, softly instructing the combat training officer to record the response data. In the simulated air combat, some lost control due to overzealous maneuvers, others hesitated and were locked out, while some were thoroughly suppressed by the AI system during the data confrontation, yet retaliated fiercely. After several rounds of selection, several previously self-assured veterans were eliminated. By the evening of the 3rd day, the remaining 22 individuals gathered in the courtyard outside the training building, weary yet unbowed. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat, yet their gazes were more steadfast than ever. Shi Haoshuan looked at this group of steady-breathing, resolute-eyed pilots and nodded slowly. "You are the seeds I will lead into a new era of aerial combat." The bus glided slowly into the core area of Shenzhen base, the scenery outside the window appearing dreamlike under the interplay of night and streetlights. The steel structures were arranged in an orderly fashion, with indicator lights flickering softly as if the base itself were in slumber, silently accumulating a certain power. The vehicle finally halted outside a closed hangar. As everyone stepped off, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The heavy metal door gradually opened under the guidance of mechanical arms, accompanied by a deep and lengthy click, resembling the beginning of an ancient ritual. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life. At that moment, the entire hangar was illuminated as brightly as day. The neatly arranged J-20 stood silently on the spacious tarmac, each resembling a sculpted embodiment of a war deity. The matte gray paint shimmered under the lights like scales, with sharp lines, twin vertical stabilizers raised high, and the nose slightly lowered, akin to a cheetah poised to launch a lethal strike. "Is that the J-20? One pilot involuntarily lowered his voice, as if afraid to disturb these slumbering behemoths. More breathtaking than the legends. Another nearly stepped forward to touch it, but halted abruptly mid-step. Shi Haoshuan slowly approached the front of the formation, gazing at the row of divine swords before him. His tone was calm, yet concealed an underlying fervor. "This is not an exhibition, nor mere models. These are genuine swords of war, and what I offer you is not glory, but responsibility." He turned, his voice slightly frigid. "Do you wish to touch them? You must earn that right." The atmosphere instantly thickened. The originally awestruck and curious gazes were gradually replaced by solemn emotion. The pilots reined in their excitement, standing tall, their eyes sharpening. Within the silent hangar, they seemed to undergo a silent baptism. There were no oaths, no rousing speeches, only a nearly reverent gaze directed at the aircraft before them. "This is our future," someone silently whispered in their hearts. "The sky we are to protect." The call to battle had yet to sound, but on this still night, they were already prepared to become the true masters of the divine swords. Chapter 51. Lone Blade Assault. The first scheduled verification exercise was named Lone Blade Assault. This was an exceedingly challenging single-aircraft confrontation mission. The sole participant, AJ-20, was personally piloted by Shihao Xian, engaging in direct opposition to a real formation of third-generation fighter jets, 6J-10S, 2J-11Bs, and 2 Su-30S, forming a defensive blockade akin to actual combat. The battlefield conditions were exceptionally rigorous, simulating an enemy F-22 air superiority fighter. The task was to infiltrate the border airspace alone, attempting to execute a decapitation strike. The J-20 was designated as the Blue Force and had to independently complete the penetration and enemy destruction tasks without relying on any external data link. 3 layers of dense S-band radar networks were established ahead, with one layer simulating a mobile AWACS platform in real-time motion. Missile lock networks were preset on both sides, and an electronic silence zone was delineated, prohibiting the J-20 from using any form of active communication or navigation prompts, thereby severing all external support. Prior to the formal exercise, the command center summoned Shihao Xian to a closed briefing in the core operations conference room of the Divine Sword base. The projection screen gradually illuminated, and several lines of red text froze before his eyes. The Major General in charge of technical coordination pointed the laser pen across the screen, emphasizing, "This Lone Blade Assault exercise is not a showcase of skills, nor a mere data report reconciliation. It is a true trial of you and the aircraft beneath you, facing the extreme realities of the battlefield." He paused, his expression grave, and highlighted 4 core testing focal points. The first, the flight control system's resistance to high G-limit responses. We must verify the J-20's ability to maintain its posture under high overload conditions. This means it must not only maneuver swiftly, but also remain steady and accurately lock onto targets. Every maneuver must slice through the air like a blade through water, swift yet without splashing. Even a 9G roll must not allow the inertial navigation system to deviate by the slightest margin. The second, the genuine performance of radar stealth capabilities. This is not laboratory data, nor static angles. You will continuously traverse 3 layers of S-band radar zones, each simulating different types of radar beam coverage from the enemy. Our goal is to achieve zero locking, meaning the enemy cannot see, cannot lock on, and certainly cannot strike. If you're locked on even once during the exercise, it indicates that the J-20 stealth structure is not yet perfect. The third, the independent combat capability of the fire control system. You will not connect to AWACS or radar links. All target identification and determination must be autonomously decided by the J-20's onboard AI and fire control system. Manual fine-tuning of missile release will not be permitted. We require it to possess the instinctive reaction to detect and strike, just like you. Locking on within 2 seconds. Launching within 2 seconds, with guidance interface deviations not exceeding 0. For seconds. The fourth, sustained accuracy in striking highly maneuverable targets. The adversaries will not merely be target drones. They are a fully equipped formation of third-generation fighters. The Su-30 has vector thrust, the J-11 boasts a climbing rate, and the J-10 is agile. We must see if the J-20 can win air supremacy not through suppression, but through precise, lethal strikes. As his words concluded, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Shihao Xian's gaze remained fixed on the 4 directives, his chest feeling as if filled with scalding liquor. He did not respond immediately, but gently rose, saluting the commanding officer. Understood. His tone was calm, yet it bore the sharpness of a drawn sword. The formal exercise commenced, codenamed Lone Blade Assault. The night sky was devoid of stars, the clouds low and oppressive. The J-20 ascended silently, entering the combat zone at a dive angle from an altitude of 20,000 meters. The aircraft had activated its third-generation electromagnetic absorption, coating, and edge plasma control system, its entire silhouette shrouded in a misty veil. The radar warning panel remained silent, the system indicating radar interaction interference rate at 0, status, not locked. The first layer of the radar array was silently penetrated. The Red Air Force, composed of 6 J-10S, 2 J-11Bs, and 2 Su-30S, formed a triangular attack and defense formation, creating an airspace tracking net, with tactical coordination led by the Su-30. Shihao Xian swiftly severed the main radar beam, switching to the infrared tracking system, IRSD, and passive electronic sensing array. Utilizing the onboard AI mapping comparison system, he identified AJ-11B with an outstanding thrust speed within 0 for seconds from its heat signature and maneuvering pattern. The moment the lock was complete, there was no sound within the J-20. Shi Haoxian's fingertip gently moved, and the PL-15 missile silently slid from its pylon, without warning locks or activated radar beams. Relying solely on silent infrared guidance and AI active recognition to complete the entire guidance process. The missile soared through the night sky like a cold, indifferent Reaper-S beacon, leaving a brief and eerie trail amidst the high-altitude, low-pressure. Moments later, the J-11B with the number 101 erupted in an explosion, flames bursting forth in a splendid gold red amidst the clouds, throwing the entire enemy formation into disarray. The J-10 squadron immediately ascended in altitude, attempting to construct a high-altitude blockade to suppress the J-20 from above. Simultaneously, the Su-30 formation descended to low altitude, activating interference modules, gliding and circling within the blind spots of ground radar beams, intending to create a two-pronged squeeze to force the J-20 into exposure. Shi Haoxian remained expressionless, yet his movements were electric. He abruptly pushed the throttle to the limit, the engine roaring as the aircraft soared to a 45-degree climb angle, subsequently executing a standard reverse cut roll, forcing the nose out of the enemy's radar predictive arc. In the instant of completing the turn, he simultaneously released 3 sets of decoy flares, guiding enemy radar locks off target and creating a perception blind spot through electromagnetic interference. At this moment, 2 J-10s attempting to close in fortuitously appeared in the intersection trajectory. Shi Haoxian did not engage the cannon, but quickly locked on using the helmet-mounted targeting system. The second missile screamed forth, striking J-10 number 304, resulting in an engine explosion, debris cascading like a meteor into the dark sea below. Without a moment's pause, the J-20 followed closely, breaching the radar interference net released by the Su-30. Before the enemy could reconstruct their target recognition system, he absorbed part of the radar residual waves, utilizing electromagnetic feedback noise to disguise his trajectory, launching a third lock amidst the obscured conditions. The third missile struck J-10 number 309, confirming its destruction. The battle raged on, with the remaining J-10s attempting to disband and evade, yet they were unprepared for the J-20's sudden interruption of acceleration, executing a rapid tail slide into a leaf-like posture. The aircraft plummeted like a deep gray feather into the heart of the enemy formation, completing 3 micro-adjustments to lock within 5 seconds. Amidst the swirling tail flames, 3 fiery serpents swept across. J-10 numbers 307, 308, and 302 were all destroyed. The heavens fell into a brief silence, with only the tumultuous clouds below churning violently. Just as the enemy commanders believed the situation was stabilizing, the J-20 began to re-establish control over the airspace. Shi Haoxian did not relax in the slightest. He called up the enemy radar reflection archive, utilizing AI to reverse engineer their climb logic, accurately predicting the Su-30's ascent point. A missile shot through a gap in the clouds, like scissors cutting from above. Su-30 number 221 was destroyed. Immediately, the J-20 executed an extreme reversal, rolling and diving at a nearly vertical angle towards the last ascent point of the remaining Su-30. Simultaneously unlocking the remaining missiles, they launched one by one, each trailing a fiery plume in a rapid succession. The Su-30, number 223, was pierced through head-on. The J-11B, numbered 102, was struck on its flank while attempting to roll away, and the final J-10, numbered 303, lost control and flipped before it could even secure a lock. The entire area was cleared, with all 10 enemy aircraft annihilated. Shi Haoxian's J-20 remained untouched throughout the engagement, never once being locked onto nor triggering any complete enemy strike chain. On the return journey, the aircraft maintained a silent mode, gradually erasing its flight path. All radar records captured only an eerie black void, as if a fissure had sliced through the airspace monitoring layer, akin to a ghost's entrance or the retreat of deities. Zhao Shiyu stood before the combat data playback screen, his gaze as composed as ever, though his palms tightened slightly. He slowly uttered a remark, his voice deep and clear. nearly perfect. On the screen, the icons of the 10 enemy aircraft were extinguished one by one, fading from the airspace simulation like falling stars. The deep blue marker representing the J-20 had never flickered a warning red light, remaining unscathed and undetected, as if it had never truly existed in this battle. The evaluation report from headquarters was promptly released that night for high-level review. The conclusion was succinct yet profoundly shocking. The stealth capability and fire control precision of the J-20 had achieved a technological level of deep integration. It was no longer merely a new generation fighter jet, but a pivotal node capable of dominating the entire air combat landscape. Subsequently, a tactical note from the exercise command was left, calm and restrained, yet resonating with impact. Were it not witnessed firsthand, one might almost consider it an illusion. There was no excessive embellishment or exaggerated description, just a cold statement from an observer that seemed to unleash a thunderclap on the tactical level. The manner of combat, akin to a phantom slicing through the airspace or a deity determining victory and defeat, utterly subverted their understanding of air superiority. This was not a traditional victory in battle. It was a declaration of the future, asserting control over the skies with a single aircraft. Chapter 52. The Fangs of the Dark Domain during Shi Haoxuan's rest period. The Xinjiang base did not relent for a moment. The J-20 engineering team conducted continuous system-level maintenance and fine-tuning for 72 hours, focusing on the sensor array, weapon bay door structure, and plasma edge management programs, which underwent 3 upgrades and calibrations. Following this, the second validation exercise, Dark Domain's Fangs, was officially scheduled for combat. The executing formation consisted of 5 J-20s, temporarily designated as the Night Falcon team. Shi Haoxuan served as the lead pilot and mission commander, composed and steady, accustomed to guiding the entire operational rhythm with succinct commands. Beside him were 4 elite pilots, each having undergone rigorous selection and demonstrated exceptional abilities across various tactical types. Second pilot Jiang Zhao, an electronic warfare expert skilled in jamming and frequency disruption. Third pilot Tang Lan, a female pilot with remarkable adaptability to complex weather and non-linear maneuvers. Fourth pilot Xiaozhen, a former simulator instructor with strong strategic deployment and guidance capabilities. And fifth pilot Liu Qingming, renowned for precision strikes, having achieved 0 deviation hits in 8 consecutive missile training sessions. Once the 5 were assembled, they entered the operations command room for the final briefing. The room's massive tactical projection illuminated. As a comm operations officer explained the core background of the exercise, this simulation involved the Red Army's Highland Air Defense Network encountering stealth intrusions. And you will act as the elite Blue Army with 3 objectives. He sequentially marked 3 target zones on the diagram. The first was to destroy the core HQ-9 radar command node of the Red Army's main air defense system, located on the southeastern slope of the plateau, shielded by 3 layers of signal coverage. Failure to incapacitate it in the first strike would immediately summon surface-to-air interceptions. The atmosphere grew serious, and Shi Haoxuan nodded. Understood. The second objective involved 30 active aircraft on standby in the air defense zone, primarily J-11BS and Su-30s, whose combat capabilities were formidable. Your mission is to exert local suppression of air superiority, ensuring the radar strike window remains unblocked. Tang Lan chuckled softly. We're not targeting aircraft, we're targeting time. The third objective required all personnel to covertly withdraw from the combat zone after completing the first 2 tasks. Any radar detection would be deemed a failure of the exercise. Liu Qingming stroked his chin. So it's a hit and run. More accurately, Jiang Zhao interjected, it's about not letting the enemy know we are here. The Hive State data link will accompany you throughout, and the officer handed Shi Haoxuan an encrypted chip card, stating that it was not just an aid, but your second nervous system. Shi Haoxuan accepted the card, responding calmly. From today on, it will also be our 5th eye. With the briefing concluded, the combat orders went into effect. The hangar's combat lights illuminated one by one, and the 5 J-20s, adorned with low observable coatings, were slowly pushed to their launch positions. The Night Falcon team was ready for takeoff. In the evening, the 5 aircraft descended, entering different tiers of the aerial corridors, forming an airspace profile from 6,000 to 15,000 meters. 5 kilometers before entering the enemy defense zone, full silent mode was activated, as Jiang Zhao quietly alerted. Subsequently, The 5J-20 sequentially turned off their main radars and active launch systems, relying entirely on passive detection, infrared tracking, and real-time AI analysis. The high-state data link flowed silently, with each pilot's cockpit displaying a composite aerial situation image woven from multiple aircraft. All units. The Dark Domain's FANG's operation program has commenced. 15 minutes into the airspace, the control tower's voice echoed in their headsets. Shi Haoxuan sat in the cockpit of the first aircraft, slowly donning his helmet, his gaze sharp as a blade behind the visor. He glanced at the 4J-20s gliding parallel outside the side window, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old rules, I'll lead the way. Stay calm in emergencies. And strike when illuminated. Understood, Xiao Zhen replied, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Now, focus on the mission, Jiang Zhao stated, suppressing the rising excitement in the channel. The 5 aircraft formation arranged in a V-shape swiftly glided off the runway, subsequently taking flight. Upon ascent, they entered electromagnetic silence, the radar's active beam converging, while the infrared guidance and AI recognition systems switched to primary navigation mode. We're about to enter the enemy radar beam perimeter, the tactical AI prompted. Formation height adjustment. 3 down by 200, 4 up by 150, 5 follow me, Shi Haoxuan commanded in a steady tone. The team began to unfold in the night sky like musical notes, weaving a 3-dimensional penetration network at varying altitudes and angles. At that moment, radar beams spread like an invisible wall across the airspace. However, due to the J-20's coatings and plasma edge turbulence, they glided through like phantoms. HQ, 9 main radar wave source locked, Jiang Zhao reported, 60 kilometers ahead, initiating heat source simulation. Second and fourth, begin baiting the enemy. Execute virtual locking, Shi Haoxuan ordered. Received simulated heat source missile deployment. Xiao Zhen's tone was charged with restrained combat intent. In an instant, 2 J-20s ascended, dispensing heat flares and false signal sources while simultaneously releasing false radar wave patterns. The Red Army's air superiority formation quickly responded, with Su-30s and J-11BS forming a 3-layer defense. Rushing toward the frontline airspace. Target drawn out, Tang Lan reported succinctly. All units, 1, 3, and 5 encircle the core, missile payload activated. Shi Haoxuan's voice was cold and resolute. Hunting begins. The first and third aircraft nearly simultaneously executed a 180-degree roll and ascended, crossing the radar blind spot. Seizing the moment, the HQ-9 exposed its radar signal, both launching PL-15 missiles. The missiles shot forth like twin, invisible black beams, accurately striking the target's core module after crossing 40 kilometers. Target hit. HQ-9 main control array incapacitated, came the triumphant report. Wow, this stealth capability is astonishing. Lu Qingming marveled quietly. Don't falter, 3-minute window, strike and retreat swiftly, Shi Haoxuan commanded decisively. At this moment, Su-30s intercepted ahead, while J-11BS flanked for both sides, leading to the first round of close-range engagement between the two formations. The J-20, leveraging its high maneuverability and vector thrust system, adeptly wove through, achieving strikes on 4 enemy aircraft within 40 seconds. Tang Lan's voice was brief, yet decisive. Target density confirmed. There is a rotary maneuver at the 6 o'clock position. I recommend a bidirectional staggered strike. Approved, Shi Haoxuan replied succinctly. The 2 rounds of missiles were released, akin to arrows piercing through clouds, directly penetrating the mixed formation of J-11BS and Su-30s. In merely 2 minutes and 46 seconds, the confirmed number of targets downed reached 9 aircraft. The enemy attempted to reorganize their formation, redirecting the remaining aircraft to pursue the decoy team. Yet, during this turning maneuver, Xiao Zhen detonated the previously deployed electronic saturation bomb, rendering the radar momentarily blind for 3 seconds, allowing the J-20 main attack group to complete their positional switch. The 10th and 11th missiles were launched almost simultaneously, obliterating the enemy aerial formation before they could complete their restructuring. Meanwhile, Tang Lan's J-20 detected the activation signal of Radar Node 2, immediately executing a spin ascent followed by a dive to launch the second wave of medium-range missiles, successfully destroying the target. HQ-9 Node 2 destroyed. Confirmation received. Jiang Zhao reported in a tone imbued with the calmness of one seasoned by battle. Confirmed, Shi Haoxuan fixed his gaze on the tactical map. his eyes slicing through the radar coverage like a blade. With his right hand firmly gripping the control stick, he spoke decisively. "Eliminate the enemy and prepare to return." "Understood." Tang Lan responded briefly, swiftly operating the interface as a series of guidance commands leapt through the Hive data link. "Target locked," Qiuzhen whispered, his fingers twitching slightly, his gaze fixed on the thermal radar signal. In the distance, a group of HQ-9 subordinate control radars lay hidden between the ridges, attempting to reconstruct their signal chain amidst the chaos of battle. However, their electromagnetic noise had already been quietly marked by Lu Qingming. "Signal echo stable. The enemy radar has yet to detect us." Lu Qingming's voice remained as calm as ever, as 3 green arrows converged into a single angle on the screen. "Fire control locked," Jiang Zhao confirmed at last. 3, 2, 1, Shi Haoshuan whispered as he counted down, as if uttering the most ordinary of commands. 3 PL, 15 missiles were released nearly simultaneously from the internal bay, slicing through the faint clouds of the night sky, leaving luminous trails as they hurtled toward the radar group 30 kilometers to the northeast. 5 seconds later, a reddish-orange mushroom-shaped fireball flickered on the horizon, reminiscent of silence disturbed deep within the mountains. The radar signal plummeted to 0. The enemy's ground control system was rendered entirely inoperative. "Target destroyed. The enemy radar network has been completely severed," Jiang Zhao confirmed succinctly. The Hive link switched to disengagement mode, and Shi Haoshuan issued the final command: "All aircraft, execute plan track clearing and follow the return route." They departed calmly, as clean as they had arrived. The 5J-20s accelerated quietly, their flight posture low above the cloud base, sequentially entering the simulated defense area disengagement corridor. There was no celebration, nor excessive words. Only the repeated confirmations of coordinate transformations and track clearing instructions flashing across the Hive screen like shadows, coming like the wind and departing like thunder. 8 minutes and 36 seconds. The final tally. The HQ-9 radar system was entirely destroyed, 16 enemy aircraft shot down, while the remaining forces disengaged autonomously. The 5J-20s had long since departed the main combat zone, entering track clearing mode, actively shutting down all beacons and communication nodes, leaving only the most minimal frequency for communication within the Hive link as they evaporated into the sky. On the ground radar network screen, the previously vivid radar curves were sliced through by a blank void, as if an invisible blade had cleaved through the entire sky, only to silently heal moments later. The command room was enveloped in a heavy silence. It was only when Shi Haoshuan led the team back successfully that the 5J-20s silently traversed the radar blind spots, landing sequentially at the Xinjiang base. No one dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Only when the last aircraft shut down its engines and the system relayed confirmation of a complete exit from enemy-controlled airspace did the Operation Command Center's large screen display the final data report. Tactical data was fully uploaded and transmitted in real time to the Daxia Ministry of Defense after 3 levels of encryption. The data packet was vast and precise, with every missile's launch time, locking logic, moment of impact, flight control response, thermal imaging frequency changes, and radar reflection indices meticulously recorded to the millisecond and centimeter. Zhao Shuyu stood before the screen, his eyes reflecting the flickering light. His hand gently caressed the edge of the mouse. And as the last target group confirmation of destruction was processed, he slowly closed his portable military notebook. He did not speak immediately. After a 3-second silence, he lightly tapped the tabletop. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable sharpness. "This is not stealth." He looked up at the main control screen, where the flight trajectory lines had been thoroughly erased by the track clearing algorithm, leaving behind a mirror-like battle zone map. His gaze was profound, and his tone grave. "This is a dimensional strike." Almost simultaneously, the Daxia Ministry of Defense received the encrypted feedback from Xinjiang base. The combat group swiftly retrieved the exercise data, and the command center's upper echelons were thrown into an uproar. Someone, having just taken a sip of water, choked in disbelief while staring at the kill chart. Under 8 minutes, they destroyed all HQ-9 radar nodes and shot down 16 J-11s and Su-30s. The remaining formation couldn't even lock on. A mid-ranking officer from the Strategic Intelligence Division trembled as he reiterated. The HQ-9's medium-range interception capability could cover all aircraft within a 60-kilometer radius. Yet the 5J-20s never entered the core radar site of the HQ-9 9, and they returned with track clearing. Another operational expert flipped through the missile interface data, page after page, finally unable to contain himself. This is a future Air Force. Our entire red team system appears as mere electronic shadows before them. This is not fifth generation. Someone hesitated for a few seconds before quietly adding, our definition of fifth-generation aircraft has become obsolete. The conference room's lighting reflected the cold and solemn atmosphere from the data screen, and after a moment, the director of the operations department exhaled deeply. Seal the exercise data. Report to the Core Security Committee. Mark level. Highest tactical achievement with independent theater suppression capability. Outside Xinjiang base, the night was tranquil as if washed clean. The 5 silently returning J-20s resembled divine hunters emerging from the depths of the sky, leaving no trace behind, yet fundamentally rewriting the tactical understanding of the entire Dacia Air Force. Chapter 53, Shadow Blood Formation. After a 5-day respite, Xinjiang base resumed its bustling activities. On runway 5, the aircraft engineering team worked tirelessly through the night, maintaining 20 J-20s according to all data parameters collected from the previous 2 exercises, completing dynamic maintenance, engine calibration, and radar absorption layer repainting, even optimizing the timing of the belly-mounted missile bays opening and closing. This was a truly systemic exercise. The exercise was codenamed Shadow Blade Formation. Unlike previous tactical validations conducted with single or 5-unit formations, this time it aimed to construct a complete 5th-generation stealth combat group, utilizing a 20-aircraft formation to counter a 100-strong joint air and naval fleet, attempting to validate the 5th-generation aircraft suppression performance in systemic confrontations. In the Xinjiang Base Operations Hall, the simulated battle zone projection illuminated. Shi Haoshuan served as the overall flight commander for this exercise, taking off first in Aircraft 01, leading the remaining 19 J-20s to ascend sequentially, dispersing tactically over a 500-kilometer airspace. The exercise's red side formation was akin to a full-scale actual combat deployment, showcasing the current integrated air and naval system of Dacia. Each unit, when considered independently, was capable of serving as the main force for theater defense. However, they were integrated into a highly coordinated and mutually supportive air-ground joint entity, with a singular objective, to prevent the deep penetration of the J-20s. First came the aerial main force. The formation of 100 aircraft is not merely a simple accumulation. Rather, it is meticulously constructed into a 3-tiered eagle-winged air superiority network. The outer layer comprises Su-30M aircraft, forming a wide-area radar support chain. Their Su-30M fire control radar, in conjunction with long-range interceptors, aims to swiftly suppress the directional choices of intruding aircraft. The middle layer consists of J-11B fighters, leveraging their powerful thrust and exceptional high-altitude climbing capabilities, stationed in the upper air dominance zone to execute tasks aimed at seizing airspace control. The innermost layer is formed by J-10C aircraft, creating a multi-gradient maneuvering interception grid, characterized by remarkable agility and rapid response, specifically designed to counter potential breakthrough targets. Each layer is elastically interconnected, with a depth of up to 200 kilometers, ensuring there are no blind spots or dead angles. The command core of the red side is represented by 2 KJ, 2,000 airborne early warning aircraft, deployed at high altitudes in the central battle zone. They guide the unified interception trajectories of the 3rd generation and generation and a half aircraft, while directing the array configurations of ground-based HQ-9 and HQ-22 systems. The radar beams intertwine to form a sector-locking network, capable of capturing and locating any aerial anomalies within seconds. Equipped with an advanced data link grid, the command directives in the battle zone are issued with a delay of no more than 0 seconds. The maritime firepower zone consists of a fleet of 7 warships forming an air defense unit. Among them, 052B and 054A class vessels are positioned on the eastern and western flanks and at the forefront, with primary radars utilizing the X-band for joint network deployment, achieving seamless integration of air and sea operations. The onboard HQ-16 vertical launch modules remain in a state of readiness around the clock, capable of intercepting up to 32 targets simultaneously, addressing threats from long, medium, and short-range assaults. These vessels not only execute missile defense and anti-submarine operations, but are also equipped with simulated jamming devices capable of inducing radar echo backscatter interference against stealth targets, compelling them into the radar kill zone. The ground is densely populated with electronic warfare nodes and simulated port fire control centers. 3 electronic jamming platforms are deployed, possessing capabilities for directional energy disruption, GPS signal interference, and communication blockage. Ground radar stations are linked to the HQ-9 and HQ-22 arrays, forming a speckled optical wall through data redundancy, ensuring that even stealth aircraft cannot truly penetrate. The port area features multiple simulated fire control induction stations, which can implement composite firepower intersection lockdowns upon the approach of J-20, fully suppressing flight trajectories across the region. In the entire red side formation, each node is not merely an obstacle, but a vigilant eye of the killing field, embodying multi-layered perception, diversified firepower, and multi-source coordination. The Tactical Simulation Assessment System has concluded, when countering any traditional third-generation and generation-and-a-half formations, this system's destruction rate exceeds 84, and the enemy airspace closure rate approaches 96, rendering it a dead zone system that cannot be forcefully breached but must be circumvented. Within the blue side operations room, the red zone sand table is projected onto the tactical wall, consuming every inch of airspace like a blood-red tide. Hundreds of fighter aircraft are marked, interwoven with the radar sectors of the naval fleet and the fire coverage circles of HQ-9 and HQ-22 overlap, resembling an insurmountable joint fortress of air and sea. Shi Haoshuan stands before this canvas, seemingly representing the extreme of warfare. This exercise carries substantial weight. His voice is soft, yet it resonates like a stone dropped into a deep pool, stirring hidden waves of battle intent. He neither frowns nor expresses surprise, merely standing there like a sword drawn from its sheath, silently awaiting the first kill order in the night wind. Will the stealth formations be capable of dismantling the core of the blue side's traditional air-sea joint command? This question is etched into every tactical nerve in his mind. Zhao Shuyu approaches his side, their gazes directed towards the heart of the red storm. Indeed, he remarks, raising his hand to point toward the radar dead zone where the sea and air converge. But this is how we can test it, is it not? Did you not say that to ascertain the sharpness of a sword, one must strike against the hardest bone? Shi Haoshuan tilts his head slightly, his demeanor no longer as reserved as usual. A glimmer of light crosses his eyes, as if igniting a corner of his fighting instinct. Indeed, only a sufficiently weighty touchstone can validate the true worth of the J-25th generation fighter. His voice is low, yet each word pierces like a cold edge slicing through steel. Hearing this, Zhao Shuyu steps forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. His tone shifts from playful to solemn. Imbued with a sense of trust, go forth and fight without hesitation. This is not an additional task, but a stage for you. He pauses, his gaze fixed on the tactical projection of the red zone where radar and enemy aircraft intertwine, his voice subdued yet resonant as a war drum sounding deep within. Moreover, it is a stage belonging to our generation. The dialogue between the two is not grandiose or impassioned, yet each statement kindles a long-dormant resolve. Inside the control hall, the previously bustling sounds of tactical coordination suddenly quiet down. Several members of the technical team and control analysts silently look up towards the two. No one speaks, but their gazes converge like sparks gathering into a line, seemingly transmitting a shared resolve. If the J-20 can break through that steel battle net, it will not only secure victory in this exercise, but also publicly declare Daxia has finally attained a true fifth-generation air combat dominion. Simultaneously, in the external airspace, the J-20 formation connects to the Hive State Tactical Network System. 20 J-20s swiftly establish a comprehensive link, synchronizing real-time data on radar patterns, infrared tracking, trajectory predictions, enemy electromagnetic wave directions, missile reaction times, and more. Each J-20 no longer operates as an isolated aircraft, but rather becomes an integral part of an aerial neural network. They share sensory input and unify their thoughts, resembling a colossal aerial predator endowed with myriad eyes and limbs, adjusting formations, responsibilities, and attack paths in milliseconds under the orchestration of tactical AI. The hunt, from this moment onward, silently commences. Chapter 54. The exercise begins. First battle against air defense. The exercise officially commences. In the cerulean sky, where the air is thin and crisp, sunlight glides over the stealth coating of the aircraft, as if a sliver of light is tearing through the night. Shi Haoxuan sits quietly in cockpit number 1, his gaze profound as frost, his fingers resting on the tactical operations screen, where green directive markers spread across the Hive tactical network, instantaneously connecting to the cockpits of the remaining 19 J-20s. The formation divides into 3 groups. His voice, transmitted clearly through the Hive system, reaches all pilots. Jiang Zhao leads the high-altitude assault group, entering the combat zone from an altitude of 8,000 meters. Qiu Zhan takes the sea surface skimming route, penetrating through the radar blind spots of the fleet. Tang Lan and Lu Qingming are responsible for low-altitude incursion, entering the enemy radar array center at a height of 300 meters. I will oversee the coordination of overall data. Understood. Jiang Zhao's voice is crisp and decisive. The coastal route is entrusted to me. Qiu Zhan responds softly, his tone akin to the undercurrents beneath the sea. Task received. Low-altitude infiltration. Prepare for induction. Tang Lan and Lu Qingming say in unison. Within mere seconds, the 20J-20 scatter like arrows piercing the sky, abruptly diverging from their initial formation, penetrating the vast battlefield constructed by the Red Side's aerial net. They glide through the night like shadows, leaving no trace, avoiding any active beams, keeping their main radar switched off throughout the mission, relying solely on the most advanced electro-optical targeting systems, infrared thermal imagers, and passive electromagnetic sensors for situational awareness, akin to a falcon wearing a blindfold yet sensing every tremor in the air with its heartbeat. Simultaneously, prior to their dispersion, each J-20 releases 3 decoy warheads according to the predetermined deployment. These decoy munitions emulate the electromagnetic characteristics, frequencies, reflection intensities, and flight trajectories of the main strike group. Some intruding in formation, while others scatter with high mobility, approaching the outer layer of the Red Side's defense zone, convincingly simulating the presence of hundreds of aircraft pressing forward. Within the Red Side's radar positions, duty officers monitor the rapidly fluctuating signal graphs, exclaiming, "Multiple strong signal targets detected, suspected enemy formation approaching from the southeast." The duty commander swiftly assumes position. Confirm the signal trajectory. HQ, 9 units prepare for activation. Moments later, the radar beams are fully powered, and the HQ-9 air defense missile array enters a state of heightened readiness. 2 groups of intercept missiles soared into the sky from their vehicle-mounted launchers, hurtling towards the area with the densest electromagnetic echoes, cutting through the atmosphere like a series of luminous spears aimed at the heavens. However, 5 seconds. In a battlefield where time is measured in seconds, 5 seconds is sufficient to obliterate an offensive and to shatter the confidence in a defense. At the Red Team's command center, the once vibrant signals on the radar control panel began to fade one by one, reminiscent of stars in the night sky suddenly falling without warning. The air seemed to thicken, and even the operator's fingertips dulled for a moment. Target vanished? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This must be a deception. The lieutenant colonel in charge of radar simulation analysis leapt abruptly from his chair, hands pressed against the control panel, breath quickening, cold sweat beating at his temples. He fixated on the screen, displaying the constantly refreshing message of target disappearance. His throat constricting as if swallowing a stone lodged in his throat. Full band deception. The simulated curves match even the slightest disturbances. I tell you, even I, with 20 years of analysis experience, cannot discern the truth. These individuals are wagering the future against the present. The atmosphere in the control room froze instantly. The lights remained bright, and instruments continued to tick. Yet the collective breath of the crowd seemed to halt. The aide's complexion turned pale, as if stripped of his protective gear. He tore off his headset, his throat quivering violently, shouting hoarsely, "Something's amiss. Far too amiss." The reflective parameters of these false signals. Radar frequency points and return pulses perfectly align with actual equipment characteristics. Our HQ-9 linked radar has been entirely deceived. His voice erupted against the metal walls, startling a few technicians who were trying to maintain their composure, prompting them to rapidly access the system cache. At the center of this turmoil, the chief radar officer fell silent, his palm pressed firmly against the control panel, knuckles whitening under pressure, lips pressed into a thin line. His gaze remained fixed on the main radar display, as if attempting to penetrate the void, but there was nothing there apart from the cold. Clinical system prompt indicating the loss of valid targets. In the silence, he slowly uttered, "Are you jesting with me? All of it is mere air? After all this time, we are merely dueling with the void?" Just as they stood in stunned disbelief, the true threat had quietly approached. At this moment, the J-20 squad, flying close to the sea, had penetrated to within 30 kilometers of the HQ-9 radar position. The crew received a system alert. Target infrared signature locked, error 03. The low-altitude formation maintained silence. Fire control systems primed. Tang Lan spoke in a voice as calm as ice. "The target bay doors are opening," Lu Qingming reports. Above the clouds, Shi Haoshuan confirmed the data transmission was accurate before simply stating, "Launch." Two J-20s opened their belly bays, and the missile racks slowly extended. Two PLAS missiles tracing a faint but lethal arc across the silent night sky. The missile engines ignited mid-flight, releasing brief pulses, concealing their fire. The entire flight path skimming the ground and trees, evading all yet unharmed monitoring beams. In the core area of the HQ-9 radar position, officers still embroiled in heated discussions about the reasons for the radar signal's disappearance remained oblivious to the death encroaching upon them. The cause of the signal lock failure had not been spoken when a sudden flash illuminated the night sky, followed by a rumble like thunder. The first missile struck the radar command vehicle with pinpoint accuracy, sending the entire vehicle into the air, steel and cables disintegrating in the explosion, burning and shattering into fiery debris scattered across the night sky. In less than 2 seconds, the second missile penetrated the radar mast base, like an arrow piercing the heart, causing the core HQ-9 guiding radar to collapse with a resounding crash, debris kicking up dust soaring several meters high. The entire HQ-9 radar position was now incapacitated. At this moment, the radar officer at the HQ-9 position remained seated amid the tremors of the control vehicle's ruins, his eardrums still reverberating with the regret of failure to intercept. He gazed into the sky, where the radar systems that were meant to protect them had fallen silent. "Are we the prey?" he murmured, his voice so faint it seemed to waft from the depths of his soul, as if uttering a delayed prophecy. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away in the sky, Tang Lan glanced back at the fiery explosion on the horizon, softly muttering, "Target confirmed destroyed, continue advancing." On the Hive State data link, the tactical network indicated Air Defense Node HQ-9. Central System lost contact, system collapse. Shi Haoshuan did not respond. He merely closed his eyes slightly within the cockpit, taking a deep breath. As the J-20 low-altitude formation completed its mission, it quietly ascended, rejoining the squadron as if it had never been there, vanishing into the shadows of the radar's blind spot. The enemy's aerial shield had been torn apart, revealing yet another gaping maw. A deeper battlefield awaited the J-20 to tear at its core. Chapter 55. Another decapitation. Jiang Zhao led the high-altitude assault group, descending in a 5-aircraft conical wedge formation into the most sensitive and vigilant area of the entire Red Team's radar system. Altitude, 100 meters. The wind sliced like a blade, the air was thin, and the electromagnetic density was exceedingly high. This area represented the overlapping blind spots of the Red Team's HQ-9 ground radar system, the KJ-2000 early warning radar, and the 052B shipborne radar. Theoretically, no flying target could escape detection here. Yet the J-20 was not a theoretical entity. Maintain convergence. Keep electromagnetic output at a minimum, Jiang Zhao whispered within the communication loop. The 5J-20S operated without lights, without power, and without any active wave emissions, relying solely on passive sensing from their own Hive tactical network and synchronous signals. The entire formation resembled a high-energy soft sword in the night, skimming along the edge of the radar beams and silently gliding into the protective sector of the KJ-2000 radar. The data link synchronization was complete. Number 2 aircraft, Tang Lan, reports calmly. Radar intercept failed. The spectrum shows no interference traces. Number 3 aircraft, Lu Qingming, confirmed while scanning frequencies, we are under their very noses, yet they see nothing. Jiang Zhao observed the white echo in his helmet's view, the slowly moving silhouette of the KJ-2000. Its radar waves were conducting high-intensity scans over the vast expanse of sea and sky below. each rotation representing the battlefield guidance and fire control data updates for dozens of Red fighters. This was a target of central neural importance. Severing it would render the entire Red air-sea coordination system akin to a kite with its string cut. Target position, directly ahead, 19 kilometers, reported number 4 aircraft, Chiozhun, steadily advancing. No lock-on prompt. Number 5 aircraft reports, barely concealing a hint of surprise. They were passing by a blind giant, yet not even their breathing was heard. The combat control system projected predicted trajectories in the simulated fire control analysis, entering the kill zone. Jiang Zhao said little, merely nodding gently, his finger pressing down on the virtual weapon launch command. Almost simultaneously, the J-20 simulated virtual warheads were released from their stealth bays, drawing an elegant yet lethal arc in the tactical image as they entered the radar dome area of the KJ-2000. Hit confirmation, confirmed. Jiang Zhao's J-20 glided silently at an altitude of 8,000 meters beneath the sky, the signal interference module activating. The belly bay opened gently, and those special-coded interference modules were unleashed like blades embedded in a falcon's talon, each releasing high-frequency electric pulses. Every pulse precisely targeted the heart of the Red Combat System's C4 ISR core nodes: command, control, communication, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance networks. This was not random interference, but a pinpoint shutdown calculated by tactical AI. Jiang Zhao calmly stated, "Begin penetration disruption." The atmosphere within the Red Joint Command Center was nearing a point of chaos. What was happening at the HQ-9 position? How could the command radar suddenly lose contact? The deputy commander abruptly rose, his tone betraying his agitation. His gaze swept across the various control stations, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. The Kongjing 2000 failed to transmit any data, not even an emergency signal. The electronic intelligence officer raised his head, his eyes reddening, as the earphones echoed the persistent sound of 3 failed connection attempts. Deploy the aircraft, a major general in the Air Force intoned gravely. Mobilize half of the fighters to cover the lost communication zones of the HQ-9 and early warning aircraft on all frequencies. Immediately, shortly after the command was issued, the airspace display interface began marking the movement paths of blue aircraft icons, as dozens of J-10s and Su-30s swiftly surged from the rear bases. However, during the mobilization, the main control screen suddenly flickered. What is happening? The battle dispatch officer instinctively pressed the operation panel, like a small stone cast into a tranquil pond. The screen trembled momentarily, only for the icons to begin inexplicably vanishing. The fighter icons disappeared, the naval coordinates became invalid, and even the feedback arrows on the early warning chain were erased from the screen. Airspace intelligence feedback vanished. Alarms blared from the technical section, crimson signal windows popping up one after another. The alarm sounds echoed throughout the tactical hall, resembling the frantic heartbeat of a system on the verge of collapse. C4 chain broken, I-channel dead, SR level interface unresponsive. Main radar link is experiencing packet loss. Data delay is abnormally extreme. I will attempt to refresh the main channel once more. Then use the emergency channel. The red side commander bellowed. That too has failed. The full band blockage index is continuously rising, the technician stammered, his voice quivering as though he were being targeted by a highly focused electric pulse that locked down all synchronization points. At that moment, the intelligence officer nearby was trembling with his helmet clutched tightly. Had the exercise system crashed? Have we simulated the data itself into oblivion? Silence. The deputy commander barked. Only then did everyone realize that this was not an accident, nor a program malfunction, and certainly not a tactical oversight. It was an unstoppable, higher-dimensional blinding. The red side commander slowly rose, his complexion paler than the lights beside him. He refrained from further trivialities, standing before the dimming screens, as if witnessing the very framework of their operational edifice being withdrawn. "They have compromised our systems," he murmured, suddenly turning to say through gritted teeth, "All personnel, engage in operations under lost communication status. All units are to assume autonomous command for combat readiness." Yet by this time, only scattered, unsynchronized layers danced on the screen, all critical coordinates reduced to mere shadows. The command center had been severed from its neural connections, the entire command network collapsing utterly. Someone whispered, "We can now see nothing. We are in the dark." Upon utterance of this phrase, The dozens of personnel who had been bustling about suddenly froze, as if their nerves had been instantly encased in ice. No one spoke, yet everyone understood the true implications of those words. They had not been struck, yet they had been decapitated. They had not engaged in combat, yet they had been throttled. The despair of not merely being unable to see the enemy, but of the entire world suddenly descending into darkness, quietly spread throughout the Red Side command hall. The air defense system remained operational. Missiles were still on their trajectories, and naval radars continued to spin, yet all of it seemed to have been muted by the J-20. There was no locking, no alarms, and not even any engagement, yet they were already defeated. In the furthest corner of the tactical control hall, an elderly officer slowly sat down, murmuring softly, "Is this the warfare of fifth-generation stealth aircraft?" Beneath the heavens, Jiang Zhao, Shi Haoshuan, and others piloting the J-20 were completing their next round of airstrike infiltration, controlling the Red Side's air defense nodes, shutting their eyes, severing their ears, and striking precisely in the darkness. This battle was not merely an exercise. It was a profound declaration. The future lies not in visible forces, but in those powers that render you utterly unseen. Chapter 56. The destruction of ships. The squad, led by Qiu Zhan, skimmed along the ocean surface at the extreme limit, their altitude nearly brushing against the crest of the waves. The stealth coating and streamlined aerodynamic structure of the J-20 exhibited astonishing stability at such low-altitude speeds, with only a slight oscillation felt within the cockpit. Entering low-altitude flight path, the co-pilot reported, his tone taut with combat intent. "The radar waves have yet to detect us." Qiu Zhan's gaze fixed intently on the patch ahead, formed by the radar interference of enemy vessels. This was the blind zone radar waves of the enemy's 052B and 054A vessels, creating diffraction interference through multiple reflections on the waves, originally designed to evade clutter. Now serving as a cover for the J-20. "Prepare for simulated launch," he whispered. Within the Hive tactical network, he instructed synchronization and locked onto the Hongqi 02. The J-20 deployed simulated anti-ship missile mounts, the system swiftly capturing the characteristic points of the 052B destroyer. In the next moment, the trajectory of the simulated warhead traced a wavy, assaulting flight path that cut diagonally toward the target deck. Hit confirmation. Successful. The radar system of the Hongqi 02 was disrupted, and the shipborne weaponry became inoperative. The tactical system feedback confirmed this. Before the Red Side could react, Qiu Zhan issued another command: disperse and engage, switch to multi-axis trajectories. The other J-20 crews, guided by the Hive tactical network synchronization, carved out two advancing lines like blades crossing each other. The air was devoid of any engine roars, only the silent shadows gliding through the night, reminiscent of an eagle's wings brushing the darkness. The trajectories of all simulated warheads unfolded simultaneously on the tactical map, converging toward the Red Fleet from different axes, angles, and altitudes, as precise as the moment each gear in a clock interlocks. The simulated launch completed, all hit predictions confirmed. Jiang Zhao reported in a voice as calm as if narrating a surgical procedure. The Red Side 052B ship number 3 was the first to bear the brunt. The simulated warhead, striking the radar base above the ship's bridge, instantly severing the signal transmission. Almost simultaneously, the 054A ship number 6, attempting to activate the shipborne jamming system for counterattack, fell into a state of software logic conflict and abnormal electromagnetic echo superposition, with the tactical control AI directly determining the jamming system to be out of control, resulting in a failure to lock onto the target. The fleet attempted to activate the air defense missile system for simulated interception, only to discover that all missile systems exhibited abnormal guidance feedback. It was as though the very swords meant to repel aerial threats had gone silent, leaving behind only hollow data remnants. Air defense missile group response failed. Tactical link experiencing data reflux blockage. Multi-source perception system conflict. Communication delay between the bridge and cabin exceeding 5 seconds. Alarms from a main control system inundated the screens, the load bars of the shipborne computing nodes nearing their limits, while the entire CIC combat center descended into near-chaotic turmoil. In the span of a mere minute, the main tactical map of the Red Fleet saw ship symbols dim one by one. This was not merely a matter of being hit or destroyed, but the collapse of the entire system. Like a string of old light bulbs connected in series, one by one they flickered out, until the entire tactical maritime map seemed to have its power cut off, leaving only layers of surging data silence on the surface of the sea. Inside the bridge of the 052B, the radar operator felt beads of cold sweat forming at his temples, his hands pressed firmly against the keyboard, as if hoping to force a response signal through sheer will. Yet the screen displayed only snowflakes and gray warning boxes, flickering with no sign of life. The interference is too strong. We can't lock onto anything, he finally shouted, his voice trembling with fear. The captain's face turned pale as he rushed to the main control console, grasping the long-range radar control lever, attempting to manually switch frequencies, hoping to reacquire even a single coordinate. But the control panel remained unresponsive, the entire ship as if stripped of its neural connections. "Where's the target? Where?" he shouted, his wide eyes reflecting disordered flashes of data remnants on the main screen, as if the surface of the water had been pierced by a needle, sending forth countless shattered and cold echoes. At this very moment, every officer within the fleet, every radar station, and every electronic warfare position is ensnared in a state of mute paralysis. The entire Hong Kong fleet resembles a group of blindfolded giants adrift upon the sea, each being pierced by an invisible blade. As the tactical feedback from the final 054A class frigate vanishes from the grand screen of the tactical center, the system's display ultimately freezes on a crimson warning line. The operational capability of the Hong Kong fleet has been deemed lost. The ambient lighting of the Jian Base Control Center is both soft and austere, as the tactical screen presents the final wave of return data. One by one, the Hong Kong fleet symbols extinguish, akin to flames dimming in the cold wind, silently fading away. Zhao Shuyu sits at the commander's chair, his brow furrowed, his expression cold and composed, wholly immersed in a profound focus. Beside him, the technical officer appears pale, disbelief evident in his gaze. He murmurs. The 052B and 054D seem to have suddenly gone blind, failing to react when struck. The system did not raise alarms. The onboard defense chain remained unresponsive, and even the final master control switch failed. His voice carries a sense of shame and shock unique to technical personnel. Such a helpless outcome signifies not merely a tactical defeat, but a collapse of their cognitive framework. Zhao Shiyu takes a slow breath, straightens his posture, and his gaze returns to the tactical screen. It reveals a grim battlefield. The radar sectors of the Hong Kong have already crumbled. The guiding beams of the Kongjing 2000 severed in multiple directions. The fleet's symbols on the sea, like stars with broken strings, silently vanish from the maritime coordinates. While the 20J-20S of the Lanfang maintain their elegant formation, their communications synchronized, the hive network acting as an invisible neural fiber, binding the entire battlefield at their fingertips. Zhao Shuyu finally speaks, his voice low, a confirmation that cannot be suppressed, no longer a confrontation. He pauses, the cold insight in his tone gradually unveiling the truth. This is a systemic collapse. The Hong Kong has not been defeated. It has been fundamentally shut down. He slowly turns to the technical team. Their radars see nothing. Their communications are severed. Their missiles cannot strike. They're on the sea, like a group of blind men stripped of their senses, groping by instinct, while we have already entered another dimension. The technical officer remains silent, instinctively nodding. He suddenly comprehends why Zhao Shuyu chose that particular term. Zhao Shuyu rises, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze again fixed upon the rapidly fading red tactical map. The so-called third-and-a-half generation Iron Curtain? He scoffs, his eyes sharp as blades piercing through the night. It is merely a thin sheet of paper on the verge of ignition. And what burns is not the enemy's combat strength, but their confidence. The moment this statement escapes his lips, the control center seems to be shaken by a long-suppressed realization. Some tactical analysts, still engaged in tense calculations, instinctively halt their keystrokes, some staring blankly at the tactical map, their lips moving silently, unsure of what to say. He strides forward a few steps, his figure becoming increasingly resolute before the rows of monitors. The scene before him epitomizes the ultimate manifestation of tactical suppression. Not a single J-20 has been locked on. The Lanfang forces maintain complete communication, with instructions and strike rhythms synchronized flawlessly. The Hong Kong fleet has entirely lost its combat capability, failing to execute even a single effective counterattack. This is not a victory. It is a declaration. The J-20, with real data, combat modes, and utterly overwhelming exercise results, has torn asunder the old world's illusions regarding fifth-generation warfare. Zhao Xu exhales softly the final words. Though quiet, they resonate clearly within the ears of all present. From this day forth, the sky has a new sovereign. Chapter 57. A one-sided slaughter in the airspace. The situation abruptly shifts. Although the ports, fleets, air defense positions, and Kongjing 2000 have already been obliterated, and the Hongfang SC-4 ISR system lies incapacitated, they do not concede defeat. The Hongfang Command Center, amidst chaos, makes a nearly desperate decision to deploy all remaining aircraft. A full 100 J-10, J-11B, and Su-30 fighter jets, like a tidal wave awakened, urgently ascend from 4 distinct military airfields, forming a pincer movement, aiming to compensate for the collapse of their entire defense system with overwhelming numbers, hoping to down at least one J-20 to salvage their final dignity in the exercise. The aircraft swiftly spread out in an eagle-winged formation in the skies, attempting to corner the Lanfang forces within a tactical ambush zone. Yet, faced with this 100-strong fury of third-and-a-half-generation fighters, the J-20s neither evade nor withdraw. Shi Haoshuan calmly commands, switch to air superiority configuration, activate radar locking mode, and transition the tactical network into hunting mode. The Hive tactical network responds rapidly, with all J-20s synchronously shifting into an air combat cluster posture. The pre-established rear-facing radar network begins active scanning, with J-20 squadrons at varying altitudes and angles autonomously conducting sector operations, guiding the Hongfang formations into missile ambush zones one by one. Above, the sky is clear, the clouds roiling. The Hongfang formations fan out like a tide, approaching the battle zone from all directions. The roar of the engines of third-and-a-half-generation fighters is deafening, as 100 aircraft coordinate to create an unprecedented sense of pressure, as if they could rend the entire airspace asunder. They believe they can suppress the Lanfang's stealth formation through sheer numerical advantage, employing the most primitive methods. Yet, the true intent to kill has never appeared in their line of sight. Within the Lanfang Hive tactical network, PL-15 simulated missiles flow into the tactical system like cold currents, each missile trajectory meticulously calibrated with high precision, overlapping perfectly with the enemy aircraft's paths. The southwest flank breaches, and 2 batches of enemy aircraft enter range. Kill confirmed. The tone is calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In this moment above the battlefield, there are no dogfights, no roars, no tongues of fire crossing, only the extinguishing of numbers from the unseen. The Hongfang aircraft advance in formation, relying on inertia and tactical array distribution to establish defensive tiers, each aircraft maneuvering beyond what they perceive as a safe warning distance. Yet in the next moment, 3 J-11Bs simultaneously extinguish their signals in midair, marked as hits. Subsequently, 2 Su-30s are struck in their bellies by simulated missiles while maneuvering. Mere seconds later, 5 J-10s are silently declared incapable of combat. Not a single J-20 appears on radar, no fire control locking alarms sound, no enemy optical signals illuminate. All that can be seen are the icons of their own comrades, one after another, turning gray on the tactical terminal. Warning, our formation is diminishing, not a simulated misjudgment, but being picked off one by one. A squadron leader stares intently at the display, his eyes bloodshot. My God, we can't even see the targets. His co-pilot's voice trembles. I can't lock on. Where are they? Where are they? The communication channel fills with sharp breaths and chaotic calls. Some are shouting in anger, some calling for help, others cursing the command center for failing to provide jamming coordinates. Yet no one can offer an answer. They aren't even on our frequency. A pilot can no longer contain himself. It's a trap, an ambush. We've been led here. It was a scheme from the start. A Su-30 suddenly pulls up in an attempt to evade, but the simulated missile had locked on seconds ago, marked for interception on the tactical terminal. I haven't even seen them. Do you understand? I haven't even seen their shadows. I'm like a blind man under fire. How do we counterattack? Tell me how to counterattack. The screen now displays only their own icons. The fleet's relay links have long been severed. The HQ-9 positions no longer provide any warning beams, and the Kongjing 2000's network links have completely collapsed. rendering the entire airspace a veritable intelligence vacuum for the Hongfang. Yet the J-20s seemed to glide along the edge of this void, continuously drawing their bows, unleashing strikes, and delivering judgments. The defensive maneuvers of the Red Team's pilots had long since surpassed their limits, ascending, rolling, executing vertical turns, and exchanging energy in a display of tactical movements. Yet it was futile. With no radar lock-on and no fire control warnings, missiles struck before evasive actions could be completed. Eventually, the pilots' movements began to slow. They ceased to struggle or communicate, merely observing in a deathly silence as one comrade after another fell. Even a pilot of J-11B switched to an independent channel, murmuring, "I understand now, this is not a drill, it is a funeral." On the tactical terminal, the operational numbers of the Red Team extinguished in clusters, akin to candles snuffed out by the wind, silent, cold, and utterly extinguished. The high-altitude air was eerily still, resembling a vast, sleeping canopy, with only the J-20 formation silently gliding past the edge of night, flying low like a falcon, casting shadows, and reaping. In the tactical feedback system, the status bars of all blue teams' J-20s remained undetected and unengaged, green lights unwavering. Conversely, in the Red Team's area, the symbols representing their aircraft had largely extinguished within 10 minutes, like remnants left behind after the tide recedes. There were no alarms, no fire control prompts, only the relentless emergence of cold, simulated kill notifications. The J-20 did not achieve victory through speed suppression, but rather established complete situational dominance over the Red Team through information asymmetry. Each simulated lock-on was executed before the opponent could detect the target. Every missile release was determined by optimal ballistic angles via data link cluster algorithms. And every Red aircraft's demise seemed preordained, scripted by an invisible hand, destined to meet its end. The Red pilots, whether cursing, dazed, or desperately attempting evasive maneuvers, faced not an enemy, but an overwhelming advantage in dimension. There was no dogfighting space, no opportunity for counterlock, nor even the right to see their adversary. All they could do was witness their own descent into defeat. Finally, the exercise's tactical system presented a settlement window, resembling a mechanical and stern judgment. Total Red aircraft deployed, 100. Simulated combat loss data, 92. Remaining aerial superiority combat capability, critically below 7. Blue Team J-20, 0 losses, 0 locks, 0 interference hit rate. Zhao Shuyu's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the data scrolling across the large screen, his expression grave, fingers tightly gripping the edge of his notebook. Beside him, the recording officer typed stiffly on the terminal keyboard, a summary slowly manifesting at the report's end. Blue Team J-20, operating under full stealth conditions, executed a dimensional slaughter against a third-generation Air Force group. This sentence landed like a heavy stone in the command room. Silence enveloped the space. In the Red Joint Command seats, several senior generals exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak first. They had firmly believed that the advantages of stealth were mere theoretical extrapolations and had debated performance parameters on paper, but today's battlefield uprooted their confidence entirely. If this was not the moment when an aged tactical advisor finally broke the silence, what would be? Seated at the control panel, Zhao Shiyu slowly closed his notebook, his tone as calm as the last remnants of snow on a distant mountain. This battle was not won by firepower, nor by maneuverability, but by betrayal of the old world's combat logic. He gazed at the tactical sand table, now nearly devoid of red identifiers, his eyes cold. The J-20 was not merely a stealth fighter. It embodied an era. Chapter 58. The conclusion of the exercise, a comprehensive advancement of the J-20. Ultimately, under the unified command of Shi Haoxian, the Blue Team executed an immensely complex and layered terminal tactical combination. Jiang Zhao led the high-altitude assault group, ascending beyond the critical boundary of 9,000 meters, switching on the resonance disturbance frequency module mounted on the aircraft's belly. Accompanied by engine adjustments and lift angle locking, he manually set the frequency to closely resemble that of the Red Team's ground command's primary communication channel, then issued the command, unleashing a simulated suppression pulse. It was an almost soundless yet piercing energy penetration. This was not traditional electromagnetic interference, but a frequency domain directional attenuation. akin to using a specially designed sound wave to strike a glass beam at its resonant frequency. The central communication experienced an instantaneous resonance lag, nearing a standstill. Simultaneously, Chojin's surface skimming group launched a synchronized support action from the south, skimming the sea surface. They did not fire conventional munitions but rather projectiles embedded with data source markers, specifically designed for digital guided strikes. Each projectile spun and diffused at a random frequency rhythm, creating an unpredictable digital interference mirror for the main control system. Two pulses converged above the simulated ground command center, prompting the system's self-protection mechanism to initiate attempts to sever connections, restructure, redirect, and hop frequencies. However, this series of self-rescue reactions inadvertently exposed the frequency recovery mechanism of the main node. The blue team's backup flight control group quickly seized this opportunity, assuming control identity, dispatching a set of customized remote fire simulated strike data packets, with simulated paths, carrier forms, and timestamps all mimicking the ballistic characteristics of conventional rocket artillery launchers. The data packets pierced the central control network like an invisible arrow. In the ground control room, the red team's simulation system still struggled to read parameters. Yet, the system's interface had already displayed the final prompt. Simulated hit confirmed. The ground command center suffered a devastating long-range strike, and the main node could not recover. Just 3 seconds after the simulated destruction of the ground command center was confirmed, the core authority of the exercise system received a central control prompt. And the electronic warfare broadcast platform automatically switched control from the red team's battlefield master control chain's C4 ISR interface, shattering in the electromagnetic realm like an ice crystal. With the reconstructed control flow instantly accessed by the directing team's master control console, a deep and steady long-wave broadcast traversed the entire link, penetrating all channels that had yet to fall silent. Its voice was calm and concise, resonating like a tolling bell. This exercise is terminated. The red team's entire system is inoperative. All combat units, please immediately deactivate weapon systems and await recovery orders. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be gently draped with a shroud by an unseen hand. Silence. It was a deathly stillness that did not belong to the exercise process. Almost all red combat units, even those aircraft still gliding through the air, vessels remaining vigilant at sea, and radar vehicles still observing on the ground, received this broad termination directive in an instant. The system determined. Total domain control collapsed. The red team lost organizational counterattack capability, and combat is terminated. Meanwhile, in the Shunjian base command hall, an extreme oppressive silence had also settled. The large screen on the wall still displayed the simulated situation map. Yet all red tactical identifiers had long extinguished, one by one, like an avalanche, leaving no traces of red dots, wireless beams, radar coverage, or fleet trajectories. Only an expanse of deep blue J-20 flight paths remained, silently unfurling across the final blueprint of this tactical storm. Even the static in the feedback channel had quieted. There was no interference, not even the remnants of signal echoes. Inside the command hall, no one spoke. Some technicians quietly removed their headsets, as if fearing to disturb something. Tactical advisors slowly halted their writing, fingers stiffened to pallor. Even the deputy commander overseeing the entire operation remained motionless, staring at the tactical statistics terminal screen. The final line coldly stating, Red Team System Paralysis Rate, 100. Aérial Combat Destruction Rate, 92. Battlefield Master Control Assessment Capability, ineffective. Rather than saying the blue team won, it would be more accurate to assert that the blue team ended the red team's torment. From the moment the first simulated missile struck the HQ-9, to the silent descent of the KJ-2000 within radar blackout zones, to the severing of the 052B's radar beam amidst the sea mist from that moment on, the exercise named Shadow Blade Group had already concluded. However, the heart of the red team had yet to accept this reality. The J-20, akin to a sharp blade, cleave a long fissure through the antiquated air-sea joint system, reminiscent of an iron curtain. Meanwhile, the red side busies itself in futile attempts to mend this rift, struggling to restore a tactical logic that has already crumbled. Ultimately, a desperate charge of 100 aircraft appears as a tragic denouement compressed into the digital age. The third generation and a half fighter jets charge like cavalry into the information hunting ground laid by stealth aircraft, only to be struck down one by one without warning. There's no resistance, no retaliation. Much like the early 20th century, when armored cavalry roared into the maw of Maxim machine guns. Each thunderous roar heralds the demise of an era. Zhao Shiyu sat in the independent command analysis room at the Xinjiang base, writing diligently for 6 hours. He refrained from boasting about the impressive statistics of the battle, nor did he emphasize the red side's complete collapse. Instead, he meticulously penned a conclusion that resonated like a stone dropped into water. The J-20 is not merely an aircraft. It is a harbinger of transformed combat rhythms, a precursor to the future of intelligent, stealthy, swarm-coordinated Air Force decision-making. In just a few words, he encapsulated the profound significance of an unprecedented confrontation. He paused, then added a line below. The eagle will never know that we have already completed our generational shift on the other side of the sky. After Zhao Shiyu dispatched this tactical evaluation report, the Ministry of National Defense of Daxia received the exercise summary document through a top-secret channel. The document, coded J-20 Shock Demonstration Code, Eagle Concealment, was jointly transmitted by the highest military research institute, the Aerospace Strategy Department, and the Equipment Development Division. Upon arrival, the decision-makers at the ministry convened an impromptu late-night meeting. The screen displayed a sequence of exercise footage, from a J-20's penetration to the point where the KJ-2000 was shot down, culminating in the collapse of the entire Red Side's C-4ISR network like a house of cards. Each frame conveyed an indescribable sense of oppression. In the conference room, silence reigned. Even the generals remained fixated on the screen, hands clasped tightly on the table, their expressions grave. The tactical data ultimately coalesced into a single table. Blue Force aircraft, 20 J-20S, Red Force deployed strength, 7 ships, 14 radar nodes, 100 third-generation fighter jets. Red Force system overall combat duration, 23 minutes. Red Force counterattack success rate, 0. Blue Force loss assessment, 0. Final exercise commentary. Overwhelming dimensional reduction victory. An elderly general set down his cup and slowly uttered, "We no longer need to debate whether the J-20 is a fifth-generation aircraft. It is both the future and the present." Consequently, the highest commander in the meeting room issued a directive, effective immediately. A comprehensive plan to replace the stealth primary fighter jets would commence. Over the next decade, the traditional combat system dominated by third-generation and fourth-generation aircraft would be gradually phased out, establishing a network of aerospace combat nodes centered around the J-20. This command was encrypted and dispatched to the Air Force units across major military districts, operational command centers, and scientific research institutes nationwide. The following morning, the military network homepage announced in small print, "New combat rhythm construction strategy activated." This concise statement was destined to be etched into the annals of future military history. No one questioned the necessity anymore. Everyone understood that in that exercise, the aerial and space power of the old world had been sliced open by an invisible blade, the hilt of which was grasped firmly in the hands of the J-20. The greatest contributor to this transformation, Sichen, had quietly returned to the bustling metropolis. There was no ostentatious celebration at the factory, no flowers or applause, nor even a trace of joy associated with victory in war. Yet, the atmosphere within the entire complex bore a palpable change, akin to an invisible weight descending, carefully concealed, only hinted at by a few seldom-seen figures lurking in the corners. Unlike in the past, the entrance to the factory now featured not just familiar faces from the security department. The guards stood tall and resolute, their gaze vigilant, scanning every high point and corner while on duty. At night, several street corners around the perimeter witnessed the establishment of fixed patrol routes, with shadows occasionally flitting under the lights. But these were not the workers on duty. More often, it was the unseen, ununiformed special personnel, conducting security checks under the guise of routine, their silent scrutiny pinning individuals in place like nails. Sichen was not surprised by this heightened vigilance. As he entered the elevator in the office building, the newly appointed property manager subtly nodded, even pressing the button for him with a deft wrist movement that bypassed the elevator controls, instead activating a communicator concealed within his sleeve, monitoring real-time heart rates and communication channels. Once the elevator doors closed, Sichen gazed at his slightly weary reflection in the mirror and chuckled self-deprecatingly. With the introduction of a new aircraft, he now had dozens of eyes upon him. He spoke softly, his tone as calm as if discussing routine meeting materials. Meanwhile, In a laboratory above, the engineering team continued to fine-tune the latest generation of thermal conduction simulation equipment. However, since 3 days ago, every entry record, operational log, and even the contents of the recycling bin had been systematically submitted for special monitoring. They did not doubt Wu Sichen. They were merely vigilant, guarding a man who might soon step into the global spotlight. A technological mastermind who had pulled the future from sketches into reality and shattered the old order of aerial combat through sheer will. For all were acutely aware that the true greatness of the J-20 did not lie in whom it defeated, but rather in how it fundamentally transformed the entire structure of Air Force operations. Behind it all, the original core control source. The Flight Control Composite Neural System V093 Test Module's code initiator was none other than Wu Sichen, seated in the top-floor office of this experimental building. At that moment, he sipped a cup of now lukewarm tea while perusing a technical report. In the distance outside, the occasional crackle of the security personnel's walkie-talkies could be heard, yet no one approached him. All surveillance ceased at his door. It was not a matter of daring to intrude, but rather an absolute prohibition. This was the innermost sanctum of the project's core confidentiality circle. Should the day come when the future needed verification once more, the nation knew that only he could pen that answer. Chapter 59. Incident: the incursion of the F-22 in the conference room of the Eagles Defense Department. The lighting remained a stark white, casting an impartial glow upon the metallic table. However, on this day, the atmosphere felt remarkably relaxed. Several senior officers gathered around the long table, their epaulets gleaming, smiles adorning their lips. With Christmas approaching, the Deputy Chief of Staff casually flipped through a flight plan draft marked in red along the southern route, asking, "Should we send a bit of holiday cheer to our old friends in the Far East? How should we do that?" Another, half-jokingly replied, "Let us fly over once more and see if their old radar has been updated. Just a casual flyby, nothing too serious." Laughter chimed like ice shards dropping into metal cups. The final decision took no more than 3 minutes. As the documents were signed, conversations drifted to the champagne brand for the evening's gala. Orders were issued as night fell over Edwards Air Force Base in California. The 55th Tactical Fighter Squadron, as per routine, opened the underground hangar, and 3 F-22 Raptors glided out, their bodies gleaming with the distinctive gray-white reflection of Teflon coating. As if they had detached from the very air, Hank Hall settled into the cockpit, adjusting the navigation system while yawning. "Here we are again, clocking in at Dacia. Is the air traffic control on the east side punctual?" "Punctual, my foot. Their radar has been unreliable since my grandfather's time," replied Beatty O'Neill, chuckling through the earpiece. "Don't fly over too quickly. Give them a moment to react, or they'll accuse us of bullying them." "Huh, then let us fly a bit closer." Hall's voice dripped with levity and mockery, close enough for them to smell our jet exhaust. "That scent is rather uninviting," the co-pilot retorted, laughter echoing through the pressurized cockpit. At that moment, the outer Pacific's winds calmed, the water's surface reflecting a deep blue glow. 3 F-22 Raptors ascended silently into the night sky, their silhouettes barely perceptible, as if they were blades honed by the darkness itself. The turbulent wake of their jet engines dissipated in the atmosphere, leaving behind a vapor trail so faint it was nearly undetectable. It followed a predetermined course directed towards the eastern horizon, the sacred destination of their mission. Inside the cockpit, pilot Hank Hall wore a faint smile as he adjusted the aircraft's position, murmuring softly, "Here we come, little brothers still awake?" Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Battle Readiness Center on the southeastern coast of Dacia remained tranquil. The air conditioning hummed quietly, and the radar operator sipped on green tea brewed overnight. His eyes tired as they scanned the frequency spectrum display before him. Suddenly, a fine line on the screen flickered, reminiscent of an electrocardiogram, trembling slightly. The radar operator instinctively froze, then quickly struck the keyboard to conduct a waveform analysis. It was not a natural disturbance, nor a civilian aircraft's trajectory, but a high-frequency deception signal originating from a distant source, more like a knock at the door than a genuine intruder. He stiffened and promptly reported, "Report to the duty officer. Something is moving at the edge of the southeast identification zone. Low reflectivity, high speed, unstable signal, possibly a deceptive wave." The duty officer rose slowly, approached his side, and gazed at the signal, his expression darkening. The old tricks of eagle sauce have returned. No sooner had he spoken than the low-frequency radar screen suddenly flickered, revealing three indistinct light points, like three beasts prowling in the darkness, slowly traversing the edge of the air defense identification zone. Their trajectories fluctuating so subtly that they seemed to maintain a clever angle with the curvature of the Earth, making them difficult to capture. The high-frequency radar remained unresponsive, silent as if it were asleep. The originally easily locked-on band system for third-generation aircraft appeared to have been instantly blinded before the F-22. The electronic countermeasure module displayed no alarms, and the radar composite image indicated environmental interference. This was the stealth route they had adjusted parameters for. The deputy technician whispered, his eyes fixed on the radar's sub-frequency, deliberately avoiding our radar sector. The duty officer's eyes glinted. Activate the meter wave array. The meter wave radar image appeared. The light points even more indistinct, yet undeniably present, with three hotspots dragging faint red shadows, writhing like serpents in the airspace. The identification accuracy fell far short of standard fire control, but it was sufficient to ascertain. There were indeed individuals actively circumventing all visible areas. At that moment, a communication channel suddenly crackled. Major Guyen, an abnormal target has been detected in the southeast identification zone. Please proceed to the command hall to oversee the response. In the lounge, Guyen abruptly opened his eyes, disregarding his military cap, and hurriedly adjusted his uniform before rushing out. Striding into the command hall, he quickly surveyed the room and spoke with a steady yet pressured tone. Confirm the target. The radar operator bit his lip, then lifted his head to respond softly. Three hotspots, flying an altitude of 16,000, highly concealed, preliminarily identified as fifth-generation aircraft, suspected F-22. A brief silence enveloped the hall. The technical team exchanged glances, and the tactical advisor lowered his head to retrieve the enemy aircraft trajectory. The duty alarm had yet to sound, yet the air seemed to carry the scent of mingling metal and high-temperature turbulence. At that moment, the entire Southeastern Command System's nerves were taut. Guyen's brow furrowed as he issued orders. HQ 9. Elevate the alert level, record on all frequencies, and track all trajectories. No relaxation is permitted. The radar operator's fingers hesitated on the chart for a moment, the waveform on the screen gradually ascending, yet remaining in a blurry gray area. The noise level beneath the screen was unusually stable, as if someone had covered the probe. The three hotspots drifted uncertainly in the low-frequency radar echoes, sometimes merging, sometimes dispersing, like three poised underwater mines ready to tear the night sky apart. Unable to lock on, the radar operator murmured, his eyes reflecting confusion and frustration. The signal reflection was too low, and they were deliberately evading us. The technical officer quickly took over, his tone calm, yet betraying impatience. Our high-frequency radar is utterly incapable of tracking targets of this stealth level, let alone fire control guidance. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the data curve. The new anti-stealth array was still lying dormant in the experimental zone, and the only available systems were these few meter-wave radars deployed at the end of the last century. Guyen stood before the tactical command console, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had encountered urgent situations before, but the feeling of seeing the enemy yet being unable to act at this moment was more stifling than any actual combat. His voice dropped to a whisper, reported. This is beyond our handling. A classified red dispatch would reach the Air Force Joint Command within 5 minutes, just past 30 minutes after midnight. The Southern Combat Zone Command urgently convened the Emergency Preparedness Team, activating the highest response level. The Dacia Air Force's 5th-generation air combat unit formally integrated into the Joint Command System, codenamed Blade, illuminated its red mission status light. The system determined the enemy aircraft had penetrated deep into the air defense identification zone, and the KJ-500 reported abnormal electromagnetic frequency disturbance values, interpreted as the classic interference waveform of the F-22. Orders were issued layer by layer from the Eastern Theater Operations Command Center, ultimately reaching a secret airport in the southeastern region. Once a quiet, low-altitude training base, it was now abruptly torn apart by a deep and resonant roar of aerodynamic thunder. The temperature in the air plummeted, the morning mist yet to dissipate, and beams of moving lights sliced through the water vapor, illuminating 3 tightly concealed aircraft in the depths of the hangar. Shi Haochuan stood before one of them, his helmet tucked under his arm. his gaze fixed on the dark fuselage of the J-20. The slanted metallic paint glimmered with a cold blue refractive sheen under the lights, resembling a silent blade. He said nothing, merely exhaling deeply, donning his helmet, and ascending the boarding ladder, step by step entering the cockpit. Jiang Zhao and Qiu Zhen moved with practiced ease, nearly synchronizing their boarding, checking their equipment, as the silhouettes of the three night hunters merged into one. The canopy locked down, the landing gear unlocked, and the turbofan's stealthy power began to hum at a low frequency, akin to the vocalizations of three awakening beasts. There were no command orders, nor the traditional permission to taxi. The aircraft's various systems underwent automatic self-diagnostics by tactical AI. The engine status was stable, and no flames were visible from the exhaust. Inside the cockpit, the HUD displayed a blurred long-range thermal source distribution map. Targets not locked, but potential hostility markers were automatically indicated at 3 abnormal airspace locations. The internal weapons bay completed its locking test. The PL-15 simulated fire control was ready, and the short-range PL-10 was in a concealed standby state. Shi Haoshuan lowered his head to confirm the tactical parameters. Everything was in silent link. The aircraft emitted not a single detectable active signal. Only the faint glow of the helmet's display quietly reflected the cold hues in his eyes. In the distance, the F-22 formation brazenly traversed the high-altitude cruise layer, maintaining a consistent posture along the boundary line to assert their presence. They intermittently released short-frequency interference waves, attempting to provoke the Daxiao radar into prematurely exposing its band parameters for data calibration. Yet Shi Haoshuan and his team strictly adhered to the frequency hopping, deceptive asymmetric 3-layer suppression mode, circumventing even Daxia's own radar sector, solely to ensure the absolute stealth of the entire penetration process. Like a knife in the night, unsheathed yet pressed against the opponent's throat. Suddenly, an order crackled through the earpiece from a normally mild-mannered tactical control lieutenant colonel, his tone unusually cold. Blade formation. Note that this time, we're no longer observers. Shi Haoshuan softly acknowledged, received. His tone was not heavy, yet it resembled the gradual unsheathing of a blade. At high altitude, the F-22s approached the boundary. It seemed they sensed something as the lead aircraft briefly released a group of pulsed electromagnetic interference waves, attempting to trigger a response from the opposing radar. The distant radar signals rippled slightly, yet the anticipated frequency-hopping rebound characteristics did not materialize. Moments later, the F-22 formation continued onward, unaware that at this very moment, 3 invisible blades were silently closing in on its throat. Chapter 60. Engagement, he whispered with a smile, his tone laced with intrigue. The F-22 crew did not employ a full tactical evasion maneuver, but instead circled the southeast identification zone with a slightly provocative demeanor, moving at a measured pace, as if testing the waters and challenging the airspace's sovereign confidence. Unbeknownst to them, just behind this seemingly empty flight path, 3 J-20s were silently closing in with a ghostly presence. The turbofan engines of the J-20 were operating at a low output, and the infrared suppression system was fully engaged, rendering the aircraft's electromagnetic signals seemingly concealed within the wind's texture. Inside the cockpit, the sensor fusion system amalgamated distant infrared micromovements, airflow oscillation frequencies, and environmental electric fields into a cohesive airflow projection map. Shi Haoshuan fixated on the turbulence patterns on the screen, inching closer to the target's wake vortex convergence point. Jiang Zhao utilized the tactical airflow prediction system to assess the F-22's flight path alterations, while Qiu Zhen had already aimed the simulated fire control system at the enemy aircraft's rear triangular zone, yet he refrained from locking on. The J-20 emitted no radar waves, did not engage any fire control preheating, nor did it activate navigation lights. The entire formation resembled a group of sharks with retracted fins gliding silently and gracefully through the night sea. Yet they were lethal. It was not until Hank Hall suddenly sensed an inexplicable illusion that he glanced back at the porthole, just as a beam of light skimmed across the aircraft's back. His pupils constricted, and instinctively, he leaned back toward the 3 o'clock position. A blurred silhouette materialized in the night sky. It was neither starlight nor cloud shadow, but an unprecedentedly close combat aircraft. Shit, Hank muttered under his breath, instinctively adjusting the flight attitude and swiftly initiating an electromagnetic scan. yet he still failed to detect any locking indication. A calm, steady male voice emanated from his headset, delivering the first warning in an emotionless yet imposing tone. This is the airspace of Dacia, conducting air defense alert operations. Please vacate immediately. Hank's hand froze, and before he could respond, the second notification arrived, its tone even colder, seemingly imbued with a pressure that could penetrate the cockpit. You have entered the operational range of our Air Force's defense. Please refrain from further advancement, or it will be considered hostile behavior. By the time the third notification came, the distance to the J-20 had diminished to a point recognizable by the naked eye, the sharp silhouette pressing close behind him like a razor. At that moment, he truly realized he had been exposed, perhaps even comprehensively observed 10 minutes prior. Hank abruptly yanked the control stick, preparing to retreat. But the cockpit instruments indicated they had penetrated too deeply. To escape entirely, they would have to traverse an area already cordoned off by the J-20. Shi Haochuan focused on the tactical projection map, the flight trajectories of the three F-22s fully encompassed within the formation's envelope. On the screen, the infrared perception imagery overlapped with the optical fusion visuals, rendering the target distinctly visible, its outline as sharp as that of a beast standing naked beneath the night sky. He exhaled softly and pressed the communication button. Nightblade 1, the target is within striking range, requesting firepower engagement. A brief silence was followed by the cold and decisive response from the operational command center. Blade formation, permission granted for silent strike. A flicker of light sparkled in Shi Haochuan's eyes as he replied with unwavering composure, received. He did not activate any active radar, but instead switched directly to the PL-15 infrared imaging spatial optical fusion mode. The missile automatically identified the target arrangement, slowly unlocking from beneath the main wing. The J-20 slightly descended, adjusting its angle to the optimal curve before silently and swiftly launching. The high-speed air-to-air missile detached with a minimal tail flame trajectory, hurtling toward the unsuspecting F-22 in the night sky. At that moment, inside the F-22 cockpit, Hank Hall had just realized that the data from the rear sensors was amiss. The once stable thermal flow monitoring curve suddenly exhibited illogical disturbances. A spectrum of thermal traces, fine, rapid, and precise, was swiftly approaching from behind, something he had never encountered in the simulated tactical database. Wait, this isn't right. Hank's pupils dilated as he yanked the control stick, attempting to veer off the conventional flight path while simultaneously activating the electronic countermeasures. Just as he shouted the word missile, alarms surged like a tidal wave into his eardrums, as if the entire cockpit transformed into a submarine plunging into the deep sea, filled with warnings and futile lamentations. I can't see it. It hasn't activated the fire control lights. It hasn't locked onto me. He shouted in terror, his voice breaking and trembling. How could it possibly lock onto me? I didn't see any radar waves. I didn't see... Before he could finish, a violent shockwave erupted from the tail, as though an invisible fist had struck the entire F-22. The airframe shook as if it were a crushed metal can. Alarms fractured amidst the cacophony. Cockpit structures were torn apart by explosive pressure. Flames and debris scattered, and the temperature soared. Hank instinctively activated the ejection button, and from the corner of his eye, he witnessed the cockpit glass shattering, reflecting the raw fear in his eyes. He was hurled out of the aircraft by the high-pressure airflow, tumbling into the night like a severed spool of thread, rolling and falling, struggling in the starlit sky without dignity. Meanwhile, within another F-22, Bedion's lips turned pale. Oh God, Hank didn't make it out. I can't see the missile. I can't see anything. He frantically maneuvered evasive actions, the aircraft twisting continuously, instinctively releasing all countermeasures. Yet on the tactical projection, the PL-15 missile remained tightly locked onto the heat source, its tail flame tracing a near-straight line through the night sky. Wasn't it said that their missiles required radar locking? Wasn't it said that they could only see our outlines? No one responded. In the next moment, his aircraft flipped and disintegrated in the shockwave, and as the cabin shattered, Bedion's face drained of color. He mechanically pulled the ejection handle, like a helpless child thrown into the unknown. The pilot of the third F-22, suppressing his terror, muttered, "Damn Dacia, when did you become invisible assassins?" His voice trembled, almost a whisper, as if bidding a final farewell to the night sky. The missile struck, and the sound of metal exploding reverberated through the silent heights like thunder. Before the cabin disintegrated, The last pilot was ejected from his seat, soaring into the air like a shooting star, transformed into a white mushroom. Three figures struggled against the night sky, plummeting into the darkness thousands of meters above the ground, with only their desperate echoes lingering in the headsets. The night was heavy. The wind howled between the mountains, and the shadows of trees swayed. The Southern Theater's airborne hunting squad received precise satellite markings, and the three ejection landing zones were swiftly circled in red on the tactical map, prompting various teams to begin infiltrating. The Special Forces acted with precision and efficiency. Once the night vision equipment was activated, the entire valley seemed enveloped in a greenish glow. They made not a sound. The friction between their boots and fallen leaves nearly inaudible. Not far away on the slope, a parachute tangled in withered branches, and pilot Hank Hall was thrown to the ground, half kneeling and half fallen, his helmet smeared with dirt and grass clippings. Before he could untangle the parachute lines and reach for the survival beacon at his side, he heard the low rustling of nearby branches and the faint sound of safety catches being released. 4 red dots settled on his chest, throat, and helmet visor. He froze. His movements stilled, his hands instinctively raised, his jaw clenched tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead into the soil. "Don't shoot," he croaked, his voice hoarse, laden with the weakness of battle damage and utter surrender. "I'm not armed, please." From the thicket behind him, a tall Special Forces soldier emerged, fully armed, coldly fixated on him, a rifle pressed firmly against his chest, while another soldier swiftly approached, kicking the beacon away and simultaneously restraining his hands behind his back. Hank was pinned to the damp, cold ground, his face pressed against the leaves and gravel, attempting to turn his head to see his surroundings. But all he could glimpse were the cold, indifferent reflections of night vision goggles. He wished to speak, yet his teeth trembled violently, caught in a tumult of either fear or shame, rendering each word he uttered indistinct. "Fucking hell," he murmured. "How could we possibly have lost like this?" Not far away, on the hillside, Beijiao was similarly escorted down, adorned with remnants of a parachute, his helmet shattered, and one of his goggles lay abandoned in the mud. His lips were bruised, his expression vacant, his gaze fixed intently on the earth beneath him, as if he were reluctant to accept the harsh reality. "We hadn't even fired a shot before we were brought down," he muttered. "Were we here to protest or merely to serve as targets?" The third pilot fared even worse. He had broken his arm upon landing and was being carried away, his complexion as pale as parchment, remaining silent throughout. The three were led to a tactical transport vehicle, still fully armed and under heavy guard. The night breeze swept through, carrying a mingling scent of pine needles and blood. One of the Special Forces soldiers looked down at Hank, whose face was smeared with mud, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corner of his lips. His voice low and sardonic. "Welcome to Dacia. Next time, remember to file a request." Chapter 61. A complete accident at the press conference held by the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense. The atmosphere was unusually grave. The audience was filled with journalists from prominent Western media outlets, their cameras already aimed at the spokesperson standing at the podium. The spokesperson's expression was serious, his tone unable to mask the underlying anger. "We strongly condemn the extreme use of force by the Dacia Air Force against our F-22 fighter jets, which were conducting normal reconnaissance missions. This act is highly provocative and poses a severe threat to regional stability and the principle of aerial freedom." He paused briefly, deliberately emphasizing his words. "This is a deliberate provocation, not a drill, not a misunderstanding." 3 pilots were forced to eject and are being held illegally. Eagle Sauce would not stand idly by. The room fell silent. Flashes of cameras erupted, and the Western media machine swiftly sprang into action. With major news websites inundated with headlines such as F-22 shot down, Dacia's military expansion will prompt a response from Eagle Sauce. Hours later, the Dacia Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a brief press conference. The venue was modest, yet the atmosphere was as solemn as ever. The routine press briefing proceeded with a backdrop of deep blue and golden lettering, microphones neatly arranged, and flashes of cameras intermittently lighting up the room. However, unlike previous occasions, this press conference was packed to capacity, with representatives from various Eagle Sauce media outlets and embassies in China arriving early, their expressions grave as they awaited Dacia's response to the significant event of downing 3 F-22s. After the host read the opening remarks, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ascended the podium calmly, moving at a measured pace. He opened his notes without even glancing at the audience, beginning in his customary gentle tone. According to reports from our Air Force, around 3 o'clock yesterday morning, 3 unidentified aircraft entered our airspace without any notification or consultation. With unclear intentions. He paused, seemingly waiting for the translation device to process the first segment, then raised his gaze, his tone remaining unhurried, yet imbued with subtle significance. At the time, our military was engaged in a routine high-intensity nighttime air combat drill with a heightened state of alert. In the absence of immediate identification of the targets, we engaged the related aircraft. The spokesperson closed his notes, offering a faint smile tinged with apology. We express our regret regarding the incident of the crash. It was truly an accident. This phrase, "it was truly an accident," was articulated particularly clearly, with a slight emphasis, as if directed at certain individuals. Subsequently, we learned that these 3 aircraft originated from a certain nation, their flight paths completely unreported, lacking transparency and cooperation. Our ground-air coordination system deemed their behavior to pose a significant risk. Considering the safety of the pilots, we have legally protected and detained them, and will handle the situation humanely according to relevant international legal principles. He paused, casting a glance towards the row of pale-faced eagle-sauce journalists, then suddenly shifted his tone. We advise the concerned nations to give appropriate attention to pilot safety in future military activities, to properly plan flight paths, and to strictly adhere to the principles of international boundaries to avoid similar non-combat flight incidents in the future. Particularly, do not approach under the guise of Christmas cruising during our training periods, in warning airspace, or under high-risk nighttime weather conditions. We would genuinely mistake that for a training target. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Several aides from Eagle Sauce halted their note-taking. The phrase regarding training targets lingered in the translation earpieces, and the on-site translator from the Eagle Sauce Defense Intelligence Agency turned pale, his throat constricting, facial muscles twitching, nearly slamming the translation documents onto the table. In the Eagle Sauce General Staff Headquarters, the atmosphere in the temporary war situation conference room was as tense as iron. The massive high-definition screen still displayed the calm visage of the Dacia spokesperson, the phrase "we would genuinely mistake that for a training target" continuing to replay, as if a dull nail was being driven slowly into each person's mind. The Chief of Staff's complexion darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead, his hands pressing against the table edge, knuckles whitening. The calm demeanor displayed on the screen felt like a slap, repeatedly striking him across the face. He abruptly ripped off his earpiece and slammed it onto the table, the sound echoing throughout the conference room. An accident? A target? This is an insult. Before he could finish, the advisory group fell into silence, no one responding. Someone leafed through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press release, monotonously reciting, "We advise concerned nations to prioritize pilot safety." He lifted his head, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. "They are mocking us for sending people to die." The air felt frozen, each breath taken cautiously. The intelligence officer beside the screen fidgeted with his documents, attempting to avoid any eye contact. Silencio hung he vili, like a thick layer of dust pressing down on everyone's hearts. A young officer could not help but mutter, "My nose is about to be crooked from anger." No one found amusement in the remark. They all understood that this time, it was not merely a matter of a crooked nose. It was as if their entire face had been brutally ground against the table. The Chief of Staff slowly sat down, his voice hoarse yet brimming with suppressed rage. "I want to know." He articulated each word deliberate, his eyes gleaming with barely contained fury. "Why our most advanced stealth fighter, the F-22, hailed as the master of the skies, was shot down one by Dacia's training unit without radar activation." He surveyed every intelligence officer at the table, his voice suddenly rising. "What is the Intelligence Bureau doing? What has Dacia developed? What do they possess? Have we not yet discovered the name of their secret weapon? I do not care how you infiltrate their satellites or redirect naval resources. Track their flight tests and find out." He slammed his hand on the table, documents cascading to the floor like a series of overturned faces. "Investigate. We must find out who turned our F-22 into their training target." Regarding the performance of the J-20, the response within the Dacia Ministry of Defense was remarkably unanimous. 2 words: satisfied. The post-war assessment team had just submitted their report to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and after a brief silence in the conference room, a wave of low yet excited conversations erupted. The general seated at the head of the table tapped the surface with his fingers, his eyes sparkling with rare enthusiasm. This is the true meaning of revealing brilliance from invisibility. Stealth against stealth, without relying on radar. Achieving a clean sweep with 0 casualties. Excellently executed. The military high command immediately issued orders to withhold any details regarding the deployment of the J-20 from public disclosure, implementing the highest level of confidentiality procedures, except for the participating pilots, the on-site command system, and the relevant research support chain. The outside world had no right to know any shred of information about the identity of the assailants. Yet, public sentiment had already begun to simmer. Just as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference concluded, social media erupted. At 3 o'clock in the morning, keywords such as 3 F-22s shot down and pilots captured surged to the top of trending topics within 10 minutes. What astonished many was the statement delivered by the spokesperson with an almost innocent tone. It is regrettable that there was an accidental strike during the exercises. An accidental strike on the F-22? What kind of exercise could possibly down the world's most advanced stealth fighter? What a remarkable degree of carelessness. Who was behind this? Do we only possess the J-10 and J-11? How could this be? My father, a retired Air Force officer, once remarked that engaging the F-22 with third-generation aircraft required a coordinated effort. Yet, here we are, having downed 3 of them? How is that even conceivable? The comment section seemed to ignite a powder keg, with a plethora of wild theories and fervent speculations emerging. Some fervently recounted various old rumors. Actually, the J-14 has long been in service, but we choose not to disclose it. Others humorously analyzed. Could it be that the J-11 was hiding in the clouds, throwing bricks? There were also those who astutely noted the peculiar wording in the announcement regarding the exercise units. Did you notice that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not refer to air defense units or Air Force squadrons, but rather to exercise units? That terminology is quite unusual. The entire online community seemed to be ablaze. The public, who previously held an impression of the Dacia Air Force limited to the J-7 soaring over the plateau, the J-10 skimming the low altitudes, and the J-11 breaching the Yellow Sea, suddenly realized that they may have never truly comprehended the current state of the Dacia Air Force. A video comment that went viral read, "When you thought we were still using outdated maps to refurbish aircraft, we have quietly turned your most advanced fighter jets into targets for practice." The next morning, sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds onto the desk as Wu Sichen settled into his chair. He lifted the still-warm porcelain cup of tea to his lips, barely allowing himself a moment to breathe before he was startled by a flurry of hurried footsteps outside. Su Yunyao burst into the room, her heels clicking sharply against the tiled floor, as if her exuberance and fervor were about to erupt from her very soles. "Boss," she called out exuberantly, swiftly circumventing the reception desk, one hand tightly clutching a freshly printed news bulletin, her expression resembling that of a lottery winner. Just as Wu Sichen had finally taken a seat, the porcelain teacup not yet reaching his lips, she delivered a proclamation that made him pause. "A grave incident has occurred," Su Yunyao exclaimed, brandishing the newspaper, her voice trembling with excitement. 3 unidentified stealth aircraft accidentally entered our military exercise airspace and were subjected to defensive strikes. All of them have fallen. Do you understand what this means? These are not just ordinary planes. They are F-22s. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her cheeks flushed, as if the news of their complete downfall had ignited her very blood. "Boss, the F-22s that we could only look up to have all been shot down. Just imagine how humiliated the Eagles must feel." She slammed the newspaper onto the desk, gesturing towards the statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and recited loudly, "Accidentally entered the exercise airspace and were subject to routine interception. It was purely accidental. My heavens, this is extraordinary. It's akin to openly slapping them in the face in a diplomatic setting." She laughed heartily. The Eagles must have swollen faces now. Who could have imagined we would treat their F-22s as target practice? A slight smile crept onto Wu Sichen's lips as he lowered his gaze to take a sip of tea, the warmth flowing down his throat. Yet could not dissipate the profound pride and quietude hidden within him. He was acutely aware that this was not merely a random interception by exercise units. This was the result of their meticulously crafted night hunter, a project he had personally contributed to, from electromagnetic structure modeling to perception fusion algorithms, from vector propulsion adjustments to the stability of the control cabin, culminating in the formation of the Shadow Blade, J-20, a future he had helped to nurture. Yet, he could not divulge this. He could only listen as others excitedly recounted the vague words from a newspaper, observing as journalists scrambled to analyze the silhouette of the mysterious aircraft online, and witnessing the national populace buzzing with speculation under the trending topics. Even Su Yunyao remained oblivious to the changes in his demeanor, continuing to express her excitement. The internet is going wild, questioning whether we are hiding some black technology, or if we already possess sixth-generation aircraft. It's quite amusing. Wu Sicheng remained silent, setting down his teacup, his gaze drifting towards the distant factory rising beyond the window, where an unseen trail of aviation lingered, vividly etched in his mind. He slowly whispered in his heart, "Thank you, guardians of the night sky." He understood that it was not merely the F-22 that had fallen from the sky. It symbolized the technological void that Daxia had endured for decades, a burden they had carried forward, which was now pierced by their own hands. From that moment on, Daxia truly possessed its own aerial shield. Behind that shield lay the stability and future of billions of citizens. And he merely sat in this ordinary office chair, as if nothing had transpired. By the way, Su Yunyao interjected, flipping through her tablet, "The Jifeng Express has been pressing for updates. Yuxing Liu is asking when you can arrange the freight for them." Wu Sicheng was engrossed in reviewing the project progress report from the technical department when he chuckled softly, a hint of playful reminiscence gracing his lips. Yuxing Liu. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze momentarily drifting as he recalled that rather dramatic afternoon when the unfortunate So had approached him. Several months prior, Jifeng Express had proposed a concept for unmanned cluster delivery through airport intermodal transport, and Yuxing Liu had personally sought his assistance to design a high-load cargo drone capable of interregional transport. However, just as the design proposal was being finalized and testing videos were yet to be released, the prototype was seized by military higher-ups. Wu Sicheng vividly remembered that moment. 3 officers had entered the research center without uttering a word, simply stating national priority. Yuxing Liu had been nearly furious. This is outright theft. At that time, Wu Sicheng could only reassure him. Rest assured, once we meet national defense requirements, I will certainly create a civilian version for you. Now, with the J-20 project steadily advancing and the Zhoutian series tactical drones already deployed in multiple defensive lines across the southwestern mountains and eastern coastal areas, the factory could finally free up production capacity. He immediately contacted the Research Management Office of the Ministry of Defense to inquire about permissions for technical downgrades. Soon, a directive allowing the development of civilian medium-range drones without disclosing military main control protocols and weapon interfaces was approved. Wu Sicheng then convened the engineering team to modify the original Zhoutian T model into the Zhoutian C1 civilian variant. They removed the missile mounting interface, reduced the anti-jamming level of the perception components, while retaining flight control stability and long-range transmission systems. The moment the call connected, Yuxing Liu's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Lao Wu, if you don't respond soon, I was planning to come to your factory to block the door." Wu Sicheng cut to the chase. "No need to worry. Next month, the first batch of 6 cargo version Zhoutian drones will officially be delivered." A brief silence ensued, followed by an explosion of excited exclamations from the other end. "No way. Really? Lao Wu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Technical documentation, airspace registration, and airworthiness certification are all completed," Wu Sicheng replied with a calmness reminiscent of a weighty paper pressing down on blueprints, yet infused with the confidence and composure unique to engineers. Maximum range of 7,000 kilometers, effective payload of 7 tons. You've always said you wanted to establish an aerial express line from Chengdu to the northeast. Not only can we achieve that, but we can also do it without landing. Yuxing Liu was ecstatic, akin to a hamster that had just cracked open a treasure chest. "Oh my gosh, I might actually cry. 7 tons? You're not just delivering express parcels. You're equipping me with a freight battleship." Wu Sicheng chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair, gazing out at the towering factory. "Haven't you been in contact with the airport already?" "Of course." Yuxing Liu nearly jumped with joy. "I have everything ready. Dedicated meteorological interfaces, ground scheduling systems, and runways for the drone's takeoff and landing. Once your flying beast arrives, I can transform from a provincial courier into a national transportation hub. Next day, delivery nationwide, in a heartbeat. As long as your little beast doesn't falter, I'm ready to sign contracts for 100 drones in one go. Wu Sicheng remained silent for a moment, his gaze softening ever so slightly. He gazed at the freshly signed military-to-civilian conversion document beside him, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. It would not falter. It was not merely a delivery tool. It was a tactical platform we employed to counteract aerial blockades, merely assigned a new mission. On the other end of the phone, Yu Xingluo evidently failed to discern the gravity in his words, still enthusiastically planning delivery routes. While Wu Sicheng had already shifted his attention to the new batch of engines being assembled in the eastern section of the factory. A subtle smile graced his lips, yet the unspoken thought lingered in his heart. Behind every aircraft soaring into the skies lies our stubborn resolve to never again be constrained by others. Chapter 63. Introducing drones for agriculture? The winter snow over the 3 northeastern provinces had yet to recede, and the vast fields had not turned green. Yet the conference room of a major agricultural group in northeast China was immersed in a frenzied discussion. The air in the room felt stagnant, with the light reflecting off the snow outside, failing to mask the oppressive atmosphere within. Chu Xiaoxing surveyed the crowd, his expression dark. As the leader of a northeastern agricultural group, he had spent years dealing with land, but in recent years, conditions had grown increasingly arduous. Last year, fertilizer prices rose by 12. This year, they say freight costs must be adjusted. He murmured, his tone laced with both helplessness and indignation. Where are we to find the manpower? The cost of planting one season now rivals that of 3 seasons in the past. Seated at the head of the table, Chu Xiaoxing drummed his fingers on the conference table, his brow furrowed. The meeting notes filled with dense annotations regarding labor shortages, soaring labor costs, and the risks faced by pesticide applicators. Which young person is willing to work in the fields now? He lowered his voice, almost reproaching reality. The spring plowing window is only a few weeks long. How can we manage with just over 100 people? Moreover, pesticide application is a high-risk operation. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? We're not unwilling to pay, he pressed, gritting his teeth, but we simply cannot recruit the necessary manpower. The application requires protective gear. A day's work yields only a few acres. Not to mention returning home reeking of chemicals. It's hazardous to our lungs. If a fatality occurs, the media will swarm in, and who among you can bear the consequences? The HR manager lowered his gaze to the documents, reluctant to respond. The vice president of production attempted to interject. We contacted a labor agency, but the wage they quoted for temporary workers is exorbitant, $250 a day. They work for just a few hours and then leave. The entire conference room fell into an unresolved silence. The department heads exchanged glances, none able to propose a solution that would not incur losses. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a relatively young logistics manager suddenly raised his hand. Chairman Chu, I recently conducted research in a magical city and encountered a company that originally specialized in toys, named Xiaohuanya. It may sound unreliable, but they have now developed a civilian drone industry. Drones? Chu Xiaoxing raised an eyebrow. Yes, the logistics manager stood, pointing to the materials in his hand. They produce quadcopters with exceptional performance, long endurance, and high operational precision. Furthermore, they have larger cargo drones capable of transporting 3 to 5 tons of goods in a single trip, equipped with all-weather flight capabilities. Crucially, the entire system can interface with AI scheduling, automatically generating cruising routes without human intervention. While currently generic, if we request agricultural adaptations, it should not pose a challenge for them. The conference room fell silent, the previously agitated discussion ceasing abruptly as everyone turned to observe the contemplative Chu Xiaoxing. He slightly narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingertips on the table 3 times, the sound crisp and rhythmic, as if unlocking a long-awaited door. In other words, we won't need to hire a slew of temporary workers, nor will we have to constantly worry about our pesticide team suffering from heat stroke or poisoning. And we won't have to check the weather forecast daily? Even the timing and dosage for spraying can be autonomously determined by AI? Absolutely. The logistics manager's eyes sparkled with determination. Moreover, Chairman Chu, if we are the pioneers establishing a model trial, the entire Northeast Plain will undoubtedly look to us as a reference for implementing this system. In terms of agricultural automation, we could very well be the starting point. He extracted a slip of paper with a number from his folder and solemnly handed it over. This is the private number of their company president, Wu Sicheng. Chu Xiaoxing's eyes brightened suddenly, as if electrified, sitting up straighter, as if a dormant line of thought in his mind had been activated. He focused on the number, contemplating briefly, weighing his options, then without hesitation, he dialed the number decisively. After 2 rings, the call connected. President Wu? Chu Xiaoxing spoke clearly. I am Chu Xiaoxing from the Northeast Agricultural Group. Our spring plowing is about to commence, and we are short-staffed. I heard that your Shaohuang factory has developed high-performance drones, both quadcopters and large cargo variants. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by Wu Sicheng's calm and deep voice. We have indeed not ventured into agriculture yet, but your idea is quite interesting. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped the table, his eyes slightly narrowing, as his mind swiftly retrieved the data structure of the existing models from Shaohuang. Your requirements are not complex. He spoke steadily, his logic clear. For the quadcopters, we already have a medium-sized model designed for mountainous and forest patrols. It features a modular atomizing nozzle with a wide spray width and precise flow rate. Originally intended for dispersing firefighting gel with slight modifications, it can become a dedicated platform for pesticide spraying. He paused, shifting his tone to one infused with the enthusiasm of a technician. Regarding the large cargo drones, the military-grade liquid delivery container can withstand 10 tons of pressure and is equipped with an equalization compensation system for in-flight pressure. We merely need to integrate a low-pressure hydraulic valve assembly into the delivery module, adding an adjustable nozzle tailored to the crop growth cycle, to transform it into a mobile aerial irrigation system, all controlled by AI for all-weather automatic navigation. On the other end, Chu Xiaoxing felt as if he had stumbled upon some arcane text, yet every word struck a chord of urgency within him. Initially, he sought merely a solution for flying and spraying. He had not anticipated Wu Sicheng outlining a comprehensive intelligent agricultural combat system. Is it truly feasible? His voice tightened, tinged with incredulity and excitement. Wu Sicheng chuckled lightly, his tone resolute. Of course it is. What you seek is a replacement for labor. What we can provide is an intelligent agricultural service system that surpasses human capability. Give me 3 days to present the first version of the modified schematics. If you can cooperate, we might as well upgrade your experimental fields into a fully automated demonstration zone. Done. Let us make it happen. Chu Xiaoxing felt a surge of adrenaline, standing with clenched fists. I will mobilize all resources from our agricultural technology station and cooperatives. As long as your aircraft can take to the skies, we will show the nation what a new era of intelligent agriculture looks like. Once the call ended, he turned to the people in the conference room, his gaze fierce. Immediately establish a dedicated liaison team, send the GPS data, meteorological models, and crop cycle parameters of the experimental fields to the magical city. No more waiting with hose for favorable weather. From now on, our spring plowing will soar into the skies. Simultaneously, Wu Sicheng had initiated an emergency coordination process in a laboratory. He notified the chief engineer, informed the electrical control group, the payload group, and the algorithm group to provide a workable agricultural drone modification plan within 3 days. The quadcopter module spray debugging will commence immediately, and the small automatic cruising system will be launched. It doesn't need to be aesthetically pleasing. It must be able to fly, spray, and perform tasks. The spring plowing campaign in northeast China had yet to commence, yet a new generation of aerial laborers was poised to take flight. Above the fields, no longer would only migratory birds cast fleeting shadows. A fleet of orange-bodied drones, their wings steady as mountains, were ready to rewrite the narrative of this traditional farming season. Chapter 64. Drones flourishing on all fronts with the sales of Wu Sicheng's quadcopters steadily climbing. Their market share was gradually increasing. Naturally, the prospects for quadcopter applications had caught the attention of more than just agricultural companies. Market data refreshes daily, akin to a series of blazing red threads wildly dancing on a large data dashboard in Wu Sicheng's office. Sales figures, pre-orders, channel distribution maps, and regional popularity are all soaring, with new cities and industries flooding the order system almost every day, even before sales surpassed 1 million units. Wu Sicheng had anticipated the situation and decisively modularized the production process of the quadcopter, outsourcing the structural components, casing, batteries, lighting systems, and motor assemblies to partners, retaining only the core flight control technology in-house. Nevertheless, production capacity remains as taut as a bowstring pulled to its limits. Each batch of core flight controls is immediately sent to the finished product packaging line, with delivery orders already queuing up for the coming month. The outsourcing factory in Yiwu was among the first partners of Xiaohuangya. Initially a simple toy assembly plant, it gradually transformed in response to Xiaohuangya's needs, incorporating specialized production of carbon fiber arms, module light casings, and high-temperature propellers. Today, the once low-rise factories have become insufficient, prompting expansions and the addition of production lines, increasing from 3 to 5, then to 7 almost every month. More importantly, unexpected opportunities followed in swift succession. A cultural and technological integration company approached them, with their project manager bursting with excitement and a thick stack of proposals in hand. "Mr. Wu, we want to create a drone light show, assembling light beads into patterns and letters. Can we even recreate a city landmark? For instance, the Oriental Pearl or the Yangtze River Bridge. Can they take flight?" As he spoke, he displayed a simulation on his tablet, showcasing luminous points gathering in the night sky, ultimately forming the massive phrase "Welcome to XX City," synchronized with the pulsating city lights. An awe-inspiring sight. Wu Sichen, seated behind his desk, gently stroked his chin. This was familiar territory. The craftsmanship of installing light beads on toy cars was still documented from years past, and with a few modifications, it could evolve into a remotely programmable light source module. He nodded, smiling. "Creating patterns with light beads? Forming letters? We are more familiar with this than you." Before the technical team could conclude their meeting on adapting the lighting module, another wave of enthusiastic clients arrived a few days later. A group of impeccably dressed individuals from an advertising agency, their eyes sparkling with excitement, approached him. "Mr. Wu, we want to orchestrate an unprecedented wedding opening. Imagine cold flame fireworks launched from your quadcopter, ascending 300 meters, exploding in a display of artistry just before the bride and groom enter. Coupled with ground lasers and music, it will be absolutely spectacular." After hearing this description, Wu Sicheng lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Technically, it was feasible, but aerial fireworks fell under hazardous operations, necessitating safety approvals from relevant departments, along with rigorous testing for weight and wind direction control. After a brief pause, he raised his eyes and said, "Your idea is intriguing, but safety testing must go through 3 rounds. If something goes wrong in the air, it would be sparks falling from the sky and blame raining down." The advertising agency representatives nodded eagerly, as if they had received a royal decree. "Of course. We'll adhere to all safety protocols. Mr. Wu, whatever you say goes." They exited the meeting room, buzzing with excitement and calling others. "Guys, the aerial fireworks show is on." Research institutions are typically slow-moving, yet this time they were unusually swift, seemingly swept up in the drone frenzy. The letter from the National Atmospheric Physics Laboratory spanned 7 pages, each adorned with signatures from different research groups. The task was clear. A custom drone was required for high-altitude atmospheric sampling, particularly monitoring gas compositions and microparticles at the edge of the troposphere at 9,000 meters. After reviewing the materials, Wu Sicheng gently closed the folder and commanded the engineering department, modify the sampling cabin and redesign the power control module. It must be able to hover at high altitudes for over 3 minutes. Make sure it doesn't fall. An engineer raised an eyebrow. 9,000 meters? That's higher than most commercial flights. That's precisely why they approached us, Wu Sicheng replied nonchalantly. Before this project could commence, the Ocean Research Institute also sought to make its mark. With a growing number of floating debris along the coastline, traditional manual monitoring was inadequate for precise tracking. They proposed a new concept: drones combined with satellite imagery for autonomous identification of marine debris, capturing, locking onto, photographing, and relaying images back for AI analysis in specific maritime zones. Is Xiao Huang yet evolving into a seabird? A technician mused, unable to suppress a smile. They aim to encompass aerial, marine, and terrestrial operations. The Power Systems Dispatch Center acted swiftly as well. A specialized version of the inspection drone was requested, equipped with anti-magnetic interference chips and an AI vision system capable of automatically identifying rust points and fracture risks, even maintaining data stability in high-voltage electromagnetic environments. Wu Sicheng chuckled. This is elevating the engineers into the skies. The oil and wind energy industries followed suit, presenting conditions. The drones must operate in high-altitude environments. withstand temperatures as low as -20 degrees, and be equipped with a 4x telephoto lens, preferably with infrared capabilities. The procurement order tossed into the meeting room left even the senior technical supervisor scratching his head. Are we training these drones for civil service? They need to master everything. The construction company proposed monthly aerial snapshots for three-dimensional modeling and progress reporting. They suggested establishing dynamically identified coordinate points in each construction area, with drones periodically scanning to create temporal comparisons. In the future, we won't need to rely on blueprints. We can directly consult flight logs, the project's supervisor asserted confidently. Most unexpectedly, the urban planning department expressed interest. They wished to periodically fly over every thermal engineering node in the city, dynamically mapping a construction heat map to adjust site, scheduling, and traffic guidance in real time, in conjunction with geographic information systems. After hearing these diverse demands, Wu Sicheng leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Our drones are becoming smarter than the people. Meanwhile, on a popular video platform, a short video showcasing the unboxing of Xiao Huangya drones soaring over backyards went viral overnight. Consumers utilized them for aerial photography, weddings, capturing pets, cycling, and even a creator launched a flying challenge through mountain ravines, garnering over 1 million likes. Imitators, of course, were not absent. Just 2 months after Xiao Huangya's quadcopter skyrocketed in popularity, several similar models began appearing on the market. The casing colors were nearly identical, and the packaging even replicated Xiao Huangya's signature playful font, along with slogans touting high precision, positioning, and intelligent flying. They appeared quite impressive, seemingly capable of overtaking their predecessor. However, once airborne, the flaws became apparent. Stability was lacking. A reviewer in a video shrugged and chuckled, stating that after 3 minutes of flight, the drone began to drift, and a strong wind would send it careening off course. The battery life barely lasted 15 minutes. Another digital reviewer bluntly remarked, with a high-definition lens, the battery drains rapidly. Even more concerning, the price was not only uncompetitive but often higher. Many manufacturers, in their quest to imitate the design, resorted to spending lavishly on high-quality imitation shells. Yet they lacked the technical foundation for core components and algorithm optimization that Wu Sicheng's team possessed. The result was a drone that resembled the original, but flew like a toy and crashed like scrap metal. One curious client purchased several domestic imitations for testing, only to return all of them within a week. Not comparable, the technical director of a power company in northeast China shook his head, succinctly noting in the project report, in terms of wind resistance, visual algorithms, and payload capacity, Xiao Huangya is in a league of its own. Even pricing did not favor the imitators. This single statement encapsulated the embarrassing predicament of all the counterfeiters. The true ace up their sleeve was Wu Sicheng's flight control core. Without the core flight control algorithms, even the finest hardware is merely a paper tiger. Counterfeit products can only utilize publicly available low-tier chips, and when faced with high-intensity tasks, the system experiences severe lag or disconnection. This is not merely a competition between drones, as some industry insiders have commented, but rather a reflection of the disparities in industrial thinking encapsulated within a complete technological framework. Consequently, the wave of imitation subsided quietly after less than 2 months. The once eager subcontractors discreetly reverted their production lines back to Bluetooth earphones and small fans, with none daring to touch the lucrative aerial market. It has been less than a year since Wu Sicheng, burdened with millions in loans, led the transformation of a small rubber duck toy factory into a drone manufacturing enterprise. Yet, the products of the rubber duck brand have already blossomed and reached markets both domestically and internationally. Chapter 65. The sudden heavy snow. The place names are entirely fictional and unimportant. The focus is on the immense role of drones. This winter arrived early and with great weight. As January commenced, the eastern regions of Daxia descended into an unending snowfall. Initially, people believed it to be merely a typical cold winter, but by the second week, the snow thickened, falling continuously for several days. The accumulated snow on the streets, not yet melted, was covered by fresh layers, forming a thick white blanket that bent branches and blocked roads. Temperatures plummeted day and night, and the once ordinary rain transformed into freezing rain, silently encasing everything in ice. The Daxia Meteorological Bureau issued a series of red alerts for extreme low temperatures and widespread freezing rain, defining the phenomenon as a once-in-a-century snow event. Media outlets rapidly disseminated the news, reporting widespread ice accumulation on power lines and signs of road paralysis across multiple provinces. The warnings frequently mentioned atypical disasters and high-risk alerts for inter-regional emergency mobilization. In the city of Mo, at the rubber duck factory, a massive high-altitude testing chamber housed a Geotion cargo drone being gently lowered into a climate-controlled chamber by an industrial arm. At the control station, Sichen, clad in an electrostatic protective suit, intently focused on the temperature curve displayed on the screen. He paid little heed to the surrounding media frenzy. To him, the tests had not yet met the standards, and everything was merely a prelude to preparation. The temperature of the drone's shell, maintained at 28 degrees, allowed for normal operation, and the hydraulic chamber's antifreeze system responded well, as reported by the technician. However, Sichen shook his head and stated firmly, "Not sufficient. If we are to deploy for winter logistics, it must operate reliably at temperatures below 35 degrees, with no delays in flight control feedback, not even a half second." The engineering team suggested that further temperature reduction would necessitate military-grade refrigeration modules. "Then install them," he replied calmly, his tone sharp as an ice blade against iron. In the face of disaster, the public cannot afford to wait. It is not merely a matter of flying. The essential requirements are stability, precision, and reliability in operation. Outside the factory, snow fell like cotton, and the cold wind swept through the windows. Unbeknownst to all, a looming crisis was quietly approaching, one that would serve as a crucible for Sichen and his Geotion drones. As the snowfall intensified day by day, many regions in the southern territories of Daxia began to descend into paralysis. At that time, areas such as Qinglingdao, Songlingyu, and Nanliangzhou faced a near collapse of their transportation systems due to sustained low temperatures and freezing rain. Key transit routes, including Central Highway No. 1 and the Lingnan Main Railway, were entirely frozen and halted, with vehicles trapped as if on a frozen lake, and countless trains stranded mid-journey. The Power Grid Dispatch Center repeatedly sounded alarm signals, indicating an urgent situation. More pressing was the sudden influx of travelers during the spring festival rush. At the largest transportation hub within Chuyangdao, the Fuxi Railway Station, which typically managed a flow of 50,000 passengers, saw nearly 120,000 converge in just 2 days. The station was a sea of people, with announcements continuously relaying information about train delays. Some sat on the ground, while others waited in line for a full 4 hours, desperately hoping to secure a ticket for a makeshift transfer. The cries of infants, the lamentations of travelers, and the shouts of volunteers wove a chaotic symphony amid the cold wind. The airports fared no better. The South Wing Airport ceased all takeoffs and landings from midnight, with ice layers on the runway measuring 2 fingers thick and navigation lights nearly swallowed by snow. Ground staff, battling the snow, could only manage to maintain emergency parking positions. A multitude of international travelers found themselves stranded in the airport terminal, lacking sufficient winter clothing, access to hot water, and with their phone batteries rapidly depleting, their emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Within the Disaster Command Center, a liaison officer from the Frost Ridge Military District hurriedly moved about, sweat trickling down his temples, too preoccupied to wipe it away. In the 4th-floor conference hall of the operations building, the lights burned throughout the night, with a map projector displaying the situation across the central South Mountain Range and the hub plains, red dots and warning bands spreading like veins. The second supply line had just been severed by an avalanche. A senior engineer from the Ministry of Transport stood by the sand table, pointing at a mountain road originally intended for logistical detours, his voice hoarse. "We're left with only the northern route, but that too is frozen, and trucks have collided in a series." A representative from the Civil Aviation Administration frowned deeply. "All airport runways are frozen. High-altitude cruising is possible, but landing is not feasible, and civil aviation cannot execute any aircraft adjustments." The Meteorological Bureau predicted another cold pulse would arrive within 3 hours. Should this line break, the entire Central South transportation artery would be completely severed within 3 days. An agent from the dispatch center spoke in a low voice, setting down the emergency plan in hand. And for a moment, no one replied. "We cannot even transport emergency supplies in." The deputy director of the rear command glanced at the screen, where the previously marked red areas of the mountain range glowed ominously. While first-tier cities could rely on existing reserves for a few days, The towns and mountainous regions below were nearing starvation. There were also chronic patients and isolated elderly individuals whose medical supplies had run out. The real-time feedback on the data wall flickered incessantly. A certain mountain area hospital was unreachable. The fifth group of power towers had collapsed. Fuel was running low in Ishan town, and Siendu village was calling for help. Each report served as evidence of an impending crisis. The heavy atmosphere felt almost suffocating. Their dire situation was urgently relayed to the central command of Dacia. Meanwhile, the snow line in the southern region continued to press downwards, showing no signs of abating. What had initially seemed like unusual weather was gradually evolving into a life-and-death catastrophe concerning the entire energy security of Dacia. As night fell, the frigid air tightened its grip on the mountains like an iron hoop. In 1942, the vital artery known as the Southeast Major Power Line, spanning between Songlin-Yu and Tongchuan-Dao, suddenly emitted continuous alarms. The radar screens at the dispatch center displayed the power grid's network transforming into a red line marked with warning blocks, while the dense blue dots overlaying it indicated ice accumulation that was visibly increasing, flickering ominously. Temperatures plummeted, humidity levels exceeded critical thresholds, and severe freezing rain was returning. Technicians reported loudly, their faces pale. As everyone watched in horror, at 21:13, the first transmission tower collapsed on the surveillance screen with a bone-cracking sound, echoing through the air. The heavy metal structure tilted slowly in the ice and snow, like a fallen giant, crashing down into the valley along with high-voltage lines. The moment of fracture unleashed sparks that illuminated the night sky, revealing another form of unrest. Following swiftly, the second and third towers fell like dominoes, the entire corridor of towers collapsing over dozens of kilometers. At 22:05, the central power supply area of Dacia officially plunged into darkness. The city lights flickered out like candles snuffed by a deity, leaving behind only the cold wind and distant voices on once bustling streets. The power dispatch center descended into utter chaos, as backup power could not cover the entire area, and priority protection targets could not be switched due to the collapse of the dispatch system. At that moment, the broadcast in the Southern Power Hub's dispatch room was anything but calm. Line overload warning, backup power is operating beyond capacity. Chapter 66, Disaster Relief Drones within the Air Force Emergency Command Headquarters. A directive was issued late at night. Activate the Jiotian cargo drone system to execute the first batch of extreme cold airdrop supply missions. The meteorological situation map projected on the wall indicated that red alert zones covered half of the southern territories. The thickness of the ice had surpassed historical records, and traditional transportation methods had completely ground to a halt. At this critical moment, the only vehicles capable of traversing the extreme cold skies and bypassing the frozen surface were the new aircraft that had yet to be fully mass-produced. The Ministry of National Defense's research department promptly established contact with Sichen. At midnight, the Little Yellow Duck factory was ablaze with light. Sichen, clad in a thick cotton training uniform, stood in the center of the drone assembly workshop. The liaison officer dispatched by the military promptly handed over a formal document, pledging full support for national disaster relief. The original model of the Jiotian drones was requisitioned entirely for the urgent airdropping mission of power and medical supplies in the central region. Sichen did not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He swiftly turned and, with a voice that resonated throughout the central control experiment chamber, commanded, remove the high-temperature dormancy modules from the stock of Jiotian and replace them with the latest cold-resistant insulated versions. Immediately recalibrate the hydraulic system, adjusting all pressure thresholds to standards suitable for extreme cold environments. Switch the risk control system to a level 3 alert, trigger stall protection in advance, and ensure that the navigation mode is monitored by AI throughout with manual verification. Before his words had fully settled, the engineering personnel were already springing into action, racing to their respective posts. The chief technician at the dispatch station quickly accepted the orders, typing commands on the keyboard while shouting to the team behind him. Flight control team, prepare to activate the ICE navigation module, updating meteorological data every 3 minutes. Initiate communication delay simulation to ensure full link redundancy. On the terminal screen, the frozen flight map illuminated, with emergency flight paths gradually taking shape against a deep blue background. These were the treacherous, snow-covered lines the drones were about to cross. The target flight paths were confirmed, with a technician loudly reiterating, Songlin area, Wangting Valley, and Shewanba. All 3 blackout zones. Mission objectives. Airdrop 2 sets each of portable power stations, emergency medical kits, and battlefield communication bases. Another programmer rapidly connected to the Daxia satellite data link, superimposing terrain images of the target zones. Sichen approached the control console, personally operating the map calibration system, manually inputting the 3 villages one by one, adjusting for altitude, wind speed, and airdrop window duration. His fingertips traced red lines on the touchscreen, each stroke akin to a blade slicing through the heavy snow night. With the guidance settings complete, the deputy controller stood at attention to report that all 3 pre-drop flight paths had been established and were executable. The flight control device completed its self-check. The energy module was filled and the hydraulic chamber stabilized. The ballistic module was inserted into the airdrop trajectory database, with an expected error margin of no more than 2 meters. Moments later, the main interface of the control console flashed, indicating that the first Jiutian emergency model was prepared, its status glowing like a beacon throughout the room. A countdown to takeoff would commence in 30 minutes. The engineering team leader glanced at Sichen, who took a deep breath and approached the control stick as if soothing a soldier about to charge into battle. His voice, though low, permeated the entire control center. Let it fly. He paused, his gaze resting on the flight path that would soon enter the storm, adding, "Tell it that this is not just a mission. It is a matter of life for a group of people waiting." In the night sky of Daxia's southern region, a silver silhouette finally pierced the silence, trailing a faint glow from its tail, racing through the blizzard toward the hopes of the people. Inside the Emergency Response Command Hall, alarms from ice formations across various regions surged at a rate of dozens per minute. On the screen, power transmission lines lit up with glaring red fault markers, particularly dense around the Zhongnan mountain range. The 3rd and 5th segments of the high-voltage line were severely iced, with tower bodies leaning at 2 degrees, posing a risk of fracture. When will the ground repair team arrive? The ground roads are closed, and the tracked vehicles are stranded halfway. After a moment of silence, an officer decisively spoke up. Activate the quadcopter ice removal unit. Upon the issuance of the command, the emergency quadcopters stationed at the Little Yellow Duck factory swiftly took to the air. The new generation models had been designed with extreme climate adaptability in mind. Equipped with infrared thermal imaging modules, lightweight electric arc flamethrowers, and temperature control feedback systems. The airframe was restructured with cold-resistant composite materials, and the power system was adjusted for low-temperature, high-frequency speed regulation. The FZ-7 formation completed preheating and awaited airspace clearance. The monitoring system authorized command synchronization, and the thermal imaging channel was activated. The target coordinates were uploaded. The segment of the southeastern main power line from Tower 72 to Tower 86. At the Command Center Dispatch Station, a crimson flight path streaked across the screen. The operator confirmed with a single click, and several drones shot skyward like arrows released from a bow, adorned with signal lights in the night, resembling a swarm of silver butterflies soaring amidst the storm. Upon entering the operational zone, the infrared lens swiftly switched to ice formation identification mode. The imagery on the main screen of the control hall displayed the power line towers as if they were slumbering steel dragons, with each icy segment marked by high-contrast thermal maps, red indicating thick ice layers, yellow for moderate icing, and green for operational segments. The algorithm instantaneously classified the cable's fragility levels and sent the processing paths back to each operational drone. As the formation's autonomous control permissions activated, they commenced ice removal. Just as the commander finished speaking, several FZ-7 drones gradually lowered their flight altitude. The flamethrower system beneath their bellies initiated with a pulse discharge. Instantly, a tongue of high-temperature flame precisely swept across the ice-bound cable below. A crisp crackle echoed as the camera captured the frost dispersing into mist, melting away in an instant. This entire process took no more than 2 seconds, without ever compromising the safety threshold of the cables. Ground emergency responders, standing 100 meters away, were able to grasp the locations of all fault points, damage levels, and repair progress through real-time footage before even approaching towers. It was as if we possessed the eyes of 1,000 miles and the hands of a god of fire, murmured one maintenance technician gazing skyward. In the control room, the real-time stitched thermal map of ice damage across the power grid presented a complete situational overview. The entire southeastern hub was being meticulously restored by an unseen hand, with red areas rapidly fading and alternating patches of green and yellow emerging, signaling that the power system was on the brink of rebooting. The quadcopters continued to hum through the snowy night, akin to tireless airborne repairers, providing the final breath of light for the entire region. Report: ice on the cable in Segment 3 has been cleared by 70%. AI analysis suggests partial restoration of power. Good. Immediately dispatch the ground team for replacement and initiate the emergency power connection procedure. For the first time in Dacia's history, remote dispatch for emergency repairs became a reality amidst this snow disaster. Meanwhile, the quadcopters, like small suns flying through the cold night, were gradually illuminating the path of hope. Chapter 67. The dazzling performance of drones south of the Nanling Mountains. The main vegetable-producing area, rarely afflicted by snow, faced its first snow load disaster. The wet snow brought by the cold air continuously blanketed the region, causing numerous greenhouse frameworks to collapse under the weight of accumulated snow overnight. Once the heart of vegetable supply for the entire southeastern urban cluster, it had transformed into a twisted steel wasteland and frozen fields. On the morning after, local agricultural officials braved the wind and snow to reach the site, encountering a scene too tragic to bear. Vast fields of cucumbers, peppers, and tomatoes had completely perished, and the frigid air was thick with the sour scent of decaying fruits and mingled soil. A responsible official, squatting at the field's edge and gazing at a frost-cracked eggplant, sighed silently. Just then, the emergency commissioner from the Provincial Agricultural Committee arrived, promptly issuing the directive: activate the quadcopter fleet immediately for high-altitude, remote sensing reconnaissance of the agricultural conditions in the region. We can no longer rely on manual checks of each plot. Time does not wait for anyone. In less than half an hour, over 10 quadcopters emblazoned with the Little Yellow Duck agricultural emergency insignia ascended from the temporary dispatch point, swiftly dividing into grids to execute formation flight. The multispectral cameras and thermal imaging modules aboard began scanning the farmland below in real time. The aerial image data was transmitted back to the command center at a second-level frequency. Damage levels of the greenhouse structures, extent of crop freezing, and snow depth. All information was integrated and analyzed through AI models, automatically generating a disaster damage map, encompassing economic crop loss indices and greenhouse collapse densities. Report: Block 5 is a Level 1 priority rescue zone, with 56 greenhouses completely collapsed and 70 hectares of high-value crops lost. The third data point indicates that some crops have not yet succumbed to freezing. It is advisable to urgently dispatch for thermal covering. The Western River Valley has a higher terrain, with the greenhouse remaining intact. It is recommended as a source for this allocation of vegetables. Every data line serves as a cornerstone of confidence. That night, the decision-making body of the Ministry of Agriculture convened a video conference based on this information, clearly issuing directives to commence the central disaster relief allocation and financial subsidy commands with aerial remote sensing data as the standard. North of the snow line, the winds sliced like blades. The icy mountain roads had long been impassable, with snow depths surpassing human waists in the deepest areas. And several already rugged paths outside the village had completely vanished. The village, named Shirwang, lies deep within the secluded mountain ranges and was relocated as a poverty alleviation point 10 years ago, maintaining tenuous communication with the outside world. This snow disaster had severed all connections. Shirwang had not received any supplies for a full 4 days. The village clinic ran out of antibiotics and antipyretics, leaving 2 children with persistent fevers from colds in a state of stupor. Over 80-year-old Madam, he sat in her home with the fire extinguished, barely wrapping her granddaughter with a blanket in a corner of the earthen calm. The granary was empty, the convenience store was stripped bare, and the last few bags of instant noodles were boiled in the mayor's kitchen, diluted into soup and distributed in bowls, barely sustaining them. There were 3 bags of milk powder left, the village doctor whispered, enough to last at most 1 more day. Outside, the snow continued to fall. At 11:30 that night, a warning broadcast echoed at the village entrance. Attention everyone, airdrop supplies are about to land. Please retreat indoors. The central open space is the drop zone. No one believed it until a buzzing sound pierced the night sky. Villagers peered out of their windows to witness a faint white light traversing the snow curtain, resembling the falling of the North Star, as if a divine miracle had descended. It was a modified model of the Jiutian cargo drone, adapted for extreme cold, fully loaded with supplies, flying a distance of 700 kilometers by night. It precisely skimmed 3 sides of snow-capped mountains, avoiding turbulent wind pockets, and ultimately descended steadily above the village south-central square, gradually lowering its cable. At the end of the cable hung an insulated container, its silver-white exterior embossed with the words Dacia Emergency Airdrop Relief. The box doors sprang open automatically, revealing 2 efficient fuel heaters, 10 packs of dehydrated vegetables, 4 boxes of compressed biscuits, 20 bags of milk powder, children's cold and fever medication, disinfectant heat packs, and flashlights neatly arranged. The first cry from the children inside erupted, drawn forth by the scent of milk powder. Madame H's frail hand trembled as it brushed against the remnants of airflow left by the drone, before she finally collapsed into the snow, tears streaming down her face. She looked up at the sky, murmuring, "These are divine soldiers from above." The drone ascended, heading towards its next destination, and though the snow still fell at that moment, every person in Shirwang knew they had not been abandoned. That very night, the Dacia Central Command established an Emergency Air Transport Coordination Command Center, headquartered in Zhongyuan Aerospace City. Faced with a widespread snow disaster across the nation, traditional ground dispatch had struggled to respond swiftly. The government proposed an unprecedented concept to establish an aerial emergency transport corridor spanning the entire country. This was a lifeline that did not rely on ground roads, was unaffected by snow barriers, and operated tirelessly day and night. The primary mobilization force was the Jiutian ultra-long-range cargo drones crafted by Wu Sichen. They traversed the aerial arteries, flying between various nodes, departing from northern supply depots, passing through central temporary transfer points, and subsequently delivering various emergency supplies and power relay equipment southward. However, maintaining such an extensive aerial network was far beyond the capabilities of single-machine endurance. At that moment, Wu Sichen sat in the control hall of the Magic City, his flight control team working tirelessly. He focused intently on the real-time trajectory display on the air traffic control screen, his brow furrowed. In the next moment, he stood up and commanded, "Change the single-line long-range dispatch to relay flights, using modular quick-change batteries at transfer nodes, and establish simple charging stations to ensure energy supplies every 500 kilometers. The night flight paths would incorporate AI wind field predictions to avoid strong wind vortices. Mountain routes would be uniformly switched to high-altitude, leap vertical descent, silent mode to prevent wind shear and ice accumulation." The flight control engineers rapidly typed on their keyboards, continuously updating the drone's dynamic parameters. Throughout the night, the system underwent repeated simulations, verifications, and deductions. Ultimately, a vast aerial transport map resembling a lifeline network took shape. Launching from the northern grain depots, crossing the snowy bands of Linlan and the ice barriers of the Yangtze River, directly reaching the disaster areas of the southern frontier. The entire flight route was composed of 15 relay stations, with up to 6 Jiutian drones working in concert, each batch delivering 10 tons of supplies, completing rotations at average intervals of 4 hours. On the first day the aerial passage opened, 37 villages and towns received hope from the skies. As the disaster entered its 8th day, the Yunling Plateau and Shaojiang Hills in the southwestern heartland of Dacia remained disconnected and out of communication. Days of freezing rain had caused numerous communication bases and towers to collapse, with snow burying the main fiber optic cables, making it impossible for ground repair teams to approach. The command center was in a state of acute anxiety, with multiple villages and towns completely silent, seemingly vanished from the map. At that moment, Wu Sichen proposed an emergency temporary plan to modify the Jiutian cargo drones to carry low-orbit microsatellite signal receivers, establishing a temporary signal coverage platform hovering at high altitude over the target areas. This device, previously used for remote surveying in border regions, had always been a military configuration. The technical lead quickly retrieved the module interface diagram while simultaneously reporting to the military, modifying it for the Jiutian, allowing it to hover stably at 3,000 meters for over 6 hours, with a signal strong enough to support intercom and data return over 300 square kilometers. The modification was completed in less than 2 days. On the third morning, 4 Jiutian drones took off sequentially from the Chuyuan airspace, heading to the 3 communication black spots of Baichuan, Longxi, and Yunling. After being equipped with a satellite relay module, they followed their designated flight paths to hover silently over the target areas, like 4 lighthouses floating in a world of ice and snow. 5 minutes later, an ecstatic voice resonated through the command center's communication channel. "This is Longxi Township. Please respond if you can hear us. We have been disconnected for 8 days. The signal has been restored. Can you hear us?" The entire command hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Simultaneously, high-ranking military officials promptly reported that the performance of the Jiutian drones during this disaster would be included in the strategic equipment reassessment content and marked as a significant emergency communication relay asset, enhancing its readiness level and integrating it into the future Joint Reserve System for wartime and disaster response equipment. The disaster was finally under control. On the 15th day, the Daxiao Central Command convened a grand summary meeting of the ice and snow disaster relief efforts. The personnel who fought on the front lines of disaster relief received commendations, and Wu Sicheng's drones gained even greater renown. Chapter 68. Spring Festival on New Year's Eve. The entire Little Yellow Duck factory lay enveloped in a silence akin to being swallowed by the winter night, with only a row of indicator lights on the testing platform flickering in solitude. Most of the factory lights were extinguished, and the vast workshop was empty, save for the occasional low whistle of wind passing through the overhead pipes. Wu Sicheng sat alone at the edge of the platform, a bento dinner brought by his assistant Yu Yunxiao before the holiday resting in front of him. He did not touch the chopsticks, but instead held a capacitive pen between his lips, his gaze fixed on the terminal screen where lines of code were being restructured. On the other side of the screen was the emergency flight framework for snow disasters that he had personally drafted. The Jiutian cargo drones that had rushed day and night, the quadcopters that had thawed frozen towers on the front lines, and the relevant emergency manuals had now been archived in historical records. Yet he knew that extreme weather was not the end. Another disaster might still be on the horizon. He needed to prepare answers for the future. The redundant route branch determination has not set priorities. If both points break the chain, repetitive flights may occur, he murmured to himself, fingers continuously tapping on the keyboard, his gaze gradually sinking into a weary focus. At that moment, a faint sound of tapping interrupted his thoughts. He instinctively looked up, only to see a blue and white beam of light shining through the gap in the adjacent hangar door. A quadcopter test machine slowly ascended, its rotors emitting a steady hum in the night, like a mechanical bird with vibrating wings. It glided along its preset trajectory to hover before him, momentarily pausing in midair before deftly dropping a hardshell paper box. "What is this?" Wu Sicheng raised an eyebrow, catching the box and placing it on the table. The outer packaging bore a testing logistics label, yet inscribed in haphazard handwriting was the phrase, "Urgent task for your eyes only." He tore open the seal, and a few small items sprang forth. A handwritten spring festival couplet on red paper with black characters, slightly crooked, a bag of sunflower seeds, and a neatly cut note card that read, "Every component in the factory remembers your presence. Happy New Year's Eve, General Wu." Wu Sicheng paused for a moment, his fingers gently tracing the rough edges of the couplet. He surveyed the surroundings. The empty factory was as still as the depths of the sea. Even the automatic doors were eerily quiet. The only companions keeping vigil on New Year's Eve were these silent mechanical allies. He affixed the couplet and stood at the door, gazing quietly for a moment. The red paper, somewhat coarse, bore slanted characters, yet the brush strokes emanated a sincere warmth. His reflection appeared in the glass door. His figure was slender, his countenance austere, and under the glow of the red couplet, he seemed to embody the essence of the festive season. A gentle smile curved his lips as he murmured, "This year, I shall celebrate the new year with you." Returning to the workstation, he finally lifted the insulated lunchbox left by his assistant, Yu Yunxiao, before the holiday. The lunchbox consisted of layers of aluminum, and as he opened the lid, a delightful aroma wafted forth, instantly dispelling the chill of the laboratory. The first layer contained glistening, tender braised lion's head meatballs, large and round, their savory scent inviting, accompanied by a few translucent braised cabbage leaves as garnish. The second layer presented a steaming portion of dual-flavored rice, sticky rice topped with thick slices of cured meat and sausage, the rich sauce mingling with a smoky flavor, as if encapsulating the festive spirit within this box of rice. The third layer held a bowl of golden chicken soup, floating within it chunks of free-range chicken and clusters of flower mushrooms. With goji berries and red dates bobbing on the surface, the broth clear and fragrant. At the bottom of the lunchbox lay a small, insulated bag, which surprisingly concealed a slice of sweet osmanthus rice cake, its sugary aroma enticing, alongside a small red envelope adorned with a yellow duck sticker, containing a note inscribed in a crooked hand. Boss, the New Year's Eve dinner shouldn't be too frugal. I brought back a taste of home for you. Yin. He stared at the note for several seconds, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. He then settled back into the testing chair, sipping the warm soup while typing the next segment of optimized code for the thermal control module. On the terminal, a small line was discreetly added to the version annotation. New Year's Eve, version code, Vigil. Beside the platform, the experimental quadcopter drone intended for gift-giving remained quietly hovering. It showed no intention of leaving, nor did it await a return command, as if it were a guardian keeping watch over him on this New Year's Eve. At this moment, the laboratory, illuminated by the soft glow of red lights and infused with the aroma of warm food, was imbued with a touch of humanity that transcended the realm of machines. After finishing his meal, he donned his coat, intending to step outside for some fresh air. By the factory gate, the security guard, Old Lee, sat in his booth scrolling through his phone while munching on peanuts. Upon seeing him, Old Lee cheerfully waved, "Hey, Xiao Wu, you haven't tea left yet? It's New Year's Eve, so cold out. Hurry back and rest." "Just stepping out to see the lights," Wu Sichen replied, nodding as he handed him a can of hot coffee. He stepped out of the factory. The night breeze brushed against him. Although the snow had not completely melted on either side of the street, it was no longer a mess. One by one, the lights flickered on, and the distant residential area, commercial district, and urban skyline came alive once more. The city, having weathered the snowstorm, was gradually regaining its usual rhythm. And in the unseen distance, several plainclothes personnel from the Daxia Security Bureau quietly stood at the street corner, observing the man who supported the nation's drone industry. They did not approach or disturb him. They simply followed at a distance, ensuring he could enjoy this brief moment of freedom. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the far sky. Accompanied by a soft sound, a formation of drones ascended from the opposite end of the city, gracefully tracing an arc in the night sky, forming the characters for Happy New Year. Following this, dozens of cold fireworks erupted from the formation, shimmering like silver threads against the sky, creating bursts of brilliance. Nearby, the crowd gasped in awe. Children chased the shadows of the lights, while adults looked up, their eyes filled with the joy of the new year. "Despite the snowstorm we faced this year," he murmured, his gaze following the fireworks and light displays, "the government responded swiftly and executed timely rescues." He squinted, watching the warm glow of thousands of homes in the distance. Those lights represented the laughter of children, the reassurance of the elderly, and the rhythm of the city's recovery. He exhaled softly, as if concluding a thought in his heart, or perhaps tenderly affirming the world around him. "How wonderful," he said. On the return journey, the night was tranquil, the street lights casting shadows upon the remaining snow, which reflected a mottled silver white. Just as he reached the factory gate, a faint whimpering sound reached his ears. He paused, following the sound to a corner where a fluffy creature had curled up beneath a discarded promotional sign, shivering. It was a Shiba Inu, its fur disheveled, its nose reddened by the cold, and its eyes conveyed a blend of fear and a longing for closeness. Wu Sicheng slowly crouched down, making no sudden movements. The little Shiba Inu sniffed his outstretched hand, but did not flee. It merely shifted slightly closer. "To be out here in this cold," he murmured, shedding his coat to wrap around the dog and carrying it back to the factory. Upon returning to the office, Wu Sicheng wasted no time and headed straight to the tool room. He dismantled several spare drone batteries and connected them to a small thermal control module. In no time, he assembled a portable heating source capable of maintaining a stable room temperature. He placed the battery pack inside an empty storage box and wrapped it with some spare engineering cotton, ultimately creating a simple yet warm doghouse. The little Shiba Inu nestled inside, snuggling next to the warmth, emitting a soft, contented whine. Wu Sicheng squatted beside it, gently stroking its head, and softly said, "If you're not afraid of me, I suppose that counts as having a companion this year." The spring festival holiday passed more quietly than ever before. Until the first day back to work after the new year, Yu Yinyao entered the office with her computer bag. Just as she removed her scarf, she spotted a fluffy creature lounging on the office sofa, licking its paws. "Oh," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, how adorable. When did you get a dog?" Wu Sicheng did not look up, but simply replied, "His name is Ha Jimmy. Yu Yunyao blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Did you name the dog after a cat?" Wu Sicheng adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, yet tinged with seriousness. "It sounds like a cultured name." Yunyao, suppressing her laughter, petted Ha Jimmy, who was already wagging its tail and approaching her affectionately. "All right then," she said, stroking the dog's head. "Your office has transformed from a high-tech hub into a cozy haven." Ha Jimmy looked up and barked at her. Sunlight streamed through the window, adding a warmth to the room that surpassed the system's update logs. "By the way, General Wu," Yinyao said, "we received another order request from the Middle East for a batch of drones, but they hope to utilize jet propulsion and achieve supersonic capabilities." Chapter 69. Supersonic penetration drones. Yu Yunyao pushed the data from her tablet towards him, and the screen displayed the latest procurement list from the Middle Eastern client. Her tone steady, she explained, they wish to purchase a batch of drones equipped with jet propulsion capabilities for high-altitude border surveillance and rapid tactical response. And they specifically requested that the drones possess short-term supersonic penetration capabilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Sicheng's fingers tapped the table lightly, his brow furrowing for a moment as he quietly repeated, "Supersonic penetration drones?" Wu Sicheng's gaze sharpened, and he mentally commanded, "System, retrieve relevant plans for supersonic drones." In the next instant, a familiar and melodious electronic voice, tinged with a playful tone, chimed in. "The system has already retrieved the technical tree for supersonic penetration drones for the host, with clear indications of inspiration value consumption. Take your time to choose." A technology blue interface materialized in his mind, with modular engine classifications unfolding like a star map, the main categories clearly delineated: traditional jet, ramjet system, composite variable cycle, detonation wave series. Strategic propulsion. At the very bottom, the two exceedingly familiar labels take precedence: turbojet engine and turbofan engine. With a maximum cruising speed below 18 Mach, they are well-established, cost-effective, and easy to maintain, yet they possess no deterrence against breaching enemy airspace. Wu Sicheng furrowed his brow, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Such devices would be embarrassing even as target drones in the Middle East. His fingers glided lightly, causing the interface to swiftly scroll upward, revealing the second tier of modules. The ramjet engine boasts a maximum speed exceeding 4 Mach, yet requires prior acceleration for ignition, making its takeoff conditions stringent and its low-altitude efficiency dismal. Utilizing this would necessitate a propulsion guidance segment. His eyes flickered, and a framework began to form in his mind. Turbojet ignition, followed by ramjet relay, with initial acceleration paving the way for subsequent penetration. The logic held, the technological maturity was acceptable, and the cost lay within the realm of human feasibility. Just as he prepared to finalize his choice, he glanced once more at the upper tier of technology, the integrated turbojet ramjet system, variable cycle engine. It features smart control over the intake mode, achieving continuous thrust coverage between 0 and 4 Mach, with extensive environmental adaptability. It stands as a key power module for future combat unmanned platforms. However, the notes accompanying it were less enchanting than the technology itself. The structure is extremely complex, with no complete engineering solutions for the intake switching system, combustion chamber control system, and collaborative control of the turbo ramjet module. Currently, only 3 research entities, Long Ing and E, are in the experimental verification phase. He hovered his fingertip for several seconds before ultimately sliding past. Merely foreign trade orders. There was no need to offer high-tech packages. Moreover, he understood that if it were publicly exported under the banner of variable cycle, no matter which Middle Eastern country placed an order, the elderly Song from the Technology Bureau would be the first to erupt with rage on the other end of the line. His fingers slid upward again, and the system interface unfurled like a starry sky, revealing a row of golden technological labels that stood like thrones at the edge of time. The Pulse Detonation Engine, PDE, occupied the foremost position. It replaces traditional combustion with periodic detonation waves, theoretically enhancing thrust density several-fold. Its structure is simple. The combustion chamber requires no complex compression system, yet ignition synchronization, combustion continuity, and energy attenuation issues remain unresolved. The system thoughtfully noted, This technology has been tinkered with by countries like Ing and G for over 40 years, yielding scant results, with a testing failure rate of 89. Wu Sicheng raised an eyebrow. Is this something written in textbooks to scare children? Following closely was an even more captivating entry. The rotating detonation engine, RD. Framed in gold with annotations. It achieves continuous propulsion through rotating detonation waves along a circular chamber, boasting high combustion stability, controllable structure, and significantly better thrust-to-weight ratio and fuel efficiency than existing jet systems. It possesses potential for miniaturization and high-speed, long-endurance applications. Oh! Wu Sicheng's eyes brightened as he reached out to click on the technical details, only to be startled by the requirements for inspiration points. The exchange required 24 times the current standard of inspiration points. He sighed softly. Indeed, it is a near-future weapon, exorbitantly priced. Yet before he could dismiss the thought, the screen shimmered with a new glow. The oblique detonation engine, SDE, appeared. The module shell exhibited an almost gold-red sheen, resembling not merely a technical option, but a prophecy yet untouched by human civilization. Guided by shock waves, the detonation waves propel forward, theoretically allowing for a sustained detonation state without the need for compressors or complex piping, relying solely on fuel and configuration to generate stable supersonic jets. The notes were exceedingly calm, globally the highest efficiency, the greatest thrust, and the most direct thermal conversion. Yet the ignition conditions, material limits, and computational models all remain ungrounded. Wu Sicheng stared at the gold-red label, his expression unconsciously turning serious. He could distinctly sense the system deliberately creating a sense of oppressive civilizational ceiling beneath this tier of technology. If this could be realized, who would need formations of fighter jets? A single flying stick could circle the Earth. He murmured in reflection, a flicker of unusual brilliance passing through his gaze, a subtle tremor that only appears in the eyes of creators at the dawn of civilization. The system interface seemed to sense his ambition, and in the next moment, a new prompt quietly emerged. Special Technology Expansion Civilization Leap Level. Nuclear Thermal Propulsion Engine, utilizing a fission reactor to heat the jet stream, theoretically allowing for infinite endurance. Magnetic Confinement Fusion Jet Engine, harnessing high-energy plasma with tokamak-level magnetic fields to output stable thrust. Antimatter Annihilation Thruster, with a unit mass conversion efficiency nearing 100. A single marble could bring about cataclysmic destruction. Each icon flickered slightly, as if whispering from the distant future of the cosmos, conveying a cold conclusion to this era. You are still too early. Wu Sicheng snorted coldly, casually shutting down those few gold-red icons. He muttered to himself, if these were handed over to the Middle East, it would be aiding the enemy, not trading. His gaze returned to the most rational combination: turbojet ignition and ramjet relay, high-altitude rapid ingress and egress, utilizing new high-temperature alloys for materials, employing the previously modified high-altitude flight control module for guidance algorithms, and designing the platform skeleton with stealth in mind. That would suffice. He tapped to integrate the technology, and a confirmation prompt from the system appeared instantly. Do you wish to pay 900 inspiration points to exchange for the basic propulsion plan of a medium-range supersonic drone? Confirmed. As the words barely left his lips, streams of knowledge surged into the depths of his consciousness like microcurrents. The air around him seemed to vibrate for a moment, as inspiration, calculations, and deductions poured into his mind like mercury, as if he were not learning, but rather recalling a memory never forgotten. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. Xiaoyu. He looked up at you, Yaneo, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of wildness. Notify the R&D department to prepare for the project. We shall create a hypersonic drone unseen in the Middle East. Chapter 70. Visitors from Adasha Technology Bureau. In the following days, the entire factory operated almost without rest. Wu Sicheng personally led the propulsion department, the aerodynamics group, and the materials laboratory, working tirelessly, although the core design logic had already taken shape in his mind. Compressing the theory of turbojet ignition and ramjet relay into a functional drone body still required the matching and fine-tuning of countless parts. Thanks to the mature plans instilled in his mind by the system, the project's progress was surprisingly smooth. With even the notoriously troublesome aerodynamic fuel, thrust, matching passing in one go. In less than a week, The first experimental model was already completed, sleek as an arrow. Its surface coated in a light gray matte mid-wave stealth paint, with a simple yet striking model number that concealed its sharpness. Wu Sicheng applied for a test flight plan, initially expecting it to be merely a procedural report. To his surprise, the head of Shanjian Technology Bureau, Song Xiujia, personally arrived, accompanied by Su Yuling from the National Security Bureau. As soon as the office door closed, Song Xiujia smiled warmly and spoke. "Young friend, it is good to see you again." "Old Song," Wu Sicheng replied while handing over a teacup, raising an eyebrow. "This drone. It hasn't crossed the technological red line you mentioned, has it?" Song Xiujia took a sip of tea, but his gaze swept towards a document in the corner of the office, marked with sketches of the flight control locking module structure. His tone gentle, yet carrying a hint of significance. "Strictly speaking, it has not. However, while your drone's stealth capabilities may not match our top-tier version, it is still sufficient to surpass global mainstream models. The combination of turbojet and ramjet is still in the small-scale production research transition phase here. You have quietly presented a mass production plan. The system modules are all locked," Wu Sicheng explained. "Internal deployment in Daxia cannot be activated. Overseas, they are equipped with your military's directional locking control interface. No matter which country purchases it, as long as you input the master control code, it can be immobilized on the spot. I have also left a protective threshold for the core technology, making reverse engineering impossible." As he spoke, he pushed over a small metallic box, prompting Su Yuling to raise an eyebrow. She donned gloves to take it, gently lifting the lid to reveal a specially designed locking USB drive, with clear markings of its number and permissions. "I understand your concerns," Wu Sicheng supplemented. "Yet in the eyes of Daxia and Yingjiang, this concept has long surpassed the stage worthy of emulation. For them, it holds no reference value. For other nations, it merely represents an exclusive privilege for buyers." Song Xiujia gently caressed the teacup in his hand, his smile unwavering, yet the direction of his words shifted. "Indeed, my young friend, your considerations are truly meticulous. However, the single utterance of however lingered with profound significance, akin to a probing fishing line gently cast upon the still surface of the water." Wu Sicheng lifted his gaze, his brows arching slightly. "However, what?" Song Xiujia chuckled, his laughter discreet, reminiscent of a cunning old fox finally revealing its tail. "Observing your maneuvers, you have effortlessly struck at the sensitive points of our technological development. If I were to claim that I harbor no doubts about the treasures within your mind, that would be a blatant falsehood." His words were polite, yet his gaze was sharp as a knife, scrutinizing Wu Sicheng's expression in an attempt to capture even the slightest fluctuation. It was no wonder he would probe so, considering that Daxia currently stands at the forefront of a bottleneck in next-generation aviation propulsion systems. Whether it be the small variable cycle engine under collaborative development or the struggling theoretical validation platform for the rotating detonation engine. Even that almost metaphysical concept of the oblique detonation engine remains in a stage where theory is substantial, yet the physical manifestation is lacking. After years of exploration, they still tread a difficult path. Yet here stood this youth, casually presenting an exportable hypersonic unmanned platform, seemingly overshadowing Daxia's existing technological reserves. If he claimed to possess nothing, it would be implausible. Wu Sicheng simply raised a hand to lightly touch his chin, a half-smile adorning his face as he regarded Song Xiujia. "Indeed, there is." Song Xiujia's eyebrows twitched, barely containing himself, nearly spilling his tea. "What did you say?" "I said." Wu Sicheng leaned back in his chair, as if casually stating, "I possess a complete conceptual framework for a variable cycle engine, accompanied by some technical drafts, fully theoretical and materializable." Song Xiu momentarily lost his train of thought, as though struck by a hammer upon his forehead. Having lived more than half his life, he had encountered countless hollow ideas, yet gazing into the eyes of this individual, he perceived that unwavering confidence and composure, even tinged with a hint of a premature superiority. He understood that this was not a mere possibility. It was indeed achievable. "Good lad," he murmured, "your mind must be a strategic intelligence repository." Wu Sicheng did not keep him in suspense. He was well aware that the overall technological level of Blue Star rendered the rapid realization of super leap technology exceedingly challenging. Although the rotating detonation engine and the oblique detonation engine were ultimate goals, the inspiration value quoted by the system was exorbitantly high, belonging to the realm of burning money to create miracles. However, the variable cycle engine was different. It approached the technological margins of the current era with a relatively reasonable consumption of inspiration value. Furthermore, once successful, it could immediately propel the development of Desia's next-generation fighter jets and serve as a platform for transitioning to subsequent detonation-type technologies. Once the variable cycle engine materialized in Desia, the system's inspiration pricing for subsequent advanced engines would consequently decrease. This was his carefully considered strategic choice. "I will organize this over the next few days," he stated nonchalantly. "Provide me with an official contact method, and in a few days, you may send someone to collect it." Song Xiujia suppressed his overwhelming joy, meticulously writing down his personal number and casually extracting a red-stamped special contact certificate from his pocket. "Take this. It grants you access to our system's propulsion department without any prior notice." At the test flight site, Song Xiujia, the director of the Desia Technology Bureau, alongside Su Yuling from the Safety Bureau, stood with Wu Sicheng on the remote observation platform, each holding high-precision military binoculars fixated upon the distant silver-gray unmanned aerial vehicle, its lines sharp and surface adorned with low-visibility coating. The countdown to takeoff began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ignition. As the countdown echoed from the command center, a deep roar, akin to a beast's growl, shattered the runway as the turbofan engine ignited first. The unmanned aerial vehicle was propelled forward as if released by a powerful force, soaring into the sky mere seconds later. Upon completing the turbofan acceleration phase, the flight control system seamlessly transitioned to ramjet mode. In the next moment, a high-temperature tail flame, reminiscent of a meteor's trail, tore through the air, the aircraft suddenly accelerating as if leaping beyond the sound barrier, ascending to great heights. Song Xiujia narrowed his eyes, quietly observing through the binoculars for a moment, a hint of a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Quite impressive," he remarked, his tone imbued with a rare blend of admiration and caution. "Its performance is hardly inferior to the hypersonic stealth drone we are currently developing." Indeed, Wu Zong is a remarkable talent. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound in the civilian sphere. As he spoke, he cast another glance at the unmanned aerial vehicle still gliding in high-altitude test, quietly adding, "Moreover, this one is capable of flying out." Wu Sicheng merely smiled in silence. He had long grown accustomed to such praise. In his mind, this hybrid hypersonic drone was merely a simplified version customized for foreign trade in the Middle East. The true centerpiece was the next-generation core engine, the variable cycle engine, which he intended to reserve for the Desia military. After the test flight concluded, the staff reported stability, success, and compliance with standards. Song Xiujia did not linger, simply patting Wu Sicheng on the shoulder, preparing to depart with a light-hearted stride. Before leaving, he turned back, half jokingly yet half seriously smiling as he said, "I wish your unmanned aerial vehicle great success in the Middle East." Watching their convoy depart the factory premises, Wu Sicheng stood before the observation window of the command tower, gazing at the dissipating vortex trails in the sky, his expression tinged with a hint of disdain and weariness. "Just a mere turbofan ramjet," he murmured to himself. "It is merely for others to use." He understood all too well that once the variable cycle engine entered mass production, these temporary substitutes would swiftly become obsolete. At that point, he would truly have taken the next step in paving the way for Desia's new generation of aerial trajectories. All of this, after all, was merely a prelude. Chapter 71, Variable Cycle Engine. The shock of the Aviation Power Research Institute after several consecutive days of adjustments and pressure tests, the supersonic unmanned aerial vehicle, designated LS-01, finally reached its final form. Wu Sicheng stood atop the assembly workshop's platform, gazing at the batch of silver-gray bodies that had completed their initial mass production, his demeanor calm as still water, yet unable to conceal the glimmer in his eyes. "Let's name it Legion 1, he whispered. With the name established, rapid mass production ensued. The factory operated day and night as technicians and engineers accelerated the process according to the pre-configured node diagrams devised by Wu Sicheng. The entire production line seemed to be equipped with turbines in less than 10 days. The first batch of 3 units was officially packaged and prepared for dispatch to a certain country in the Middle East. The military purchasing representatives there had grown impatient, having used the word urgent 5 times in their emails. However, almost simultaneously, Wu Sichen did not forget another, even more critical task. He would never cut corners when it came to providing Xia with anything. Sitting before his office computer, he silently opened the system interface. The inspiration value column fluctuating rapidly. He accurately input the variable cycle engine entry, and the system promptly displayed a confirmation message for redemption. Upon confirmation, a torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to floodwaters pouring into a parched canyon, instantaneously sketching out an intricately detailed set of design blueprints. Unlike the patchwork logic of turbofan ramjet relay, the core of the variable cycle engine lies in its ability to switch between continuous states, allowing for both low-speed startup and high-speed cruising, as well as intelligent thrust structure adjustment across different flight environments. It marks the dawn of a new era in engines. He steadily exported the blueprints, attaching 3 pages of key technical points and material specifications, and packaged them into a specially encrypted USB drive. Subsequently, he dialed Song Xiujia's contact number. "My young friend, your efficiency is astonishing, as you promised a few days ago." Song Xiujia's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if accustomed to the rhythm of this treasure trove of civilian technology. The following morning, Su Yuling arrived as promised, dressed in a sharp suit. His demeanor remained as calm and decisive as ever, foregoing pleasantries as he entered, verifying codes, sealing packages, his movements as swift as those of a military special agent. "The contents of this USB drive must be personally delivered by you." Wu Sichen, while handing over a technical encryption box, calmly admonished, "Deliver it to that location, and ensure no one intervenes along the way." Su Yuling said little, merely nodding, her gaze as resolute as ever. Hours later, as dusk descended, a transport helicopter skimmed low over the central mountainous region, its rotor blades stirring the pine forest below. In an instant, the cabin door opened, and Su Yuling, clad in a specially designed tactical jacket, leaped down, landing soundlessly and striding purposefully toward the core complex hidden within the mountains. This was Tianqi, the most enigmatic aviation power research base in Daxia. It had long been designated as a first-class military restricted zone. The outside world only knew it by its codename, Halunko, unaware that it concealed the very heart of Daxia's aviation technology. The airspace in the entire region was closed off, with radar camouflage and signal jamming systems perpetually activated, such that even a bird entering would be marked in real time. Su Yuling possessed a Zhan Guang-level access pass, a privilege reserved for the National Security Special Operations Group and high-ranking technology officials. At each of the 7 checkpoints along the way, as she presented her identification card, it elicited a somber and reverent mechanical voice, followed by the flickering of green lights indicating successful password verification. She ultimately arrived at the underground 3rd level, Research Node 1. Here lay the heart of Tianqi, where the entire production plan for Daxia's current turbofan ramjet engine was initiated. The research team was fervently advancing experiments on variable cycle engines. Yet several core technological barriers remained unbroken, with experts estimating it would take at least 2 to 3 more years. Thus, when news spread that Su Yuling bore a groundbreaking proposal, the atmosphere in the first laboratory shifted dramatically. "He has arrived?" Director Kuang Yinyu nearly rushed to the reception area. Kuang Yinyu was a towering figure in the field of aviation power. His hair is silver, thread woven through time, yet his gaze was sharp and vibrant. He was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. "Is this truly the blueprint for the variable cycle engine?" "Indeed," Su Yuling replied, opening her briefcase to reveal a USB drive inscribed with an encryption code, which she handed to him. Kuang Yinyu seized it, but his immediate reaction was one of skepticism as he murmured, "Could it possibly have come from Eagle Sauce?" It was no wonder he was suspicious. Currently, the only entities capable of researching such advanced engines, aside from Daxia, were Eagle Sauce. Other nations could not even stabilize their own WS-15 engines, let alone venture into such elite domains. Su Yuling merely smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying. "Do not concern yourself with the source. Focus instead on the content and its utility for you." The fewer who knew of Wu Sichen, the safer he would be. The air within Research Node 1 seemed to ignite instantly, as Director Kwang Yinyu's brow furrowed, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Upon inserting the USB drive into the main control terminal, the projection interface rapidly unfolded, displaying a series of deep blue, three-dimensional configurations swirling in the air. Summon the engine technology team, he commanded while operating the interface. 10 minutes later, over 30 key technical personnel arrived, including core engineers from the Materials Group, Structural Group, Combustion System Group, and Power Control Group. The conference room's long table was filled to capacity, with every individual holding their breath, intently observing the projection. Initially, they all assumed this was merely a theoretical prototype diagram of a type that brimmed with imagination but lacked practical grounding. However, 5 minutes later, discussions commenced. This flow control valve design feels less like a conceptual prototype and more like an optimization addressing our current fourth batch prototype issues. The insulation layer structure of the combustion chamber is fully formed, and there are thermal fatigue tolerance markings. This ISNT experimental blueprints, it's standardized engineering documentation. Look here. They even listed alternative materials and corner tolerances, along with experimental data. Who would include such details in a prototype diagram? A materials expert suddenly pointed at a specific area on the interface, his voice rising an octave. This is the nanoceramic fiber coating we have long coveted. We just managed to create an experimental grade sample, and this diagram directly lists the production ratios. Kwang Yinyu's expression transformed entirely. He immediately stood up, holding the conference board eraser while talking to himself. This ISNT a concept, this ISNT an idea, this ISNT a preliminary prototype. This is a practical mass production version. This is a technical implementation manual. He halted, his gaze like a thunderbolt directed at Su Yuling. Where on earth did this technology come from? His voice was low, yet it seemed to emanate a wave of heat from his chest. If it had indeed originated from Eagle Sauce, then the gap between them would not be merely a year or two, but 5, 10, or even more. I must know the source. Su Yuling looked at him and smiled slightly. Rest assured, this technology did not come from abroad. It was delivered by our own people. Our own people? Kwang Yinyu furrowed his brow, his gaze skeptical. As one of the chief leaders of Daxia's aviation power system, if there were indeed such an extraordinary team within, I would have heard some whispers. She replied calmly, "That's because he is not one of your system's members." This statement left Kwang Yinyu momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at her, then turned to the projection where precise material parameters and redundant structures were laid out, his mind buzzing. After a while, it seemed he finally accepted this absurd reality. Very well. He sighed deeply, a smile he could not suppress emerging on his face. No matter where this genius comes from, as long as this allows us to break through variable cycle engines 3 years ahead of schedule, even surpassing Eagle Sauce, I will accept it. He waved his hand, instructing all technical personnel, blueprint number 001, initiate synchronized preservation. I do not want to see a single person on leave for the next 3 days. Push with all your might into the actual verification phase and expedite mass production. Thus, at a historical turning point in Daxia's generational leap in aviation engine technology, a door was quietly opened. Chapter 72, Ding. Received the generous rewards from the oil tycoons. The sun in the Middle East beat down like fire upon a secret testing airport nestled in the heart of the desert. At the end of the runway, a recently arrived Legion, one hypersonic stealth drone, stood silently. Its body was a deep, dark metallic gray, resembling a hunter lurking in the stormy night, with a surface coating reflecting a subtle matte sheen. The lines were sharp and elegant, akin to a sword yet to be drawn. A group of Middle Eastern arms buyers, clad in pristine white robes, stood at a safe distance, gazing at this machine that had captured their breath even before it took flight. One person whispered in admiration, "This is not a drone, this is aerial aesthetics." Another wealthy businessman, donning gold-rimmed glasses, raised a pair of binoculars to scrutinize the aircraft, noting that even the air intake was an S-curve, fully stealthy in design, cleaner than even Eagle Sauce's X-47. Ding! Received the aircraft from General Wu. The communication device at the dispatch station emitted a prompt sound, and several accompanying flight testers immediately began their preparation procedures. The ignition roar erupted, and the turbojet module at the rear of the Legion, one activated first, the fuselage slowly gliding out of the launch track. As it broke through the sound barrier, the scramjet engine ignited in sequence, and at that moment, a marvelous mock ring suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a silver circle piercing the sky, blossoming in the lens. It had already ascended to nearly Mach 6. The tester's voice trembled as he observed the trajectory signal in the high altitude. The Legion. One rapidly soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, simulating a penetration flight that entered the radar blind zone, completing a maneuver in the response time gap, and finally gliding past the target airspace at an angle. In the ground command station, after a roar, the hypersonic stealth drone Legion 1 executed a textbook-level Mach 6 cloud-piercing performance, beautifully sweeping over sand dunes and soaring above shallow seas, leaving behind a stunning Mach ring and a long tail flame ripple. Clad in a crimson robe and wearing a golden crown, the young crown prince was as excited as a child who had spotted a coveted toy, waving his gold-tipped cane and shouting repeatedly, "I'll pay double the price. I want 100 of them. Just look at the curves on this one." I could gaze at it for an entire year. Before his words had fully faded, another prince in white robes coughed, sneering, "Only 100? Do you wish to lead the people of Dacia to believe that we from the Middle East are incapable of affording such luxuries? Call forth a messenger to place an order for 500 units, and while you are at it, send General Wu a Persian lion skin blanket. Inform him that should he nod in agreement, I shall expedite the construction of a pyramid factory overnight." Meanwhile, Pian, who had long been standing nearby with a satellite phone in hand, appeared unfazed by the unfolding events and decisively remarked, "Notify the Ministry of Finance without delay. Disburse the full payment. We cannot afford to keep General Wu waiting. Otherwise, we shall lose all respect for ourselves." At that moment, Wu Sichen's smart device vibrated gently, indicating the receipt of generous tips from the oil magnates. Sitting in his office in the magical city of Modu, he gazed at the incoming funds, a smile creeping onto his lips. He mused softly, "To us, these items are strategic resources for the Dacia military. To the Middle East, they are mere works of art." With a casual swipe, he closed the device, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "Had I known, I would have adorned the packaging with a touch of luxury, perhaps gilded edges, leveraging Dacia's extraordinarily precise and efficient manufacturing chain. Every component from the engine's core to the stealth coating and autonomous flight control chip is entirely domestically integrated. The production cost of each drone is even less than 1/20th of its selling price. In other words, is pure profit. Proceed with production and inform logistics to deliver the requested number of drones." He turned to instruct his assistant, Yu Yunyao. At the same time, the situation in the Middle East suddenly shifted. The nation of Squid, under mysterious influence, brazenly launched several medium-range tactical missiles against the Resistance Arc's controlled territory in the early hours. Although the attack did not cause significant damage, it was undeniably provocative. As news broke, tensions escalated to a peak. Within the command center of the Resistance Arc, under dim lighting, a large screen displayed real-time ballistic analysis. Each trajectory sliced through the night sky like a blade, piercing already taut nerves. Armed Commander Chin Hamid calmly observed the screen, his eyes betraying no emotion. But after a moment, a cold smile slowly emerged. The Squid truly had a death wish. Beside him, his aide, Nur, clenched his fists and murmured through gritted teeth, "They are testing our limits. Can we allow this?" Hamid softly repeated, "If we allow it, we shall no longer be called the Resistance Arc." With a sudden, chilling wave of his hand, he commanded, "Initiate the counterattack plan. The first round of rocket fire will target military airfields, missile sites, and communication towers." With the order given, the entire operations room sprang into action. Amidst the explosive sounds of launch, dozens of medium-range rockets were fired from concealed positions, streaking through the pre-dawn sky towards multiple military targets within Squid territory. Although the Squid nation urgently activated its Patriot air defense system to intercept the incoming missiles, many were successfully shot down. Nevertheless, several rockets struck their marks, hitting border radar stations and a small military base, igniting fierce flames and triggering relentless alarms. Upon receiving the news, the political landscape in the Squid nation descended into chaos. In the parliamentary hall, the Minister of Defense waved documents while shouting, "Have they lost their minds? How dare they retaliate?" The Minister of Foreign Affairs wore a despondent expression. "We are a sovereign nation. How can they dare to attack us? We are the father of eagle sauce." The Prime Minister's face flushed crimson as he slammed his hands on the table, pressing down on the red telephone lines button. The screen displayed a secure communication channel to the Eagle Sauce Overseas Command, and his tone rapidly shifted to exaggerated arrogance. "Son, come quickly. They are attacking me." Simultaneously, the president of Squid stepped onto the podium at a press conference, still clad in an ill-fitting suit, grinning broadly. "I announce that today we shall unveil my long-hidden trump card." He paused, as if waiting for the audience's attention to peak, then pointed dramatically to the sky and proclaimed, "Son, summon the Eagle Sauce." The journalists in the audience erupted in confusion, unsure whether to take notes, applaud, or alert the authorities. On the other side of the ocean, the upper echelons of Eagle Sauce exchanged puzzled glances upon receiving the urgent plea for assistance from Squid. "What did you just call us?" "Son," the chief of staff's voice was barely audible. The Pentagon was enveloped in 5 seconds of silence, after which the fleet dispatcher gently pressed the red button on the table. The Atlantic Fleet set course for the Mediterranean. Hours later, global satellite imagery monitoring networks simultaneously sounded red alerts as a large maritime fleet traversed the Strait of Gibraltar, its trajectory piercing directly into the heart of the Mediterranean. The identification results were swiftly relayed to major military intelligence terminals. The image froze, showcasing the fleet's lead vessel, a snow-white supercarrier with a deck as expansive as a floating island, sailing majestically. Its hull was marked CVN-81, the latest generation of Eagle Sauce's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Freedom. Following closely were several Ticonderoga-class cruisers, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, and fast supply ships, forming a typical second carrier strike group, combining surface and aerial capabilities. On the carrier's deck, FA-18EF Super Hornets, 18G Growlers, and 2D Advanced Hawkeye early warning aircraft were neatly arranged, while the radar array atop the command tower rotated slowly, resembling a legendary fleet gracefully entering a hot zone. Meanwhile, the Pentagon urgently convened a press conference, with the media packed to capacity. The spokesperson, wearing a forced smile, flipped through his notes. Speaking in a mechanical tone, the deployment of the Second Carrier Strike Group to maintain peace in the Middle East and regional stability is a routine strategic measure by Eagle Sauce, not aimed at any specific nation or region. What does it signify a shift in stance? As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted in uproar. "Excuse me? You consider deploying a carrier into the Mediterranean a routine measure? You are not targeting anyone. Are you just planning a vacation in Cyprus?" Someone couldn't help but murmur. The only ones who can prompt you to deploy a carrier in the Middle East, other than those crying for help, must be that mysterious seller of swords. The camera shifted to the deck of the Freedom, where a Growler activated its electronic jamming module, the radar-absorbent coating shimmering with a bluish hue under the sunlight, seemingly mocking the entire discourse. At this moment, the Mediterranean was rife with tension, while Eagle Sauce continued to feign a commitment to stability, presenting itself as a harmless dove, while its claws remained sharp and its waves tumultuous. Chapter 73. The newly arrived carrier has been struck. At this moment, the Eagle Sauce carrier group aggressively entered the eastern Mediterranean, causing regional upheaval. Several oil magnates in the opulent conference hall were seated around, intently observing real-time satellite imagery, their expressions grave and, despite the air conditioning's chill, beads of sweat formed on their brows. "They are after our oil." One prince slammed down his cup of Arabica coffee, his gaze sharp, "But we possess the sword one." Another prince nodded, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, wondering if we were to directly confront the carrier, would Eagle Sauce retaliate against our oil fields? The atmosphere grew tense. Then, someone had a brilliant idea. Did we not just support the resistance arc? Why not take a detour? Thus, the meeting concluded with a decision to allocate a portion of the Sword 1 drones as a gift to the resistance arc, under the noble pretext of supporting their right to self-defense against invasion. Simultaneously, the Supreme Military Committee of the Resistance Arc convened an emergency meeting. The room filled with old air conditioning units and disorganized intelligence maps, with walls adorned with enemy route diagrams connected by red lines. "Is this Eagle Sauce?" A young officer glared at the screen, gritting his teeth in fury. "They are openly supporting Squid. Should we not retaliate against their carrier group?" An aide nearby shook his head. "That is a homeland-level target. According to Eagle Sauce's logic, even striking a single paint ship off the deck would be considered an act of war against their homeland. To strike or not to strike?" The dilemma left everyone in a bind. At that moment, an elderly advisor chuckled. Then let the outermost circle of the Slipper Army take action. The assembly paused for 2 seconds before sharing a knowing smile. The Slipper Army, operating along the coastal outskirts of the Middle Eastern Peninsula, comprises a motley crew of improvised forces, existing primarily through second-hand arms and modified pickup trucks, having never graced the pages of international military reports. At this moment, near their base, a fleet of stealthily painted, sleek hypersonic drones, resembling sharp swords, was being carefully delivered into their hands. The captain, clad in flip-flops, took the control terminal and stood in stunned silence for quite a while. "Can we really operate this?" "Yes," replied the nearby arms instructor, suppressing a smile. "It's just like driving your pickup truck, only this thing flies a bit faster, approximately 6 Mach. Instantly, the flip-flop army found themselves in possession of the world's most advanced attack platform, overwhelmed with emotions, unable to decide whether to feel elated or tremble in fear. At that moment, they were unaware that with dozens of pairs of flip-flops, they would stride into the pinnacle of the global military arms game. On the eve of the USS Freedom Strike Group's advance towards the strategic straits of the Middle East, the flip-flop army had already been on standby in a small, makeshift base hidden within the dunes. As dawn broke, 5 Legion-1 hypersonic stealth drones burst forth from their camouflage shelters, piercing the horizon like blades. During the startup phase, the drones employed low-visibility turbojet engines to skim the ocean's surface, evading radar detection. By the time they entered the close defense perimeter of the Eagle Sauce fleet, they had switched to ramjet engines, leaping to an astonishing speed of 6 Mach. The carrier group's radar finally emitted a warning, detecting a high-speed target exceeding 5 Mach. Rapidly approaching. Inside the bridge, the radar operator nearly screamed his report. The captain immediately commanded, "Activate the phalanx. Deploy electronic countermeasures." But it was too late. The Legion-1 utilized the latest generation of radar-absorbing coatings and irregular facets, rendering it almost undetectable, and its 6 Mach breach speed rendered all interception systems nearly useless. A series of 5 violent explosions erupted on the deck of the USS Freedom, leaving 5 smoking black holes as if struck by lightning. The deck aircraft had no time to evacuate. Some were tossed into the air by shock waves, while others were shredded into pieces by debris, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse that rendered the carrier completely paralyzed. In that instant, the commander stood frozen at the center of the bridge, surrounded by the blaring alarm of the systems. The flight deck was severely damaged, with repairs expected to take over a month. The carrier strike group had lost air superiority and requested a tactical withdrawal. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon in the United States, the press secretary was reading a prepared statement at a press conference. The deployment of the USS Freedom is entirely routine, aimed at maintaining regional peace. Just then, an assistant entered, handing the press secretary a satellite image showing the drone strikes on the carrier. The press secretary paused. We will conduct routine maintenance on the carrier." Simultaneously, the rolling ticker at the back of the news was updated. USS Freedom suffers historic first hypersonic drone strike. 5 hits, deck incapacitated, emergency return for repairs. At that moment, the battle center of the resistance arc in the Middle East erupted in cheers. "Eagle Sauce has retreated. Well done, Flip-Flop Army. Quickly, while they are recuperating, bring the squid back home." Thus, as the Eagle Sauce, summoned by its own offspring, withdrew, the familiar sounds of explosions and the wild barges from the Flip-Flop Army greeted them with yet another barrage of rockets. Inside the Oval Office, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. The president slammed a thick stack of briefing documents on the desk, his anger unabated. "Are you telling me our $100 billion carrier was struck by the Flip-Flop Army in the desert using hypersonic drones?" The Secretary of Defense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, nervously flipped through the intelligence files. "Mr. President, it was indeed drones and stealth models at that, with breach speeds exceeding 6 Mach. 6 Mach. How much have we achieved with our own XQ-91 project? 3 test platforms were burned out at a cruise speed of 28 Mach. And now someone can deploy stealth hypersonic operational delivery?" The president gritted his teeth. "Investigate. We must find out where this technology comes from." Hours later, a coalition of agencies, including the FBI, CIA, and NSA, reported their findings. Intelligence operatives presented a screenshot of a company registration for a toy factory in the city of Modu, labeled as a producer of children's remote-controlled models and educational equipment. Preliminary analysis pointed to this location, which, while officially registered for civilian entertainment products, exhibited abnormal industrial energy flows, unusual material procurement, and a recent surge in drone export transactions. The president was left speechless for a moment. Finally, he slammed a cup of iced Americano against the wall. Are you trying to tell me that a damn toy factory used remote-controlled toys to incapacitate my carrier? The Secretary of Defense added quietly, it's not just a toy, but it may have genuinely started from a toy factory. The president covered his forehead, his voice trembling. Are you insane, or am I? The secretary cautiously offered the next step. Sanctions? The president narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Sanctions? We must impose sanctions. Place this toy factory on the embargo blacklist. They must not export even a plastic yellow duck. We also need to scrutinize all related enterprises in Sichen, especially those involved with drones, engines, and carbon fiber. Leave no one unchecked. The people of Sichen are truly malevolent. Meanwhile, a short video platform suddenly erupted with a viral video titled "The Carrier Just Set Sail." Struck cold by the flip-flop army. The video opened with a group of young individuals from Sichen, clad in imitation American military uniforms, wearing sunglasses and munching on spicy snacks, shouting in a thick accent. The carrier just set sail. The carrier just set sail. It got hit. The carrier just set sail. The carrier just set sail. It got hit. How embarrassing. The carrier was struck with 5 holes. Not a single one could be intercepted. 190 billion wasted. A broken carrier, not even at its destination. The radar couldn't even detect it. Purely a case of sending it out to be struck. So infuriating. The barrage of comments exploded. The Eagle Sauce didn't even release a video. And you already have a promotional clip ready? Flip-flop army. Thanks for the invite. Just learn to take off, already practicing against the world boss. If this is an inside job, I'll live stream eating flip-flops. U.S. Military, not afraid of drones. Just afraid of you getting too creative. This segment quickly ignited the internet, and in the blink of an eye, the global view count exceeded 100 million. Meanwhile, back at the White House, the president had just finished reading the briefing and heard that the video was gaining traction, so he decided to take a look. As soon as he heard the shout about the carrier getting hit, his mouth twitched, his head tilted, and he fainted. The president has collapsed. White House staff rushed into the office to provide aid, performing chest compressions while shouting, "Quick, select a vice president. Hurry, find a new president. Wait, turn off the Wi-Fi. Don't let him see it a second time." Outside, the media couldn't wait to unleash their commentary. The world's #1 carrier fleet struck down by the world's poorest flip-flop army. The Eagle Sauce's carrier plan, once a symbol of freedom, now plummeted into free fall. Now, the carrier was not showcasing military might, but rather opening a mystery box. Meanwhile, at the Sichen side, employees at the Do Yellow Duck Toy Factory were already ecstatic, with the factory manager happily sipping soy milk and exclaiming, "We are the leaders of the global military comedy industry." Chapter 74. I have General Doug, ready to take down the little yellow duck. Despite the president of Eagle Sauce being advanced in years, with hair so thin it resembled only the shape of the American dream, he was fortunate to benefit from a comprehensive presidential health system tailored for the affluent class. This system integrated heart rate monitoring, blood oxygen regulation, and an artificial kidney combined with a blood energy filter. Even though he had 1 foot in the grave, he was forcibly pulled back through the VIP passage from heaven. As soon as the president opened his eyes, before the nurse could offer any comfort, he rolled his eyes and shouted in a dialect from Hunan, "I'm so furious." Then he abruptly sat up, his hair stuck to the ECG pads, but he paid no heed, pounding the bed and shouting, "Sanctions. Must impose sanctions." The following day, the White House convened an urgent press conference, with expressions more somber than a battleship, to formally declare that the Mo Du Xiao Huang toy factory and its affiliated units, including but not limited to the Xiao Huang carbon fiber composite workshop, the Xiao Huang drone assembly line, the Xiao Huang product experience camp, and all supply chain partners associated with the Xiao Huang brand, will be placed on a comprehensive sanctions list. All enterprises manufacturing components related to Xiao Huang, even those that had only produced a single screw, were to be ostracized. Any commercial dealings with them by our companies were strictly prohibited, and a call was made for our NATO allies to join in resisting this affront to our dignity. The president himself banged the table in front of the cameras, exclaiming, "I shall starve them. They shall not sell a single antenna, not one." A timid reporter raised their hand, asking, But Mr. President, I heard they just signed orders for 500 drones from the Middle East. The president's expression darkened instantly. Then I shall sanction those who purchase from them, ensuring they remain so starved they cannot even swallow sand. Meanwhile, within the Xiaohuangya factory, a meeting was underway. Wu Sichen smiled broadly, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, all American orders will now be redirected for domestic sales. We will expedite deliveries to the Middle East, and Russia is also pressing for shipments." The vice president inquired, "What about the Americans?" Wu Sichen slammed the table. "They claim they will starve us. I'm sorry, but we are currently too busy counting our profits to be starved." The meeting room erupted in applause. The factory bulletin board proudly displayed a new slogan: "Being sanctioned by the Americans signifies we're doing something right." Simultaneously, the American government, eager to recover its international image following the humiliation of the freedom, launched an extensive promotional campaign for the Daoge drones globally. Readers may recall that Daoge is the Trojan horse created in collaboration with Xia, utilizing technology from Xia to masquerade as an advanced drone developed independently by the Americans. Major publications like Time and the documentary Future Warfare, along with a Pentagon press conference and even a dance challenge on Tito featuring Daoge taking flight, dominated the media landscape. The president, in a fit of fervor during a press conference, showcased an enhanced promotional poster pointing to a drone adorned with stars and stripes, exclaiming, "I possess General Daoge, capable of striking the Xiaohuangya at Mach speed effortlessly." In a swift response, traditional allies such as WW Island, Pickled Cabbage Country, and Chicken Country expressed their support, placing urgent orders for several units of Daoge drones. However, the quantity was indeed limited, as these drones were exorbitantly priced. Each drone was priced at tens of thousands. Coupled with a complex support service package, hourly cloud-based flight control authorization fees, and a complete suite of encrypted aerial communication acceleration packages, akin to equipping the military with a high-end American iPhone 900 Plus Pro Max Ultra. Those who could afford such purchases were not military forces, but rather online influencers specializing in arms streaming. The upper echelon of the Chicken Country Air Force sighed openly during a financial meeting. "We've allocated 50 million, yet can only acquire a few dozen units, 2 of which are merely demonstration models." The Pickled Cabbage Country Air Force discreetly explored the possibility of reverse engineering the drones, only to discover that many core chips were manufactured in Xia. Yet, none dared to voice these revelations. Furthermore, despite the drones being marketed as entirely American-developed, they were fundamentally products of the Trojan Horse Initiative, a Xia self-castrated version, adorned with American aesthetic UI, designed for high-priced export. Moreover, the layered profit chain of Daoge, after passing through overseas subcontractors, American subsidiaries, third-country holding institutions, and offshore companies backed by the Xia investment funds, eventually returned, quite generously, to the National Defense Fund of the Xia. Not only that, a small portion flowed into the Xia's Urban-Rural Coordinated Development Project and Youth Entrepreneurship Incentive Fund. In a certain sense, the Daoge drones purchased at high prices by American allies were genuinely aiding the Xia's public transport systems in third-tier cities and foundational education in Western mountainous regions. This underlying truth remains unspeakable to outsiders. As the sanctions were imposed, the Xiaohuangya factory unexpectedly received official recognition. A phrase began to circulate wildly online. American sanctions certification guarantees premium quality. It was akin to affixing a golden quality inspection emblem. Product from Xiaohuangya, particularly the civilian quadcopter drone, quickly gained immense popularity. Priced at only a few thousand, it was lightweight enough to carry around, easy to control, and exhibited remarkable stability in flight. Certain models could even be equipped with small sprayers or high-definition cameras, making them truly miraculous in the civilian sector. Some even saw grandmothers engaging in square dancing using it as an aerial accompaniment, streaming their performances live, with the drone illuminating the scene with colorful lights. More absurdly, some homeowners utilized it to surveil neighbors who had taken to drying laundry on their rooftops, while suburban school children, after school and unnoticed by their parents, formed a fleet, proclaiming their drone strike certification, treating the playground as a Red Sea for live-fire exercises, albeit with gummy candy bullets. On e-commerce platforms, the comment section for Xiaohuangya drones became a veritable hub of humor. Once it was a Xiaohuangya drone, now it's a battleship drone. I'm not buying a toy. I'm purchasing dignity. This flying posture makes me want to shout, so cool. My mom dances, and I pilot. My dad fishes, and I scout. The Americans assert its strength, and it must indeed be strong, for every threat pronounced by the Americans has later transformed into a globally recognized brand. The reality of supply, not meeting demand, had emerged. Distributors in various cities across the Xia faced shortages, and some cities even witnessed scalpers inflating drone prices, with individuals purchasing 20 units online and reselling them at a markup. A particularly astute group of foreign trade players quickly sprang into action. They stocked up in bulk domestically, chartering ships to a port city in Southeast Asia, where they registered a company named XX International Drone Technology, rented a warehouse, set up shelves, and transformed into the leading exporter of civilian drones in Asia. The export origin? Stated as a certain country's technical cooperation, official certification, adorned with the European CE standard and the preferred list of American sanctions. Thus, a drone priced at several thousand indicia, upon export, transformed into a lightweight, tactical environment-adapted drone platform worth over $10,000. Not only did profits multiply several times, but foreign media also hailed it as the best option outside of Israel. Wu Sichen, witnessing the financial reports soar and orders pouring in like snowflakes, sat on the factory rooftop, sipping coffee while reviewing system reports, muttering, after a week of sanctions, profits have tripled. The American sanctions are indeed highly valuable. At the Shaohuang headquarters in Mo, the factory had entered a full state of readiness. The atmosphere was as festive as the new year, with banners adorning the workshop proclaiming, "We do not manufacture drones. We craft responses to the American silence." Chapter 75. Zheng Kuan forms a synthetic battalion. Zheng Kuan, the commander of the Western Field Army, initially returned from Zhu Rai looking as though he had been struck by lightning, his typically boastful demeanor now subdued. He avoided the cafeteria, opting to eat in his office, and coughed reflexively at the mere mention of the words synthetic battalion. However, as the tide shifted, news broke that the renowned commander from a southern theater, Guj, leading a fully staffed regiment, had been soundly defeated during a mountain exercise by the synthetic battalion led by Qi Lingyun, being encircled and suppressed throughout, ultimately failing to mount a credible counterattack. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kuan felt an immense sense of relief. So I'm not alone. He laughed so hard in his dormitory that he nearly spilled his hot tea, thinking if old G, with an entire regiment, was trounced, what am I? From that moment on, his posture straightened, and his voice grew more resonant. During a recent exchange at the Eastern Theater Command, amidst a lively banquet, an officer jestingly remarked to Zheng Kuan, "I heard a recent exercise couldn't last an hour?" Zheng Kuan, in a moment of spirited indignation, slammed the table and retorted, "You clearly don't understand. We were up against Qi Lingyun. My regiment managed to engage for a full 7 rounds, but old G's division? They were completely trapped in the ravine, never even getting a glimpse of Captain Qi." Laughter erupted around the table, except for the representative from the Southern Theater Command, who sat in silence, his expression darkening. During this period, Zheng Kuan carried a printed summary report detailing the catastrophic defeat of the Southern Division, and he would share with anyone willing to listen. Although we were once ground into the dirt, that was an honorable defeat. It was a worthwhile struggle. The only one not amused by this jesting was Guj. At the year-end military conference, just as he was about to speak, he overheard someone whisper, "I heard old G got thoroughly dealt with by the combined battalion." Guj felt a vain throb on his forehead before he could respond. Someone in the audience chimed in. "Kunzi said you two are kindred spirits." A hush fell over the room, and all Guj could hear was the sound of his own teeth grinding tightly. However, what truly preoccupied Zheng Kuan was not the clever banter, but the serious endeavor he undertook with Zhuang Yonga, the capable commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Regiment. Known as the Spear of Heavy Armor, they commenced closed-door discussions on reforming the structure of the combined battalion. Zheng Kuan was not one to shy away from challenges. Rather, in the wake of the defeat at Zhu Rai, he was the first to admit that it was not the soldiers who were lacking, but the outdated tactics they employed. Together with Zhuang Yonga, they meticulously reviewed the battle case analysis materials they had borrowed from Qi Lingyun's side, page by page, frowning in contemplation. Finally, he slammed the table, declaring, "Our inability to prevail stems from the fact that they are a combined battalion. We are still relying on the old methods of a steel tide. It's akin to wielding a three-kingdom spear against their automatic rifles. Essentially, a combined battalion means integrating various forces traditionally scattered across brigade or division levels down to the battalion level, achieving a highly integrated and flattened command structure. In simpler terms, it eliminates the need for multiple layers of approval and large rear support. During combat, one resolves issues of firepower, assault, reconnaissance, protection, and electronic suppression on the spot. Zheng Kuan pointed to the standard organizational chart of the combined battalion, reciting 3 infantry companies, 2 tank companies, 1 artillery company, 1 combat support company, and 1 logistics support company. This constitutes the standard 8-company structure, including reconnaissance, communication, electronic warfare, drone units, engineering, and chemical defense. They also considered additional modules. This was not merely a battalion. It resembled a condensed miniature group army. Zhuang Yongge pondered for a moment and remarked, however, this means the supporting personnel would need to double. Each infantry company has over 300 personnel, while the others total over 400. The overall numbers would exceed 700. Yet, the main combat force at most would only comprise 3 to 400. Exactly, Zheng Kuan nodded, recognizing the crux of the matter. This is precision warfare, intelligent warfare, no longer reliant on sheer numbers. The strategies of mass troop movements and overwhelming steel tides are obsolete. Modern battlefields are about striking efficiency, communication efficiency, and rapid task response. A combined battalion can match the efficiency of what used to be an entire brigade. But the prerequisite is that one must adeptly navigate information technology. He circled 4 bold characters with his pen. Command center. The command system must be flat. Previously, battalion commanders had to consult brigade commanders, who in turn had to consult division commanders, who then sought approval from the theater command. Now, a combined battalion commander can directly call for fire strikes, with reconnaissance images and target designations automatically synchronized on unmanned platforms. Zhuang Yongge narrowed his eyes, saying so. Our previous command rhythm was layered slowly, while they execute seamlessly. Indeed, Zheng Kuan affirmed decisively, and they strike wherever they go, with information flow and logistical resources following suit. He flipped to a page in the exercise report. Look at this, Qi Lingyun's combined battalion. During a mountain engagement, precisely calibrated artillery, using satellite-labeled drone projections, struck our regiment's position with 3 shells within 6 minutes. Can you believe it? It's not that we couldn't fight. It's that we couldn't see where they were striking. After a moment of silence, Zheng Kuan quietly stated, Old Zhuang, we can no longer train using old routines. The next genuine war will not depend on numbers or artillery fire, but on who has the shorter command chain, who can respond swiftly, and who can strike accurately. He stood and gazed out at the old armored vehicles on the training grounds, softly declaring, we, too, must establish our own combined battalion. Reflecting on the lessons learned from the painful defeat at Zhurai, both Zheng Kuan and Zhuang Yongge came to a profound realization. The warfare of the new era is no longer about the accumulation of manpower and firepower, but rather a swift, precise, and ruthless compressed combat system. Thus, they formally set about establishing a new type of combined battalion, aiming to strike with precision and break through defenses. The standard 8-company structure was merely foundational. 3 infantry companies, 2 tank companies, 1 artillery company, 1 combat support company, and 1 logistics support company. Yet Zheng Kuan understood that the true essence of this battalion would rely on the eyes of information technology and the teeth of automation. They first introduced unmanned combat capabilities, tactical-grade quadcopters, with each platoon equipped with at least 3, divided into reconnaissance, jamming, and strike types, capable of immediate deployment and returning high-definition battlefield status within half a minute. Recently approved by the brigade headquarters, the Legion 2 hypersonic stealth drone, utilizing a variable cycle engine, was also integrated into the combined battalion, serving as a core weapon for long-range reconnaissance and strikes, directly under battalion command without reliance on upper-level fire allocations. The infantry companies were no longer the traditional units lugging around 95 rifles and lunchboxes, but rather equipped with portable rocket launchers, miniature mines, and handheld drone swarms. The command squad provided them with interactive data terminals, enabling anyone to mark targets in real time, request fire coverage, and call for artillery strikes with a single click. The artillery company was transformed into a fire response battalion, composed of 6 self-propelled artillery units forming the first strike group, 3-wheeled mortars creating versatile fire points. and equipped with two portable unmanned ammunition supply vehicles, capable of replacing ammunition within an hour. The Combat Support Company established an electronic warfare network, creating information reconnaissance, cyber attack, electromagnetic suppression modules, capable of paralyzing enemy communications before combat and disrupting missile guidance during engagements. The entire combined battalion, though consisting of only 700 or 800 personnel, boasted firepower density surpassing that of a traditional regiment. Each minute of precise strikes far exceeded the effectiveness of 10 minutes of indiscriminate bombardment. Zhuang Yonga observed the Legion to ascend from the ground, coolly remarking, "Don't let our smaller numbers deceive you. Within 3 minutes, we could reduce an enemy battalion to ruins." Of course, the costs were evident. The high level of integration led to lower self-sufficiency, and if prolonged combat ensued, it could result in disconnection. Nevertheless, Zheng Kuan firmly stated during a meeting, "We are not designed for defense. We are meant for breakthroughs." He gazed at the military insignia on the red flag, softly adding, "We are not the night watchmen of a besieged city. We are the sharp blades that cut through the deadlock." For Daxia, as long as the national system remains stable and the rear is solid, this combined battalion system could repeatedly dismantle enemy nodes and penetrate deep into their defenses. War has never been about mere struggle. It is about efficiency, computational prowess, and who makes the first move. The combined battalion represents their first strategic maneuver in the new era of warfare. Chapter 76, Plans and Military Exercises with the Bear. Under the dual command of Brigade Commander Zheng Kuan and Zhuang Yonga, the newly formed combined battalion swiftly tore through the defensive shell of the traditional forces in the Western Theater Command. Initially, many seasoned veterans of the battalion and brigade were skeptical, wondering, combined battalion? Just a few hundred personnel? Is this merely a gimmick? However, their doubts were swiftly obliterated by a series of overwhelming training exercises. Before the battle had even commenced for 3 minutes, the enemy's communications center lost contact in succession. The data link of the combined battalion had already locked on all active nodes from the real-time thermal imaging transmitted by drones, followed by high-precision rockets whistling in from a distance, accurately striking not the main force, but severing their logistical lines. Commanding a disoriented force resembles maneuvering marionettes whose strings have been severed. The armored battalion swiftly penetrated the heart of the area, and within a mere 10 minutes, the adversary's command echelon was entirely eradicated. The generals observing the scene muttered through clenched teeth, "This is not a military exercise for the combined battalion. It is a precise slaughter." Even more astonishing were the short-lived yet intense assault tactics exhibited during several pivotal engagements. A quintessential example occurred during a drill in which the combined battalion breached 2 kilometers into a simulated combat zone within 30 minutes, seizing control of 3 strongholds and executing countersuppression. Throughout this period, the infantry maintained constant armored fire support, while swarms of drones cleared the area ahead, conducting low-altitude reconnaissance and relaying real-time updates on enemy movements, followed by artillery bombardments from the rear support units. This multidimensional tactical approach, integrating drone data links and armored coordination, effectively diminished the traditional brigade-level units' sequential advancement. In another exercise, while the opponent was busy adjusting frequencies to simulate interference, the combined battalion utilized high-altitude drones to calculate the enemy's flanking routes and preemptively intercepted their artillery, securing victory before the adversary could comprehend the situation. After several exchanges, a saying quietly circulated within the Western Theater Command: "The combined battalion can have you drafting your will in half an hour." As this phrase spread, it morphed into a more colloquial expression: "Despite their numbers, one strike will leave you breathless." Meanwhile, Zheng Kuan, observing the combined battalion consistently fulfilling firepower strike missions, felt a deep sense of discomfort. It was not dissatisfaction, but rather the resurgence of the shame from Zhu Rai that gnawed at him. He had once confidently vowed in the general's tent to confront Qi Lingyun again, and now, witnessing the brilliance of the combined battalion he had fostered, he felt a simmering resolve. "Once I have perfected my skills, I shall see how Qi Lingyun withstands this." However, fate often takes unexpected turns when soldiers are sharpening their blades. Just as Zheng Kuan was preparing to lead his team back to Zhu Rai for a showdown with Qi Lingyun, a directive from a Ministry of Defense arrived. The combined battalion, representing the Western Theater Command, was to participate in the upcoming joint military exercise with the Maoxiong in the northern borders under the pretext of training in lieu of an exercise. This exercise held profound significance. It was not merely a joint training operation, but a strategic signal. The origins of this initiative traced back to a series of recent military movements within the Maoxiong. Despite enduring economic strain from prolonged attrition warfare, this rogue state retained a formidable foundation in military technology, particularly in the combination of conventional ground combat systems and heavy firepower. They proposed a deep joint military exercise with the Xia, ostensibly to deepen political trust and practice strategic coordination, while concealing multiple layers of intent. Firstly, a collective countermeasure against the Eagle Sauce. Amidst frequent interventions in Eurasian affairs, the Maoxiong and the Xia chose to conduct a live-fire military exercise in high-latitude regions, signaling their continued presence and solidarity. Secondly, it served as an opportunity for technological validation and tactical exchange. The Maoxiong had been reforming its new type combat brigades, seeking breakthroughs in traditional army structures and command bottlenecks, while the Xia was advancing the combat capability reconstruction of the combined battalion. The intersection of these two efforts naturally presented an opportune moment for collaboration. Lastly, it laid the groundwork for future cooperation, whether in equipment supply, training experiences, or collaboration in proxy battlefields in third-party regions. This exercise would serve as a preliminary test. The Xia, evidently, was also well prepared. After weighing various theaters and units, the Ministry of Defense ultimately focused on the recently renowned Combined Battalion for its adeptness in overcoming numerical disadvantages. This was not an ordinary exercise, but a demonstration of the outcomes of our future military reform. This interpretation, accompanying the order, succinctly encapsulated the essence and significance of the upcoming military exercise. Thus, this Eastern Joint Military Exercise was set in motion, with the Maoxiong deploying a new type operational brigade, while the Xia sent forth Zheng Kuan and his illustrious Combined Battalion, which had recently garnered attention in the Western Theater Command. Upon receiving the news, Zheng Kuan was electrified, nearly shattering the table in his excitement. Perfect! Instead of waiting in line to confront Qi Lingyun, he could first hone his skills against the Maoxiong. He understood that this military exercise was a matter of both face and substance. The prestige of the Xia's soldiers must not be tarnished. He volunteered for the task and swiftly coordinated with the logistics department and air transport units of the Western Theater Command. After a series of calls, he managed to secure 6 IL-76 aircraft, 2 reserve Y-9 transport planes, and even a backup fuel transport aircraft. He personally oversaw the loading plan, eager to transport the entire battalion's arsenal into the skies. This was not an extravagance. Zheng Kuan recognized that the combined battalion functioned as a concentrated artillery powerhouse. To engage in a battle lasting an hour, one needed to expend 3 hours' worth of ammunition. To unleash a battalion's firepower, one required a regiment's reserves. Even for an exercise, it was imperative to disrupt the adversary's tactical structure, collapse their command chain, and incapacitate their supply lines. The days when a soldier could survive for 3 days with just a bag of rations and a canteen of water were long gone. Warfare in the new era relies not on endurance, but on explosive firepower, decisive strikes, and overwhelming data. The cost of the combined battalion is its voracious consumption of resources, yet its value lies in its rapid, precise, and lethal execution. As long as the rear support is adequate, it can dominate the front lines. Zheng Kuan was acutely aware that while the combined battalion was formidable, its strength lay in its speed and accuracy rather than prolonged engagements. Should the logistics falter, they would find themselves isolated and vulnerable. This type of battalion requires a continuous supply of ammunition, fuel, and spare parts to maintain its explosive firepower. An entire battalion's soldiers waging a regiment-level battle without logistic support would find themselves at a loss. Before departing, Zheng Kuan earnestly instructed Zhuang Yonga to monitor the supply lines. Fierce attacks do not equate to frugality. Zhuang Yonga nodded, fully aware of the implications. He observed the soldiers of the combined battalion preparing to board. No longer the uniformed march of mere trainees, but specialists operating efficiently, each equipped with their own intelligent arsenal for communication, positioning, reconnaissance, and assault in a seamless execution. This time, it was not merely a training exercise, nor an attempt to redeem past humiliations. Instead, it served as a declaration. The new era combined combat units of the Xia have quietly taken shape and are ready for real combat deployment. Chapter 77. Discontent among the Maoxiong in the Far East Military District Command of the Maoxiong. The atmosphere in the conference room was as solemn and oppressive as ever. The heavy red flag hung against the wall, casting cold light under the iron lamps upon the sharp features of the military personnel present. Commander Igor held a teacup, gazing at the joint military exercise operational proposal sent from the Xia on a large screen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He turned to his old comrade, Sergei, known as the Iron Hammer of the Maoxiong, the commander of the 5th Independent Guards Tank Brigade. Sergei was a staunch believer in heavy armor, adhering to the battlefield creed of crushing everything beneath formidable tanks. Sergei, have you seen the participation arrangements sent by the Xia? Sergei cast a glance at the document, a smirk of disdain instantly curling at the corners of his mouth. His weathered face, marked by snow and gunpowder, radiated palpable contempt. 1 battalion? He scoffed, muttering. Are you jesting? Do they believe our Maoxiong army is unworthy of engaging their entire brigade? Or do they fancy they hold the secret to future warfare, sending a few trinkets to trample our steel tide? Igor did not respond immediately, merely gesturing toward the intelligence notes. This battalion is their newly formed combined battalion, reputed to have triumphed over 3 battalions in the Western Theater's exercises, dismantling a brigade overnight. They are well equipped with drone swarms, data link suppression, and rapid artillery response. Sergei waved his hand dismissively. The intelligence department is always prone to exaggeration. Swarm strikes? Let me tell you, the battlefield relies on tracks and artillery, not a few toy planes. Our 5th Independent Guards Brigade is specifically designed for high-intensity armored assaults and field suppression, boasting hundreds of tanks, numerous artillery pieces, and whirlwind multiple rocket launchers, providing ground-level fire coverage and electronic warfare suppression. Anyone who comes will be left with nothing. He paused, a glint of coldness in his eyes. What does an advanced system matter? I, Sergei, intend to crush their new tactical strategies beneath our treads. Just wait and see. They shall soon understand the essence of Soviet traditional education. Igor sighed softly, lifted his cup of tea, and took a sip, hoping that you're not employing a logic from 30 years ago to confront the warfare of this era. Sergei remained silent, rising to don his combat coat, responding with resolute vigor. I shall let them witness what true traditional strength entails. He then turned and departed, the heavy military boots thudding against the floor, resonating throughout the conference room. The smoke of battle was already subtly rising in the snowy expanse of the north. Upon returning to the base, Major General Sergei briskly entered the operations conference hall, shaking off the snowstorm, his heavy boots leaving distinct imprints. The tactical document he slammed on the table produced a dull thud, capturing the attention of the gathered battalion commanders. Are we all present? Excellent. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp as a blade. You should all have heard that for this Eastern Joint Military Exercise, Daxia has dispatched merely 1 battalion. Upon hearing this, several battalion commanders began to murmur, their expressions rife with confusion. Sergei snorted derisively and slammed his hand down on the table. 1 battalion. We are a brigade. Do you comprehend what this signifies? He pointed vigorously at the tactical map on the wall, displaying the full composition of the 5th Independent Guards Tank Brigade. Over 3,800 personnel, equipped with 120 main battle tanks, over 100 infantry fighting vehicles, and neatly arranged self-propelled artillery and rocket artillery units, alongside comprehensive air defense and electronic warfare capabilities. This is our might. This is the formidable power of our bear. Sergei raised his fist towards the sky, declaring that their combined battalion, no matter how impressive the integration of infantry and tanks or the data command chain may sound, ultimately consisted of mere individuals playing with high-tech toys. An artillery commander interjected, unable to contain himself. I heard their battalion has less than 1,000 personnel, and they possess drone swarms and vehicle-mounted precision fire platforms. Huh, see, a guy scoffed. You think those little buzzing flies can make a difference? Trust me, once we unleash a barrage of whirlwind rockets, no matter how sophisticated their data links are, they will be reduced to scrap metal. He turned to face the assembly, enunciating each word. We are bare soldiers, not mere showmen. In this military exercise, we will engage 4 to 1, a brigade against their battalion. I do not expect you to show mercy. I demand that you conclude the battle within 3 hours. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in fervor. Ula! The infantry commander was the first to shout, his face brimming with fighting spirit. Ula! The other battalion commanders followed suit, the chairs scraping noisily, the atmosphere crackling as if the war drums had begun to sound. Sergei stood at the head of the table, his gaze icy yet confident. What he saw was not merely a drill, but a resounding victory, a demonstration that would inform the technological vanguards of Dacia that the steel tie to the bear would never be intimidated by a handful of chips. Meanwhile, at the Western Military District's Composite Battalion base, within a modest yet tidy command tent, the lights shone brightly and the atmosphere was tense. Brigada Comandante, clad in field uniform, surveyed the ranks of company leaders and technical experts below with steadfast determination. Colonel Zhuang Yonga sat nearby, quietly observing, his face reflecting calm composure. Comrades! Zheng Kuan suddenly stood, his voice resonant and powerful. Since our composite battalion's establishment, we have fought from the Western Plateau to the Gobi Desert, seizing numerous victories from our brother units. Today, the higher-ups have entrusted us with the task of representing all of Dacia in a joint military exercise with the bear. He stepped forward, emphasizing his words. Dacia has 5 major theaters and over 100 brigade-level combat units. Why have we been chosen? The soldiers below held their breath. Silence enveloping the room. It is because we excel. Zheng Kuan slammed the table, his voice ringing, because we strike swiftly, fiercely, and accurately. It is because we can manifest the essence of the term composite, showcasing our prowess and brilliance. This is not merely a drill. It is a true test of combat capability, Zhuang Yonga added, his tone steady yet infused with uncontainable fervor. Every action we take will be scrutinized by the bear, by foreign media, and by those eagle-eyed fellows across the airwaves. We must demonstrate to them that the army of Dacia is not just talk. It is a formidable iron fist that can and will win battles. Can we betray this trust? Zheng Kuan posed the question loudly. No. The response from the ranks was unanimous, shaking the very fabric of the tent. Once more. No. Excellent. Zheng Kuan nodded, his voice low but charged with combat spirit. I do not want you to falter, nor do I want you to overreach. I want you to establish the true rhythm of our composite battalion, to display the prestige of our Western soldiers, to embody the spirit that Dacia ought to possess. Prepare to depart. Dozens of combat personnel stood, saluting in unison. Thus, Dacia's fully digitized composite battalion, a small combat group of 1,000 personnel, boarded multiple transport aircraft, equipped with high-frequency electronic warfare modules, tactical drone formations, self-propelled artillery, armored vehicles, and portable data terminals, followed by numerous supply transport aircraft, embarking on the icy roads leading to Siberia. The west wind howled, snow swirling in the air. This joint military exercise, destined to be extraordinary, would inevitably ignite a fervent clash on the cold plains. Chapter 78. The confrontation of ice and fire deep within the Siberian tundra. A joint military base blanketed in snow faced the howling winds, flags fluttering. The transport convoy of Dacia's composite battalion had just arrived, dozens of tactical transport vehicles and armored cars being unloaded in an orderly fashion, while accompanying tactical drones were swiftly integrated into the operational command